Wow. Show starts and everything is fun and dandy. Yippee! Vähän tämmönen nopeampi tohon noin. Tuolla on kuitenkin pelit, tai toi show jo meneillään. Tämmösen alkaa puoli tuntia aikaisemmin. Päätin aloittaa tähän näin vähän aikaisemminkin. Piti syödä tos ekani. Tällä. Chillia. Katsotaan niitä pelejä siinä vaiheessa, kun tulee tohon toi oikeus go-streamata, tai no, se nappi, start go-streaming. Niin voidaan sitten niitä vedellä tohon noin, niitä pelejä.
The dragon draws first blood.
Tuli Vade vetämään first bloodia ja sai Sandelsia vähän kiinni. Ei jäänyt suoraan vaan tuhkiin pyörimään. Santto on mennyt kyllä ohi, että indeed. Logineissa se ei taida kyllä vielä olla lähelläkään. Niitä sulla Vade on aika paljon, niin ei pääse ihan ohi. Voitaisiin tietenkin toi huutomerkki login LB vaikka 5, niin sit se kertoo sulle kuinka monta niitä on. Login se periaatteessa pitäisi päästä kunhan skippailee riimejä kokonaan. No joo, se on kans, että toi, koska ne on koko striimin saatavilla. Tervetuloa Vade tänne Lohikermin luola ja mitä kuuluupi. Toivottavasti sulla menee hyvin. Ja on lauantai lähtenyt käyntiin. No. Tää tosta noin muutamat jutut vaan pois ja voi vaan chillaa. Ja login. Oho, mulla on caps lock päällä. Login. LB. 5. Top 5. Joo, ei se kyllä noissa loginneissakaan kyllä kaukana ole toi Sandels. Se on hyvä kysymys. Ei, mä en osaa sanoa. Ei siellä on tullut Go Stream-nappula, Start Go Stream. Noin, nyt meillä näkyy, että you are currently Go Streaming Rainbow Six Siege broadcast. Let's go! Voidaan ottaa tää tähän näin. Mutta ei ihan vielä, kun ei sielläkään pyöri mitään, niin otetaan vähän tämmönen oma pre-match show. Itse asiassa mä voisin avata tohon ton sen Rainbow Six e-sportti kanavan. Also, nyt yksi asia on vitun XD on just julkaistun Black Opsin kanssa. Kuuleman käyttäjä on käyttänyt AIta tossa niitten calling cardeissa siellä in-gameissa, joka on vähän silleen vitun jaiks. Ja toiseksi, tällä hetkellä on joku maksettu kampeeni Twitchissä, eli Twitch on vaihtanut miltä kappa-emote näyttää. Kato, jos mä löydän sen, mulla oli tossa, joka on ihan mun mielestä aika vitun bullshit, sitä semmoista ei pitäisi. Se on nyt jonkun aikaa ja sen jälkeen vähän myöhemmin sit se tulee toi ole oma toi emotensa, kappaa jotain. Mutta just sillä, että mun mielestä se olisi pitänyt saman tien tulla toi. Joo. Ennen kuin se niinku paska julkaistiin tulla siihen. Moro VK. Tervetuloa tänne Lohikerman luola, mitä kuuluu. Mä en kyllä nyt... Katsotaan, jos mä haen vaan Twitch. Löydäks mä sen sillä? Se taisi olla Twitch-supportilla. Twiitti siitä. Eipä ollutkaan. Mitä pelaat? Tänään me ei pelata mitään. Me katsotaan noita Rainbow Six Siegen majoreita. Me ollaan saatu Ubisoftilta lupa co-streamata niitä, niin tuodaan vähän suomenkielistä kommentariä siihen ja chillaillaan ja jäppäillään ja katsotaan kuinka ne pelit menee. Hetkinen. Onko se nyt viitan... Nää on vitun vanhoja twiittejä, mitä helvettiä, missä... Okei. Eikö oliko se... Call of Duty, joka sen twiittasi. Mä näin sen twiitin, mutta mä en ole varma kuka sen, tai mikä sen twiittasi. Joo, tässä. Niin, nyt kappa on jonkun ajan tämä kuvake, joka on mun mielestä sitä mieltä, että ei pitäisi olla. Ja se tulee myöhemmin olemaan joku oma kuvake tohon noin. Tai oma emote, kappaa, recipient tai jotain. Täällä on kaikki noi, siis mua ei haittaa, että tää niinku tulee emoteksi tai mitään, tää on niinku fine siihen nähden. Mut sitten toi niinku Godifan boysit tuolla on noin kermaa housunsa. Mutta joo, nythän on siis alkamaisillaan The Six Invitational 2025, eli viime vuoden, tai tämän vuotisen viimekertaisen Six Invitationalin rematchi, eli Falcons vastaan Face. Saa nähdä, mitä tästä tulee, ihan innolla ootan, ja tästä päästäänkin katsomaan minkälaiset tänään on pelit. Eli tänään tulee Fatse, Falcons, Wildcard, M80, ja sitten To Be Decide on illan viimeinen. Saa nähdä, miten pitkään me tänään jaksetaan tässä, jos me ei välttämättä ihan super pitkään jakseta kaikki näitä katsoa, jos ne ei vaikuta mielenkiintoiselta, niin ei välttämättä. Ehkä jos Falcons hävii tosta, niin sit mä varmaan kyllä katselen, koska mä haluan nähdä, ettei EU putoisi, koska vaikka en sinällään mitään tiimiä itse kannata, niin EU for the win. Ei, siis en mä sitä sano, että huonoja matseja olisi tulossa. Sanotaan näin, että mä olin aikaa vähän pienessä burnissa niin kuin eilen illalla. Mä en jaksanut legit eilen illalla tehdä yhtään vittu mitään, kun mä lopetin striimin. Mä vaan koomasin tässä tuolissa. Mä en edes jaksanut mennä sänkyyn. Ongelma on siis, että mä ei väsyttänyt. Se oli vähän niin kuin isoin ongelma. Et se on vähän semmonen, että niinku, no tänään mä en usko, että on tulossa 12 tunnin striimiä niinku muutenkaan, vaikka pelit menis niin pitkällä. Pahoittelen, jos kuuluu jotain tuulettimien ääniä, niin mulla on täällä vähän tuuletetaan kämppää, kun nyt ei ole semmonen niinku mitään, mutta on semmonen kiva krispi ilma ulkona, niin otettiin parveke auki ja ikkuna auki, niin kertaa vähän ilmaa. Mutta mitä Vade, mites sun omat suunnitelmat tällä päivää? Tietenkin tosiaan, jos mä mietin vähän, otetaan vähän viskiä tosta noin kylkeen jossain kohtaa, niin vois niitä sitten nautiskella. Se on hyvä, että mä lopetin live ja sitten kakkonen aloitti just jääkin pelaamisen. Ei se kyllä kauaisin pelailla, mutta oli kuitenkin semmonen really? Mutta jo tähän välin lakisääteinen #ad, not sponsored, but ad.
An upgrade was in order, but I had a request. Make it more precise. Now, I'll show you what an old-timer can do.
Siis hauskinta, että nehän on tiisannut teknisesti mä löysin toi videon, mikä on Ubin official. Teknisesti ne on tiisannut reworkia jo aikaisemmin, mutta se ei ollut toi Thatcheri, kuka siinä käyttää. Sitä vaan se oli IQ. Ja mun mielestä toi voisi olla ihan hyvä, mutta mun mielestä se voisi olla toisen operaattorin hahmo.
Good morning, Munich! Hello and servus! Welcome to day 2 of the Munich Major. I'm Milos, your host for the start of the
Romolla
show.
tulee omaa striimiä tuossa tunnin päästä, voisi heti aukasta tölkkiä siinä, katsoa mitä sit pelaa. Yleensä tykännyt tehdä enemmän suunnitellummin näitä spessulivejä, mutta en oo aaten sellaisessa hetkessä, että saan hirveästi suunniteltua, niin otetaan rennoa kerran. Siis toi on ihan helvetin hyvä suunnitelma. Niinku just sille, suunnitelma, että suunnittelee ne. Ja ihan sinällään ymmärrettävä toi, että jos ei vaan oikein headspace, niin se on vaikeampaa.
I am super excited. Well, speaking of which,
Vuoresta sitten pitkärat koitan olla ikinä mulla mitä kuuluu.
Because 3 best of 3s are what await us. Falcons playing FaZe, M80 play wildcard, and of course, the loser of game 1 and the winner of match 2 will play against one another. Falcons FaZe being the upper bracket final, and of course, M80 wildcard being still in the lower bracket, at least there. If you lose, you are out in this all-NA matchup.
Yeah, big fan of that as well. You know, 2 North American teams coming through it. Fabian's still on the stage. Baby
mulla on vähän semmoinen tunne, että wildcard lähtee tänään kotiin. Ja ehkä toi... Mulla on vähän semmoinen kutina, että jenkkitiimit lähtee tänään kotiin.
Well, gentlemen, for those at home also and also with us that might have missed the action, don't you worry. Here's a little clip to get your heart pumping.
Ois kova, jos mä voisin laittaa oikeesti long niinku pitkän breadin päälle just sillä tyyliin, että se ois tyyliin 2 karttaa. Mut sit taas, niin, tai niinku, mä en tiedä. Tai sillä tyyliin sitä vois pausettaa ja sit avaa aina niinku karttojen välissä, et jos se on vaan 2 karttaa, niin sit se kompliittaa sen jälkeen, jos ei, niin sit avaa vielä mahdollisuus. Ei lähde. Falcons voittaa sen jälkeen M8 voittaa omat pelinsä, päättyy finaali. Onko näin? Falcons M8 sanoo Stepio finaalista tänään.
At the top of the mountain, you have to survive and learn how to take the sweet with the sour. That's how it always is. But from high above, where we get to witness all the action, let's take a look at Panorama. Of course, a wide view of what happened yesterday, starting with our monster, and that is Gunnar. My God, what a guy.
Yeah, he was completely crazy yesterday. I think he was the only reason MAT is still in this tournament. If you look at
vitun, mä löysin tähän näin se toi, ne oli editoinut sen vitun Neemu-biisi, niinku Benny Hill, toi musiikin tohon noin, vittu se oli kova. Oli aivan vitun kova.
He comes alive at the right moment in events, on stage, when his teams needed it the most. It was just amazing to see him do that, especially in front of his family.
And he's always been that player. He's always been the player that has believed in himself, had that confidence, and he was the one making the plays for his team yesterday.
Well, from the monster we go to the moment. Of course, it was a disappointing
Mukava
day
nähdä
in many
Steppiä
ways
hengissä.
for our EML fans, both here and all around the world. And that moment, well, it had to be G2 getting knocked out. And
Pistos, jos sais kaikki loput oikein, niin vieläkin ilmaisee päättävästi. Kova, kova.
Calling GG and round 1, not even over inside a cafe. And of course the stars were going to be written as soon as that happened. G2 ultimately then put in what was a horrible performance afterwards in, you know, the last couple of maps.
Vittu, Doki jinksas sen. Dokin syytä. No niin.
On the other side, look
No
at
niin.
White, look at how happy they are, especially Baby Shark. Look at him crying. If I think of this player, 8 months ago he was still playing in Tier 2 in France. Since then, he's crossed an entire ocean. He's went to live in NA, like I did it before, and he made it to a top 4 of a major. Looking at him crying here, it almost felt like he already won a major, because he already upset all odds, and that, to me, is the biggest of victories.
Defying the odds is a big deal here, but of
Täällä
course
on
we have our
yläkulmassa taas
must-see
kissa.
for today. And really, every game is a must-see, but our very first one, it regroups two of the best teams in the world. A rematch from SI 2025 Grand Final in Boston. It's FaZe versus Team Falcons.
Yeah, it's a rematch of the 6 Invitational. It's a rematch of Boston. These two teams, they went at it. Ultimately, the Brazilian team broke our European team's heart back over there in Boston. And
Satasesta vetoa, että seuraava majori tai turnaus tai mikäli jää, niin meillä on taas D&D. Silloin kun on season reveal, seuraava season reveal on vittu Six Invitationaleissa. Sitä seuraavat. Aivan vitun varmasti meillä on taas D&D-peli. Se on Falcons vai FaZe. Se on Falcons. Niin, G2 joukkas. Joo, Jerry kans. Mut siis mulla on aina, mulla oli viime season, niinku, mikä nyt on seasoni meneillään, niin mun oli D&D-sessio just silloin sunnuntaina, milloin oli se reveali. Ja taisi olla sitä edellisenäkin. Niin kun me saadaan ne pelejä just sille, että se on vittu aina siinä, kun meillä on tai on tää. Ennen ne ei oo niinkään haitannut, mut nyt kun Ubi on ollut vitun mahtava ja antelee ja saa antaa luvan niinku tehdä näitä niinku co-streamauksia ja muita juttuja, niin siihen se on vähän kova. Et niinku, ois kiva päästä.
16 for EWC as well.
M80 voittaa Falconsin finaalissa by the way.
In 2024 they were winning their
Siinä muuten nähtiin se uusi kappale muuten.
doing that this year either. There's other teams that took over them.
What seems to keep them afloat is how strong they are on their defense, Leo, and it definitely shows.
They are the best
väliaikainen
in
kappa.
defense in this entire tournament, and if you think about it, I think FaZe clearly is the best defensive team in the world. And I picked one example to show you. In their game against M80 that sent them in upper finals, it was here on Consulate, round 11. I want you to pay attention to what's going on. M80 is rushing, and Hot and Cold is going for a plant here. And their 4v4, Hot and Cold is managing to get the plant down because the gas grenades are all around him, not placed the right way for Souls 1. And in here, look at the call made by FaZe. They're gonna send a player all
Fortress
the way
Rework
up towards Tellers here. This guy is a distraction.
saa
That's
nähdä,
gonna
se
be
voi
the
olla
play.
vitun
That's the first player
klutsi
going
tai
up.
sit se
At
voi
the
olla
same
joke.
time, all the way on yellow, the Clash is also retaking, trying to gather
Mutta
information
toi
on where
Taherin
the Tellers is.
reworkki mä
Now,
en
all of
tikkaa.
that is a
Mun
massive
mielestä
distraction so that the smoke
ainakin
can
sen
retake here and start diffusing.
niin kun
Handy
teaserin
goes up,
perusteella,
gets
niin se
aggressive,
pitäisi
gets
olla
the
uusi
first kill, and
operaattori.
kills the Vert player here, which gives enough time here for Souls 1 to manage to defuse. Look at Gunner, still running, but cannot get to Souls 1 in time. Effectively, a 4v4, bomb planted, diffuser planted, FaZe still wins this. It's just one example of how strong FaZe is in defense, which I think is their biggest asset right now.
FaZe has been a household name in Siege ever since they debuted in this scene 7.5 years ago, and they've been performing well ever since.
Thatcher on just semmonen, se ei tarvii mitään niinku rework-kiimoa.
Before, but now, ever since 2025 and after the Invitational, they picked up the top of the spear of Europe.
That roster has lived through
Siis
so
ne
many
muutokset, että
heartbreaks,
sit
but I think
tehtiin
the
yhden
biggest one was
speedin ja se
that moment
MP
where
ei
everything
tuhoa
came crashing
niitä,
down,
vaan se
where
disabloi
everyone was
asiat.
expecting them to
Niin.
win a third title in a row, and yet it didn't happen. They got first rounded, and I think
Mun
that was
mielestä
the
se on ollut
start
balanssit
of
siitä
something
lähtien.
new. A rejuvenation in that roster.
Yeah, absolutely. If we take a look at the history of this team, obviously formerly
Senkin näkee
known as
sit, miten
BDS, we
se
saw them at the Manchester Major.
kanuna
This was when they
toimii.
first made that
Se
switch.
on,
When League of Legends
se on vaan
first
semmonen
moved to
samanlainen,
IGL in England,
tai
when
semmonen
they picked up and they went away
lästi
from
vaan,
the
että
French
niinku
call, and they got to the Manchester
ei oo
Major,
semmonen
and they
vitun
were running it. They were looking like they were on a honeymoon period.
pallo periaatteessa, miltä alueelta se tuhoaa ne, vaan se on niinku aallollisesti. Vähän niinku ne pirkkaajempit, että sun pitää tietää, missä se kaidiklavi on, että sä et voi vaan heittää seinälle Thatcherin emppiä.
We lost to ourselves. It wasn't W7M. It was us losing to ourselves. The mentality was not there, and you expected them to make a third grand final. Well, they did it.
No se on sun vitu oma vika. Samalla sä voit heittää saatana ei siinä selmat vaan siihen, se tulee yhtään mitään.
A second place here.
They fell short. They fell short once again in Boston. I would say this one they were maybe matched up against a more even opponent. Both of them
ihan samalla tavalla
maybe a favorite and an underdog story.
tai
phenomenal on that day, but
tän Krimin kärpäset, sä voit vaan ampua ne, ei niistä oo vittu mitään hyötyä heti roundin alussa ja tuhlata ne. Jos silläkin on vaan 3 tyyliin niitä emppejä. Millä ei oo mitään patskeliä. No niin. Niin toi argumentti on niinku useless.
They've got psychologists, they've got physiologists, they've got coaching staff, they've got analysts, they've got strategic coaches, managers. They are using all of the resources provided to them to extract every ounce of performance. They rebuild the theory crafting with LeakFact. They do theory sessions, and they also have a team-first focus. When we've been backstage, when we've been in the player area before we came to live crowd, they're barking at each other, keeping the energy high every single round.
Well, but there's
toinen kissa ei uskalla mennä parvekkeelle, koska siinä on sähköpotkulauta hieman edessä, että niitä pitää kiertää se, mutta ei selkeästi tarpeeksi fiksu, tai sitten pitää kävellä sen niin kuin laudan ylittä. Thatcherilla ei ihan hirveästi voi tehdä, vaikka sulle jäisi yksi empitaskuun. Ja? Miksi se tarvitsisi silloin reworkin? Ja samalla tavalla, jos sillä on yksi tarke siitä vitun kanunasta. Siis se uusi pysty voi olla ihan niinku fine, mut se on vaan Thatcher puffi. Mahdollisesti. Tai sit jos on paska ase, niin se ei tee yhtään vittu mitään.
Well, we've set up the stakes for this huge rematch that we've seen many times in the past. So let's talk about our map for this series, or one of our 3 that we're starting off with, and it's Chalet.
Chalettiin mennään.
So I'm going to take us all on a little
Tekin
trip
näytti
down
demarit.
memory lane. Let's
En
go to
yllättyis.
Boston in February. BDS at the time, they were playing FaZe Clan. They came in.
Sillä on 3 primeria jo. Minkä vitun takia se tarvitsisi
They got to pick out of any of the 9 maps going up against FaZe. Which one did they pick, Leo?
Siis legit. Jos sen niinku nyt ois Submasinkaan, niin silloin ois vittu Aara, Subi, Haulikko ja sit Demari. Ainoa mikä siltä puuttuu vittu LMG. Tää on aivan hyvin ottaa yhden AR pois. Mä toivon, että se ei oo AR-3-3. Mä toivon, että se ei oo AR-3-3, minkä ne ottaa pois, jos ottaa. Imo mun mielestä niinku toi voi siis aivan varmasti ottaa. Ei vitus näin anna 4 asetta. Ei siinä oo mitään järkeä tuossa 4 asetta. 3 on maks. Lairia sitten toi Nighthaven.
Well then, gentlemen, thank you very much for that. We've set the stage for all of you here, but speaking of the stage, my friends, we careen into the unknown, so let's let the guiding light of our stage take us to cozy shores.
No siis mun mielestä Thatcher on A, vitun tylsä pelata, B, hyödyllinen kautta pakollinen ainoastaan Kaidia vastaan. Joo, mut miten se reworkki niinku... Toi sinällään, että joo, ainoastaan pakollinen vaan Kaidia vastaan, se on ongelma. Mut se, että toi A vitun tylsä pelata, niin se ei oo niinku argumentti. Tää on kuitenkin tiimipeli, sun pitää pelaa niitä operaattoreita kuitenkin, että sä niinku niitä ei hauskoja operaattoreita, että tätä voitte voittaa. Jos teillä on 5 apina, mä nyt tarkoitan just 5 apinaa, jotka vaan ottaa niinku operaattoreita, millä on lainausmerkeissä hauska pelata, mutta ne ei oo mitään niinku tiimille mitään hyödyllistä, niin mitä vittua sä niinku, what the fuck. Vitsikö on tylsä ilman Trone, tää. Tää Subi olisi fiksu, jättäis AR haulikon, veis toisen pois, mitä ihmiset käyttää eniten. Joo, siis se se mikä AR tollas letkellä on, niin mä toivon, että ne polttaa sen pois. Koska siis AR-3-3 on siis parempi AR niistä kahdesta. En keksi ainakaan itse mitään uutta hahmoa, joka tuntuu samalla lailla tylsältä, kun sen gadgetilla ei vaan tunnu. Gadgetilla ei vaan tunnu olevan mitään impaktia ehkä poistamisen jälkeen. Ja no mitäs se sit niinku... Mut se enabloi Acein, Thatcherin, Hibana, että ne voi avata sen seinän, kun se ottaa ne sähköt pois. Okei, fair. Se, miten mä näen, että se launcheri on parempi, jos se blasti menee just objektien läpi, seiden läpi pidemmälle, niin se voi ottaa vaikka noita niinku ADS ja sun muuta sieltä niinku kauempaa pois. Jos silleen ADS ei counteraa niitä, koska tällä hetkellä ADS counteraa sen Thatcher-naatin. Tässä on Montilla luovempi kuin Thatcherilla. Nää vaan, jos ne lisää skillcappia tolle Thatcherille, niin todella hyvä.
But let's not get it twisted. Their opponents are nothing to play with. Welcome onto the stage, FaZe Clan!
Mites niinku... No joo.
World champions walk onto this stage with composure and experience.
No niin, sekin tarvii Thatcherilla esim Bandittia vastaan tai Kaidia vastaan niinku oikein ajoittaa ne tempit. Sä tarvit sun tiimin ole valmiina, sun tarvit tiimin työskentelyä siihen, että ne on valmiina vittu laittamaan niitä hardbreach-chargeja siihen seinään, kun sä heität sen toi EMP sen, koska se ei tuhoa niitä sähköä sieltä, se vaan disabloin ne hetki. Ja kun ne tulee takas, niin se sähkö on takas siinä, mutta sun saa menettänyt yhden empi. Tai jos sä oot kun stepiä, että osais heittää sitä vitun empiä siihen seinälle asti.
Why are you going to the grand final of this major?
Firstly, because we are a better team. Secondly, because the crowd looks
Mä muistan edelleen sen yhden vitun outbackin, milloin sä et saanut toi useampaa emppiä siihen saatanan Dorpsin seinälle.
I think we will beat them very easy today, and we going to wait the finals against them too.
Ei me olla muuten sen jälkeen hirveän usein menty enää siihen seinälle. Okei, se perse ei ees oo pörttinä.
It's gonna be good. Let's do it.
Vitu vika, jos paska ei lennä. Joo, enemmän kahvia, niin paska lentää. Mut sehän on enemmän sitä, että sun tiimillä ei sitten taitoa, että ne osaa laittaa nyt. No sit se tekee IQsta niinku ihan vitun hyödyttömän.
The two best regions in the world collide. FaZe and Falcons meet in a grand final rematch from SI with a direct shot at the Munich Major Trophy on the line.
Well, it's a 6 invitational rematch. It's
pitää olla IQlla sitten luova tää.
And they could still fight against each other one more time here at this event. Falcons and FaZe Clan have simply looked like a cut above almost every other
Satana
team
Hagridin siellä.
that's locked into Munich, but only one of them can go to the grand finals today, Jesse.
That's exactly right, Parker. The stakes are still high in the upper bracket finals because the loser will have to go down and face a red-hot North American team. We don't know which one it's going to be yet, but there's no doubt that that's not where you want to be at the end of today. You want to punch your ticket, make it to Sunday a little bit early, get that extra bit of rest and a slight advantage in the map vetoes.
Yeah, the winner today doesn't play again, but the loser will wait for either M80 or Wildcard. Both teams that have been good, one more of a surprise than the other. And Europe's last hope rests in Falcons. For Brazil, their last hope is FaZe Clan. Neither of these teams do go home, so both regions will still get to cheer at least one more time.
No joo, niin no tässä näin näkyy jotain.
Just talked a little bit about it. What are your immediate thoughts before we kick
Jahtiriiverkki.
Parker, I think we're going to have a really fun, aggressive game of Siege in front of us. We're starting on Chalet, the snowy slopes that we love to see in Siege, where it goes all out on Fragfest, right? We get to see some really aggressive defensive strategies coming through. That's going to be a really fun map to start things off, and one that we saw FaZe Clan get a big 7-2 win on up against Wildcard a few days ago. Then it's going to be Lair, one of my favorite maps to cast, and a map that Falcons are incredibly strong at on. With the crowd behind them, they're going to be a tough team to beat, but if we can get to that third map of Nighthaven Labs, it is truly anybody's game. We've got the theming here in the arena with Nighthaven, so if that's where it ends, that'll be a picture-perfect finish.
And all three of these maps are favored by FaZe Clan too, so they will be
prepared tekee semmosen buffin Thatcherille, että jos esimerkiksi Banditti tai kuka tahansa operaattori, jolla on gadgetti taskussa, heittää sen gadgetin, joka on siis gadgetti, joka niin pystyy disabloida empillä, kuten Bandit-akut, niin kun se laittaa sen uuden akun siihen seinään, niin se ei toimi. Toisaalta IQlla saa ammuttua esim. Pulssin tai Vigilin. Thatcherin MP ei elä mitään yhtä paljon.
There they are.
There's not a lot of them, admittedly, but if FaZe Clan does continue to do well, their numbers tend to grow. I mean, look back at Manchester, the last time we had an event here in Europe.
Joo, mutta Thatcher pystyy disabloimaan Pulssin skannerin tai Vigilin paskan. Niin sit se on, Vigilin pystyy löytämään Tronella, Pulse ei pysty näkemään mihin plani menee, koska se ei näe missä heartbeatit menee.
Many moons ago.
Oh yeah.
They are ripe and they are due for a championship, but they are going up against the best team in Brazil and the defending world champions who toppled them internationally just about 8 months prior in Boston.
I mean, this is the question that's been asked about Falcons all season long, Parker. If not now, then when? We've got this European event and then Paris coming up for the 6th Invitational. Those are the two big tournaments where you expect to see the
European favorites. Fortress saa vähän enemmän väriä, että se pystyy koolit vähän helpottuu ja ei ole niin paljon 90 asteen noita käännöksiä. Siellä oli varmaan joku 5, 90 koolia ja sitä vaan silleen, mikähän näistä.
Them up. But on the other side, FaZe Clan, I feel like so much of this is focused on Falcons. We haven't talked about the team who has been one of the best teams in the last year in our entire esports. And we will start off, Jesse, on Chalet, a very divided community.
Kunhan ne saa sen puulatten tuhoutuvuuden.
Will FaZe Clan upset us? Let's kick things off with our first map of the day here on Chalet.
Niin, että puulattian. Siis Fortressissa vai? Eikö se koko vitun kartta kiveä?
Well, I hope you've brought your winter coats because this is going to be a chilling first map between Falcons and FaZe Clan. And the operator bans, there's one operator I'm always looking for to get removed. That's the Azami. So powerful and the first one to be removed for the defenders. Not a surprise.
Ei yllätä kyllä yhtään Falcons tai FaZe pelaa sen niinku infoa tosi paljon.
The second choice is a bit more mixed though. We could see a Clash, we could see a Mira, a Kaid, a Castle. Kaid ends up being the pick coming through from FaZe. So wanting to remove some of those wall denial operators, make it a little bit easier to get the breach going either on that top floor when you're looking at the office wall, maybe some of those bottom floor bomb sites as well if you're playing on the hatches. Being removed here out of the arsenal for FaZe, something they're not going to have access to coming forward through this game. And of course the Monty, Vidikin's favorite operator, one of the best shield players in the entire.
Incredibly high value picks.
Tuhero voisi ottaa niinku vaan buffia, se tarvii revertti.
If you want that denial that you talked about, you'll now need to run a bandit or a mute. Mute will be brought quite often, not just because of his gadget denial.
Nää, se on yhden speedi.
A lot of these maps is simply
niin,
the denial of information.
Yeah.
All throughout Rainbow Six's history, and especially here.
Toi on niin, toi, että pitää tehdä operaattoreista nopeampi, on se vitun ADHD TikTok brain kommentti.
One of the strongest attacking operators in the game at the moment, which is Deimos. If you're running a Deimos, if you're running a Dokkaebi, if you're running a Lion, Mute's got you covered for.
Siinä vaiheessa, kun tosta Sofiasta tuli, meni 2 speedistä tohon 1 speediin. Se tuntui vaan jotenkin hitaalta, mutta mun mielestä Thatcheri ei oo ikin tuntunut hitaalta. Ridikää ei tunnu hitaalta. Hei Mari, tervetuloa tänne Lohikerran luolaan. Mitä kuuluu?
They don't want to be doing the same thing, especially on their own map pick of Chalet. They want a hotter start than what they got back in Boston.
Got a read on the Fenrir now as KDS sits outside of the building.
Koska siis jälkeen ei pidä olla yhtään operaattoria, joka pystyy tekemään sen kaiken yksin.
This position that KDS is sitting in is the same position that Dash was in on Wildcard yesterday, and there was a number of tech issues emanating from that part of the stage. I don't know if you watched it.
R3 on ihan vittu hyvä ase. What you mean?
Why we have to play things on LAN, but we've got the best in the business working on getting these issues resolved, so I've got no fear that this will be a quick pause.
Kuuluu, kiitos. Hiljattain tulin kotiin töistä, ettei se ihminen hyvä. No niin. Tekin täällä aloitellaan tässä katselemaan näitä, mutta heti tulee tech-pauseja. Ei tässä itsekin aloitellaan vähän, keskustellaan tulevista asioista.
As well, and there have been instances where lands have been played with maybe not the greatest of white noise.
No, meillä on tech-pause tässä meneillään, niin katsotaan tää klippi.
After the match, players will say, "Yeah, I heard you say there's a."
Kellarista tullut joku läski. Oli keikalla sulla siinä.
Muuten aika vanha klippi. No kyllä, nyt on kyllä vanha klippi.
that European support. Falcons didn't play yesterday. Neither did FaZe Clan. So if there's any brand new Falcons fans coming into the audience who maybe weren't here back on Friday, then this is going to be their chance to give that loud support, be a vocal part of this team, because it matters a lot when you get down to things, when you're in these high pressure moments, having the crowd behind you can make a huge difference.
OP-hahmosta tehtäis niinku toi hitaita, niin miksi Ash on silti 3 speedi? Bandit on 3 speedi.
I believe Tom Sherlock was doing a bit of crowd directing the other day.
Of course.
I assume he'll be back on the
train
this time around, doing what he can to get the audience involved.
I mean, you got a nice pun there.
Miksi Iiku on 3
not just the
speedi?
train, but also the orchestra.
There you
He's
go.
a conductor.
He really is. A man of many talents, I've often said.
Jätsäri on tällä hetkellä ihan balanssi. Just antaa sille savut valot. Enemmän niinku secondary gadgettia valintaa.
Not sure. Lots of Shaiko supporters, though, I'm sure, in this audience on an unrelated
just unrelated coincidence.
It's been one of the greatest players that we've ever seen play this game. The original building block of this Falcons core back when they were BDS. It's been a huge part of their international performances.
And yet it hasn't been the Shaiko show here.
Tää on mun pointti, mitä mä tässä niinku miksi mä oon tällainen niinku devil's advocate tässä.
Technically the only non-European player on the team, and why is that, Jesse?
Because he's from the Middle Eastern, Asian part of Turkey. I believe grew up in Izmir, which is on the coast. I mean, it's quite close to Greece. You could make some arguments.
Jos AI hoitaisi sen, niin se olisi hyvä peli siinä vaiheessa.
From all around the world, these players coming from far and wide just to compete here in
Sentään sen jälkeen ei ole niinku täynnä AI-sloppia niinku Black Opsia tai Black Ops 7 anteeksi tarkennetaan.
When Eminem kind of blew up a few years ago, and there was a big risk in that, right? A lot of people didn't know how this team would do, communicating in English, having that big transition, but at this point, I think it's pretty safe to say they made the right call.
Absolutely. Fingers crossed here, but it looks like we are back in the map, so... Yes, we are.
There we go.
No, se olisi Ubin AI jotain paskas.
They're very excited. Keep
Tai toisaalta jos ne ei käyttäisi in-house AI:ta.
Appreciate your patience getting this match underway, but it's going to be important to make sure everything is right before this critical game. Once again,
toi Red
winner
Lynxin
heads straight
pipo,
to
niin
grand finals
tää vähän
on
antaa.
Sunday. We'll have a map veto advantage on the most important game of the weekend.
Ubilla on tehnyt paljon sitten, Ubi on näistä, mä tiedän, Red Lynxillä olisi kiva päästä duuniin. Ne tekee niitä trials-pelejä, niin ne voisi olla ihan kiva.
No, especially Wildcard, their stunning matchup against G2 yesterday, in which Wildcard overpowered the crowd favorite among all of the teams that competed here. And now G2 is gone. I know Stompin's fans, many hearts broken. Doki's fans, many hearts broken over there as well.
Joo, päästiin takaisin ensimmäiseen kierrokseen.
I wanted the G2 M80 matchup because of the Fabian connection. He spent most of his time saying mean things to Alanau on Twitter. Would be nice to see that actually happen in this venue.
Tuntuu, että karvaa keuhkas.
Alas, it did not come to pass. M80 and Wildcard.
Satana täällä on aurinko paistoi tänne kämppään tässä aikaisemmin, niin oli semmonen, että vittu, että mä saatan imuran, kun karvoja oli niin paljon, että oikeesti alkaa hiistää.
FaZe Clan's already played 3 full maps over Falcons at this point, Jesse. So if it's FaZe Clan who drops down to the lower bracket, that's just going to mean more for Falcons to see, more maps that you're going to have to expose, more stats that you're going to have to give up, strats that you're going to have to give up.
There's a lot of footage already on FaZe Clan, but this is actually the one bomb site where there isn't any footage. FaZe Clan didn't have to attack the bottom floor in their last game up against the North American team when they played this versus Wildcard a few days ago. Still finding the opening pick, though. Cyber just inside a library.
Every single player in this lobby is a positive KD except for Cyber, and he's about to change that in a hurry. 2 uncontested picks, and he scares off one more as a third could have been had, and not just those 2 picks, but also using the boogie drones.
Dominance
and open up a line of sight down below. They've
got
this defense on the run. The eyes of FaZe will now turn towards the main stairs. Shaiko's playing on that angle, and look at that. Shaiko's actually using those openings to his advantage. If FaZe Clan isn't careful, Shaiko could get a surprise pick and knock off
On
the
tuossa
Brazilian
katoilla.
team.
Yeah, Likifac also trying to do something a little bit aggressive here inside.
Vähän boolimaista, hyvä.
They will be ready for this. They know they haven't cleared this side of the map, and we do see a few FaZe Clan players.
Kai noissa on ollut lunta jo varmaan keskiviikossa. No se onkin siellä Lapissa, niin joko laittaa.
And it's responded with a death mark, forces Shaiko out of that position, and now he's got to find some other.
Mä mietin vähän, että olisi voinut joku bowling kyhästä viikko sitten. Meillä oli siis toi mun semmonen Halloween valmistujais pikkujoulu hökötys. Oli legit vaan semmonen niinku vähän sekasikin, että toi lähinnä just killaista. Siihen vähän mietin, mutta toi silleen on vähän semmonen ei oikein pysty niinku mitään tätä tarjoamaan muuta kuin tilaa.
As now we find these two teams at a standoff.
Sitten on kaveri, joka on porukkaa silleen, että vittu, että täällä tulee lunta, ei saatana. Ja sitten on kaveri, joka lähettää toi kuvan, kun se on rannalla 30 asteen lämmössä.
Take round one. And what resilience that is to start off on Chalet. I mean, that was not an easy round to win for the Falcons. A great 2K entry from Cyber. He really cracked that round wide open. They had every advantage in the world, Parker, but timing from both Likifac and long-time French teammates coming in as a duo to be able to win that round back for their team. A great Nitro Cell in the midst of that. An amazing flank. Again, Likifac was inside of Trophy for so long. If he flanks a little bit earlier, maybe they're watching for it and he just dies. If he flanks a little bit later, maybe they're already in the site and he has no impact. He had to time that perfectly, and I thought he did so well in that round. Again, an excellent entry from Cyber.
Täällä saatana tämmönen e-sport jersey. Tortit ja sit mulla on vittu villasukat.
Brilliant shots to start this round, but it just is not enough when then you're falling to these third angles and nobody's watching for the flank.
Cyber entered the day with a -5 KD and is the lowest rated player on FaZe and in the lobby to boot.
Yeah.
Cyber is a fragger. He is one of your star players. He's the person that you're going to expect to get more kills than everybody else on the team. That has not been his deployment here in Munich. He's tried, but he stumbled at critical moments. And well, the good news is you've got everybody else on FaZe Clan getting in on the action. KDS, who's the lowest rated player through stage 2, has been the superior player on FaZe round by round by round, not just having incredible moments, winning clutches, acing, and many times he's the last man standing on FaZe and can pull off heroics just single-handedly, and it always does give FaZe a fighting chance. The supporting core on FaZe Clan is among the best in the world and one of the best that we've seen quite some time here in Siege Esports, and if you don't have Souls, if you don't have Vindicator, you don't have KDS, you don't have this FaZe Clan.
Well, this push is going to start over on the office side, Parker. You can see them already starting to breach these windows and looking to get inside the map. Likifac is playing over here. He's going to be on that Solus down below. This is his favorite operator to play on this bomb site. He loves
he's famous
for how good he can be with this operator, but
Kajaanissa on lunta eikä vittu loskapaskaa.
In the round, lots of these drones still surviving.
Mieluummin otan sen niinku lumeen kuin loskapaskan.
He's such a threat though.
Toisaalta jos mun pitää kävellä, mä otan kyllä mielellään lumisadetta.
Standing on a soft floor and you get on your drone, you're going to be in for a world of hurt. So they've got to keep that in the back of their minds. For now though, clearing through office, clearing through piano, Handy on the Blackbeard has found
Tuossa pitää miettiä, että vähän mitä ottaa mukaan, koska mä en jaksa junassa hirveän paljon toi kannalla kamaa.
An operator that is excellent for slowing down these attackers and taking away one of the most valuable pieces from FaZe Clan's artillery, which is their communication. This is a team that is always talking. They always seem to be in lockstep with one another. That's why they are defending world champions.
Tapahtuma, joka kestää joku 5 tuntia tai ottaa sinne päin, ajaa 6 tuntia. Niin toi... Silleen, että mä matkustan vittu suuntaansa vittu 6 tuntia, let's go! Ei tarvii ite maksaa sen jotain. Toisaalta mä voisin maksaa itselleni jollain parilla kympillä ton premium-paikan.
FaZe had the first strike in the previous round. Shaiko in large part who turned the tide, but now FaZe clan has flipped the script and now they've got the upper hand.
Good top control, but the time isn't great, Parker. Only 40 seconds to try to capitalize on this. Vitaking's on the sledge, but you need to save some time for this execute. Good information with these drones, but the mirror windows are still up, and it's going to be really tricky to get this push.
They got a read on the Solus. They have a numbers advantage. They'll barge on in. That swings Leaky Fack away, who will now engage with the sledge on that position. No nades in pocket, so this will have to be a dry fight. This will all really hinge on this next point from Leaky Fack, especially now that Breeday's been reduced to rubble. Big Frenchman now on the run on blue stairs, 2 sights trained in his way, and there's just no real way for Leaky Fack to win that. All you can hope for is a successful swing and nobody else there to refrag, but FaZe had 2 players lined up in the same position. There's a reason why these 2 teams are here, and my goodness, what a clean round from both squads.
Yeah, it's a textbook execute coming through from FaZe Clan. The desk praised them for their defenses, and they are exceptional on that side of the map, but their executes can be really clean too. And I think that was a great example of one of them. 3v2, slight man advantage, but they took their time. 40 seconds, they still found every single player on the drones. They found those player positions, and then Souls with the defuse kit, he hopped over mezzanine so he could walk in the door from Fireplace into games and have that extra angle. He finds that pick onto the Mira playing back bar, and it really just opens up that site. It's that smart late round play coming from FaZe, largely being handled by their IGL Vitaking, which really does give them the edge when they can slow the game down and put the push that they want.
Tuoton robotin. Unohdin sen nimen.
Third round in a row for the Fenrir. Played in round number 1 by Solotov now, held by Shaiko both times. I do wonder if that might be a prime pick.
Kopos, niin juurihan se.
Move in the next ban phase.
Could be a common ban. We haven't seen too much of like the Castle, which is often a popular ban, the Clash either, so those are sometimes going to be things you worry about, but you also have to wonder with this new ban format, are Falcons just saving an operator that they want to play through the second quarter, maybe in overtime if we get there too, and there's a reason why they don't want to show it for these first 3 rounds so that it doesn't get banned out.
They brought a Deimos in the first round, but there was a mute on the board. Now, no Deimos, mute still available. Deimos, another good ban for the attackers, or rather for the defenders to remove from the attackers, so. We can speculate all we want, but for now, all we can do is wait and see what happens. FaZe is stack up Jesse at the moment, concentrated over by Library.
Yeah, and Saltov's done a great job just staying alive. He needs to stay and waste as much time as he can from this position, just playing in the Library box, making sure that he's wasting so much of that, and finally does get taken out by Vitaking. But 60 seconds off the clock, that's not the worst trade.
Solotov having one of the worst starts to a matchup he's had at this entire event, Jesse.
True.
And especially on that Scopos. That's not just 1, but technically 2 operators that are in the ground, so that second bot will persist somewhere else. Cyber eliminates Shaiko. EFAC on blue stairs. Takes down Handy, looking over towards that library doorway. Now double duty as his attention moves towards lobby. A silhouette is there to be had. Leaky Fack assesses the situation and drops instead into bar. Now waiting potentially for another drop to be precipitated by this FaZe Clan team, but will not be had. And now Leaky Fack will go on a deep run through the entire basement.
Yeah, he's just going to get back to site, Parker. Cyber trying to catch him on the hatch, but he's way too late. Already looking to go up that west main and get back to the bomb site with your team. So I love that roam from Leaky Fack. Again, wasting more of that time, and they trade out to the 3v3. So numbers advantage won't lean one way or the other. Going to be about opening up this wall and clearing the top floor. They really don't have the important map control. You want to be above this bomb site when you go for your execute, but FaZe Clan with less than 60 seconds don't really have that control yet. Vitaking's going to try to use this thermite to open, but that's a massive nitro cell. The wall will stay shut.
A devastating blow to FaZe Clan, and the numbers draw even, but strategically, it's going to be a tough way for FaZe to find themselves out of this box that they've now been put in, partially by themselves, but also by the defenders of Falcons.
Frag out.
Still looking for a pick on this top floor, but unable to find it for the time being. Falcons have completely fallen off, and time will work against this FaZe team as there's some info that's denied by KDS, still pushing up. Falcons will continue to fall farther away. They've given up control of Solarium. Now down they'll go into Trophy. FaZe Clan, a dangerous period of time right now. They are in jeopardy of stalling out with under 10 seconds left. Souls will march towards the bomb site. He's gunned down. EFAC is there for insurance. And I think the other players of FaZe have no interest in engaging.
Siinä ei kyllä ole enää lopussa paljon tehtävää, kun aika loppu käsken.
Comes down to the bitter moments, but what a hold in the final 40 seconds by Falcons.
Back and forth we go, Parker, and it's been a real mental battle between these two IGLs, Vidiking and LickyFac, and you can really tell the game is about stalling things out, slowing FaZe as much as possible, so that when you get to that late round, they just don't have any time to execute. LickyFac once again does an exceptional job at sticking around just long enough to cause some problems, just long enough to stall out that push, and then safely get back to the bomb site. Excellent Nitro Cell in the mid-round too. I mean, that completely threw the plan out the window for FaZe Clan and had to adapt by trying to go up above.
Jesse, did I miss something with why nobody was covering Vidiking when he was trying to get that exothermic charge on the wall? Usually when you see the area over the wall shot out, you have to assume that there's something coming your way.
I think just thought he could avoid it. He was tucked up really close to the wall, right? So he was, in theory, in a safe position. It's quite tough to toss the Nitro Cell in such a way that it does land with Vidiking tucked right up into the corner. That's an insane shot. But here comes the Nitro. I mean, you can see the angle that Bride's got it. He pops it quite early, so it manages to catch it. Nice toss coming through from the hard support player on Falcons. But again, I really think it does come down to these IGLs and how well they've been playing. LickyFac is currently the youngest player in this server, but he's known for an incredible leadership ability. He's so good in these tough moments. We've heard him have some explosive moments for sure with this team, but always able to rein them in when he needs to.
People forget his age because of how young he was when he made his debut. It doesn't help that he looks older than I do. I am old.
You are.
We go through this.
55.
And I don't look a day over 48, so it's great, isn't it? No, I mean, it's veteran presence that comes from being somebody who's played for many, many years, but is still, in terms of his raw numbers, quite young.
Yeah.
You got guys like Hot and Cold, too. Hot and Cold is still, like, decently young, even though he's been playing for almost 10 years at this point. Not as young as some of the other players here. Vidiking will rush in, Solotov dies, but immediately traded back. Will gun down Shaiko. These are almost the exact same players killing the exact same people as we saw in the previous round.
Yeah, similar positions too. Cyber loves the front door. But the trades, they just don't stop, Parker. It feels like no matter what, if somebody gets a kill, it is being answered back. And LickyFac, again, amazing positioning.
4 people dead, and we were 55 seconds into action. That's a swift pace here, and Chalet can be a very explosive map where attackers can set a breathtaking tempo. That's not been the case for FaZe Clan. FaZe are not always known as being a quick team, especially if they're concerned with multiple layers set up by these Falcons defenses, which from what we've seen through 4 rounds now, Falcons a little bit intricate.
For sure. I mean, this is the round that we saw Falcons win thanks to a big flank from LickyFac. It's going to be in the back of the mind of FaZe Clan throughout the entire rest of this matchup. They're very worried about where LickyFac might be, what he might be doing. He's not actually going for a flank this time, at least not yet, still just sitting inside the basement, but it's going to be putting that fear into the hearts of FaZe Clan, something they have to worry about. Looks like it's going to be a snowmobile execute. Handy wants to get this wall opened up, but look at this. You can't really get through the drone hole because of the Goyo canister. The Twitch does find another way in, and they clear both the mute jammer and the Goyo. Allows them to open this left panel up, and now they'll have an angle into sight.
And that Goyo canister will work against them because the Bandit can't Bandit trick if there's flames down on the ground. So Bride is held at bay. A big part of why you put that Goyo canister there is because it actually blocks drones from being able to get in. And right next to it, there's a mute jammer. So even if you can take care of one of them, you've still got the other one there for backup. We might see a quick execute now as Souls dumps those flames in. They have not accounted for the Bandit inside of Connector. Bride finds 2 for his trouble. Now it's KDS trapped on these main stairs. 3v1 favoring the Falcons. That little yelp let out by the Twitch will be intel for Falcons. They know he's by the fire. As it continues to go, Diffuser out of reach. KDS will need to win this duel on gunfights alone. He has no idea where this Falcons team lays. 3-1
Fucking
for
chicken.
Falcons.
And incredible versatility too, Parker. They win that bottom floor bomb site kind of in two different ways. One of them comes off a big nitro cell, it comes off a big flank. It's a little bit aggressive coming out from Falcons to win it the first time. And then in round number 4, it's just good old-fashioned solid anchor play coming out from particularly Bride, who has been so good in that position. 5-1 will remain his stat line, and that's been a key focal point of his game ever since he joined this team years ago, Parker. He's really good at just staying alive. Of all the players in the tournament, he's the only person who stays alive in over half of the rounds that he plays. It's a ridiculous stat that he's managed to maintain deep into this tournament, and with how this game has been going, it doesn't look like it's falling apart anytime soon.
I remember the days when Bride playing on that old Supremacy roster was often referred to as one of the best clutch anchors, I guess you could call them. Every time he was put in a position to clutch out,
nuoret niin pelailla ja silleen ja on niinku nuori hosuja tai muuta vastaavaa. Mut toi
gradually other support started to catch up, Jesse.
For sure.
And because of that, I think Bride fell down the, not the depth chart, but I would call it the sexy chart.
Mut sit kun siellä on niitä sen kuulosta porukkaa, jotka on silleen, onks tääs vittu ykkösluokalla, niin en toi just on vähän silleen, pakko lyödä rajaa tähän näin. Sun porukat luona ja joka kerta kun se on pelaamassa niin sen internet crashaa ja se on 4v5. Bro.
As flashy, but that's because there is more depth on this Falcons team than there was on previous iterations on the squads he's been on. So Bride doesn't need to do as much, but when he's asked to do it, you still need to hold your breath if your team is the one playing against him.
When the majority of your career is spent sitting next to Shaiko, it's tough to get some of the spotlight, but he does need to be highlighted because he is so talented in his role.
Bibu and Shaiko. Before Shaiko, it was Bibu, who was one of the best French players in the world at the time as well. So he's always had a superstar fragger from that region. And I mean, to outshine them, as Bride has done, that's pretty fantastic stuff.
Well, Parker, this is going to be back to the bar games bomb site, and it's not really as fast of a push from FaZe Clan. They were typically inside of the office part of the map very early. They don't have that Blackbeard this time around. Handy's choosing the Lion this time instead. KD has to hop into the bathroom. So snap control is starting to get achieved. They still have to worry about looking back down below. He's brought back the Solus. He loves the operator in this position, and Shaiko in a bit of an aggressive spot too, just on the hallway door.
Eikä sinällään niinku sekään on niinku helari. Ei lapset sille voi mitään, että niillä on korkea ääni. Vittu, että se kyllä rasahtaa, kun ne välillä ei saa käyttää tässä. Sillä on semmonen mikkihiri ääni, niin se vittu vaan kuulostaa rasittavalta.
But, to their credit, Falcons has been quite adept at trading it back. In fact, Falcons will get the first blood this time, taking down a player who did kind of pick up the mantle from Bride of best support in the world, which was Souls. That's your primary hard breach in the ground, no follow-up. KDS's gun strikes, down goes Leaky Fack. No hard breach at all remaining on the side of FaZe Clan.
Another big flank from Licketback. It's going to do a really good job of slowing down this push. They got to use their other utility now to get in and get space.
And Usis will strike next. It's not just one, but two. Shaiko dies at the hands of Handy. Solita's been dropped as well. FaZe Clan, despite suffering through this, have been so close in striking distance from Falcons. KDS cannot be traded out at this point. He is last man standing. Two pairs of eyes from Falcons, lined up, looking at different door frames.
Toi community on vähän semmonen mitä on. Ei siinä löytyy säkkiä jokaisen niinku suuntaan. Mikä sinällään hyvä. Ei oo niinku niin yksisoittista, mutta
4-1 for Falcons through this first half. One more round to go before the side swap.
There's almost nobody better you'd rather have as an anchor position. He's so good in that spot, Parker. And again, it's a great round from Falcons to be able to play with their opponents a little bit. Sometimes we've got a huge flank from Licketback, which draws the attention. Sometimes he's just sitting in the side. You can't help but his teammates in the late round, but you're always guessing as FaZe Clan. And that means you can't just like dedicate one guy
onlineissa on 107
tyyppiä.
Valorant roolilla on 4 Tarko 5.
So FaZe Clan, they're put in this really awkward position where Licketback's playing mind games with them. Will I be behind you? Will I be in the bomb site? They need to get a handle on where this guy is playing because right now it's completely slowing down their pushes and it's not allowing them to get to those exits.
Ne ketkä kaikki on offlineissa on 379. Kyllä noita niinku tyyppejä on.
I do think a lot of it comes down to the way that Falcons respond. It has not been uncommon for Falcons to have one or two semi-unsupported roamers playing on their own. That's exactly what Leaky Fact was doing in the previous round. He managed to walk away with the kill there, but he loses that 50-50, and suddenly we become a lot more critical.
Mä oon liittynyt Karhunkyteen saatana 2021.
4-1 defending on Chalet
Ei siinä.
on FaZe's map. Jesse, you've got the numbers, you've got the feelings, you've got the vibes. Does this spell trouble for FaZe or not yet?
I think so, Parker. I mean, when they played this map versus Wildcard, they won every single attacking round that they played in that matchup. Now, they started defense, so it was only 3 for 3, but they're not hitting 3 attacking rounds up against Falcons, that's for sure. So their defenses will need to be sharp when they move on to that second half. As the desk said, this is an amazing defending team, arguably the best defending team in the world, but Chalet is not a map where defenders tend to be favored. It can be really advantageous for the attacking team, so I think this is an important round for FaZe Clan to get. A 4-2 half is still doable. A 5-1 feels out of reach.
Remains to be seen what will happen here in these dying moments of the first half. A heck of a time for a Clash to make her debut. That shield operator will slow down the advance of FaZe Clan if they choose to tussle with Solaria, which is where EFAC was originally posted up, but he's moved away.
Tää voi tuosta viestistä sanoa mitään. En ole ikin pelannut hänen kanssaan, en ottanut kai sulta niinku samalla servo tai niinku samassa voicessa.
Yeah, he's playing on the other side of it. There's multiple windows being held, so he's got to be really careful. Could be someone below too.
Sairastut Falcons johtaa defense. Ei ottaa tässä noin vaan parinen
Oh my goodness, 2 uncontested strikes into the heart of FaZe Clan, and it will continue to go in favor of Falcons now as Shaiko, an uncharacteristically quiet first half. Brede has won as well. You said a 5-1 was out of reach.
Tää oli vähän paska tilanne, mihin tää vittua sä tän.
This game's looking out of reach, Parker. That's what I meant. FaZe Clan now in a massive deficit on the second half, and honestly, that's the worst round that they've played so far. Falcons in full control to end out that final defense that we saw from them. Last couple operator bans will come through.
Se varmaan pelaa itse kuntia vähän enemmän.
Gotta see what these players are made of in this next half, because it's going to be up to FaZe Clan to bring this one back from the brink. They did their best to stop that Clash, Parker. They were tossing the air jabs at him, but at the same time, I mean, it was just pushing him deeper into the bomb site. He wasn't actually exposed to any angles as he died to those air jabs, and so it just felt like Falcons were doing a great job of capitalizing on picks elsewhere around the map. I will remind you that FaZe Clan lost map 1 of the 6th Invitational Grand Finals, and they still managed to pull it back 3 straight up against this Falcons team, but it's a different environment, it's a different situation, and it doesn't mean it's going to be easy to do it again.
No timeouts have been taken either, which is a little bit daunting if I'm FaZe Clan. I think the calculus here was let's hopefully close out the first half. If we can succeed on our very first defense, suddenly the gap is 1 round. 4-3 would be the scoreline. Now, best case, you're looking at a 5-2. But with the way Falcons have played, they've been in control of so much of this game. Maybe it's just because of the side they were on, and maybe we will see some very pronounced struggles from Falcons now that they're attacking Jesse, but there hasn't been much to give me that impression. So if Falcons win the first attack, that's a 6-1 scoreline. FaZe is calling their timeout with only maybe 3 minutes left in the match.
Yeah, it's going to be really scary when that does come along. For FaZe Clan, they're being very confident in their defenses. That's what this says to me, right? We know that we can play well on our D. We don't need to call attack timeout yet. We don't feel like it's the mental getting away from us. We can still lock things down. The nice thing is they don't have to worry about a Shaiko flank now that he's playing on the attack. A couple of those really powerful players that we saw on the Falcons won't be able to do exactly the same thing. Brede can't just sit inside the anchored position anymore. Licketback can't go for those big flanks. That's what these players do best. And now FaZe Clan, by forcing them onto the attack, will get a little bit of a different look at things. They started a top floor, a bomb site that we didn't see Falcons go to. And sometimes a tough bomb site to hold when you don't have that Azami available. They will have the castle, but ought not to bring it in this round. Double shields banned up against Falcons, so the players that we see on the shields, often Brede, but some other players as well, won't have those options. Yeah, sometimes uses too.
First execute will be handy. Down goes EFAC. That's the lion off the board, but hold your horses here. They're looking for a quick entry to the site. They have found it. FaZe Clan is tossing them right back out of the same ways they came in. First look at a Grim as well as the operator goes unbanned through the first quarter of this second half. Cyber on the board, Shaiko the only kill that Falcons can muster at this point in time. Shaiko missing an opportunity on the Souls. There goes Brede. And a big gamble, but domination by FaZe Clan as they just need to find the case and hop on it. It took a little bit of time, but Handy finally got to it. A huge round from the Brazilians, and honestly, that's what we come to expect, but it was a cheeky, quick strat by Falcons. So it wasn't your usual planted out move through discovery. Really hard to gain a lot from just a single round like that.
For sure, but it shows that FaZe Clan aren't rattled after the first 5-1 half. You know, they don't panic when that defuse kit goes down. They play their positions. They expect something like that to happen. And Souls really does make the game-winning play there. He flanks up the solar stairs, battles Shaiko, wins this gunfight. So important. A lot of players would be focused on the planter when they walk up those solar stairs. They would be tunnel visioned on stopping the guy who's putting the defuse kit on the ground. But he knows Shaiko's in bathroom, so he watches for that position first, wins the first duel, wins the second. It's a really nice flank coming up from Souls. And I mean, that's what they're going to rely on, right, to win this second half. It's their strong defensive players. Souls has the best defensive kill-death ratio in the entire tournament right now. 186 coming in just on the defensive side from him. It's kind of the only stat that Solotov is not in first place for, given how good Solotov has been. So if that's their one edge, if that's their one advantage, FaZe Clan really needs to be relying on that.
And the funny thing is on this Falcons team, their top fraggers are their 3 lowest rated players heading into this best of 3. It's Solotov, then Shaiko, then all the way down to Brede. Then you got Uzis and Leaky Fac at the very bottom. But again, all of these players are positive. All of them have good ratings. It's like it's basically a situation where, like, well, somebody has to be last, even if you are a terrific player. But it's those lower ranked players on Falcons that have shown up today. We have barely said Solotov's name. There's been 1 or 2 rounds where we've mentioned Shaiko. 2 of Shaiko's 4 kills came in the first round. He's been held to 2 kills since then. So Falcons seeing that supporting cast carrying a lot of the weight, just as we've seen from the same side of FaZe through a lot of this tournament.
Well, it shows the depth on this squad, right? They're all so talented on this Falcons team. They don't need to rely on one individual, and that's why they're up 5-2 on Chalet. Now, this first push is looking to come solar side, Parker. The bomb site's all the way in barn game, so there's a lot of map to clear. This is still going to be a multi-dimensional push coming out from Falcons. They dodge a C4 and they find Handy, a huge pick on the solar repel.
And there was a push down from Trophy as well. That's where the gridlock sat. So you had no choice but to try to get out of there. Handy could not hang around. He would die from either the main floor or the floor above. That's just a rock in a hard place.
He knows he's playing a death spot there. He knows he's unlikely to survive from that position. A little unfortunate his nitro cell doesn't land, so he doesn't take one with him, but still delayed a decent bit of time. Now it's going to be on these other extended players. Cyber down inside a kitchen. The Mez player being played here with KDS. These are the guys you need to step up.
Solotov's got a good read on one over towards Library, and we'll see him for a second, but this will be a tough reflex test. Solotov's reflexes have not been the sharpest today, at least not from what we've seen of him through much of this major, so he decides not to take the engagement. He'll fall off, maybe link up with the rest of his team, but you do typically want control of Library before you can pull off a bar game's execute. So it's not that this job just won't be done, it'll just have to be done later.
Yeah, they've got still most of their players up on the top floor. We've got Uzis and Solotov on the ground floor trying to work towards that fireplace part of the map, but really the push is going to come through Piano. This is where we see Shaiko, this is where we see Brede. They need to fight these players up inside of Mez. You've got KDS playing that position, likely in a fortified spot behind some shields, and then that Library stair is so strong too.
They've still got him trapped down. Leaky Fac within striking distance too, as they finally do get him. It just took Leaky Fac a little bit of time. Vidiking on the board, but he's traded out immediately. Falcons soaring in this round into a 4v2 with just a little bit more than 30 seconds on the clock. They have presence both on that top floor and the main floor, so now Cyber and Souls will have to swing. Cyber, the first one tasked with this. Sees the shoulder peek from Uzis, but cannot.
Kyllä näkee hyvin paljon, että Scorpiolla käytetään reflex A:ta. Kyllä sopii siihen, ei siinä.
Falcons at the high ground. Birds often do. Map point for Falcons.
Falcons have been outclassing their opponents on FaZe Clan's pick. They look so good in that round, Parker. Start to finish, they clear off the most aggressive roamer. They take the map control that's been afforded to them, and they slowly push into those players one by one.
Então agora a forma bem lentinha de se jogar, tá ligado? Pro domínio e tal, não sei o quê. Então a avançadora, provavelmente vai vir os caras lá querendo caçar o sair pelo bar. Entendeu? Então vamos tentar reagir rápido. Tu já tá desbloqueando esse cara, certo?
Não, metade da luz, que eu vou fazer a briga.
Então... Ah tá, vamos fazer a briga lá por cima. Tá, só cuidado então com a jaqueta, que o Vitor não vai estar lá, o cara pode pegar a jaqueta, fechou?
Vai ter que quebrar antes.
O cara vai quebrar. No bombo do bar, a gente tenta fazer o hand peitar um pouco mais ali em cima.
Aina kova,
Só
kun
que em vez de
näyttää
peitar nesse cara
tätä
animal, peita realmente pra switch,
niinku
porque é um lugar que os caras
lataamia, kun ei
com um
ymmärrä
pouco mais de dificuldade de
portugalia, niin on vähän
lá
se.
da Tesla.
Joo.
Então, tipo,
Joo.
tu pode pegar qualquer coisa ali, só
Joo.
mais pra peitar mais o banheiro, fechou?
Joo.
Se o cara pegar o rapel lá, junto com o KD. Vambora.
Guys. One thing that we heard yesterday was whenever the timeouts would happen and it was an opposing team, the crowd would get loud and start yelling and shouting. They attempted that today. I guess they're maybe saving it for the subsequent matches, but I mean, we can't really understand what's being said anymore.
Well, I mean, it's an important moment nonetheless, right? I mean, Rafadal, the head coach of FaZe Clan, needs to get his guys back in this game down 6-2. This is one of the most important jobs of a coach, is how do you get your team back on the right track after things have gone so horribly wrong, as they have here on Chalet. What I hope to see from FaZe Clan going forward is a little bit more team play, playing together. The trade game from Falcons has been lights out today. And there were rounds on the attack where it was good for FaZe Clan too. But that first defense that we saw, it really wasn't there. They were far too spread across the map and they weren't able to trade each other, play as a unit. You're up against one of the best teams in the world. You're not going to be able to outfrag these guys individually, certainly not for 5 rounds in a row. This needs to be where you step up.
I will say the mid-round for FaZe Clan has been a little bit better. That's usually where they're able to get 2 swift kills and keep numbers kind of close. And the numbers aren't a blowout. Like for 6-2, you would expect the deaths and kills on the side of FaZe Clan to be worse. They've still been putting up a good fight in many of these rounds. But there hasn't been a lot of overall good on the side of FaZe. Falcons have looked terrific through a lot of these rounds, but some of them have been pretty routine. It just looks like FaZe are suffering through maybe some shakes, maybe some nerves, maybe it's too early in the morning, maybe some of them are just not dialed in yet, and that will change when we go to map number 2, Lair. The problem is that is Falcons' pick. Now, it is a map that FaZe knows very well. They played it quite a lot in the SA League this previous stage. So the overall map pool looks good for FaZe Clan, but right now, Falcons are saying, we don't care where we go, we're the better team, and they are showing it here on FaZe's map.
Yeah, there's no GG go next.
Yksi turnaus, missä tiimien coachit pelaa. Siitäpä vasta olisikin vittu.
Lots of map control still being held. They haven't really gotten a lot of the control back on the side of Falcons. Excellent. They hack some of these cameras. They try to get some of this intel with their drones. That first logic bomb, they threaten a fast execute, but it's not happening yet.
Handy once again finds himself in a really tough position, but the castle of Cyber is there
to
assist.
Kyllä, niinku kaikki Falconsin.
They managed to pin down this trophy stairs player. He will go all the way back up, but Solotov collects him, looking for a big round from the Turkish Terror as he's been held off the score sheet. He's doing an awful lot of damage, but not able to secure. Remember, Jesse, it's always faster to swap to your side than to go for a
asiasta kukkaruukkuihin, niin mä kävin tekemään meidän 98 Wolf-kreature Bloodista 100%.
Living for so long inside of Kitchen. The final logic bomb will go off to pin down these FaZe Clan defenders, many of whom are above. Cyber finally punished. And now FaZe has to determine, do we try to retake this bomb site? Do we just play the hatches and use the vert? Falcons have not gone for a full clear here, Jesse, but they do have one player on upside down rappel on Solarium. That's Bride, so he could catch them if FaZe tries to retake that trophy portion of the map.
60 seconds was a very long time for FaZe Clan to try to stop those defuse kits from going down. They gotta kind of do something to get the momentum back on their side.
Oh, Bride! How do you get so lucky? As he manages to avoid Vidaking's wrath, the Nitro Cell will go out, and it misses. Bride wasting a lot of time, keeping their attention. All the while, the rest of Falcons doing what needs to be done. Soul's dead, KDS and Vidaking, the last two standing. They'll deal some damage to Shaiko. Uses getting Diffuser down. Bride still hanging on, and it's Vidaking to also die to Bride on the window. A ton of support there for Falcons as they are flying mighty high. FaZe Clan chose map 1, and Falcons said, all right, thanks for that. 7-2 for Falcons. As they're up 1-0 now, about to stand down there.
The Europeans let down the home crowd on map number 1. I'm back on Friday, but here on Chalet, Falcons did exactly what was needed.
Will we see one more map between these two teams, or will a third be on deck right now? Feels like a 2-0. Will that come to pass? We'll find out in a couple minutes.
Opetin Bridille tuon hippiammunnan näkee tyylistä. Bro. Älä laita. Älä laita tällaista. En oo kattonut paljon mitään e-sporttia paitsi Dotaa 10 vuotta sitten. Ite kattelin Dotaa vielä silloin 2019 asti ja sen jälkeen se vähän jäi. Niin kuin mulla on kokonaan sen pelaaminenkin jäänyt. Siinä vaiheessa mä niinku olin enemmän siirtynyt tänne Siegen suuntaan. Also, huhujen mukaan Targoviin julkaistiin 1.0 päivitys. Escape from Tarkovski. Nörttien peli. Vai niin? All the new Steam hardware looks awesome, but Valve can be done with USB-A. Come on, man. Tässä on yksi USB-C ja kaksi USB 2A tai A2 ja kaksi 3 tai 3.0. Siis mä aloin sitä mieltä, että joo, se voisi olla, alkaa pikkuhiljaa niinku siirtymään siihen, mutta niin, kyllä mun mielestä pitäisi, niinku, se, että tuossa on noin A-portit ihan hyvä, se, että siinä on vaan yksi C, not that good. Drop your proudest achievement in Black Ops 7 so far. Not owning the game. Kaikki extraction shooterit ois siistimpiä, jos ne ois PvE. Jep. Sen takia mä tykkään tosta Helldiverista. Ja niinku, mulle Helldivers, siis sehän ei edes periaatteessa oo extraction shooteri. Steam Machine ois tosi hyvä, jos siinä ois enemmän VRAMia. Joo, se 8 gigaa VRAMia on kyllä vähän semmonen, että what the fuck. Niin toi. Se on vähän mielenkiintoinen. Hunt, Showdown ja Ark Raiders, olisiko tier co-oppeleja? Huntissa mun mielestä se on ehkä fine. Mä sinällään tykkään siinä, mutta kun tommonen Tarkovia se niin se... Jos Huntista nyt ottaa saman tien sen PvP-osuuden pois, niin se ei välttämättä oo ihan paras.
Do you understand, like, the fact that the only thing that separates you from the grand final
Asia.
is only one
Pitäis muokata sitä aika paljon.
You're trying to put pressure on myself right now. No, yeah, we did good map. Now we are focused on the next one and we'll see.
Okay, do you think you'll be
Sit porukka on just
one of this
tyyliin,
or
niinku
face
Ark Raiderista, että siinä on ne vaikeammat on ne...
Okay, give it to them. No, just kidding.
Ark Raideri saa ne... Just PvE on vaikeampaa kuin PvP, jotenka se vois olla ehkä vois toimia kokonaan.
This man, incredible game from him.
He saved so many early rounds. I want you to pay attention here. Round one,
siihen niinku, mitä mä oon kuullut siitä, niin siihen se sopisikin paremmin. Että se on just silleen, että se tois ihmiset vastaan niinku machines. Samoin kyllä Hunttiinkin, että se olisi ihmiset vastaan monsterit. Mut sit taas ihmiset on aina ollut toistensa kurkussa kiinni, niin Lorelli, puhutaan Lorellisesti se sopii. Kitusta kun minä tiedän, mä en oo näitten pelien game designer. Toikko pelannut järkevääkään määrää niitä pelejä, niin toista peliä en ollenkaan. Vittu toi Senelfredilta oli kyllähän vitun iso.
They close out the round, and that kept on happening early round. If you pay attention, that was round 1, round 3, round 4, another 3v4. Look at Likefak getting aggressive, getting that pick, and initially he was the one that traded the first kill. Likefak is the main hero of that roster, not only the in-game leader, but also the one that brings the rounds back, and he's the main reason why Falcons displayed the best gameplay I've seen of them in a long time in that first map.
We get the privilege during EML to listen to the team communications. We get to hear how he talks to the team and how important he is to this team. He is actually the heartbeat of it. When he is on it, there are very few teams that will ever stop this team when they're playing off the back of his calling.
If you were to genetically engineer the perfect IGL, it would just be Likefak at the end of it. He can frag, he can lead, he can make sure he's ratting all over the place. But that was map number 1. We'll talk about our second one and more after the break.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays et Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Joo. Taas näin, mitä toinen kartta sitten lähtee totta kohta paljon. Joo, mä en oikein ikinä tykästynyt noihin just extraction shootereihin. Mä en ihan... Mut jotenkin vähän vaikuttaa ihan okolta, mut jotenkin silleen, että... Niin. I don't fucking know. Pitäisikö jotain vähän maistella vähän viskiä? Tällä ekan kartan jälkeen. Falconsin voiton kunniaksi tää. Ihme ettei Vade oo vetämässä Falconsin voiton takia niin stressistä sillä perkele. Joo, en taida kyllä sitä Battle Passia saada. Mitä sä menit äänestämään, kun me sanottiin, että se on Falconsi? Mitä sä menit äänestämään Faceä?
Do something about that.
Sim, tivemos problemas em continuar o round por causa de comunicação, mas vamos consertar esse erro aí pro próximo mapa.
Thank you. Yeah, we had a lot of problems with communication and keep it going during the round, but we fixed it for the next map. What you can tell us about what we are about to see.
Falcons yleensä kusee aina noin tärkeät pelit.
Chalet was a bit of surprise for both teams. To be honest, was not that close, but they're really good on lair, so we expect a good game and we have a good mindset, you know, like it's not over yet.
Lappalaisilla ei toi järki kato luista aivan liikaa. Moro, Pena, tervetuloa tänne Lohikerman luolla, mitä kuuluu? Pena heräsi ja chose violence ja tuli vaan hakkaan maassa kaavaa vittu.
Everything in that first map. They had the control initially, they had the opening kills. The main thing is keeping that momentum. Whenever they get that opening kill, freeze and get ready for the aggression and punish it.
Yeah, control's the key word. Can they control their own pace? Can they control their opponent's aggression and ultimately control the strategy? If FaZe can do that, they've got a chance, but it is Falcon's map pick. It's going to be hard.
I really want this to go into a map 3 just to get our day going in a different way. But gentlemen, we are set and ready to go. Our casters are ready. Our match is set. It's Falcon's FaZe map 2. Let's send it to Jesse and Taro.
Well, thank you very much, Milos. Could this be the beginning of the end for FaZe Clan? Will Falcons make all the years of work that they've done?
Jotenkin silleen, että jos Falcons tästä nyt ottaa vaan helpon voiton, sitten on vaan silleen, oli hyvä striimi, keike, mä menen nukkumaan, hyvää!
Falcons' goal is to win SI in France, but why not start?
Säkeli tänne teki ton yhden pelin aikana, ulkona tuli niin pimeätä, mä en näe. Se paistoi aurinko vielä äsken. Bro, what? Tervetuloa Suomeen.
Well, listen, Parker, the hometown heroes are going to be the favorites here in this EU arena, going onto their own map pick, but Julio said it. This is a good map for FaZe Clan. They are strong when it comes to lair. They have a 3-1 record this stage, only dropping it to M80 last week, and they got revenge by beating M80 on the rematch. So they're very proficient at playing this lair map, especially domestically inside of South America. For Falcons, though, it's a bit of a different beast. They were on a 6-game winning streak on lair until it was broken by G2 8-7 earlier on in this event, but that is still an incredible 6-1 record being held by this European squad. we will jump on into Lair, a place where the villains should have the edge. But I mean, I think the heroes of Falcons are going to be a little bit more favored. Nothing crazy in the operator bans quickly here, Parker. We've got a heavy focus on wall denial being brought out by Falcons. They want to make sure they can open the walls at all costs. They banned out the Bandit, they banned out the Kaid. At the top of your screen, Cyber is already doing his best to make sure they still can't get that hard breaching done. Using the mirror windows, not to fortify a defensive position, but instead using both of them to try to keep those mask walls closed, making it very difficult sometimes for Falcons to open that up. We'll have to do it with some ranged hard breach. That ace from Soltov will likely be the tool they're used.
It's nice to see Lair get so much play across all regions. You and I got, as you mentioned, a front row seat to a lot of FaZe Clan playing on this map in South America. They were, for some time, one of the most formidable teams here. The newest map added to the map.
Niinku 7-2.
Dare I say the largest map in the map.
FaZea vastaan.
And it really does all come down to this for FaZe Clan. They have to show that despite it's not their choice, that they're still quite experienced and practiced. And how do all the other teams in Brazil that they've run up against on Lair stack up against Falcons?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting clash of regions for sure. We get to see exactly what FaZe Clan made of an international level. Starts with Falcons taking ops control, and that doesn't really take too much time. They managed to get that without too many issues. With Cyber placing his mirror windows inside the bomb site, that's likely going to be where the
vikan matsin aikana. Kokenut kyllä meni ylittä, mutta joo.
They've only used one of their 3 Selmas, so it's really important these last 2 H charges from Soltov get good value. And there's
onko tää joku kaljan nimi vai niinku tarkoittaako kaleeksi kaljaa vai? Koska jos tarkoittaa niin mitä vittua.
The highest rated player here at the event, the lowest rated player on the side of Falcons. Through that very first game,
Anteeksi vaan, mutta mitä
for him to still pick it up. But I mean, I don't think Falcons are going to care if Solotov doesn't have much of an impact, especially with the way both LeakyFac and Bride controlled so many of those rounds. First blood will come to handy. Uses dies. They've now got Shaiko hunting down souls, so that's some more information. But there goes the death mark, and now that info is gone.
This is the last Selma. It's important that this one does open up everything that you can. It starts to go off on the wall. Mirror window doesn't look like it's going to get popped. They will impact trick it now through the first breach and make sure it can't open the second one. The Kiba locks it right back up. So that's going to be a really nice denial of the breach from FaZe Clan, forcing Solotov to the door.
Solotov might find a pick here, but for the time being, FaZe Clan not giving him a single thing. Now it's LeakyFac moving up. Can hear those bees going off, but right now Falcons coming up empty. This is a great defense from FaZe Clan. All this utility being used, and it's not finding anything on the side of Falcons. FaZe rebuffing them.
We're starting to stall out. We need a hero to jump up. It could be Shaiko playing in the bathroom, but he's got a tussle with KDS.
KDS has lived in this position by display for so long. He's not been compelled to move anywhere else. Kiba barriers being thrust towards the doorway in the final moments, and now the fire will go. Souls out of his position. Masterfully coordinated. Solotov collecting that kill. Down goes Souls. Solotov looking for another. Bride holding the defuse kit. 10 seconds remain in the round. Solotov finds a double. Now it's up to Cyber to move into the site. LeakyFac's been dropped. Bride too as well. Solotov tries as he might around these Kiba barriers, losing out on time. vtuber and Cyber will play the clock so perfectly. And the stall through the mid-round is the undoing.
Fuck it, elämäri saaseksi piti hakea vettä, mutta sekoitin mummon punaviin. Niin Marja me huolukka vodkaa.
He sneaks through that bomb site, Parker. He managed to get behind that entry player. Soltov had made his mark into the bomb site.
Vittu vadesta rappio striimaaja. Let's go. Ei ollut mun bingo-kortilla 2025.
Able to sneak back in behind the desk, behind those Kiba barriers, down not 1 but 2 players, including the guy planting the defuse kit. That was an expert move coming out from the captain of vtuber. We saw a lot of incredible movements from LeakyFac. The desk highlighted how good he was on Chalet. On the first round of Lair, vtuber doing much the same.
In a better round from Solotov there, despite it being a losing effort. Just like we saw through so many of these Falcons games, it was Shaiko and Solotov leading the way round after round, well supported by the other 3 players on the team. Only 1 round in though, so far too early to tell if the guns will have swapped on the side of Falcons.
Täällä niin välkkäreissä nurkas.
5 seconds left before a nice picture in picture, Jesse. I don't know if they were just showing off that FaZe Clan outfit.
Oh yeah. Make sure you buy your bundles.
Skinergizing is very important. You all have to wear your requisite team skins.
Kuulemma mulla alkaa toi villain arkki ja nyt Vadella alkaa rappio-arkki. Vittu, let's go.
Really important for giving them that information as the garage push starts to form on the side of.
Mä en kyllä tiedä miksi mulla alkaa villain arkki, mutta kuulemma mulla alkaa.
Don't want to spend a ton of time on that top floor. Usually you'll see a team do one of those two options.
Miten niin alkaa?
Top and then drop for offices.
Niin kummalla.
Do what Falcons are doing, push in through warehouse, get this space horizontally on the map, and then make a push in through missile and lockers. You're gonna have to go up against these Valkyrie cameras. There's gonna be dread mines here put up by vtking as well. It seems like vtking might be the first point of contact, playing just inside of electrical, but they've got a couple different.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Bacon.
Very slow execute by Falcons in the previous round, largely because of FaZe answering them and that utility from Falcons not going as far as they would have hoped. Now it's the Blackbeard Abride underwatch from vtking. He does it all himself, and it's a trade back. Uses dice. Cyber also on the board. FaZe Clan demolishing Falcons on the entry. Over half the round still to go.
I told you about those dread mines in the site part.
Mä saatoin vähän bullia porukkaa, kun me pelattiin Playtoisen oliko se Summerton, tai mikähän se oli niin toi kollabissa. Call of Your Friends kollabissa. Mä vähän bulisin porukkaa.
FaZe Clan bullying this Falcons team every step of the way. Solotov on the board with a nice shot. Now he'll run into the next. And that's vtking using that same F-mine that you talked about to strike fear into these players on Falcons, and very quickly phases off to a 2-0 start.
Yeah, no, great couple of rounds coming in once again from vtking. I fear, Parker, that EML fans have a bit of a tendency to throw around the word king. We'll get attack first.
No, just kidding. I think just pin mirror next and just do it. I think the problem right now is just we are wasting too much time opening walls, you know? So pin the mirror, we open wall instantly. We went so much. I would do the same, to be honest. I think we can play him as well. Okay, we can play mute, and then we're gonna waste more time opening walls, but then we bring more.
Yeah, Falcons otti nyt timeouta.
They're playing full turtle top floor, and they play more. We take garage. They can do this on bunks as well. Just watch out. But for us, the problem is like trying to do.
Huudetaanko se let's go G2?
You're trying to open the wall, and then Breed is pushing solo below. So just do our classic, guys.
Ei oo enää
Push
G2:ta.
together, and that's it. So guys find gaps. You can play more crazy with glass and shit like this.
Yeah. Okay, let's go, guys.
That's Julio, the Brazilian coach of this European team, giving them some important bits of information. Play it a little bit more quickly, right? Get in fast on these
Alkaako vihdoinkin klassinen Falcons mentality paistaa läpi?
They have been relatively anchor focused. They aren't going for extended roams. Cyber a little bit of an extended position in that last round, but it really has been vtking on the site that they've been struggling with.
Tämä on kuitenkin leiri, mistä me puhutaan, ja tää on aika FaZen kartta kyllä, mitä noi casterit tässä sano. Ja se on kyllä tosi puolustuspainotteinen kartta.
To be called the king versus actually wearing the crown, and vtking knows exactly what that's like. World champion in Boston earlier this year. The king of Brazilian Siege, and probably the king of Siege globally, given what he's accomplished.
Terrific player who plays extremely hard minutes on his team, so the fact that right now vtking enters this matchup with a net positive KD really does go to speak to not just him, but the way that FaZe Clan operates around him.
Yeah.
He's a terrific player. He can play just about anything. On attack, you'll usually see him on shields. He plays those sheltered last moment of the round minutes on the defenders. This time he'll be running a mute. You saw how he played aggressively near the site on Fenrir on the previous round, where he was able to take two players of Falcons down, both as they walked right into his trap. It's really that simple. It's not just his mechanical ability that I really appreciate on the side of vtking. He's got a hugely impressive and high game IQ as well. His game sense is through the roof.
Yeah, and he's playing that kind of storage position up top, right, just outside of the R6 room, and usually plays the smoke there, but rocking the mute instead, allowing Handy to play the smoke inside the site. they're both kind of duoing up on that top floor, and it's going to make it really difficult to clear through, especially if you're coming from the north side. I think that's why you're seeing Falcons poke around from the south.
They trade off the SAS operators, right? There's a lot more overlap there in that role. Both Handy and Vidiking have smoke in their top 2 most played defenders, so I mean, it stands to reason. He's pound for pound one of the best defenders in the game. He can really do it all. Smoke is usually the high water mark for defender balancing too.
And so far, I mean, good hard breach going through, but they haven't found any of these kills yet. The information is there and they're opening angles, but they're taking a lot of time. 90 seconds deep and yet to find a kill.
And Shaiko will be the first one found out. Handy using one of those remaining gas canisters. Still one in pocket for the smoke that's now been thrown out. Filling this hallway
Minuutti
with that
15,
yellow gas.
Smokella ei ole yhtään kaasua.
Looks for his 4th first blood of this series. He's unable to find it. KDS answering him. It's traded back by EFAC, who finds 2. Vidiking and Cyber both dead. KDS bleeding out. Handy and Souls in a 2v3 as KDS is now secured. Breeday taking up the mantle of that ace and operator piloted by Solotov before, and Falcons can now sit with the final 50 seconds in great shape.
And what a shift in the round. Lickieback has just stolen this back. It felt like FaZe Clan were in full control on the top floor, but they don't expect the backstab from the captain. Now they can take their time. 50 seconds to work this verticality. They've got a player spotted out from down below. That'll be Souls that they'll know his position. The push down green is looking very strong from Falcons.
Question is Souls aware of the fact that he's been droned out? If not, he's going to be in serious trouble. He seems to be aware of Lickieback's position as the Dokkaebi sustaining some serious damage. Handy walking away now. He's the one under fire as Souls has found some salvation further down in this portion of green. Uses some Lickieback.
Taisi olla ihan hyödyllinen timeoutti. Toisaalta ne saa nyt toisen timeoutin, koska on banface.
Lickieback not slowing down for a minute. Map 1 to map 2, always having the impact, and I think just really coming together in that push.
Niinku banfacen aikana saa aina teknisesti saa toi tactical timeoutin, koska sä saat jutella coachin kanssa. Mut se on paljon lyhyempi aika. Ja sun pitää oikeesti keskittyä myös siihen, että bännät joku järkevä.
Perfectly executed from Falcons, and good to see them getting back on the board after the tack timeout.
Someone's very excited. Someone is very excited.
There's a FaZe Clan hater in the crowd, that's for sure.
I couldn't make out what was being said.
I could, but I can't repeat it.
Why not? Yes, you can. He said, yes, you can repeat it.
Well, Blast, if the random guy in the crowd says I can. Little surprised not to see the Mira banned out. They go for the mute instead, which was piloted very nicely by Vidiking in the last round, but always an operator that you kind of wonder a bit, okay, if we're banning out the mute, what does that mean for the attackers? Are they going to be bringing a lot more Deimos? They're going to be bringing a lot more of that Grim. Grim immediately does get banned out. Dokkaebi, another operator that can be very powerful when mute does get banned. Doesn't seem like we're seeing any of that just on this first attacking lineup, but obviously it could be more focused on those other bomb sites too, Parker.
Yeah, I mean, they were going to bring the Deimos. Yeah. They had him dialed in for Shaiko. They switched off at the last second. Mute obviously making Deimos significantly more challenging to use. But look at the lineup on the side of FaZe Clan. There's no intel or gadget denial that you need to worry about. A Dokkaebi would get huge value here. A Deimos would get huge value here, but they have seen the lineup that's been presented, which will require a fair bit of explosives and ways to get around these defenders. So Falcons swap things up. They decided to bring 6 frag grenades instead of these entry operators like Deimos, these nuisance operators, these assist operators like you find in Dokkaebi and Lion. I like the change from Falcons, and then you can also clear the way for those fires in the hands of Solotov's Capitao to do some serious work, probably not to do damage, but to flush out the defenders.
Mielenkiintoista on, että käytetään mirat siihen.
He goes to the gridlock. It's his first grid pick of the tournament, so going to be interesting to see what he can do with this. Shut down some of those flanks before going for an aggressive play.
Tai pidetään seinät, ei avata vaan pidetään.
Oh my goodness.
Hetkinen, morasko Bridi just se vitun C4 tosta ilmasta.
You get Cyber on the run.
Holy shit.
First pick goes in favor of FaZe Clan though. All right, our eyes over there, but the action happens with Lickieback dying. Now it'll be Solotov in the ground. These complex setups from FaZe Clan don't look like anything very special, but they are hurting Falcons on attack.
I mean, it's these Kiba barriers in the site, it's the mirror windows giving extra information, it's powerful anchor operators that FaZe are using really, really nicely, and I mean, Falcons will be ready for this. There's a reason they didn't ban them out, but it doesn't mean it's going to be easy to clear through. Brede, his position is of course known at this point, inside a Skybridge, choked out by those toxic babes. Often what you'll want to do as a Blackbeard is you want to sprint through R6 room, get across that bomb site so you can plant close on the display door. That's going to be tricky from this position.
Another Nitro Cell will go out, and my God, he gets it done flawlessly. A boon for FaZe Clan, who through all 4 rounds have struck first. Falcons having to play round after round after round on their back foot, and they just have not been able to recover much at all. Only a single round in the win column for Falcons. But I mean, this is Defender Lair.
Yep.
We expect FaZe Clan to be doing well at this current point in time.
Yeah, and you expect the world champions to bounce back after a rough map 1, right? They're still a strong Lair team. They know how to play this map.
Please,
3 defenses already through the first 4 rounds. A strong spot to find themselves in. But now you start to wonder about Falcons' adaptations, right? They get to go for a second time back down to the bottom floor. They get to go for a second time now over towards Bunk's briefing. They're going to have a couple more opportunities to equalize this score. And listen, top floor of Lair is really, really tough to attack. I think this hallway pressure was so strong from FaZe Clan coming through, even before that Nitro Cell, stalling them out. The Blackbeard not able to get a whole lot of ground from Brede. FaZe Clan are very good at holding these parts of the map down, and it's up to Falcons to problem solve that.
10 seconds to go.
Neither of these maps have really gone the way that we expected. They've been very dominant. Map number 1 was obviously
sai
Falcons,
Falcon sen yhden karpan tai yhden toi hyökkäyksen tosta noin. Peisotti sitten luudesta.
Were able to win 1 more round, but that was all she wrote as Falcons closed it out on FaZe's pick. Now here on Lair, it's FaZe Clan riding the highs of a defender-sided map, starting on their favorable side. Falcons' win condition is really just 2 rounds.
Yep.
Pick up 2 rounds, emerge 4-2, an absolute worst. 5-1 would be devastating, 3-3 would be a huge win. Falcons still have time to turn this ship around, but they are running out of time to do so. FaZe Clan
Kyllähän tästä voi jo melkein veikata, että tulisi toi ainakin 4-2.
For those opening duels, he's got 2 of the 4 first bloods on the side of FaZe Clan. Falcons yet to get the first kill in any round here on Lair.
Shaiko with the Yana. This is only the second time we've seen Yana at the Munich Major.
Sign.
It really is.
That's a bad sign.
This could be his desperation operator, but if there's anybody in the world who plays this op, it is Shaiko. It's one of his comfort picks, and even when nobody else really plays this operator, he's the one who will.
Yeah, I mean, this is a break glass in case of emergency style of operator. If he's having difficulties getting his offense going, I mean, it used to be Ash back in the day. It was Hibana for a period of time. Yana has become that comfort op for him. A lot of times it just comes down to the gun.
Vidiking's on a stroll, Park, quite deep outside the building, but not getting punished for it because it's just wicket back.
Oh my goodness! Doubling up on the Blackbeard. Shaiko on the board first. Brede down, uses down. Handy has been so exceptional in these first duels. Now it's the Nomad of Solotov up next. He will beat out Handy!
Toisaalta Solotov korjaa tilannetta. Se näytti alkoi näyttää aika pahalta.
Remaining, that shield on Clash is the half player, as it will stand up and still work as a gadget, but it frees Vidiking to go fragging as he sees fit. That secondary SMG for the Clash is a mighty powerful gun.
They're gonna find somewhere around Cyber. He's the one player that can play around Vidiking as this duo on defense. They need to find a way to shut him down.
Se on kyllä mielenkiintoinen nerfi toi Clashille just, et se jätetään make. Näillä ihan hyvä, mutta ei. Koska ottaa C4 ja saa päänsii samalla.
And then stabs Vidiking in the back to keep this gap as close as it can be. 1 more round in the first half. Falcons within distance to tie this up.
There's the best rated player in the tournament I've been waiting to see, Parker. Solotov with his biggest round of the upper bracket finals, a 4K coming in through lockers. And I mean, that was the same kind of position where it felt like FaZe Clan got the advantage back in round 2. They're inside of barrels. It's a massive 2K from Vidiking previously. Now it's Handy that really steps up and gives them that massive lead. But now there's a response. Now there's an answer from Falcons, and it's expertly positioned by Solotov. Hits some beautiful shots in the midst of that push. 3v2 execute. He does everything he needs to, finding Cyber. I said that was the key in the 2v3. You need to find the player that isn't the Clash so that you can isolate the Clash, and I mean, they did just that. Really nice adaptations coming through from Falcons.
Not that it necessarily matters to either of these teams. But
Alkoi kyllä näyttää siltä, että se on menossa tonne
it's got people on
niin,
their
Facein
feet.
suuntaan, mutta sitten kyllä noin Falconsissa sen sitten toi takaisin.
That ARX is just, it's a fun gun. Isn't it?
It really is.
You got both operators on attack that are running it in the Yana and the Nomad. Did you notice yesterday how much crowd mics were picking up of the hecklers and the chants?
We can hear a bit of it. We can hear a bit of it on stream. For sure.
There have been some unsavory words said that we are not allowed to repeat. I don't know if the good people at home, heck, even the bad people at home, I don't know if they're even.
Fast breach coming out here, Parker. The bunk's already being opened up. This doesn't necessarily mean it'll be a fast execute, but Bride isn't too far away on that send for the fuse kit.
It's not uncommon for FaZe Clan to ego challenge this, though, and that could have been an early pick for Falcons. FaZe showing quite a bit of restraint because they might anticipate that it'll be a quick pick as well, or a quick push. If that's the case, you don't want to meet their fury with your own. You can just play a bit more passive, and that's exactly what FaZe is doing.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the clash in the bomb site. You shouldn't be dying to any of those early breaches, right? You should be able to watch that with the clash. Worst case scenario, they've also got some really good plant now from up above. Handy on that Solus will be the key operator trying to shut down this Sens plant when it eventually comes in. Takes a bit of early damage. Parker, if Handy dies early in this round before the execute comes through, that could be really bad for FaZe Clan.
He's been the best player on FaZe by a country mile. He struck first 2 separate rounds. He got a 2K in another round. Might not have been the first pick, but was still instrumental in keeping it close. And of course, a very critical operator with both impacts still in pocket, so if he plays down below, he could easily shut down Bride on the plant.
They were tracking him with the demos too. They know how important of a target he is, but top floor, he's really tough to push because Vidiking is protecting him here in the storage hall.
Just closing in on this bomb site, but they know that there's one playing above. They'll track down the smoke. And almost immediately, Shaiko will become aware of the proximity of that smoke. Handy now has his phone going off as everybody gets called by that logic bomb on the side of Falcons. FaZe Clan have to play a little bit smarter at this point in time. And a nice shot by Shaiko, who's clearly feeling it. That will exhaust the gas canisters on the side of Vidiking, and with 50 seconds left, that's good news for Falcons.
Yeah, they got to shut down this top floor control. Brady's already set up a Sens wall, so he's ready to go for the plant. It's all about the util.
And he's knocked over! Uses his in on it, he finds a second as Vidiking drops 2. KDS is in the ground, Cyber and Souls fighting back. They managed to drop Solitop, but there's Shaiko now. All of these threat levels from Falcons leveling up. Souls has dropped his shield, so sidearm is out. Solitov recovered, means Falcons are in a 5v1. 20 seconds left. It is possible that FaZe can still win this, especially if they give isolated fights. The Falcons are better than that, baby. 3-3 the first half, mounting the comeback. And now it should be Falcons on the better side of their own map, tied with FaZe.
What a battle in that first half, Parker. They brought it back from 3-1 down. It really did feel like that was FaZe Clan in full control, but they adapted. I told you, going back onto that second and third bomb site, that's where you expect Falcons to be able to come in with those adaptations. It's an excellent push through the top floor coming through from Usis. Does a really good job of cracking open those 2 defenders, and they knew that there was a Solus up above. They knew that there was a smoke up above. They were fully aware of what FaZe Clan wanted to do with that defense, and because of that, they could spend 2.5 minutes just playing with the smoke, wasting those toxic babes until finally an air jab was hit, the dope call gets called, and they go in for their push. That was a really well-timed play coming out from Falcons to tie the game.
Well, was the Clash of Souls not the only real line of defense in the bomb site?
He was.
We saw how early the Hibana opened up the wall, Leaky Fat getting that job done, and then it's just Souls as he fades away, gives intel, hey guys, they might push into the site. They set up their forces around the map, but as you said, a lot of it assembled on that top floor.
Jesse, why are they playing flag?
No. The camera crew showing the same, I guess, operator in the midst, the resin of the trophy, the Denari trophy, one of the nicest trophies we've had in a long, long time here in Siege.
Really cool.
I do like the busts being of relevant operators, but the resin in the middle, beautiful. And to go with the stage, it's a nice presentation, so.
FaZe Clan trying to keep their head above water, as is the tagline in Munich, doing what they can to survive in the upper bracket. They will not be eliminated if they lose this game, Parker. They go down to face a North American team in the lower bracket. That'll be either Wildcard or M80. They face off in the matchup after this to see who it'll be in the top 3 representing North America. It's been nice that we actually get all 3 major regions in the top 3.
I'm actually curious as to who the crowd here will cheer for between M80 and Wildcard. Maybe if the action is not fast and furious in the next round, we can poll the crowd. Because, I mean, you got 2 options. It's a European crowd and 2 NA teams are playing. Do you A, stick around and watch the match, or B, go straight up?
Yeah, you got to stick around for that game. I mean, I know it's NA teams, but you got a European coach on one side, a European player on the other, and I mean, they've been putting some great siege up throughout this tournament, so it is a must-watch game, but stay tuned for the rest of this one first. This is going to be what all eyes are focused on. It's back to the top floor, right?
3 regions will be represented in that M80 wildcard matchup, not just with the coaches, but Jesse, also the active players, Dash and Baby Shark, both coming from different regions entirely onto this NA team. It's been a Cinderella story for Wildcard, rated the lowest NA team, yet they're still doing well. Hold on a second, look at that. Shaiko using an impact to shut down the exothermic charge. We don't see a lot of impact tricking these days, but that is a beautiful way to blunt the momentum of a team on attack.
It's such a huge risk from Handy, trying to use the thermite when you know there's a mirror on the window. You'll have to imagine maybe a Habana would have been a better call there, and they were trying to watch in case there was some kind of a swing, but you can't shoot an impact out before it clears out the exothermic. So this wall will be staying shut likely for the remainder of this round.
Leaky Fac will take down KDS. Brede suffered some damage in the process as well. Brede, after his sensational map 1, has been held off of the score sheet here on map 2, but that is okay because Solitov and Leaky Fac are doing so well. Now it's Handy taking some serious damage as Vidiking attempts to plug that hole. Shaiko, entrenched inside of Master Office, will do some serious damage. Got those Goyo canisters and the Molotovs as the fire will prevent this advance from FaZe Clan.
Trying to get into a plant. They finally get the wall open, but it gets closed right back up by the Kiba barrier. I mean, the util work has been abysmal from FaZe Clan. They don't have the walls open that they need, so this push really is on its last legs. They need a massive clutch.
Oh my goodness, the explosive goes off at the feet of Vidiking. Cyber, the first one on the board for FaZe Clan. Vidiking will be toppled at the hands of Shaiko. Souls' position, known by the Clash of Uses, that will be called. And now with Cyber using his death mark, both players on FaZe Clan will be known to Falcons. With only 10 seconds left, the job is to get into the bomb site, and that might be a bit too onerous as Souls is punished by Shaiko. Shaiko finding his 3rd, and a 4K for Shaiko. I believe Julio was riding, but I'm not sure what he was riding there. Falcons will take their first lead of the map.
Parker, yesterday we got to watch some exceptional Siege, some exceptional players coming through, right? We got to see a hometown hero, a supposed king. We got to see a runner, number 94, but none of them were the GOAT. And Shaiko just steps up for a massive round for Falcons to retake the lead in this second half. Not just the 4K playing from the office desk, but also just a critical impact coming through to stop that wall from getting opened. There were some brilliant kills from all players of Falcons in that round, but it was the util game where things really fell apart for FaZe Clan. They just didn't have any good angle into the bomb site without those walls being opened.
Julio was not known for his
emotions. Nähdään, miten tämä puolustaminen lähtee nyt. Falconsilla hyökkääminen ei mennyt niin putkettyisesti. 3 roundia tuli, mutta otetaanko tästä vielä 3 voittoa suoraan putkeen ja mennään 7-3 seuraavaan finaaliin. Itse asiassa Grand Finaaliin lähdetään seuraavaksi. Falconsin siis. Ja lähdetään semifinaaleihin.
So animated, so eager to get the team into good spirits. I think that goes an awful long way. It doesn't hurt that he's also a world champion.
No, of course not. It never does, and Julio does expert work behind the bench. He's a really important part of this Falcons team. We're having a quick conversation last night, actually, with JV92 about Julio as a coach and all that he does for this team. I know a lot of the strat making kind of goes to the other guys. They've got a deep support staff here on the Falcons. They've got Stuflex and Eagle Knees who do a lot of the behind-the-scenes work, but when it comes to game day, Julio's the guy you want behind the bench.
It's not even about the support staff. Falcons has like an entourage when they walk around. There's like 10 people with them at all times. It's genuinely quite impressive, and This was something that we used as a point of comparison earlier in one of our casts where we talked about some teams barely have a coach, other teams have an entire research wing. So it is a little bit challenging sometimes for teams to overcome that, which is why when the underdogs who don't have that depth of coaching staff excel, it makes the story so sweet.
King starts to open up the wall. No problems with a mirror window this time, and they'll get an angle into Missile. They know that Breeday's in here, so they force him back, but the site is really tough to break into, Parker. Lots of yo-yos.
Down goes Solitov in the hands of King. Another nade will get chucked in. The clash of Breeday has to scamper off and will do so, still searching for his first kill. 8 rounds in action, unable to find one. Uses, can't say the same. He's found 5, one of them coming in this round, and King, after FaZe got first blood, have now been knocked back to a 4v4, and they've lost their hard breach. That's quite devastating if not all those exothermic charges have gone off. We saw one did, unsure about the second. Soul's taking down Uses, finds Shaiko as well. Breeday felled by Cyber, and FaZe Clan about to tie this up. LeakyFact playing that pulse. This is a tough room for him to get out of, inside a stock room, and I'm sure he's taking stock in the position he finds himself in. Handy with the final kill of the round, FaZe Clan equalizing.
Just a really good push coming out from the Brazilians too, Parker. I mean, we see Souls as that spearhead, the shield player from FaZe, makes that entry for his squad and gets that space for them. It wasn't a really complicated push. They had 3 guys just coming in from Missile and Lockers, all on that same side of the map. Then you had Handy top floor, locking down the flank, making sure nobody could get behind them on the Dokkaebi. It's not complicated, but it's executed perfectly, and that's all FaZe Clan really needs to get back in this game.
I fear some of these chants might be a bit too complicated for the audience.
they're learning throughout the weekend. They'll get better.
I can understand half of it. So, but then again, I'm not in the crowd. I would be useless. I'd be useless if I was in the crowd. My chants would not simply be strong enough. We've got a great showing here now on map number 2. This is Falcon's choice.
10 seconds remaining.
They presumably started on the weaker side. Neither team, though, better through the first 6 rounds. A 3-3 scoreline before the side swap kicked in. FaZe Clan showing that they are a team that can hang. We talked about the mental game on the side of Falcons. FaZe Clan are one of the most mentally resilient teams we have in this esport. Yes, they did get knocked astride in Sao Paulo as that W7M roster, now known as Furia, put on one of the greatest comebacks we've seen in a 5th map to win the World Championship, but FaZe were still mentally in it. They were just beaten out by the better team now and then. FaZe Clan need to show that same level of mental resiliency. They weren't able to do it in map 1. I think they're doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, it's especially important when you're going up against a team like Falcons who can be so in your head at all times. They're an exceptional team when it comes to the mental game, and this clash can often be a big problem for them as well. I'm excited to see Usus on this operator as the main breach does get opened up. Usus maybe the best clash player in the world. He's played almost as many rounds as anybody here in the tournament on this operator, and he's won more rounds on Clash than anybody coming in through Munich. So he is exceptional with this op. Wins more often than not when he's playing the Clash.
He's played the Clash more than his next 2 most played defenders combined.
Yeah.
So really does love this operator. When an opportunity strikes, Clash is usually good on most bomb sites and on most maps, but it can often be a stylistic thing. Sometimes you just need more fragging potential. Sometimes it's not about wasting utility. Sometimes it's not about wasting time.
Well, they're not really engaging because they have to kind of go for a weird direct push. Fighting this top
I don't think they know about Shaiko in this rat spot. He's very close to multiple players. He's waiting for LeakyFact to give the call, and Shaiko tries to get away, but Cyber has him pinned down. Surely Falcons knew about that. Handy's now on the board too. Solitov dies. FaZe Clan through 2 rounds showing so much dominance to start off their execute. Just a little bit over a minute to go, and they will continue to find their marks. LeakyFact punished in this position. It's all up to Usus and Breeday as FaZe Clan are on the hunt.
Yeah, it's a weird push, but it's working for FaZe Clan. Big moments from Cyber to step up and get those 2 kills. Now you need the site players to step up and do the same.
Breeday still searching for his first kill. He will need to get the job done as he's last man standing. Usus punished by Handy. Breeday holding from above. Yusuke going down. Excuse me. What a surprise that must have been as Siege can be a horror game, I suppose. It's immediately traded out. FaZe Clan regain the lead. They've had it for most of this map. This is Falcon's choice. Right now, it seems likely that both teams will win their opponent's maps. And we'll go to Nighthaven Labs to settle the score, but anything can happen over the next 2, potentially 3 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, this second half has been so competitive still, Parker. There have been some really good executes from FaZe Clan, but Falcons as well. Don't forget how good they were defending that top floor. You go back to that bottom floor as well, and maybe there's a bit of a different setup. Maybe you can roam a bit heavier, and you can deny some of those different pushes that do come on through. The Clash, respect being shown. They will take it away from Musis and the rest of the Falcons, who can sometimes play this operator, make sure it's no longer available. And then the Thermite ban coming out against the attackers. That's going to make things really awkward. You're forcing them into the Habana, you're forcing them to the can openers, and with already the ace banned out, it makes hard breaching even more difficult.
They're going to immediately pick both a mute and a Capkin on the side of Falcons, so Musis will go over to his second most played operator, though as we did say, it's a far cry from where Clash is in terms of pick rate.
Yeah.
Brede got traded out right as he found his first kill, so now every single player in the lobby has been able to find at least one frag. That's good for this Falcons team. If you think that FaZe is too quick to get in, too quick to get into the building, Mute and Capkin are excellent choices to stall you. Azami's a great stall up, Goyo's a great stall up, and if you know there's a Solus on the board, you will have to aggressively hunt that operator down, and of course it's LeakyFac who will play that operator, so all of these tools being brought by Falcons designed to force FaZe to double, potentially triple check every part of the map before they attempt to gain.
Mielenkiintoinen päätös
Feels like a must-win round from Falcons.
Olla
This is the
interactää,
primary
mutta
bomb
sen
site,
Tronen
the only
kanssa.
site they won through the third quarter. If they do drop this one, go down 4-6 to FaZe, then all of a sudden you're looking at 3 bomb sites that you've lost already, and then, I mean, I wouldn't want to go armory weapon in a spot like this, but maybe they're braver than I am. This is a really important one to keep yourself in this matchup. Rounds 11 and 12 will be more difficult. This is your easiest chance as a defending team to lock things down and keep yourself competitive.
King not really in a dangerous spot. Not for this moment. This is inside of operations, and he shakes the Azami of Shaiko off of this position. Shaiko got entrenched there before, if you recall, and playing behind that office desk with Kiba barriers allowed him to take engagements one by one, win them all. That was Falcons winning their only defensive round so far.
This is a really important track from Cyber. He spots the one player that was down below and forces LeakyFac to run all the way down to the basement. That was the one kind of thorn in their side that they had to worry about. The one player that was going to be a problem in this direct execute. The other 4 all still sitting on the site. The Monty can handle the site players, can take the space inside of Mezzanine. The wall should be able to be breached pretty quickly by Handy, but it's really going to be this one guy down below. What's the captain going to do on this favorite operator of his?
Here we go. Shaiko setting up those Kiba barriers. Oh my goodness, there goes LeakyFac. Solotov in the ground as well. FaZe Clan showing that even if it is Falcons' map choice, they've played it enough to be experienced themselves. There's a restlessness here, I'm certain, on the side of Falcons as things continue to worsen. They had the lead just a few rounds ago, and it's completely evaporated. FaZe now in the driver's seat of this round and this second half. They're about to win a flawless round unless Brede can do anything about it. King getting diffuser down. Brede stuck in a tough spot, and there it is. Done flawlessly as KDS, that's the final kill. Match point on layer for FaZe Clan. Map 3 looking oh so likely at this point.
And what a perfect execute it was from FaZe. I mean, you've got Cyber down below on that Deimos. He's able to spot out the Solus roaming from LeakyFac. He gets his teammate to get that pick for him, and then he's just doing so much damage from down below the site. Shaiko was the main problem in that bomb site previously, right? He's playing the Azami. He was behind the office desk, got 4 kills and stopped the walls from being opened. But when you've got a Deimos below you, constantly forcing you to move, constantly putting that pressure from down below, I mean, it is a nightmare to try to get out of that spot, and there's only so much Shaiko can do from a position like that. It's really well played by FaZe Clan. They needed to have a little bit more impact from that early round. LeakyFac just being caught out by the Deimos. Now you've got to rely on the sites. You've already lost Parker. You've got to go back down to the basement. Round 12 is a mystery on where they might go for the bomb site selection. But for now, it's all about winning these next 2 rounds. It's critical that they can lock this out, or again, map 3 is very quickly awaiting us.
Map number 1, the first kill did not have as much impact on the end result. I like those transitions. I just gotta stop myself
really
for a second here. When they did it with the ocean yesterday, Cafe Dostoevsky, I thought it was excellent. Shout out to our observers here at this event who've done such a great job of catching that action and making the viewing experience for a pretty hard to spectate game an awful lot easier. But to the point I was saying earlier, converting first bloods was not the most important part of map number 1. Here on map 2, every single first blood except for one has led to a direct conversion. So, FaZe Clan, who are well in advance, beating Falcons, not just in round count, not just in kills, but also those first bloods. If they can strike first for the 4th round in a row and the 4th time on attack, it'll be tricky for Falcons. And a lot of those first bloods haven't just been first bloods, it's been first 2 bloods. That's been the bigger issue for Falcons.
And I think that's why this defense from Falcons is so restrained, Parker. They don't have anybody roaming in the top 2 floors. It's a full 5-man bunker inside the bomb site. So if this opening pick does come, it's unlikely to come early. They're happen to fight these players late, but there goes Souls. Never mind, Lickfack jumps out for the frag.
The unpredictability on the side of Falcons did pay off in previous Defender rounds, but a more stalwart defense has allowed FaZe Clan to sink their teeth in. The glass of Souls is gone. You've still got nuisance ops on the board. You've got Ying, you've got Dokkaebi. These are so critical operators in enabling the rest of the attack. With Vinicking on the board, you might be in for a bit of a headache when it comes to finding guns, but down goes Shaiko. KDS reading into that. His vision obscured for a second and he walks right out. This is a good reaction from FaZe. Just
you force the plants. There's still some toxic babes, and it does go out. We see the smokes, but the plant's here.
And Cyber's in, but the Yokai is on deck. Uses dies. Frida and Solitov will have to untangle this defense. Impact nades going out. Damage being done to Vinicking. Solitov pushing in. He finds one, but he's traded right back. It's all up to Bride. He's had so many good clutches. But leave it to the best player on FaZe Clan, and one might be one of the best teams at the tourney to shut down the clutch minister himself. Bride put in the ground, FaZe answers back. They steal Falcons map, neither of these teams comfortable on home soil. A third map on neutral turf now needed between these two with a spot in the grand finals on the line.
No one said it'd be easy making it to the biggest game of the tournament. Massive comeback from FaZe Clan, but map 3 awaits us, Parker.
Absolutely. We'll be back in a couple minutes with the thrilling conclusion of Falcons versus FaZe.
Semmonen leiri siihen väliin. Oi voi, sinne. Se kyllä alkoi näyttää siltä, että toikin on menossa tonne Falconsin suuntaan, mutta FaZe vaan hyökkäsi vaan paljon paremmin tonne kuin mitä Falcons pystyi. Oi voi. Ihan kohta hypätään tuohon kolmanteen karttaan, joka on kyllä... Se voi mennä kumpaan tahansa suuntaan vielä. Se on Nighthaven Labs, mikä meillä on viimeisempänä karttana. Seitsemän 4 päätetään äskeinen kartta. Niille, ketkä tuli vasta katsomaan, niin Face Clan otti 7-4 ton Lairin. Charlotten taas 7-2 meni tonne Falconsin suuntaan. Ja kohta puoli lähdetään sinne suuntaan viimeinen kartta. Kävin kurkkaan tuossa vähän mitä muuta tuolla, mutta eipä siellä mitään ihmeellistä vielä, kun laittaa äänet takaisin päälle. Tänään on varmaan kans vähän hitaama oloinen päivä näiden pelien suhteen ja höpötyksen suhteen siinä kyljessä.
Come on, you guys really expected to be 2-0 against the FaZe Clan? It's a huge match.
No, I don't think they expect to versus us. We didn't expect to versus them. It's always a hard game every single time we play them. I think it's been 3 maps every time, or in the grand final I think it was 4 maps, 5 maps, I can't remember, but yeah, it's always a tough game against those guys.
How is FaZe Clan able to be so resilient? Comeback is always an option for you.
I think we are confident in our maps. So in Chalet we start very well, getting open kills, and we don't know how to finish the rounds. So I think that is the main problem of Chalet. In the Covil lair, is the map we are very confident. So we will just play our game and beat them.
And we talked about it before map number 2 layer, that FaZe need to convert their opening kills into round wins on their attacking side. How do they achieve that, Jack?
Yeah, I think they were hanging on in there in the first half. They got a 3-3 defense split, which isn't, necessarily amazing on there. But once they got into the attack, they were sensational. How were they doing that? It was particularly their IGL King. Yes, he only went 4 and 5 on the scoreboard that everyone can see, but he was on the Monty. He was the one that was controlling the pacing of the team, forcing his gunners around him, and then they were controlling the aggression that was coming out of Falcons. And most importantly, Leo, they were punishing it.
Yeah, FaZe is spot on their mistakes. They knew they were controlling the game on Chalet. They knew that it was about the mid round that they were getting punished. And so what do? They bring the shield, they control the aggression, they punish anyone trying to gain the momentum after getting the opening kill, and they take Lair easily. Going into the third map, if they can keep this momentum, they're in a good spot.
I do wonder whether Falcons will ban away the Monty away from Beats King on Nighthaven. It's very much a structured, execute-heavy map, and therefore I don't know if they'll want to take that one away.
And before we get into map 3, Nighthaven Labs, is there something on Lair that we can learn in our own games from some of the best players in the world, Leo?
Listen, I've seen this Falcon setup and I just needed to show it to you guys. For anyone that will play Lair, top floor in ranked, if you've got Bandit and Kite banned and you don't know how to hold this, let's pay attention to this strategy because I think it's genius. You're gonna bring Clash, Mira, Azami with impacts, and that's important, and Tachanka. Now, what does that enable you to do? Well, the first thing is that Clash enables you to go outside and go aggressive towards those bathroom windows. That jump out here, coordinated with the bathroom player, and boom, your Blackbird that was here is already gone. Then Azami on the A-bomb site can use the Mira windows to impact trick any kind of hard breach, and can then use our Kiba barriers to set up a stronghold here behind the front desk. Play aggressive of those Kiba barrier, go aggressive here and get a first pick. Not only that, pay attention to the combination between the Tachanka fire canisters here on the bridge and on the way, and at the same time the Goyo, and at the same time the Kiba barriers. Look at this stronghold, it's impossible to get into A. Most importantly, on the backside, Clash is still there, holding anyone that would be coming. And if you look at this, only 20 seconds left, 4v2, the utility and the setup is absolutely amazing from Falcons. Now, phase of Falcons, one single map to decide who's gonna go to the grand finals coming after a short break.
Tarvitaan päässä siitä, että kumpi tiimi lähtee grand finaaliin huomiselle. Ja kumpi menee loweriin ja pelaamaan vielä illemmalla. Ainoa mikä itellä on vähän tähän turnaukseen ja tähän näin productioniin on niinku I don't know, let down. Breikkien musiikki. Tää on vähän semmonen vähän semmonen niinku mitä tää nyt sanois? Tosi hidasta, ei tuo sitä niinku energiaa niinku oottaa. Tästä tulee semmonen ja muuta vastaavaa. Vähän semmonen ei tuo sitä tunnelmaa tai pidä sitä tunnelmaa ylhäällä. Et se on sit niillä niinku castereilla ja näillä pitää niinku tuoda se takaisin siihen uuteen karttaan kautta uuteen matchupiin. Minäkin voisin nopean tämän minuutin tässä vielä käydä vähän jalottelemaan, niin venytellä hakea ehkä. En mä vielä lisää juotavaa tarvi hakea, mutta almost. Niin palataan hetken päästä.
Last time you played against them in Labs, you lost. Why isn't that happening again?
I think Labs is one of our most confident maps right now, so we just have to play our game, and that's it. We know how they play. You just have to be confident and good communication, that's it.
Both teams perform very well in Labs, but why do you think FaZe Clan will outperform them?
A gente preparou bem o mapa contra eles, alteramos algumas coisas, e aí vamos ver o que vai resultar aí.
We really prepare the map. We are bringing some counters to them, so let's see what happens.
All right, well, it's our very final map between these two teams, but one of these teams will be in action later today. The other will be in action on Sunday. A spot in the grand finals is here, and it's the spoil of victory for whoever wins, whether it be FaZe Clan or Falcons. I'd like to remind everybody that this is a rematch of our SI final from Boston just about 8 months ago, give or take. And it's been exciting, but both of these maps have been very one-sided. And it's been the team who didn't pick those maps who've done so well.
Yeah, Parker, it's been a bit of an odd series, but I think it sets us up for the best grand finals possible. It sets us up for an exceptional map 3 coming out here between these two squads. Falcons looking for their 8th grand final appearance in just 4 years, hoping to get back to that big stage that they are oh so familiar with. FaZe Clan hoping to upset the hometown heroes here in Munich. It's going to be a great game on Nighthaven Labs.
And Jesse, we are ready for our final map between these two teams. Nighthaven Labs, a map known by both of them quite intimately. Which one comes out ahead?
Well, you heard it from Julio before this map started. This is a comfortable map for Falcons. They're 4-0 this stage, playing on Nighthaven Labs, beating Team Secret, Shopify Rebellion, W7M, and G2. They are very comfortable here, and it's a bit of a rarer map for FaZe Clan, so you might think that gives the edge to the Europeans, but you also heard it from Rafadel. They have been prepping this map in the background. They've been working on some counter strats. 4-0 means you've seen your opponents play it 4 times, thrice just here in Munich. So a lot of footage back on Falcons. It's going to be up to them to keep this game dynamic, make some unexpected plays that FaZe Clan will not be prepped for.
One of these teams will end up in the grand finals, the other with a golden opportunity to do so. Wildcard and M80 is our next match. It'll come shortly after the conclusion of Nighthaven Labs. One of those North American teams will find themselves in the lower bracket finals, either up against this EU team or up against the Brazilian team of FaZe Clan. It will be a thrilling contest. And it does guarantee that our final 3 teams will be from completely separate regions. Though, admittedly, if Wildcard wins, all of the coaches might be from Brazil.
Yes.
A fantastic stat. This is a map that broke the hearts of FaZe Clan fans about 2 years ago in what might be the single most memorable 5th map we have had in the history of our esport. Now, obviously, that was ages ago.
10 seconds left before.
And FaZe Clan are a different team. They've won a world championship since then, and I think looked a little bit better with this lineup. But Falcons are a tough foe. Jesse, do you think there's any fear that FaZe Clan might end up falling to their own mental game if they don't have a strong start?
I mean, it's possible, Parker. It's always important to start strong, especially on its 3rd map of a decider, but it is attacking side here, and we know that FaZe Clan are defensive monsters. So even if they go down 4-2, I'm not so worried about them bouncing back in the second half. We started with these operator bans, right? And it's the Bandit Kite, the same thing FaZe Clan wanted to ban back on Lair, but this time it's going to be a pretty much same story, as this Miro window is going to be even more of a problem. They're trying to keep this wall closed as much as they can. No Thermite this time around being brought, though. The Hibana's going to open things up a little bit easier. Once this gets open, Falcons, of course, chose to ban out the Monty. I know Fresh was talking about whether that would be the option from Falcons, and they do remove it from Bittaking.
Cyber using almost all of these X-Kairos at this point in time. Whether he's going to succeed here, we will find out. No, the wall's still intact, but they find a pick anyway. They swing, and down goes Leaky Fact. The final set of X-Kairos will now need to be used properly. If nobody's able to shoot this last one out, then passage into the bomb site will get ever difficult.
Yeah, they get it open there. Nitrocell tried to come out and stop it, but unfortunately just a little bit too late. Upside for Falcons, they pick up Ligifac, right? He does get down, but they pick him back up, so it will be a 5-on-5 still when the go through the rest of this round will have those Kiva barriers still generating in his pocket as well. You can't execute with just IT, especially not an IT that's opened like this.
They did not get it open, by the way. It is still closed.
They can probably crouch through it, but yeah, I mean, you're not going to get it soft through with that. You've got to find a second dimension. It looks like Connector will be that angle.
It confused both of us because it sure seemed like they had managed to open it. Shaiko dies at the hands of Cyber, who, despite being thwarted from a utility perspective, still has a mighty strong gun in his hands. KDS slowed temporarily by the Banshee as he takes up space over an electrical. Cyber aggressing in IT, watched by that bulletproof camera, but very concerned with what might be swung onto him from those rafters. That's the position that's being played by Leaky Fact, the Warden, outdueling him, and Falcons find two in very quick succession.
Nice little sight play coming out from them. They've stopped this initial burst, but there's still players on FaZe Clan hunting for a kill. Only one man down. They've got a lot of different angles where they're looking for this frag.
When the Zazami goes unbanned, you see the headaches that she can cause, slowing down your assault into the bomb site. Souls gets a little bit of intel now as one of those proximity explosives go off. Leaky Fact still on the ground. He slays Vidaking. Handy trades it back onto Solitov. Now he tries for the sweep in, but Bride is there to shut it down. Leaky Fact does die, but it leaves Souls in a 1v2. Battling time, battling utility, and battling two players from Falcons, neither of whom seem quite intent on taking the engagement in his way. Why not? Souls tries to bait them out. He's got case in hand, he will march in. And he's got two targets to pick, and he can't hit either of them. Bride already off to a better start than what we saw from him on map 2. And Falcons will take round 1.
I don't think we could have asked for a better round 1, Parker. Very close in the 1v2, comes down to it, but I think you got to go back to that start. Struggling with IT, it made it a little bit awkward to get in. We saw Cyber ended up having to crawl through the breach because he just couldn't quite get it from the crouched position. So that slows them down quite a lot in that push. And then there's just some really nice swings in the mid-round from Falcons. Comes on out, equalizes that man count, gets it in their favor in the end of things. And then it was a cool push by Souls. He was through Aqua Hallway. He used the Zofia stun to find out if there was an Azami playing behind the desk. There was, but they still lose a couple gunfights. They eventually trade it out, but it's too little and it's too late. Big kill from Leaky Fact there. His position was known, but he still wins that duel. It's not an easy one.
That bomb site in particular is so easy to hide behind one of the regular pieces of the map. We're not talking reinforcements, we're not talking about Kiva barriers, we're talking about things in the actual map itself, be they pillars, be they walls. Certain bomb sites have tons of soft destruction able to be done to it. Other bomb sites are mostly reinforced themselves with a couple panels here or there and some of the floor that can be shot through or shot down at if you're defending above, looking over a particular bomb site. Case in point, if you've got a bomb site that works in your favor as a defender, you might as well use it. Falcons do that, and they had two great players with great guns still remaining. FaZe Clan got tripped up earlier on. Now they're showing some of their own deficiencies in using utility to take map control, albeit through just one round.
Leaky Fact back on his favorite operator, the Solus coming back out once again. The only roamer on the top floor, but a lot of players on the mid floor as well. This should be known by FaZe Clan, or at least expected, as they know Leaky Fact likes to play it on this bomb site. They've got Souls on this Dokkaebi to try to narrow down where this operator could be, try to find the captain before he deals too much damage. Initially playing an IT, but as the wall gets opened up, he does have to rotate away, and will still just be on that top floor, hunted down by a couple of these roam clearers.
Those logic bombs going by the wayside quite quickly. There are mute jammers spread out throughout this course of this entire map, so you can find an opportunity to get the gadgetry quieted. Soul's not finding an awful lot from that, and FaZe Clan really not able to follow up with one of two pieces of utility that this Dokkaebi has.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a really big reinforcement just on that cafeteria wall straight to the front door, Parker. That's going to be keeping Leaky Fact safe as he plays in that cafeteria position. They know where he's at. Saltov here to protect him too, but clearing these players is a whole nother beast.
We've been focused on Souls through so much of this as he's just worked his way in all by himself. Now his other logic bomb will go off. And he takes an engagement and wins it against Leaky Fact. What an incredible shot to control that SMG-12 is no easy task. And that's the Solus gone, and Intel now will also go in pocket of FaZe Clan.
It's a huge fight, right? But you do waste a lot of time clearing out that one player. You've got just over 60 seconds to get this execute down, and all 4 defenders have retreated back towards the bomb site. They've got plenty of nitro cells. One of them gets wasted, the second one doesn't. Uses, cleans up Cyber. That's a big pick to come through and equalize us back to a 4-on-4.
And down goes KDS in the hands of Shaiko. Another nitro cell will go off. Breedays does not find anything. Souls now, that player that we focused on so much earlier, who's been able to carry a good deal of weight in this round, works his way down EXO and has 2 players of Falcons within striking distance. Might be unbeknownst to him. Solotov dies to Vidiking, and Souls will now push up. Roughly around the corner. Oh my goodness, does not clear his corners. Breeday's patience pays off. And Breeday will swing and capitalize on the chaos that has been thrown into the ranks of FaZe Clan. Handy will then drop, and it's the final 3 kills, all for Breeday. Falcons are fired up here on Labs.
And how about that for a defensive round? Breeday steps up so big, and I think underestimating him a little bit. First, they're not checking the corner. That's tough sometimes. You're on low time. That's going to happen. But then the second guy goes into the same area of the map, Parker. He's inside of EXO and just not watching for that second swing, expecting that you can get deep into the bomb site before he goes for the second one. Breeday, not known for his aggressive plays, but in that moment, his move to jump into EXO, to push even farther forward after getting this first kill, I think was the complete difference maker. Finds the first, pushes up for Vidiking, who doesn't expect it, and then why not just date the 1v1 versus Handy as well. Really well played from Breeday.
Somebody in the crowd shouting, Breeday, I want your kids. I think that's a nice offer.
We've got some haters in the crowd. We've got some lovers as well. I think that's good to see.
I love a good hater gameplay.
Me too. Me too.
I love a good hate watch.
Me too. FaZe Clan is somewhat used to it with all the international events they've been to. Very rarely do they have the crowd behind them, although to be fair, when we do go to South America, that crowd roars loudly.
I do think that W7M team, now Furia, was more popular in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's a tough spot for FaZe Clan. They've always lived in the shadow in terms of popularity of teams like Team Liquid, who for a long time has been the most popular team in Brazil. I think this Furia squad has picked up a huge amount of fans, not just because of their personalities, but because of how much winning they've done as well. I mean, when Ninjas in Pajamas was a dominant organization, they were also struggling to find the favor of a region as well, so it can be tricky. And we've noted that both Team Secret and Wildcard are not beloved by their region the same way some of their other counterparts are, but it takes time. It takes time to build up a fan base. It takes time to build up lovers and haters. Here, obviously, Falcons have the crowd at their back. The crowd was much more quiet during map number 2, and that was because of FaZe's dominance. Now here, Falcons off to an early lead.
It's a much better little hard breach going through from Handy as he does open the IT wall, makes it soft like he intended to, and his teammates can help breach that as well. We see the shotgun work happening right now. Cyber can start to flash things in. This top floor roam is a little bit light at the moment. Uses Shaiko and Breeday, the 3 pillars up on the top floor while their 2 teammates sit down below them. Typically, you'd focus quite heavily on clearing the top floor before going for your full execute. I do think that's still FaZe's intention, but 90 seconds into this game, and they haven't made a whole lot of strides for it.
They'll take care of that nitro cell. And now they should be able to get the wall opened up. Another EMP is going to go off to keep that nitro cell in its static state, and it will finally blow up, but a bit late.
Really cool.
Great coordination there by FaZe Clan to get that information, prevent Falcons from doing any serious damage to them, but also preventing Falcons from stopping you gaining more map control.
Yeah, this 3-player hub top floor, though, Parker, still needs to be cleared out, and that's Vidiking's job.
Oh my goodness, another nitro cell will go. Vidiking walking back. He will smoke off rafters, which will cause Shaiko some considerable harm. Breeday dies, Vidiking and Souls both die, so hold on. Your timing on Shaiko could not have been worse. Solotov finds one as well. Cyber and Handy are the last 2 left. FaZe Clan seemed like they knew what they were doing on this entry, but it has fallen apart with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, we finally fall off that roam game. Falcons happy with what they've accomplished on the top floor. It's just the 2 hard breachers, Cyber and Handy, to try to make this happen now down the Aqua stairs. There is one waiting at the bottom. It's Usis.
kerroksessa.
Andy will sprint his way down. Uses greets him. That's case control too. So Cyber, with only 15 seconds left, will likely exit this round empty-handed. I don't think he's bringing anybody with him to the afterlife, Jesse. No, he's not. Shaiko more than one kill in that round, making his presence known. A perfect rotation for Falcons, and they are off to a 3-0 lead.
You couldn't ask for a better start. The full site rotation coming through, and you gotta wonder, do the TAC timeouts start to come out from FaZe Clan? Do you start to get worried on map 1 when things really started to go badly? It took a while for them to call that TAC timeout. You could argue it came a little bit too late, all the way on the second half, after going down 5-1 through the half split. Operator bans come through. It's Thermite and Mira. Lots of focus on the wall still from these two teams. For now, it doesn't seem like we'll get, there it is, TAC timeout.
Alguns ataques um pouco mais concentrados, só que com melhores bonecos para poder melhorar no cruzado recuado deles. Então, tipo assim, pra garagem, eu acho que vale a pena a gente trazer um Black Beast fazendo na garagem, tá ligado? E um capitão ainda. Pra, tipo, depois que faz snap recuado, a gente conseguir tirar os caras lá que tá no bombe, conseguir tirar o cara daquele cantinho ali. Pode ser que seja melhor, sabe, tu trazer um Deimos. Que aí no início de round você pode ver se alguém, tipo, tá tentando rotate, essas paradas assim, entendeu? Aí até dependendo do bocar por baixo. No bombe do lab, vão primeiro abrir o bombe e aí vão começar a caçar pela janela do barril, certo? Porque a janela do barril é o cara que fica marcando por baixo. Então, tipo, o vôlei tá só acelerando essa parte da janela do barril, abrindo o bombe primeiro, no barril a gente continua o round de uma forma mais horizontal, pegando pela empilha.
Esquece. And I like that this one came a little bit earlier now from FaZe Clan. They're calling it before things spiral out of control. The early game hasn't always been going so bad for FaZe. They've gotten 2 of the first 3 opening picks, but a lot of the hard breaks, a lot of the util, a lot of the late round executes just aren't really lining up for them. So there's some serious problems for them to try to solve. FaZe Clan have often been really strong on the conversions through this tournament. They've been the #1 conversion team throughout the group stage, throughout the first couple days of playoffs, and we saw it on the last map. They got 7 entries on Lair, and they converted all but 1 of them. They've already failed to convert more entries than on this map than they have on map number 2. That's something they need to address through the second quarter if they want a chance to get back in the game.
It is really a repeat of Chalet on those entries though, right? First 4 rounds on Chalet, 3-1 in favor of Falcons. A 0% conversion rate on First Blood. The round that FaZe Clan won, on Chalet, Falcons struck first. Yeah. The 3 rounds that Falcons won, FaZe Clan struck first. So sometimes, like what we saw on Lair, and to your point, sometimes those conversion rates line up really neatly, and they really do tell the story of how successful those First Bloods can be, and other times they are completely decoupled from the actual results.
And I think that kind of leads into who's controlling the map, Parker, because FaZe Clan, while they've been the best conversion team, they do really well when they can get themselves in on plan A, when they have everything going to plan. Falcons have been the best recovery team. So if we aren't seeing opening picks convert into round wins, that probably means Falcons are getting a bit messier in the mid-round. They're causing a little bit more of that chaos, and that has historically been where they've been thriving. So very interesting couple of stats to look at over the first 2 maps, and definitely seems like that's feeding into how this third map is playing through as well.
Kaveri koodaa ampui kameran seinän läpi, joka pingattiin.
You might expect a bit more aggression from the defenders, especially an interest in keeping that close, but with the Mira gone, I think Falcons have wisely said, let's take a more sheltered approach. Let's take a more conservative approach to this. Leave the wall open for the taking. We're not going to have a Mira window at our disposal. We certainly can't electrify it because both Bandit and Kaid have been removed by FaZe Clan. That leaves mute jammers as your really only way to do that, and I mean, they're going to be dealt with EMPs very quickly, so. Yeah.
And I love this Bravo from Souls, too. That bulletproof camera was a bit of a problem for them the previous time they attacked the site. Problem. Now it's been cleared out, claimed by the attackers.
That Trickster op for a period of time felt like she might not have a place in our meta, but has proved time and time again that info is incredibly important, and if you can snipe away a couple gadgets that are meticulously placed by the defenders, you can do some serious damage on attack.
First strike comes from Solitov, and that's going to be a big pick just inside of Rafters. Gets aggressive onto Souls. We saw some site work being done by Bride, opening up the breach so that users could work his way into connector. That's more map being reclaimed by Falcons. It's forcing FaZe to focus far more on the Raptor side of the map.
KDS has the cut across on these Rafters position, trying to draw him out as Handy also provides some bait on that Rafters doorway. Solitov's a little bit smarter than that, I guess. He's not really wanting this engagement one bit. It will kill a lot of time on the side of FaZe Clan.
Already you're worried about this, right? The push is coming in quite quickly. Solitov needs to be ready.
And they're about to dogpile him. The Blackbeard leading the way. No, my goodness, and Solotov will plug the hole again. FaZe Clan doubling up. Shaiko's there for added insurance. Solotov, the only one to be punished at this point in time. Vidaking had so many lined up, but not enough damage is done. Brede and Leaky Back will send the round away. Falcons still yet to drop around here on Nighthaven Labs.
Parker, the site play is just so good. We saw it, all the anchors doing their job. I said Solotov had to be ready on that Azami, and he absolutely was. Didn't feel like he needed to play passive with the Kiba barriers. Was willing to go for a swing, take a bit of a risk before you lock that up, and then slow the attackers even more than they already were. Really nice play coming out at the highest level from Solotov. Everybody else put in the work. We saw some good site play from Brede. I believe it was Lickyfack who jumped out of the window in electrical to get a backstab on the IT player's breach side too. So all players on Falcons collapsing in on that push, and you gotta wonder from FaZe, maybe you add a second dimension to that. You get a guy going Aqua, you get a guy going Connector, and that looks a little bit different, but because it was all focused on either IT or Rafters, it was very readable by Falcons.
10 seconds left.
Crowd's chant now focused on Brede and the old Ole chant, which is a universal language at this point, let's be frank.
Big fan of that one.
Brede vetää aika kovaa tossa noin 6-1
Seven Nation
kateella.
Island chant is one that also will come out from time
Ei
to time.
siinä.
Yep.
Falcons in full control of this third map. How did we get here, Jesse? It was a 7-2 victory for Falcons on FaZe's map. FaZe then returns the favor by taking away Falcons map, denying a quick 2-0 for the European team. Do bear in mind that the loser of this matchup will have to play another game today. It could be a quick one, or we could go deep into OT, tiring out one of these teams and not giving a lot of time between these matches, especially if that M80 wildcard match is quick. You won't have a lot of time to do any VOD review on your potential opponents.
Yeah, nothing's easy at these international events. That's why it's so important to win right here. FaZe Clan know that better than anyone. Going up against Falcons, who have been able to play their game really all map long. You see more power operators use this on his Clash, Lickyfack on the Solus. These are operators we've talked about throughout this series and how good they are for Falcons. FaZe Clan don't seem to want to engage, at least not with that roam game. A lot of the pressure early has been by opening up this wall, making sure they have an angle. Cyber's playing the Maverick here, but he's playing it with defuse kits. So that signals to me that he does actually want to walk in and plant. A lot of the time, you'll see Maverick players in this position just hold from another plant, maybe coming in from Exo or elsewhere on the map.
A lot of action happening now as we sped our way to the halfway point. Falcons could be going up 5-0 here, but FaZe Clan showing incremental improvements. They'll use a logic bomb as KDS has now wandered his way into the bomb site. Are they aware of this? Cyber is there too, and he's getting diffuser down. A Nitro Cell goes out. It's missed by KDS. He's jumped upon by Shaiko. It forces Cyber off of the plant. Cyber takes matters into his own hands, and down goes Solotov. He's also got the lineup on the Shaiko, and for his second kill, he's knocked off two of the best players on the side of Falcons, and there's still a minute to go. Now with the advantage going towards FaZe Clan, it will get even better. Vidaking picking off Lickyfack. Brede and Usis, 10-1. Between these two players, Jesse, but now they've got the really challenging job of getting back to the site.
They snuck right in, Cyber's done it all, and now his teammates are coming to collect as well. Brede, the last alive in the 1v4, and Plant's finished.
He'll have to drop,
almost no
never mind. Done. The mid-round so huge for FaZe Clan.
Myyjä se on.
First round
no, myyjän
on
tunnistaa.
Nighthaven Labs. It couldn't come in a better time because a 5-0 scoreline for Falcons would be nigh impossible to come back from, but FaZe Clan are on the board, and this is their best chance to keep it close before
They snuck in right under their noses, walking in through Animus. You saw that Maverick doing his work very quietly, very quickly, gets in, and Cyber, not a guy who's often planting the defuse kit, but knows how he can play that role when he needs to. The team was all around him, playing towards the top of Cargo, on the main breach, elsewhere where they had to be. When KDS died, it got a little shaky, because it was supposed to be KDS entries, makes the space, and then Cyber's the one planting the defuse kit. KDS goes down to Shaiko, and all of a sudden Shaiko's like, Sniper's like, I gotta take this into my own hands. Hits some brilliant shots in the midst of that round, a couple of critical kills to get his plant spot even more secured. And I mean, the positioning is not easy for an execute like that, Parker. The fact that they've still got a guy up in rafters so that they can expect a guy flanking on the Animus hatch is really deep from FaZe Clan. They've thought about every possibility in that
Ymmärrän
round.
miksi noi jätti sit singlen pehmeäksi. Se ei ollut pehmeä se Maverick tekattiin.
Great effort from Cyber as well on that round as he trusted
Ainakin mä katsoin
himself,
sillä,
as
että
you
siinä
pointed
oli
out, the moment KDS died,
toi
it did weaken Cyber's hand, though he was still able to muster two
reinforcementin
kills
niinku
onto
yläosa
Solotov
ainakin
and
siinä.
Shaiko. That's hard opposition to topple, and yet Cyber was able to do it.
Voin toki olla väärässä.
Pehmeä
se oli silti. No, pehmeä siitä tulee, kun Maverick tekee sen pehmeä.
But things are upside down for FaZe right now. KDS, the best statistical player on this team, 0-5, struggling to perform, and he keeps getting put into harm's way, and he keeps losing those engagements. That is not a promising sign for FaZe. KDS will need to turn it around. His tech right now on FaZe Clan is not enough for KDS to be 0-5.
No, absolutely. I mean, we saw Cyber through these playoffs averaging less than a 0.5 KPR. He was really struggling in the playoffs particularly, but got 9 kills last map. Was a big part of the reason why they won there. If he can step up and have another big game, that could be the difference maker to take Nighthaven Labs.
Cyber once again on important utility work as managed to open up this IT
Siksi
wall.
tää jätti pehmeäksi ton
Critical junction on this bomb site and on this map. No matter what, if you're roaming on that top floor, you're going to need to defend that IT portion, and that's exactly what Falcons have done. It's been opened up successfully by FaZe as we hit the halfway point of the round.
I would argue the most important wall in Siege, Parker, so you see all these teams committing to it. Very critical, and Cyber walks right through it for an angle.
And he finds Brede! He was good for a 2K, and he'll do it again. Uses Feld. Almost a 3K sidearm out, twisting around, dealing with the Azami of Shaiko's that shut down by Handy. FaZe's entry once again very confident.
Ja ihan hyvin sai kyllä tästä useamman roundin, mutta kyllä se vähän tuntui, että ei hyyty.
Solotov now the next one under fire, lighting up Cyber. He might be able to get the secure, but he thinks otherwise. Now it's one for Leaky Fact before KDS is there to break his own goose egg. Solotov rotating deep around, closer to this middle floor bomb site. He's got a read, does some serious damage. Cyber's been pit backed up as well. Solotov's a terribly smart player, Jesse. If he's able to take these engagements, 1v1v1, there is a win potential here for Falcons. The previous round FaZe were excellent at converging on this final defender. Will they be able to pull that off again?
Toi välillä, kun ei pääse satana rotareista läpi.
Bad timing for Solotov. He would have had souls dead to rights, but FaZe Clan can indeed play 2 in a row. The gap is close to being closed as possible, and the side swap will kick in with Falcons now moving to attack.
And you see that mental. A lot of worse teams would have crumbled in that moment, but from 4-0 down, they battle back to get themselves a side that I think is very much winnable from. They can still push forward on this defensive side now and bring this close up against Falcons. We got to talk about Cyber, one of the best entry players in the entire world. Back-to-back, he single-handedly pulls FaZe back into this game with how good he was at getting those entries. Specifically that last round, the way he moved in through the top floor, Parker, I mean, that was just ridiculous. Didn't actually kill Shaiko, but caused Shaiko to panic enough that his teammate got that kill instead. So you could rock that one down as a 3K if you want. I don't think anybody would blame you. As an entry player, though, especially for a guy like Cyber, your role shifts a little bit when the side swaps, right? No longer are you the first into the building. Now you're on a bit of an extended roam, bit of a solo play. What can you do as a flanker? What can you do in that aggressive spot in different areas around the map?
No electrification allowed here on Nighthaven Labs, whether it be on the first half or now the second half, as FaZe will not be allowed the Kaidor Bandit toys, so it will leave you up if you want to hold that IT wall, as we saw from when Falcons were defending. You might have to use a mute, you'll probably use a Mira.
Yeah.
And a Mira will be brought by FaZe Clan immediately for this top floor bomb site.
I wouldn't be surprised if both of those ended up going on important walls. Sometimes you'll put one on IT and connector. I've seen them being put on the jungle wall as well. You can go into rafters and play more of a traditional Mira spot. There's a lot of good options for Mira windows on this bomb site, but we'll have to see what Souls is looking for. The IT is almost a guaranteed for the Mira window position.
I'm going to keep a keen eye on what operator uses slots in. Ying is his most played operator here on attack. She is available. Oh no, she's not available.
No.
I was going to talk about the Ace because I was going to mention that the bans were stylistically a little bit different. Ace is now available as he was not earlier on. So small changes being made.
Great point.
I got bamboozled by my own stats.
Uses does love the Ying on this bomb site, though. I mean, it was a great point, and that's why FaZe Clan banned it out.
It's his most played operator. His second most played operator is Monty.
Mä kyllä, että Falcons vaan haluu sähköt pois, niin ei tarvi niitä diilaa.
The two most picked attackers for uses. It gets to a bit of a wash when it gets to a second operator, but it depends on map and it depends on where they are at. But I mean, Monty's also always a good ban.
Yeah. He's a good Grim player too, and that's what he'll have to rely on in round number 7. More hard breach work being done, and this time it's a little bit cleaner from Falcons. Round 1, FaZe struggled with that IT wall. The Habana trick, not easy. We'll see it coming through this time. Sounds like they got a good angle on it. Looks like they're just gonna have to open it the old-fashioned way, Parker. It takes a few more X-Kairos. It's not as big of a gap to walk through, but you should still be able to crouch your way into the map.
I mean, one thing that we saw Falcons do quite well was how much they wasted time, too.
Yeah.
Even though they did almost manage to get it open, it was the time expense. Even if you had opened it up...
Oh, that's bad.
That's not a good one.
that could be devastating.
It might make IT a position where now Falcons will have to change things
up
and forego that entire portion of the map. Will also mean that FaZe Clan won't need to defend it as aggressively. That's the bigger problem I find for Falcons. Now you have to account for where those defenders might be repositioned to.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean, we can see that this Falcons team, they want to go over towards Connector. That's where vtuber is looking on the Clash right now. Rie would like to open some of this, but it's going to be tough. He does shoot towards the Mira, and this might be a good job, but vtuking's going to try to turn and get it. Won't be able to. The Mira window does get popped by the Habana.
Smart play by vtuber, just not fast enough. The Mira window is eating up so much utility at this point in time, and Mira's place in the meta, Jesse, is less about intel and now just more about utility drain.
Yeah.
Now it's Shaiko to tussle with the Clash. vtuber moving all over, gaining very valuable intel down below. Leaky Fat gaining information from Shaiko. The attempt is to get the Clash into a position where he can be shot from below, but that has not succeeded just yet. Fire will go off. Cyber's first one down. Leaky Fact finds one, hitting the deck. Oh my goodness, missing each other like two ships in the night, but Leaky Fact finds his target. Down goes Handy. It's been a while since Falcons had something to cheer for, but the fans are on their feet. Final 30 seconds. The Clash's shield has been put down. Leaky Fact still down there, not on the same floor. But hold on a moment. KDS finding his own multi-kill. Trapped against this mirror window, pops up. Shaiko will get in on the action. He and Leaky Fact all the kills. As now Shaiko holds the defuse kit and uses says,
voisitko vaihtaa pois siitä sokaistusta pelaajasta? Observeri, please.
Active on the kill feed, but let's not kid ourselves. Leaky Fact winning that round, and Falcons now up to 5 rounds.
Oh, Captain, my Captain. What a big round from Leaky Fact down below. And we talked about Cyber dragging FaZe Clan back in through rounds 5 and 6. The opening death in that round goes for a flank, specifically trying to hunt down Leaky Fact, but loses that duel. I think that smile from Shaiko just knows how good his teammate is.
We maybe get 1, 2, maybe 3 Shaiko smiles a year, so enjoy them when they present themselves. I really do think a huge part of what Julio brings to this team is the motivation on the side of Falcons.
Yeah.
Yes, they are an emotional team. Yes, they do get heated when things go sideways. There are clips that have been shared all over social media about Leaky Fact in particular, getting angry at the team and their contributions, holding them to a high standard, the same standard that I'm certain he holds himself to. But when you've got a hype man behind you who also knows the game, that is a deadly combination. And even when they were losing, Falcons still seem to be in good spirits. It's hard to tell if FaZe Clan's in good spirits because even when they are dog-walking their opponents, they still look so stoic. But there is some frustration that you can see now and then creep onto the face of players like Souls, like vtuber.
Yeah.
Cuts to their player cams, and I think the scoreline is a good reason for the frustration that FaZe is feeling.
Well, it's been crazy from Falcons Elemental, too. I mean, you talk about the season they had last year. They lose the Manchester Major to Beast Coast in the Grand Finals. They lose the Montreal Major to W7M in the Grand Finals. They lose the 6 Invitational to FaZe Clan in the Grand Finals. This is a team who have had more than their fair share of defeats, but that's why you want another shot, right? That's why you want to get back to those Grand Finals. 2 rounds, all that separates Falcons from a shot at achieving the greatest prize.
When it comes to qualification games that are through the typical major circuit that we have, this will be a full calendar year and a potential 5th berth for this Falcon squad in the grand finals. Obviously, they did not make the finals in Sao Paulo in SI 2 years ago, but everything since has been theirs. The only exceptions are EWC and Reload, but those are not official circuit events. Those were one-off tournaments. So when it comes to this SI circuit and our point circuit, it's been Falcons so consistent, the most consistent team, and they are on the verge of doing it again.
This is a risky push, Parker. They haven't cleared the top floor. Plenty of FaZe Clan roamers remain on the top floor. Falcons will know that. They're intentionally just taking a very limited map control approach inside of EXO. Solotov, kind of the one guy who's going to be existing on this top floor, hoping to stop any flanks from hitting his teammates down inside the bottom floor.
Shaiko's been excellent. A whole smattering of kills for him in the previous round. In the previous rounds, because technically last round it was just a single kill. But lowest frags on the side of Falcons sitting at 5, highest on 6. It really has been a whole team affair here, as everybody of Falcons has had a good look in at least one round. FaZe Clan are usually the team that we talk about doing that, but there hasn't been a lot of goods just like in map 1 to talk about here regarding FaZe.
Good waste of these toxic babes from Usus. He wants to plant just on the EXO door. Bride's outside on the breach so that he can get that really strong cover position. You gotta have somebody above as well, but they're ready for it.
And they trade back, all S's down the board. Soul's the first one, Solotov and Shaiko on the board next. The nade will go out, and very quickly Usus will look to follow up. The Nitro Cell goes, KDS has been downed, and Falcons with a big lead yet again.
Oli aika lähellä taas BP bloksahtanut. Toisaalta se on kilpeessä full HP, ei se ole kuollut tehnyt.
Everybody striking on the side of Falcons. Diffuser going down to Usus. Souls now looking for a way back to the site. Solotov says no thank you. Match point for Falcons, 1 round away from the grand finals.
The European favorites are playing so well on this final map of the series, Parker. They're looking exceptional, and they clear through that limited map control take. They get cafeteria, they're down the vending stairs, they're in EXO, and they do exactly what they need to, finding the kills as FaZe Clan start to panic. FaZe Clan start to overswing. All of it gets punished, and it's so well coordinated on the push from Falcons. It felt like FaZe started to have a comeback through that first half. They started to bring it back 4-0 to 4-2, but at the second we see the side swap, the mental from Falcons, it's unbreakable. Their pushes just look so
musta sitä joskus, kun toi Shaikoa tauntattiin sillä 4-4-4, mut nyt sitä hypetetään sillä 4-4-4.
While we've gone to all 3 maps, none of them have been particularly close. Right now, map number 2 on Lair was the closest. It needed 11 rounds, but even in the rounds that this Falcons team won, I did not see a ton of promise from them. FaZe Clan were the presumptive favorites on that map after the first couple rounds, despite it not being their map choice. But here, on the
Mä en ihan varma, onko se iloinen vai onko se surullinen vittu.
Yeah, fine, they've been okay, but on the rounds that they've lost, Falcons have been in complete and total control of this map. And there we have it again. The hopes of making a grand final for FaZe Clan washing away. The loser goes down to the lower bracket where they will await the winner of M80 and Wildcard. That will be up at the conclusion of this match, which with the way the scoreline is, could be coming much sooner rather than later. But 2 matches in 1 day is something you never want to find yourself in. FaZe Clan might just be there, and if they drop that second match today, that means no grand finals for the defending world champs.
This is still a difficult bomb site to attack on, Parker. The top floor of Nighthaven is a really tricky one for attackers to crack open. Falcons can't get ahead of themselves depending on how they're feeling. Hunting for a frag with this glass, though, this could be a big opportunity.
That's not a good sign. Having to use an impact to take care of a drone because you just can't aim and you feel like you're trapped in that position.
Yeah.
Cyber's in a rough spot and could be an early casualty. If he's gone, FaZe Clan will struggle. Offense has not been there for FaZe. Cyber's been leading the way. and he is playing in a do-or-die spot, Jesse.
The Glass is hunting for him, but eats a lot of damage and has to back off. I'm surprised Cyber's survived as long as he has, frankly. Pretty tough position. Now forced out by the Blackbeard and still back to sight.
Oh my goodness, 2 targets, lay in wait, uses, finds Souls, whose back was turned. The Blackbeard's still in this very, very strong spot up on the rafters. He will be joined by Shaiko now, and not just Shaiko, but all of the cavalry will come on the side of Falcons. They've opened up enough of IT for Shaiko to wander his way in. Just be wary of that Goyo canister now, trading most of his HP, but he gets it done on a single point, evading the flames. 8 kills for Shaiko. FaZe Clan with only 3 remaining and a minute left. This does not look promising for the Brazilians.
No real chance to flank. It's very direct coming through from Falcons. Raptors 19. That's all the control they really need. They just take these fights and hopefully
mutta siellä on vielä se toinen BO3 tulossa sitten.
He's got another lockdown in this position. Hunting him from the back will be used as the Blackbeard gets into position himself. FaZe Clan clinging to dear life and reduced to King, but a flawless round as the Falcons take flight. And for the 5th match in a row, the 5th event in a row, for the 5th time in a row, grand finals for Falcons.
The Europeans will have their champion in the grand finals tomorrow. Parker and Falcons, they couldn't have looked better getting there. Such a dominant performance on maps 1 and 3. Had their struggles on their own pick, but the resilience meant to battle back against FaZe Clan. This team is looking so good at the moment, and for FaZe, they'll have to fall down to the bracket. It'll be a battle of the Americas in the lower bracket final to figure out who that opponent will be on Championship Sunday.
Oh my goodness, Falcons, what a performance it has been throughout this entire event. A team that looked so dominant through the group stages, knocking off the best that Brazil has to offer. I mean, I guess the real question needs to be asked here now. How does Falcons get over the hump? They will have a day to figure that one out as they consistently make these grand finals and yet have not been able to lift a trophy as they have stood side by side and watched as other teams do it in front of them here on home soil. They're hopeful that finally the tides will turn.
Wouldn't this be the arena to do it in, Parker? Here on their home continent in front of a crowd that is all going to be supporting them. I mean, it almost feels like this one is different. It almost feels like with a new season, a new year, it's been a new mental coming through from this Falcons squad, and they just look so good against even the best teams in the world. I don't know if there's anyone in the lower bracket that will be able to contest them.
No, I honestly thought FaZe Clan would give them their best fight, and so far, I mean, I think you can make a very credible argument that FaZe did match up very well, but the wheels came off here on this 3rd map, and yet again, Falcons will fly to the finals. Enough from us, Jesse, because Falcons are going to want to know who they're playing. Let's get to that matchup as quickly as possible, but before we do get to that, let's head down to the stage to hear what Ian and LeakyFac have to say about that match.
Thank you very much, Jesse and Parker. Falcons, wow, FaZe Clan fall. We've got these guys in another grand final, but first, a rematch from SI this year. This one must be extra special. This win here must feel good.
Yeah, this victory means a lot for us. We wanted to take our revenge, and we think this team will come back to the grand final, and then we'll keep continuing the same way.
Can we just give a quick shout out to this wonderful crowd here in Munich? Hey Munich, are we happy that Falcons are in the grand final? Now listen, we've got to address the elephant in the room. You've made it to plenty of grand finals and fallen at the last hurdle. How are you going to get the job done this time?
Tämä, mikä on yleisesti tapahtunut päässä finaaliin, mutta
focus on ourselves. I think today was good. Apart Lair, we like fall a bit asleep, I will say it. But we came back on labs and yeah, same plan, same thing in our head, and we'll give everything.
The energy in the team looks phenomenal at the minute. What are the vibes like right now in Teams Falcons?
It's amazing. We are laughing, we're having fun. We all want to win, and we know that the key is to play together, and we are doing good at it.
You are. Best of luck. Good. No. I'm going to clip that myself. Thank you very much, LeakyFac. Best of luck in the grand final. Now, as we look ahead to tomorrow, the culmination of this incredible event here in Munich, the road, of course, goes further than that. It stretches to Paris. 10 years of siege
history will be celebrated in the heart of Paris, the city of love, where the world's best will gather and celebrate what is an incredible achievement in Siege history, and the greatest will gather for the Six Invitational 2026. We cannot wait for it.
My friend, it's SI 26 in Paris will all be about making history. The 10th anniversary of this game, and of course of the Invitational, all the way from a tiny little theater in Montreal to one of the biggest arenas that we got in Paris to celebrate the game. And Team Falcons will be playing on home soil. That is though in the future, however, because we have to chat about what they're going to do in our grand final and all of that and more right after our break. How did Falcons glide into our final?
Katsotaan, kumpi NA-joukkue lähtee Faceen vastailla vikaan. Illan vikaanotteluun.
Available now.
Available now. Vettä. Peter Praise quite aside to Yusuf, they say with player. Kymeneltä. Kyllä tässä nopea meni tommonen 3 tuntia, että se on, huomaa selkeästi, että se on about-rallaa luokkaa. Niinku. Tunti per kartta. Sanat meni sekaisin tossa niin. Piti nopea uudelleen pohtia, että mitä vittua mä oon sanomassa. Mutta otetaan mekin pieni PRP tähän. Mä jätän tän pyörimään tähän, mutta itse poistan tästä vähän sen testerineen.
My friends, do you ever get a feeling of deja vu? Because we have absolutely seen this in the past. Team Falcons qualify into the grand final, this time in Munich. And how do they really make it here? Because we talked about FaZe in map 2. They needed to convert on their openings on the attack, but then the shutdown from Falcons.
Yeah, I think the first big thing was the Monty ban. That allowed them to really not be oppressed by the Monty. vTking was devastating on it in LA, and as soon as they do that, they're able to produce big performances like we see from Brede there.
Yeah, the late round, Brede abusing it, but then also the clash. Look at the clash abuse here. They ban the Monty, they take the only shield available in defense, and they abuse that to slow down FaZe, to play around the clash. Look at how many players the clash has put and slowed down. That play to me was just summarizing why Falcons had such a strong league in defense. And I think if you look at this overall matchup, you clearly had a Falcons that was dominating in 2 maps, that were in control in 2 maps. I think on the back of Leak Effect that was going absolutely crazy. If it wasn't for there, honestly, it would have been such a dominant showing for Falcons.
And I think when you're in such an important game, when you're in an upper bracket final, you need 2 things. You need your IGL and Leak Effect to be stepping up, to be calling for the team, but you also need a special player. And Users for me on this roster is that special player. He's not always the most flashiest. We talk about Solotov, we talk about Striko getting the entry kills in the regular games, but in those big moments, to get the decisions correct, to make those plays, I actually trust nobody in Wild Seeds more than Users. He just has a knack in these big games of finding a way.
He's got a game sense that's so special.
Well, let's visualize the trajectory that the Team Falcons went through until getting to that final. They beat G2, they beat FaZe, and now they sit waiting for either wildcard M80 or the rematch from FaZe Clan. Any one of those 3 teams can go up against them tomorrow, but what are those 2 players that enabled that grand final trajectory, gents?
Yeah, it's going to be the IGL of Leak Effect, and it's going to be the flex player of Users. As again, we just want to keep on talking about them because Leak Effect was so good. I mean, Lair didn't go quite right. I think they will go and dissect that and how that went and how they were pushed around, because that might be something that they might face FaZe again on in the final. And like I said, when you need him, Users is there in those big games.
And if there is one player, one single player on that team that can finally break the ceiling, make them win an event, I think it's Leak Effect. I think if he's on point with the calls, that's one thing, but he's also fragging in the game. He's feeling that momentum, and he's fueling all their teammates with his energy. You know him. He's happy, he's full of energy, he's bringing the mood up. We need that player in the grand final if they want to win.
And there's going to be conversations about what's going to be different tomorrow versus the previous last 3 grand finals. And it's what we spoke about in the pre-show. It's the foundations that they're building on, you know, the team synergy, the psychologists, the support staff, everything. They're building a roster that's built on some really, really stable foundations for this year, and this is just the start.
From Julio, Ego Mace, and a million other people that stand behind Team Falcons to make them who they are today and to make it into the grand final. But that talk is for tomorrow. An all North American clash awaits. That's Wildcard versus M80 after the break.
Se on niinku mun mielestä ihan liikaa breikkejä. Legit. Mä en ymmärrä tätä silleen 2 lyhyyttä. Jos näissä yhteensä tulee se joku 10 minuuttia, niin miksei vaan 10 minuutin breikkiä. Taas 5 minuuttia. Kovaa peliä on ollut, mutta selkeästi, mutta tää breikkisysteemi mä vaan FIFA. Kovaa muuten niinku tää tuotanto tässä on ihan vitun top notch ja tosi siistiä. Enpä mä oikein muuta vois sanoa. Kun mä itse selailen jotain vähän muuta tässä näin, mitä ei välttämättä ole. Ei mulla ole mitään jäpättävää tähän näin, kun ei oikein löydy tähän näin. Ja tää breikki on vitun pitkä. 5 minuutin breikki tähän näin, niin on sellainen, että juu. Mä en tiedä mitä tässä jäpätä. Mä jään toi
se, että kaikki on vittu normalisoitu.
karaoke boy vadea.
Että yksi on vitun kovalla ja yksi on vitun hiljaisella. Kun tää on vaan siis tän biisin ongelma. Mä lupaan, että seuraava biisi tai sitä seuraava viimeistään, niin sitten siinä on ääntä. Ja sitten toinen juttu Spotifyssa, että siinä kun sä kuuntelet playlistia, niin siinä ei oo välejä siinä niiden kappaleiden välissä. Periaatteessa kaikki yhteen.
Älä.
Kaikki yhteen miksatut biisit, niin ne on niinku, ne ei vaan toimi yksinkertaisesti YouTubessa, kun siinä tulee se pikku väliin. En mä nyt sano, että Spotify tekee kaiken oikein, mutta se on hieno. Mitä?
Overwatch ja Rappi oli vettää vademies siellä. Juu. Wildcard M8 kohta puoliin lähdössä. Tai siellä ne pelaajat tällä hetkellä preppailee, taitaa kai miettiä noita bännejä. Voisi se uutista huomenna lukea, että toi Falcon Stars hävisi jälleen tuolla Grand Finalissa.
So many jokes about NA, but you two have to be proud to have your region come so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a little bittersweet moment. Obviously, to see Wildcard up here is quite the shock. M80, they've been dominant throughout the NAL, but one has to go home today, one has to advance. It's bittersweet.
Both have amazing redemption stories. I mean, Wildcard from Reload, M80 for ever, essentially, on never making it this far. So you guys are lucky Falcons made it to the final.
Yeah. Okay, well, of course, any EU team in the final would be great for this EU crowd as well. But we'll start talking about these two teams because as they have faced off against each other a little bit over the course of this year, it's been quite one-sided for the likes of M80, winning 3 out of those 4 matches. And even for the IGL on this roster, it's been quite a wild journey to get.
Yeah, I love that you talk about the IGL and hot and cold, Matthew Stevens. I mean, this is a player that has true grit. I mean, you really have to look at how much he's accomplished within this IGL stint. I mean, going back to the Manchester Major run, that was a band of misfits that was put together by a content creator here, Fett, and they made it work. And then to immediately have a lackluster stage 2, they would drop off. Then they had players that went missing, Diffuser and Gunner left. Then they would lose their organization, no org representation. They would have their spot at the 6th Manchester 2025, where yet again, Hot and Cold would put a band of misfits together, make it worth, get a top 4 finish, then fall short once again. And then as it continues on, so forth and so forth, you would then see this stage. They would have the best looking stage that they've had as players. That they've had as
organization. Niin se on niiden hiirimatot. Täällä porukalla nykyään näitä lasisia hiirimattoja.
To push the envelope even further, knocking out Wildcard makes them one step closer to a grand final and replicating their Cinderella run back in Manchester.
Clearly, he has an amazing synergy of getting his team together, being able to take any which player and focus on the teamwork, making them a tournament level winning team. And if you look back to his stint when he was first a support, when he came from DZ, got dropped from the team, and to see how far he's come, now he's at his full peak potential. Now he knows that he can be the leader that Dark Zero was hoping to have, and they got rid of, one man's trash is another man's treasure.
Undeniably the best North American IGL coming out of our region.
He should be up there in that conversation for sure. As we've been asking our players for some legacy talk here so far in this tournament. We'll start talking about their opponents as well. The wild card that have made it so far into this tournament. And as we have been highlighting these IGLs as well, we have to for this roster.
Of course, I mean, we're talking about hot and cold, but we gotta highlight Spiker. Spiker being such a rookie IGL, brand new essentially to the scene, and you had some time and experience to play with him, and from that time to now, he's developed so much as a player, and he's been the biggest reason on why Wildcard have been able to adapt and understand understand teams that they've been able to play. Specifically in their match against G2, it was really beautiful to see the differences in play style. I mean, going from Cafe or on a map like Skyscraper where you're matching the aggression essentially and being able to match that aggression with a little bit slow pace. They know G2 is going to give them fights, so they take their time. They go for these gunfights. They trade it out one by one. Every single gunfight is essentially put in a position where no matter which player goes down, you're getting that trade, you're focused on the objective. And to see that when they knew the aggression that won them Cafe was not working on Skyscraper, to be able to understand that is something a rookie shouldn't really realistically be able to do.
No, it's impressive, and honestly, it's a really heartfelt moment for me because bringing on Spiker, introducing him to the T1 level, honestly, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't have a lot of faith after our stint on Parabellum, but to see and watch him grow and develop as the player as he is, not only that, but to be able to carry the weight of being the IGL, taking on that added pressure at such a young age. I mean, look at him. He's looked like he's fresh out of 18 right there. I mean, this kid is quite literally doing it all at such a young age. The experience is clearly showing, and I can't wait to see what he accomplishes more and more throughout his career.
And one player that we're looking at right now as well, we have to highlight. I mean, we're talking about two star players on this roster. The MVP of yesterday and the side of Gunner versus a player that's been popping all this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Baby Shark was the biggest reason on why Wildcard was able to make it this far, beat G2, especially against a player like Stompin. You needed a formidable young rookie to be able to go head-to-head, and that was what Baby Shark did. And I think the biggest takeaway from this is his entry ability. Not only is he getting that advantage for Wildcard, but he's staying alive. His survivability is so important to Wildcard's success in the late round, especially when they play against these hyper-aggressive teams.
I mean, when you're talking about success, I mean, you have to look at the MVP on the side of M80, Gunner. I mean, this guy in general, I'm always so interested in his style of play because something that he does that I really appreciate on the defensive half, he is always moving around the map regardless of what his role is, regardless of what his position is. That is something that you need to do at a high level to be able to throw off your opponent, that you can't always rely on that information that you have pre-planned, that Gunner does such a good job. And then there was the round 10 where he was running from that blitz. I mean, I couldn't imagine the heart rate that was going through him to be having a blitz chase you 1 HP to close out, to push into the next map. I mean, Gunner is doing everything, and it was the reason why we got to highlight these two as the MVPs going into this match.
I don't know, we also played Dr. Skurs here on stage. That's a new thing for me, but as we look at our map, Vita, though, I mean, you two know these teams through and through. So when it comes to the maps, give us all the info.
Oh, wow. These are perfect maps for both teams because in the map of Consulate, that is one of M80's favorite maps. They've been very dominant. We saw that's where Gunner's clip came from yesterday. So that is a very good situation for M80 to be in. They can play very aggressive, very slow paced. When it comes to a map like Cafe, that's arguably Wildcard's best map so far in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just looking at all three of these maps, all of these maps favor both these teams. I think we're going to get a slugfest either way. But something that I really want to focus on more than anything is this is going to be a game about momentum and pacing. Both these teams do such a good job at understanding whether they're going to play aggressive, whether they want to play passive, and that's going to be the dynamic and the shift that you need to watch for in this matchup is which IGL is being able to understand we need to play more aggressive. We need to take the gunfight to them, or on that other back end being we need to slow down. We need to let them make the mistake. That is where the key win condition is going to be in either three of these maps.
Yeah, and the only takeaway and difference from M80 against Wildcard compared to G2 and IP is those teams are very one-dimensional, very aggressive. They don't have any swap-up. M80 has been practicing this whole year during the NAL on playing slow, running more utility. So now that gives M80 a little bit of the edge, but we have to see how confident, how consistent they can be with going slow to slow rather than toe-to-toe. With Wildcard.
I like that.
Yeah, M80 has been very strong in this match. So the question is, can Wildcard defy the odds here? The stage is set, so let's send it down to Ian to welcome the teams on stage.
Keep your head above water. Those are the words etched onto our beautiful creative masterpiece of a trophy that our teams are fighting for here in Munich. And those words couldn't be more prominent for our teams that are about to grace us here on the stage. They are battling for survival. One of them will drown, the other will stay afloat with their hopes and dreams intact. Let's welcome them out onto the stage in front of this incredible live audience, starting with M80. Back on the main stage with perfect timing. Under Fabian's lead, this roster is clicking. But the question now is, can anyone defuse the bomb that's wired to blow even more opponents out of the water? Their opponents are looking to put out their spark here and now, and they're looking good. It's Wildcard! After shutting down and sending home G2, the real certainty about Wildcard is nobody believes in them more than they believe in themselves.
Musta kultaa väriset myöskin.
All right, Bay, hot and cold, ready to get into this. I can tell, look, I'm not saying you guys are nervous, but you can feel what this means. You can feel the anticipation in the air here. Bay, I'm going to start with you. You said yourself yesterday was such a long slog to get to this point. Do you feel well rested and ready to go again here?
Yeah, we got good sleep and we're reset and ready to go this whole day.
You guys know each other well. Why do you think you've got their number?
I mean, the only thing they've beaten us in is the 5th place match. That's all they've got on us. Anything with any implications, they don't beat us.
What do you want to say to that?
I've said it to Nip, I've said it to G2. I don't even need to say the words out loud. They know where they're going after this game.
All right, this is going to be a banger. I can feel it. Can we get a little bit of sportsmanship? We can indeed. Let's get into this matchup.
Wildcard's miracle run continues as they sent G2 sinking
into the depths of Izar. NA's best hope detonated at the perfect time, blowing up the hopes and dreams of a hometown hero.
They don't stand a chance. We will crush them.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they're feeling rested and motivated to fly home today.
Major winners and dreamers. Between Wildcard versus M80, only one will ride the next wave. The other gets wiped out.
So the lower bracket semi-final approaches. 2 North American teams that have taken out European teams along their path now meet head-to-head for an all-American showdown to see which team will represent North America into the final 3.
Yeah, very keen for this head-to-head. They've played 4 times this particular calendar year. M80 winning on 3 occasions. Wildcard stole that 5th place matchup. But heading into this one, Wildcard seemingly having that dark horse aura about them, and their path to this position has been quite incredible.
It feels like they're on a run, a fairy tale run. Will it come to an end, though, at the hands of M80? Of course, FaZe Clan losing out in the previous match means they do await later this afternoon the winner of these 2 teams. And with that means, once we do get to that lower bracket final, 1 EU, 1 NA, and 1 Brazilian team. The only way it gets better than that is if APAC got involved, but unfortunately, our region couldn't quite get there. Wildcard, they've been on a great run. It feels like they've always been kind of the underdogs in a lot of their matches. It probably doesn't change in this one either.
Yeah, it truly is an international matchup. APAC casters, NA orgs, some EU players, Latin America as well.
Yeah, but a sprinkle of Brazilians.
I'm very intrigued to see, though, which way the crowd goes in this particular game.
I felt like M80 certainly got a little bit more of a pop over Wildcard. Of course, Wildcard taking out the favorite home crowd, I would imagine, yesterday in G2. Munich, who are you feeling for this North American Rumble? Is it Wildcard? 1, 2, 3, win! That's not quite bad, but what about M80 led by Fabian? I'm sure Fabian will like I included him in that one.
Yeah, very intrigued to see how he's able to marshal the troops. He's had some phenomenal tactical timeouts throughout this event so far, and none more so important here on the live stage as well, as the teams prepare to do battle.
For M80, the pressure's got to be on them, though. The run that they had through Swiss stage, the start of the upper bracket, it seemed like they were going to be unstoppable, and maybe North America's best hope. It would be a disaster if they also get tumbled out.
Hyvä, kun ei kuulu mitä toi sanoo kunnolla, niin katsoo vaan sen.
In the North America League, pitched to be that region's representative at this event to do well, potentially go
all the way, and we saw in the pre-show Hot and Cold his ability to bundle teams together, produce results, and could he do the same here in Munich?
And again, in this series, if Wildcard are to be successful, they will have to do so against an M80 team that dominate quite a lot of these maps. They've got an 8-2 record on Consulate, 7-1 on Cafe, and even 5-1 on Skyscraper. Now, certainly Wildcard's got some decent maps in here as well, and certainly for them, 5-1 Skyscraper, their first preference map. If it does go to all three, Wildcard will back themselves in, but it's the first two maps. It's Consulate, Cafe, where M80 could get it done.
Could potentially be so, and you look at the star players inside of the server for this matchup. M80 have 2 players in the top 10 overall at the event, and if you exclude the teams already eliminated here from Munich, 3 and 4, Gav and Diffuser have been absolutely hammering numbers inside of the server. Kansan, in contrast, the top-rated player for Wildcard, sits at just 20th. I say just, of course, again, his number bumps up as well if you take out the teams eliminated, but M80 have such great frag power inside of the server.
Yeah, and don't forget Baby Shark in his heroics yesterday, +6 on the entry kills. He's going to be
jännältä, kun M8 noissa pelipaidoissa toi sarja peippiä tuossa toisella hartialla.
Those players in Kansan and Spiker are -6 and -5 in terms of opening kills. It puts a lot of emphasis then on Baby Shark, especially on their attacking halves in this series. He can't just take the whole burden though. Others will need to stand up in the early rounds for Wildcard.
Yeah, for sure. Opening kill is going to be absolutely massive in this matchup. The reason we say that, the opening kill conversion for both of these two teams is exactly the same, 75%. But the opening kill itself leans towards M80, 52 to 46. That's quite a gap between the two heading into this matchup, but if M80 can replicate success on entry and that conversion remains firm even between the two teams, they'll have the edge.
And similarities too in terms of yesterday's matchup. Wildcard were far better defensively than G2, but had a worse overall attack. The same is again said here. Not too far away from things to kick off the lower bracket semi-final. M80, they are the fan favorite back home. 64%
to be honest, mä oletin, että olisi ollut M8 vähän enemmän kuin 64%.
In the lower bracket final, let's see
ei se kyllä ehkä osu sanoa paljon, mutta se on vähemmän kuin mä oletin.
So on European soil, in this wonderful arena, in this wonderful city of Munich, it's 2 North American teams that do battle in the lower bracket semi-final for a chance to face FaZe Clan later tonight, for a chance to get into the major final where Falcons now await as heavy favorites. They looked absolutely unstoppable. But right now the focus is on this match. Wildcard, their dream run. So far, they have knocked out some top teams. Can they do it once again against their North American rivals?
Of course, we open up with the map selection of M80, a 6-2 record for them, and in contrast, Wildcard 2-2. And you have to go all the way back to about 120 days ago, the last outing on this map for Wildcard, a loss to OXG. Have they been cooking up enough behind the scenes to potentially take a map off M80?
I mean, I think a lot of the times when you get this deep into a tournament at a major or even a 6 Invitational, you can throw a lot of the historical data out the window. It's all about timing your run. I mean, we even saw that back in Manchester with Beast Coast and their ability to topple some really solid teams. Many never predicted maybe Beast Coast to go on this run. Well, what if we are witnessing something very special from Wildcard? That's the story behind them. For M80, statistically the better of the two teams, the favorites, but must get the job done. Consulate, first map up in this lower bracket semi-final, win. And you get the chance to take on FaZe later tonight, lose, and your time comes to an end.
So the bans play out as well. On the side of attack, it's rather standard, the Monty-Ying combination. But M80 taking off a couple of intriguing picks. Firstly, the Fenrir. Looking at the numbers for just this year, only a 6.9% ban rate, so targeted against Wildcard. The Pulse as well, very map-specific Consulate with a lot of vertical potential, and M80 wanting to take that off the board.
And another big battle, I think, in this matchup is going to be between Hot and Cold and Spiker. We were speaking to Laxing earlier today, and he was, of course, giving plaudits about Hot and Cold. Well, speaking of him, unfortunately, I put the mods. It's Bay that gets the opening kill onto the IGL of M80. Good start for Wildcard, aggressive on the vigil and showcasing that they will play. They will be aggressive and get into the face of M80. We spoke about the opening kill discrepancies. That is a huge start for Wildcard.
Bay still fighting on the exterior. inside of Visa, now caught on the pinch, difficult to escape this position.
I mean, this is where M80 can take their time to try and go for the clear, but Bay just kept moving forward. Gunner will be gunned down by Bay. What a strong start on the Vigil. It just puts into the minds of M80 that Wildcard are indeed here to play.
Näkee laaserista,
Gavin
joku
stuck
kattelee
outside
sinne.
Visa. They've not been able to deal with Bay. And with that, he's taken 2 players. The flash, the push, Bay going for more. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Spiker, though, confirms the kill onto Gavin. And while Bay does lose his life, more than job done.
Absolutely,
Mä
damage
sain niinku
done.
periaatteessa 3
As we slowly encroach on the midpoint of the round, a 2 versus 4. Wildcard, great dueling over towards Visa, making that entry tough. Diffuser and Kino, both with strong events so far, but this is quite the task.
Kino will push up Spiral on the glass. Next kill, critical for M80. Lots of time remaining in the round. Taking the battle over towards Vending. So there's another smoke available. Oh, tries to find and shoot that elbow sticking out in the hallway. Kansan now retreats. He gets away from Vending. Kino, though, sniped by Baby Shark. Leaves Diffuser by himself. Half health, in a difficult position, and up close, Kansan puts an end. He came back for blood. It's the underdogs that are barking early in the opening round. Wildcard will take the first against M80.
We were chatting to Lax actually in the green room before this matchup, and he's a big believer that pacing will be critical in this matchup, and that's potentially the win condition that Wildcard especially can try to lean heavily into. So opening round, bodies over towards Visa, fight the exterior, ultra aggressive, but they have that ability, Spiker leading this team, of course, to maybe change that up and continue to make M80 guess throughout this half.
We had some tech pauses yesterday. Dash had some issues with his PC. It didn't matter. Wildcard still went on and won, but it seems like after the first round, into another tech pause and more issues on the side of Wildcard. Hopefully that can get solved rather soon. But I think for me, the big standout of that opening round is just Bay's aggressiveness on the Vigil, playing around Visa, gets the opening kill, and then just holds his position. His first instinct was not to retreat, to fall back, play numbers. He wanted to make it difficult for M80 to get into the building, and he did a really good job of that. I mean, we spoke about the fact for Wildcard, they're not the greatest so far of the teams remaining, certainly when it comes to opening kills. So if they can get better in that area, it will go a long way.
Again, to reiterate, heading into this matchup, a 46% opening kill rate for Wildcard puts them right down the bottom of the teams remaining here at Munich.
I love those yellow boots, by the way. So fitting. Now, Baby Shark has certainly garnered some fans as well throughout this tournament and in recent times, starting to really make a name for himself as one of the young up-and-comers within Siege. M80 probably not going to blink off of that first round. But they don't want to allow Wildcard to get pressure early. Got to recall, this is M80's map pick. If Wildcard start well, that puts the pressure immediately onto M80. Back into the server, back underway, and fist bumps from Fabian for his team. We go basement in the second round.
Basement.
So, as you mentioned, basement for round number 2. This one side in particular, alongside Split, where taking that pulse off the board could definitely benefit M80 if they are to fight heavily on that vert control up above through the likes of Piano and Contest. We do see a couple of pivots though in terms of attack repick, Buck taken down, and instead with the blitz also off, double ranged hard breach, but it actually ends up being a full transition.
Well, I like the fact that Bay's just immediately gone back onto the Vigil, so even though you're playing basement, I mean, in this instance, he can play just about anywhere. If he wants to go top floor, rotate back down towards middle, or even then eventually play something like server, he's got the license to roam. And Bay's a good person to talk about because I think he hasn't quite played his utter best so far for Wildcard this tournament, but we've seen him really start to rise in his stocks as a player over the last few months. And if he can have a tremendous performance in this series, that's a difference maker. You know, you've got Kansan, Baby Shark, Spiker, all been playing really well. You have Bay and Dash into the mix, and if they step up, they might just have the firepower to deal with M80. And Bay showed that in the opening round. M80 will be a little bit more cautious as they enter the building for this second round. Focus predominantly should be around that first floor. Get Diffuser into a good location along with Gavin on the ram. Open up the floorboards, but first, got to go through the due diligence, clear out this top floor, any roamers.
Of which there are a couple here for Wildcard. Bay over towards Secretary, Baby Shark console. What impact can they have off-site?
Kino not wasting any time, wants to get more information and push forward. Bay,
Osuu vielä
second round
tosta.
straight, got the opening kill, but he will lose his life. Dash though, catches out Kino, who looked a little stalled out when he saw Bay on the floor after he got the down. They can get Bay back up as well. But Gavin comes through, gets the kill onto Dash. Bay has been retrieved successfully. Kansan and Bay both low. Boss G back in hand for Bay. This is what Wildcard want. They want to bring the chaos, and Bay will do just that. Running rampant on this vigil early.
Baby Shark still lurking above. M80 need to be mindful on that for this particular clear. And Bay, of course, running right still as well. 2v4, it's tough.
Gunnar does have the death marks available, but would in tow reveal his own position, and with only 2 players up for M80, actively might not be the best thing to do just yet, with 60 seconds still remaining. Keep in mind, Kansan Bay very low on health. So if Gunnar and Hot and Cold can find a way to isolate those two, take those fights first, they can still salvage this round. Spike has got some intel. Towards server stairs, Gunnar. Hot and Cold will play towards yellow, so they are separated right now for the 2 remaining members of M80. Deathmark activated onto Spiker. He's got a Nitro Cell in hand, throws it, does not connect.
30 seconds here. Gunnar and Hot and Cold, so much skill between the two. Bay though close.
Bay though again putting the Boss G to work. As Gunnar was making his way to site, Hot and Cold put his way in towards Garage. Thought about the plant, gets off, gets the kill, shuts down Bay. Needs 3 more. Tagged up though, losing that contact fight. Will now look for the plant to maybe bait out some movement, but there is no movement from Wildcard. They are giving Hot and Cold absolutely nothing to shoot at. He can't do a darn thing. A very solid start from Wildcard thus far in this lower bracket semi-final. No better start, 2-0. M80 are getting beaten up early in these rounds, and Bay has been the most influence for Wildcard in that aspect.
Yeah, and you look at his numbers heading into this particular match, a 59% cost, 98 EPS, sits him at 40th for the event, so he hasn't necessarily been a big standout in terms of overall numbers, but he has had 6 multis leading in to this game, so he can have moments of brilliance, and we're seeing that early here on map 1.
So 5 kills for Bay in the opening 2 rounds, but hops off the Vigil to now go play the Warden. Expo Piano for the 3rd round. So far though, Wildcard doing the job. I will add the asterisk, this is the most defender-sided map at the tournament so far.
Yeah, Consort naturally
10 seconds.
a really tough map.
65%.
Yeah, but to be fair, this Veto overall, all of the maps are going to be very difficult to grind out on a time.
And that's the intriguing part too, because Wildcard naturally much better at defending than they are attacking, yet we've got more defensive-orientated maps. It means they're not going to be as capable maybe to steal those attacking rounds. More emphasis then on them doing well on defense, playing into their strengths.
Which they are doing at the moment.
Which they are doing at the moment. And doing so in a pretty aggressive manner, which is really good to see. So now it's up to M80. 2 rounds in, you've got a little bit of intel. The way that Wildcard are playing, the operators they're playing, the positions. Time to adjust a little bit. Let's see what Hot and Cold can call for his team in the 3rd.
A good read from M80. They bring out the IQ here for the 3rd round. Kansan onto the Valk. And so Gav with a critical role in trying to locate as much of that information as possible. With triple Nitro on the board here for defense, Valk will be potentially very influential.
Monta puolustusta Wildcard kerkee nappaa ennen kuin vaan M80 saa yhteen hyökkäystä. On kyllä mielenkiintoinen nähdä, jos Wildcard vetäisi tässä nyt 6-0 puolella.
And naturally you're going to slow yourself down when you bring in Gavin on the IQs.
Oliko se Steffen vielä siellä kuulolla? Sitä saa vuoteiset.
Safer but might take more time. Diffuser now in basement. Baby Shark, by the way, lurking down there as well. Diffuser has made his way up server stairs and away from Baby Shark. And it's Gavin that gets the opening pick onto Dash. He finds the first top floor as well. So Wildcard have split themselves quite heavily around the map. M80 have maybe now found the gap in the defense.
Well, it's 5 kills for Bay so far. key role in console to net 1 or 2 more.
Ainakin Vadea
Quite
oli
literally was
väärässä.
about to say he doesn't have the boss G, but I think he's the
Ainakin
boss at the
ensimmäisen
moment.
mahdollisesti.
Again! Locked in,
Niin
flow
sit mahdollisesti
state
menee kaikki
activated
väärin, jos
for
toi
Bay.
nyt
Kino
M ei
comes on
tippu tuota.
by.
Sitten
And then caught by Gavin, a good little pinch. Great
jos
distraction
M ei
by
tästä
Kino,
pääse, niin
and
sit
Diffuser shuts
menee
down
Vadella kaikki
Spiker.
väärin.
And they take the lead in the round.
Defense to rotate below. Double Nitro is still up here for Wildcard. But with the blitz and the man advantage for M80, they find themselves in a good position.
Double Nitro, as you said, means you've got to play off-site, play down below. Right now playing top site, though, is M80. They're on top floor, so they're going to try and play into their own third as well. Kino will eventually look for the plant in the last 25 seconds. Baby Shark has rotated back up over through Lounge. He's on first floor, even with still a Nitro cell. Cans and Blue hears. No avail. Probably have to make his way up yellow stairs. 15 seconds.
What can Baby Shark do from this position? 10 seconds, barricade down,
Kino.
likely forced to move.
Kino's going for the plant, and no one's close by to stop him. This should be successful from Kino. And indeed it will be. Now makes the round a bit more difficult, but no! Massive Nitro cell from Baby Shark, and Gavin is down! M80 may have got the plant, but Baby Shark and Kansan had the clutch gene. 3 rapid kills. And Wildcard may get 3 rapid rounds.
Jälleen disconnecti.
Baby Shark is high, Bay's locked in. It's all Wildcard at the moment. Where is M80?
Tää oli menossa M80:lle, mutta ei kelvannut.
I'll have a short break to talk
Annettiin
things over
Klutsolle.
as the additional bans come through. But Wildcard looking red hot here already on Consulate, having all the answers. Their ability to clutch tested in that last round as well, and they deliver. This is where M80, hot and cold specifically, and perhaps Fabian at some point in time can be the ones to rally them back to success.
And well, 3 straight for Wildcard. They get to go around the world. Now back over to CO meeting. It's timeout.
M80 tactical time.
We can't hear you, are we? They can't hear me. We can. Okay, now they can. Is this how we want to go home? No. Then pull your fucking big boy pants on and start playing like a fucking team. We're pushing like a fucking wave, that's it. But the only thing is, our wave is in 3 different fucking waves. There's one guy here, one guy there, one guy in fucking Narnia. Go together! How hard is that? Are we doing 3-2-1s? Are we using utility for each other? No, we're not doing anything! We're letting a fucking Bay fucking shitting on us because we're just fucking doing nothing. Go together, use utility, 3-2-1s. Stop shitting our
Tämä
fucking
on positiivinen
fans.
puoli, koska sielläkin kun on K18 peli, niin näissä lähetyksissä saa käydä tämmöistä niinku kieltä.
Fucking wake up, lock the fuck in and turn this shit around!
Come on, boys.
Come on! Wake up!
Well, that was an impressive
Jesus.
timeout speech from Fabian. Those back home certainly would have been impressed from, well, for those in the arena, let's just say Fabian was animated. He was pissed.
Ai niinku noi, ketkä on tuolla niinku yleisössä, niin ne ei kuule tota, että se kuuluu vaan tänne lähetyksiin.
Pretty early on, it's only the first map.
He's fired up.
He's fired up. He's not liking what he's seeing. To be fair though, Wildcard are just playing some really good Siege.
Certainly identifying Bay as a threat though during that tactical timeout. Fabian frustrated that M80 are feeding into him, giving him opportunities to find kills.
Taisi vingiä seinällä, kun samaan aikaan lento tonne.
And as we enter the 4th, M80 off the back of that tactical timeout, desperately looking to try and reset momentum.
And Bay will go back onto the Vigil where he has found some incredible success.
5 seconds to insertion.
Well, 3
Oishan se nyt vitun kova, jos sieltä tulee Wildcard Falcons Grand Finaali huomiselle.
And Fabian get very nervous. This is their map pick. But it is defend decided. Steal a few attacking rounds and the narrative will shift. But with Bay back on the Vigil, and you know full well he's going to be someone that will make his mark in this 4th round at some point. It's just a matter of when and where.
So to the top floor we return, and Wildcard's composition very well suited for the late round with the Tachanka and the smoke, specifically Goyo as well. If you cast your mind back to the last time this objective was played, a lot of the action taking place in fact here over towards V's, but it's more contained from Wildcard this time around. Far less aggressive roam being employed here. For example, he's bending currently. And the rest of the team situated close by to the objective.
I mean, it looks rather defaulty right now from Wildcard. The way they're playing this, they're saying to M80, we'll let you play a little bit slower. We know you probably want
pelaajilla on donitsit tuolla M80 puolella roundilla 4.
Near side, clear out tough positions, tough angles, like vending, like long desk. The Spiker as well inside a meeting, playing the Tachanka. He's going to look to try and deny with utility. So this might be a little bit more of a stalled out 4th round in contrast to the others, but it's actually more so because of the way that Wildcard are playing it. And that keeps M80 themselves on their toes.
It's forcing adaptation from M80. Now, they do have the tools in this round to deal with that. We saw Rotera is flying out. Gav got some value. There's Grim Bees for the late round. And a lot of throwables as well. So the util dump game here for M80 can work. Wildcard just not giving any engagements at the moment.
It'll be too closer to that final minute. Still no contest. But I think that's exactly what Wildcard want with the way they've been playing it. It's a double stack towards Spiral Stairs. Bay will be watching from long desk. He's getting pinched. They've already pushed up. Double! Well, got the down onto Diffuser. Gavin taken very low as well. Bay will lose the opening engagement. But
oli sinällään hyvä toi crit-logian tosta. Se on just 3 armorin, se pystyy ehkä kestämäänkin noita shotgun blasteja, se tuu tietenkin faceen. Toisaalta.
Diffuser was low. The Gas Babe does more than enough. M80 though get the trade. Baby Shark quieted and then Dash will be eliminated. But he got another Gas Babe kill before at least losing his life. Only the 1-player differential. Spiker in a very big fight against Gunner, and he wins it. Now turns his attention around at a bit, but he's got help from Kansan. 4 straight for Wildcard. Not even Fabian could change things for M80.
And that has to be incredibly frustrating for M80. Wildcard looking so damn good at the moment.
Well, where to, though, for M80? I mean, we had Laxing earlier today was hyping up Hot and Cold as the best IGL within the North American region. Right now, Spiker, well, he's laying his own claim with the way that Wildcard have been calling, playing. They've had full control, the pacing, the positioning. This has been Wildcard's half. M80 are reacting to what Wildcard are doing.
It's been all about variation. They continue to mix it up. They continue to catch M80 off, and they look sharp inside of the server to back up that game plan and action it well.
Well, the Wildcard fans that are in attendance starting to get a little wild themselves. 4 straight for Wildcard. Certainly did not envision this coming into the series. This was M80's map pick.
Ja kyllä mielenkiintoinen just, että miten tää nyt tulee päätymään tähän.
From a region that will go down to
miten tämä päätyy tähän 4-0 Wildcardille.
On the verge of being that representation from North America if they keep this up.
And touching as well on those additional bans that came through before the 4th round, Kaid and Blitz. We've seen the pivot from M80 onto the Blackbeard, and it did gain them value in the prior round, but still, on that transition in towards site, found it difficult.
Well, Laxing's been talking about Hot and Cold earlier today. Let's see what he's got to say now.
Welcome here, everybody. Yes, this is what I was talking about going into this matchup. It's going to be a game of tempo about pace. And as you can see, first round, we see Bay get aggressive. Second round, Bay and the team get aggressive. Third round, they slow it down. Bay plays up top. They play the retake. They play a 2v3 clutch. They get it down. Round 4, that last round, we see Bay. He doesn't play inside printer. He plays it back. He plays it slow. They are dwindling down the numbers from M80, making them question their play calling, making Hot and Cold panic in these frustrating moments of not being able to find stability in these rounds. This is where Wildcard is winning the game, and they need to maintain this sort of pressure and tempo if they want to lock out this series.
Thank you very much for your insight, Laxing, as we've got a bit of an engagement towards Tellers. Surprise, surprise, it's Bay once again, but this time M80 bring the firepower. Diffuser with the opening 2 kills, shutting down Bay and Baby Shark. Now gives M80 their best opportunity to win a round here on Consulate.
M80 now in a position where they can consolidate, and Wildcard naturally on defense, forced to be playmakers, take risk, try and bring this round back. Gunner doesn't present an opportunity initially over towards yellow. Kansan goes searching, crosses back now towards site.
So Kansan will get back.
Ne ei ollut
Spike is
tupla, ne
already
oli
there.
alakerros.
Dash as well.
Mä katsoin, että ne oli tupla, kun just toimi se Mira pelaa, niin oli semmonen.
Three-man defense for
Wildcard to
withstand
tupla
the full might of M80. Hot and Cold, the slow push through server, has the diffuser. Gunner outside yellow, so they've got the pinch. that can be enabled for M80 using the extra numbers.
M80 playing head on into that mirror, but they have the utility to deal with it. Now forcing Wildcard into awkward anchor positions defensively. They have key players that can make a difference in this round, but still tough. The Blackbeard offering so much
on kyllä ihan
info to
silleen
M80,
niinku
and as you
taktinen,
mentioned before, Gunner's still
jos
working in the
menetetään toi
yellow
Mira-ikkuna
position,
tosta
ready to go when the rest of the
ja
team
sit vaan
executes.
And Diffuser as well, still on that first floor.
Heidän
Cole just
kiinni.
trying to avoid the damage. Gunner on the Deimos, bottom yellow. Ready for that death mark now onto Kansan. He can make the push in from yellow. Kansan is spotted. Oh, but hello, this is a big discipline from Spiker. He honestly could have held
se, että se sai sen
maybe got
BB:n, se oli jo iso, mutta se, että jos se olisi saanut pidettyä. Kato, Frickerfingerin vähän kurissa pidempään nousu.
There's only 15 seconds left. The onus is on you, M80. You may have messed this one up from 5v3. Kansan and Dash just hold on, and they do! Oh, that is massive! What a play from Spiker! What resilience from Wildcard! And what a fumble
Ei me ihan vade-äänestykset nyt tänään putkeen.
And I immediately looked over my shoulder to Fabian, and the body language was evident that he is incredibly frustrated.
He is incredibly frustrated. 5 straight for Wildcard on the defensive consulate. I was not expecting this sort of beatdown, and if I was, it was maybe in the other fashion. M80 have just not shown up so far, but Wildcard just keep making plays, and while Spiker only got one there, he gets the Blackbeard. He disrupts that attack right when they think they've got the numbers advantage, they're pushing side. It's full disruption, it throws the round into chaos, and that's what Wildcard do at their best.
Yeah, the prone hero play was great, but closely behind was shutting down Gunner. That pinch position Yellow had all the hallmarks of being the big difference maker for M80 in that round, but he was slain.
5 seconds left.
And with that, Wildcard 5-0 up in this series. And the storyline continues that here at Munich, they continue to be underestimated. However, they continue to deliver.
So final round of the half, can Wildcard make it the clean sweep and look for the 6-0 lead against M80, which I would imagine it'll be a very hostile locker room talk after the first map. If M80 lose it in this sort of fashion, they must win this round, get an attack round on the board, then go defense.
Scanning for electronics.
Located a bomb.
But M80 have obviously started very slow, and then within the rounds that they've started to look a little bit more comfortable, more likely, started to get more opportunities, they've still squandered them. Wildcard at all stages have just been better. The early round wins, and then certainly now the late round.
Back-to-back appearances of the Solace in this round, and so Spiker will be eager to garner information.
Taitaa olla se kahden kärkön side.
Split as well, server tellers for this final round of the first half.
Never.
So now something different again for M80 that they have to deal with. Wildcard just keep them on their toes. Bay once again back on the vigil. And he'll play top floor along with Baby Shark.
Oh, Mistrone potentially.
Bay pushing down the hallway. Wanted to play off of that hole in the
Vähän
wall.
tohon alaspäin, aimia siitä,
Unknown, Baby Shark
kuulani.
nearby as well. Over towards server stairs.
M80 don't necessarily need to push into this. They can consolidate positions elsewhere up above, but it's still a danger to contend with. Bay could move forward and try to catch this attack off guard.
Bay just keeps on poking his head. Minute 20. He's getting antsy. Maybe a little too antsy. Over to Kino in Visa. He's being disrupted by the Grismont mine. Starting to try and put pressure towards the site. Gunner goes down. Bay got the opening kill. Surprise, surprise. The Vigil is active again. But Gavin at least shut down Baby Shark. Now knows that Bay is close by on this top floor position. M80 with a large contingency of players in Visa. Got the down onto Kino, and the impact will close him out, but then a flurry of kills for M80 finally showcasing their might, and leaves Kansan. Nitrocell ripped, but fast feet denies Kansan that kill, and in server the plant will go down. Kansan not close by, he will not be able to deny. Spotted immediately, but the headshot tap from Kansan onto Diffuser keeps this round alive. 8-0-3.
Of course, position though known, low on HP. Surely Kansan unable to win this one.
He's going to give it his all, and that's all you can ask of him at this point. Hot and Cold will move away from the kit, plays in the hallway, down server, Gavin pushing through electrical, Canton will push, but he will fall. A lovely tap earlier, but it doesn't net them the round. M80 finally on the board. It's taken them 6 rounds, but they've got their first one on Consulate, and now get to go defense themselves.
1 hyökkäysvoitto.
We have certainly seen stranger comebacks in the past. However, M80 need to step it up here defensively.
Nyt taas jos
They must ensure that
Wildcard
Wildcard
ottaa
do
2
not
hyökkäystä,
dictate the tempo of this second half. It was their biggest strength on defense.
se on
and
siinä.
made M80 guess, made them play from the back foot.
I mean, there's certainly every possibility that M80 can now replicate what we saw from Wildcard, go on defense, string a lot of rounds together, look dominant. It's a defender-sided map, the most in that category at the event so far. As for the bands, Fenrir and Blitz will be the first 2, followed up then by Glaz and Goyo. And M80 now to see if they have what it takes on defense to shut out Wildcard's attack. Wildcard's attack so far at Munich hasn't been their strong suit. 10th for attacking win rate. Defense is their strong suit. We saw that in the first half. Now Wildcard need to close this one out with a few attacking rounds.
For reference as well, M80 heading into this matchup, a 52 defensive win rate. And so that sits them about middle of the pack at this particular event.
Yeah, but their attacking win rate's 57%.
Tuosta putos 3. No, tosi
to that?
nopeasti housit.
We've seen already how animated Fabian has been with his team. Of course, timeout already used by M80. Wildcard still have theirs in pocket with Lagonis. And so if they do lose, say, 2 rounds from here, 2-3 rounds, then you call that timeout.
5 seconds to go.
So they've got the buffer, they've got the space, they've got the breathing room. It's up to M80 to try and claw this deficit back round by round.
So the belt of utility here from Wildcard suggesting that they may look for a console direct. It is potentially possible, facilitated by that Capitao and Grim combination. They can then follow that up with the likes of a yellow drop as well in combination to make it difficult for M80 to withstand it. That being said, defensively, their utility will be sound as well in denying that if played correctly, especially the Tachanka in denying that particular swing in position. So I'm intrigued to see what Wildcard shape up for in this round.
Yeah, and not just also that, but maybe the pacing too. Are they going to try and bring pressure early onto M80 or play a little bit slower, keep M80 guessing? They certainly have the lineup to go for the execute at any kind of time once they feel like they're in the best position. Trackstinger doesn't quite go in through the window. Dash looking to make his way in. Straight into admin. Gunner though, the opening pick and the second to follow up. He got aggressive on the Denari. Pushed up in towards admin, got the double kill, and already offsets this attack from Wildcard to begin the second half. That's the kind of aggression that we need to see from M80. Big step up from Gunner. Okay, here they come. The message delivered loud and clear to Wildcard that M80's defense is not going to just be run through. Hot and cold to finish it. As Gunner started it, M80 showcasing that they too will be strong on the defensive consulate.
Puolustus, defense. Eikö mikään puolustus, defense, yes.
Yeah,
puolustus.
really nice work there from
Consulate.
M80, both Gunner and Gav. When they heard that rappel, they heard that audio cue. Instead of sitting back and waiting and maybe forfeiting that ground, instead that was their cue to push forward, aggress, find kills, give their team the advantage, and not let Wildcard settle at all in that opening round of the half.
And the first round as well, since the second, that the opening kill actually converted into a round win. That's been an intriguing discrepancy. 4 straight prior to that round that were not converted. 2 teams that have pretty high conversion rates as well. But Gunner just getting on the front foot, being proactive, going into admin, getting those 2 kills, and just sets the tone for the team. A solid response for M80, but got to keep it going. 2 rounds straight now.
So to basement we go then for the 8th round. And you look across at the lineup here from M80. It seems like they are not going to go less aggressive, but they may dial it up Diffuser on the Mozzie looking to deny, potentially steal information. And Gav, given the license on Vigil, he'll be looking to have similar impact to what we saw from Bay back in the first half. The ability to run around, stall time, maybe try and find a pick or two before peeling back.
Wildcard know full well that with M80 on defense, them stringing rounds together would not be unheard of, and that massive lead could certainly evaporate before they even realize it. Bottom spiral, Diffuser with a Nitro Cell, ready to throw top spiral. Bay started about, what, 7-1, I think, over the first 2 rounds, or maybe 7-2. Has been quelled by M80. Valiant himself even mentioning Bay in the earlier timeout. Just feels like Wildcard are cooling off a little bit. This is the right time for M80 to strike. They know they can play aggressive. Diffuser on the Mozzie, Gavin on the Vigil. They can play the map. Here on this basement side, there's that Nitro Cell shot out though. The reaction time from Kansan on display.
Jesus.
With that though, Wildcard able to claim some semblance of map control. The defense now peeling back towards the first floor. Although Dash quickly taking ground. Blackbeard, the perfect operator for this kind of role, to shoulder check, find info. Let the rest of the team play around that. Gav posing a threat, lobby side on that Vigil. What can he do from there? Does he look to play life? Does he try to stall time? There's options available.
Gavin just happy to sit. Now Wildcard slowing the tempo down. Really, as this match has actually progressed, you think back to the very beginning few rounds, they were high tempo, quick fire action that suited Wildcard. But as the paces continue to slow, it's now favoring M80.
There's a Vault Cam inside of Expo. M80 should have a really good read on this particular push. Double Nitro also available.
The Boogie Breaches opening up the floorboards. Wildcard do find the opening kill through their IGL in Spiker onto Gavin. Shuts down the Vigil. Gives them now the numbers advantage, heading towards basement. Main breach still electrified and reinforced, but no worries, no problems for Wildcard. They find different avenues. Another one from Kansan, and the back push is lethal. Slips through the back door. Diffuser shut down. Pistol, Kansan doing it all.
Vähän vähemmän tarvii noita roundeja kuin...
Well, forget this slow pace Wildcard at their peak, at their best. It's when they push forward, quick and fast. M80 did not know what hit them. Kansan just steamrolling through.
Yeah, such a steady build-up until that execute where Wildcard back to their explosive best. Got a little bit concerned given the information that was readily available to M80, but just unable to action off it. And then when that back hit came through, simply unprepared, and Wildcard continued to look so sharp.
M80 on the ropes here on the opening map of this lower bracket semi-final. Cafe, the map of Wildcard to follow this. Doesn't spell good news. And what a round though from Kansan. And there was still about 30 seconds remaining on the clock, so they did pick up the pace. 13 kills for Kansan. Leads all comers inside of the server. And with that 4K, are now 179 EPS. Huge numbers. 13-2.
Oh, ei ole
Four
helppoa
rounds
oikeesti.
to now close out this map. And if Wildcard are to knock out M80, who's to say they can't go and knock out FaZe later tonight? It's that kind of run.
Over to Expo then for round number 9. Big emphasis on information gathering for M80, the combination of the Valk and the Pulse. Will they have a better read on Wildcard for this particular round? Diffuser takes a touch of damage, but good for now. Wildcard looking to probably enclose above, try to activate the ram, and then fortify that position with the gridlock once they get control.
Kino 1-7, but now on the pulse, and if he's not going to be helping out too much in the kill department, at least can provide the information with the cardiac sensor, has a nitrocell, might just be what M80 need. But it almost feels inevitable the way that Wildcard have been playing, the way that Kansan has been playing. What can M80 do? 4 rounds straight on the defense required. We saw Wildcard do that in the first half, so it is doable. But now the pressure on.
So a yellow drop from Wildcard as they initiate this attack. Can an M80 withstand this pressure?
Dash just pushes through top floor. Good position taken towards long desk. He will be forced back temporarily. Top floor control though being established now for Wildcard in good time.
And Kino remains below, still feeding information on that cardiac sensor for his team.
The beauty of watching Wildcard, they just don't look panicked for time. They want this top floor control to play the vert on this first floor bomb site. Whereas for M80, they're also focused on denying from below. They want to keep garage control.
Double stack garage, double nitro below. Will that be enough for M80?
Still 50 seconds, still plenty of time remaining, but the good news for M80, they haven't lost anyone just yet. Can they find a pick here onto Dash? Gun up, wall open further up. Again, more reactions here from Dash. Almost finding the kill onto Gunner. Wildcard have the extra play, but the time starts to dwindle. Spiker lost his life, the Blackbeard falls too, but so does Diffuser. Gunner and Gavin, as the duo, must now hold strong for M80 or this map is done. The kit does still need to be recovered as well for Wildcard. Gunner low on health, Kansan pushing through, looking for 15, looking for the map win. 12 seconds remain. Gavin, can you hold on and clutch this up? He's spotted, he's found, he's now being overwhelmed. Of course it's Kansan, why not? 15 kills in a lower bracket semi-final from Kansan.
Tuntuu, että puolustajilla ei tainnut olla tietoa, että mistä se defuseri on. Ei kyllä mullakaan.
From their targeting phase, M80 are on the ropes in Munich.
Alright. (2-7). Wildcard ottaa meitä vasta. Holy shit. On droneesti nyt. Semmonen ensimmäinen kartta, joka on vähän mielenkiintoinen. Jotenkin en olettanut, että mä nyt päätyis tolleen toi konsolilla. Aloitin siis mä oon kans mitä Padekin oli, että M80 tän voittais, mutta kovasti se näyttää ainakin Wildcard haluu päästä sinne faceen vastaan. Et pääseekö ne siitä jatkamaan tonne Grand Finaaliin Falconsiin vastaan, niin se on sitten mikä nähdään tossa paljon myöhemmin tänään. Kauhean pitkiä taukoja tässä. Ihan pieni eteen.
want to know what made M80 so uncomfortable playing in a map that you guys picked.
I mean, not much to say. They showed up. We didn't. We're going to try and bounce back for map 2. And if we don't, we don't. We're going home. I don't think anyone wants to go home that way, so we'll try not to.
You played much less than them in this map, and yet you were so comfortable and dominant the whole game. How?
I mean, we haven't played console in a very long time. We haven't really scrimmed it that much either. I think it's just, we're just the better team, to be honest.
At all? Like, everything?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it matters what map. As long as we play our game, it'll be easy.
And that is our first map in our NA Showdown, done and dusted. And we know console is a defender favorite map, but come on now. This was M80's map pick, and Wildcard just seemed too strong.
Yeah, I mean, it really started off the gate with a big bounce back, setting the tempo. I mean, these shots from Bay absolutely slowing down M80, especially in a man-down situation. The player that you looked for in the early game of this series was Bay. He gets 2, puts it into a man-even deficit, and then this beautiful 2v3 clutch to retake into the site. Both players get 1 apiece, C4, shot onto the piano, and then they go for the defuse. They didn't even really know that they downed the player upstairs.
And then yet again, we talk about Kansan coming in late here. I mean, another big clutch coming out of the side from Wildcard. Time and time again, we're just seeing these moments where these should be rounds from M80, but it's talking about the aggression. It's talking about the tempo that Wildcard keeps hitting the hammer on the nail and reinforcing that they are the better team. They are going to be the ones that are going to be taking this series, and Kansan yet again opening up the round, opening up the site here in round 8, getting a huge 4K and shutting down M80 on the defensive half.
I mean, we're rolling back the years with Kansan as well, right? Has been in the scene for so long and still showing up. Look at the KPR. 1.67 per round is insane.
No, it's absolutely insane. Even the cost, 100%. He's doing it all. There's nothing you can't say that he's already doing. And the fact of the matter, this is where veteran leadership and experience comes into play, is when you're at the wit's end of an event, you're on the cusp of making a grand final. This is where you want that veteran experience to be able to topple the charts, to come into the server, to come alive, to lead by example, and he's doing it flawlessly.
And that's why Wildcard, their system has been working so flawlessly, because they have Kansan, and you can see why he's the veteran on the team. And we've always known him from his history of playing Siege. He's always been a great player, always showed up when they needed him most, especially on the main stage, and he never seems to fail, and he's able to lead his team of rookies, hopefully one more map to victory.
And the tactical timeout on the side of M80 came really early in that map as well, as we see M80 looking to prepare for the second map. Fabian is under pressure with his team, and we heard him saying, you gotta wake up. M80 has to wake up if they want to stay in the tournament. We'll be back with their next map.
Fabian, how was the prep talk?
I mean, as much as it can be after a loss like that, we played absolutely terrible and we deserve to lose the map, so shit happens. Now we move on to the next one.
After this first map, I can imagine that your confidence is sky high now.
Yeah, the confidence is high, but we need to be calm in this moment because we need to win the series and we need to win the next map or the last map. That's it. We're confident, but keep calm for now. We still have a map to play, and yeah, I'm not happy for the first map.
They're screaming for you.
Yeah, the guys, let's go.
Cafe is the second map in this series between our last two remaining NA teams to send one another home in the tournament here, though. For M80, the pressure is on. This map could send them home. What do we need to see from them going in here?
I mean, we talked about it in the pre-match, that M80 is the only difference between them and the other teams that came up against Wildcard is they can play slow. We've seen it all throughout the NEL this year, but we didn't see that in console. We haven't seen it yet. That's the big change that we need to be able to see, is them match it up, especially on a map like Cafe, which is a lot more slow-paced, focus on the trades a lot more, which M80 is currently the best team in trades when it comes to the tournament.
I mean, not even just the trades, the opening kills, they need to be able to convert those and heavily get those into those favor, not losing these clutch moments like they did to Wildcard in the Consulate. And not even just that, controlling the tempo. This isn't a matchup about meta. This is a stylistic matchup. You know your opponent. You know the idiosyncrasies that you can take full advantage of, but it's going to be important, not just on hot and cold, but each individual to understand who they're playing against, who they're playing in front of, and how they can switch that and turn it into their favor.
All right, well, I'd love to hear from you two about your predictions going into the second map, but I would actually like to ask our lovely crowd here in Munich, do we think M80 has a chance to win this next map? Okay. Or do we think Wildcard will win this in a 2-0?
I think that's obvious.
Yeah, that sounds pretty obvious. All right, then let's send it back to our casters for map 2.
So Wildcard getting all of the love at the moment. For M80 now have to do it the hard way. Win on Cafe, follow up then into Skyscraper if they want to keep their Munich dream alive. The favorites coming into the series now heavily tested. Wildcard on the verge of their fairy tale run continuing. So out of the break and into Cafe for the second map of this lower bracket semi-final. M80 would have got a stern talking to by Fabian. I imagine we heard him earlier in the timeout, wasn't happy. I wonder if he calmed down a little bit in the back room, but they certainly need a little bit of calmness, I think, coming into this first half. Cafe defense, every opportunity now for M80 to string rounds together, build some form coming into the second map.
So the band's now shaping up. Blackbeard Castle initially. Do we see Wildcard double dip and take the Azami off the board? It's fairly meta at the moment on Cafe and looking to enable more play on Repel. So we'll see what they opt for. But a lot of this match, again, will be centered around pacing. The devs keep framing it in that manner, and I tend to agree. As expected, Azami off. And so attack at least that Blackbeard and Dokkaebi combination, both of which prevalent here on Cafe.
Well, the pacing that you're alluding to is probably more so on M80's attack. We won't see that in the first half. For Wildcard, though, funnily enough, they are the team that gets the quickest opening kills at the tournament so far, averaging at around 1 minute 50. So they want to bring the faster pace style, and they may opt to do so in this opening half. Wildcard's run has been scintillating so far in Munich. Can it continue? One map away from a lower bracket final, from a top 3 placing. And SI implications as well for Wildcard. They stand to gain the most.
So let's jump into things then. Reading for the opening site of choice for M80. Another key metric as well to keep our eye on for this second map is that opening kill conversion alluded to on the desk. There were 3 consecutive rounds back on Consulate where the opening kill went the way of M80. Failed to convert. It was a big difference maker in that matchup. And heading into this game, both of these two teams were even on that metric. We'll see how that translates across here to Cafe.
So hot and cold will go the Mozzie. M80 will now bring their defense reading fireplace. I think getting off to the good start, the solid start, getting a few defensive rounds is so required for M80. Just to quell the nerves, now facing elimination for a top team that's been performing so well at the event. If I'm Wildcard, I'm thinking just bring the chaos, bring the energy, try and play some fast siege. The dash on the blitz, that can enable that Kenton as well with the Ying. Baby Shark could lock down a few players with those death marks, so they have the tools necessary if they do wish to go for a fast hit later in the round.
Yeah, I think Bay investigating currently, is there an option for a direct approach here? From Wildcard, lean into that blitz selection, hit through pillar, direct into reading. We see it on occasion, but it does require finding that timing window. And with the belt of utility available defensively and the vert up above here from M80, I highly doubt it will be viable here for Wildcard.
And Hot and Gold's going to play close reading. Does have Nitro, but they're going to go straight past him. Trigger discipline, though, from Hot and Cold will be to his benefit. Shoots Bay in the back. Dash will then ring back around through pillar, trying to find Hot and Cold, but he's already further deep. Up close now is Diffuser. Oh, a bait, though. Dash thought he could shoot Diffuser in the back, but Hot and Cold came back to help out his teammate. Far better coordination from M80.
Minute 30 on the clock, Spiker with ground over towards Train, but immediately under pressure up, his position known. Trailing by 2 players now. Wildcard trying to consolidate in the round, and Spiker does find one.
Well, Spiker gets one. Hot and Cold gets out of a tricky position, tucked in on the corner, runs back in through reading. Still 2 Nitros up and available for the defense. Spiker over towards Train. Wants to try and slip in and maybe go for this dining plant. Still 60 seconds, so he knows he doesn't have to commit to anything yet. No Candelas remaining for Kansan on the Ying. 2 death marks, though, for Baby Shark if they need more information.
No top floor control either, so the pivot here from Wildcard looking to gain ascendancy above.
Gunner is in washrooms. There may be a read on his position, his location. They can always just drop pillar late round, go for the reading plant. That is always viable. Gunner, will he catch them off guard? He moves out of washrooms, further deep position. Over towards lounge. Navigating, but what a clear from Kansan. Switched on, locked in. Great game sense, but now Gavin towards Cocktail, catches out Spiker. Tucked in the corner, and that's Kit now on the floor. Desperately throws out the Nitro Cell, knowing that the pressure will come his way. Drops Laundry, can now go back, play the site. Gavin then plays Laundry, knowing that Kansan was to follow. Such a well-orchestrated round from M80, and while Wildcard have kept it close, M80 have always been in control, start to finish. That's the way they needed to start Cafe on Wildcard's map pick.
M80 doing a great job in catching that curveball, the initial push in towards pillar, not direct towards site, but instead looking to exploit elsewhere inside of that objective. But M80 bait them in, isolate the blitz. Wildcard try to reconsolidate in the late round, but the damage already done.
Well, the crowd wants map 3. We're only into the first round. A lot more siege to be played, and of course the lower bracket final later on tonight. FaZe Clan awaiting the winner of these 2 teams. What a start, though. Hot and Cold, Trigger discipline. We saw a little bit of that actually from Spiker back on the first map of Consulate. And in the end, it set M80 up nicely in the round. But what solidified the round for them was the top floor play. Cocktail, Gavin, drop back, gets the second on through Laundry. Really well-worked round. Some of the better siege we've seen from M80 in this lower bracket semi-final. So from reading and fireplace to mining and fireplace, a small switch up in site choice.
Wildcard electing to bring double vert for this round, so the buck ramp combination, they'll be eager to work above and flush out key power positions. Defensively, M80, a couple of Nitros available, so that will be their plant denial potential. The catch as well from Gunner will be incredibly important. We've seen Util Dump be incredibly successful here at Munich, and so he'll be able to quell that with a little bit of catch, particularly up above. Should help fortify the likes of these mirror positions, which will make that top floor clear quite challenging.
I wanted to add as well, Cafe is one of two maps that is quite literally been 50-50 in attack defense so far at this event. The other map being Border is actually straight on 50-50. Cafe's 50.6 to 49.4. So again, you round that up and, well, this is going to be a map that isn't ultra-ly determined by just defense alone, akin to what we saw back on Consulate. Every round will be crucial and will matter and will set the tone for the map.
Gunner inside of Cigar Shop. Is his position known? Could be a threat if Wildcard are unaware.
Drop down, Baby Shark. Will he clear this out properly? Up close in shot, Gunner holds. Doesn't make a sound, doesn't make a move. Not sway.
They don't know.
Bay is there as well, but the shot through and Gunner expects a second and he gets them both. Guns them both down. Blaze of glory from Gunner. M80 setting the tone early on Cafe with their aggression around the map, playing good positions, then falling back and not giving Wildcard the chance to then get trades.
Quite similar to the opening round. It's a 5 versus 3 and M80 able to dictate tempo now from this point onwards. Util dump from Wildcard. M80 though already vacating these key positions up above.
Yeah, there's no one top floor for M80. It's clear that Wildcard have to go through and do the job, but no one to be found. And Cavan with a nitro. Another kill for M80, and while he did lose his life to Kansan, Wildcard now up against it in the second round, down to just 2 players remaining. And not a lot of time either. A well-defended round from M80. We haven't even seen the site. We've barely witnessed mining in Fireplace. All the action top floor. And that says to me, the way that M80 are playing Cafe, they're forcing Wildcard to take these fights.
Diffuser trying to find Dash, but he gets assistance. Now Kansan 1v3.
Oh, Kansan has been exceptional so far. Goody. 1v3. Gunner's so low on health, but he's got so little time. Default taken out. Back out into the corridor and then slips back into Fireplace. Could go plant mining. Gunner's on red stairs. If he does go mining side, kills Gunner, he could get the plant down. 5 seconds though remaining. They will force him to go and stick this plant inside of mining and then converge. Now they start making the move. And even just the footsteps gets him off the plant, saves the KD, but can't save the round. 2-0 M80.
Back-to-back rounds, M80 finding those first 2 picks and then doing really good job late round to peel away, not fall in to the trap of sticking around too long. Wildcard calling their attack.
Everyone already know that, guys. Understand about this is beautiful. Okay, first thing, let's play the mountain next round. For you, Dash and execution. For basement, you can cross to the bunker plant. And for you, Spike, if they play top 4, doesn't matter what the defense they're doing, just plant the mount. Okay. Other thing, guys, talk about the next step. Like, we're not talking, okay, we're gonna kill Sion. How we kill Sion player? Grenade from heaven, or we can use the Thatcher if that Thatcher is gonna be open. Shy can play the Thatcher if they're doing the utuber, the utuber defense. But just talk about the next step, like speed up a little bit. The match's all good, you know. Just talk about this, guys. Okay. Next step and that's it. Nothing more. Okay.
We're probably gonna be basement here. Bro, default spots, let's just start face checking the Shaiko guy, bro. Let's just like get on the PNR Pel Evan and me and Shark can just drop and kill this guy.
Well, relatively calm timeout though for Wildcard from Lagonas. He didn't seem too flustered, too bothered, not too displeased, but it is a relatively early timeout as well.
Hyvä, että niin katsoo näitä M80 vastustajia esim. Wildcardia eilen, niin Fabio vittu huutaa kiroilee ja on vittu kunnon chill sensei meininkiin. Se vastapuolella, niin sit on silleen, what the fuck.
And then those on site doing their role as well, giving no opportunity for Wildcard to find win conditions in that particular round.
Bomb located by attackers.
Top floor we go. Can M80 continue this streak?
Well, it certainly feels possible with the way that they're playing. They're not just winning these rounds in a scrappy fashion. Double opening kill, double conversion. They've been able to not make any kind of mistakes early. They're not giving Wildcard easy kills. And yet, despite that, they're also playing rather aggressive around the map as well. Good tempo, good control. This is better from M80. Got to keep this going. Bar cocktail for the third floor on the third site of choice as well for M80, looking to go around the world. And so far, this is a good early statement, making amends for the first map.
Intriguingly, during that tactical timeout, Wildcard noted that they anticipated Kitchen to be the objective of choice for this round. Now forced to pivot and adapt on the fly as we head up above. Can they find a way to try and activate activate the sense in this particular round. There's playmaking opportunities down Skylight, for instance. You can cut off some of the longer angles from Cocktail as well towards the latter portion of the round. And again, with the castle and the Azami band out, the power game on this site likely to be critical.
And looking at some of the statistics,
oliko sillä M80 vai oliko tuo Wildcard? Onko sillä S ihan? Siellä on Shaikossa pelaa joku. Tässä on Gunnar.
Spotted Gunnar sitting below the Skylight. He will reposition now. But again, it's good signs for M80, the way that they're playing in these certain positions. It's not rather default. They're not keeping it completely compact and closed and ultra defensive. They are showing Wildcard that they can play these aggressive positions. Keeps Wildcard on their toes as they're making entry. And right now, it's just a full repel stack for Wildcard. 90 seconds left in the round. Nitro thrown out from Diffuser. Catches Dash. Again, another opening kill for M80. Really coming to life here on Cafe. Total control. Wildcard have just not been able to get into their flow state on this map.
Still no boots on the ground inside of the map. It's tedious for Wildcard. Only a minute to go. The drop to follow.
Now look at the ROUs that have been sent out by Kansan. As you mentioned, the drop, Bay pushes in towards shop. Kino, though, was in lounge. They did not account for his aggressive positioning. Leaves Spiker by himself at the Skylight in a 1v4. Well, M80 are coming to life in this lower bracket semi-final. On the verge of a third consecutive round, and Kino puts an end to it. Fabian goes from disappointed to elated. Well, you guys want map 3, we might be on road for that. 3-0, M80 looking so strong here on Cafe. And out of the timeout for Wildcard, it's yet another failure.
Additional bans to then come into play for the remainder of the half. Deimos and Miro. Deimos very, very important in some particular executes here on Cafe, given the vertical nature of the map, and Miro.
Tuntuu, että Wildcard ei oikein niin loista täällä ainakaan hyökkäyksen puolella. Saadaan miten ne saa kokattua puolustuksella viimeistään.
Yeah, but that's not really been, I think, a massive factor in the reasons why these rounds have been won by M80. Sure, it's there, sure, it's been played. But they're winning a lot of these rounds because of their early positioning. The fact they've adapted, they've wanted to now take the early fights, and they're winning them comfortably. 3 rounds straight, 3 opening kills. Well, no surprise. And that was really what let them down back on Consulate. There was actually, in the first half, a string of 3 rounds where M80 got the opening picks, converted none of them. And that ended up being the main difference between the two teams. So they're active early, they're converting on their advantages, and the whole team now looks switched on. There's no one clear standout. All 5 coming to the table for M80. Wildcard need to adapt now on the fly and find different avenues to get some attacking rounds in this half.
The depth of Wildcard to be contested in this round. We saw last time out a direct hit pillar facilitated by the Blitz. So they change up the composition a little bit here for the second attempt. The Monty in play. Spiker likely wanting to play that front line, command his team. I expect more emphasis on map control. Try to potentially then play from above, flush out that defense. Bravo also in play, so clutch drones from Baby Shark to be critical in this round.
Oh, the run out. Hot and cold catches Dash. Was sitting on that pillar run out for what felt like the first 40 seconds of the round. And once someone came running his direction, he was ready to pounce. Bay, though, finds his first kill of Cafe onto Gunnar, who opted to take the fight. He swung, he initiated, and Bay accepted. Makes it a 4 versus 4, and with that Wildcard have got top red control. Kansan will shut down Gavin. And Hot and Cold taken low, but Diffuser shuts down Bay before he can cause more damage and pushes forward. There's more players there. Diffuser is hungry for more, wants to try and shoot Spiker in the side, avoid that shield.
Semisti Wildcardin hyökkäykseltä toisaalta Kansan ja Spikeri on lovina.
With that, they've given map control to Wildcard.
Diffuser though continues to lurk bar.
Big nitro from Kino. And with Kansan low, it swings back again. Such a chaotic round, but Kansan, the superstar from Consulate, now shut down from Kino.
Baby Sharkin on otettava se ensimmäinen fraginsa.
With a minute remaining.
And Falcon formation available here for Kino to play around. Equally though, Baby Shark with a lot of time.
60 seconds in a 1v1. Baby Shark was able to retrieve the kit. Could drop from bar down into pillar.
There is a drone in laundry. Kino's position may be known.
Kino has no utility. Either shotgun or SMG will be the weapon of choice. Baby Shark has dropped. He's now second floor. Around the corridor, deals with a bulletproof camera. Kino will hold white stairs. He even gets a little bit of yellow ping information. The best thing that Kino can do now is hide and force that time to dwindle down. Baby Shark thought about watching white stairs. Now opts for the plant. Kino makes the move, dashes into laundry. There is still time for Baby Shark if he wants to go for the kill, but captures Kino at the doorway. One little shoulder peek, punished by Baby Shark. Wildcard find their first round on Cafe.
That's a tough one for Kino. Gets drawn out by the fake plant directly into laundry. Again, there was a drone actively in that position. Baby Shark hitting a clean shot after that info was relayed. Finally, they hit the scoreboard. Back to mining we go. Can M80 replicate success on this objective?
Yeah, M80 losing out the round where, in a lot of avenues, the opening 3 rounds, the same playstyle netted them the round wins. Wildcard this time, though, were just able to be a little bit stronger in the gunfights. Kept the round lively, kept it close. Simply comes down to a 1v1 winnable for both teams at that point. Desperately needed for Wildcard. It is still 4 rounds straight that M80 have been able to find the opening kills. Wildcard have not been able to get the plant successfully down once. So a lot of the metrics are still in favor of M80, but that can swing and swing quickly. Kansan again influential in that round. He got a 3K, the first multi-kill round in this map. He's now up to 21 kills across the 2 maps. The next best is Gavin with 12.
And the Echo to see their first appearance in this half. And so time will be a big factor for both teams. Hot and Cold will be eager to stay alive to the late round and get value from his drones in an attempt to gather information and, of course, deny plant as well. Equally, Baby Shark IQ will be desperately searching for that yokai information in combination with the Valkyrie as well. Eyes on Dash currently. Susceptible to the run out in the prior round. 0-4 here to open up Cafe. He'll be eager to also add to his tally as well. Red ping.
Tap, 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 but it's Bay that hits the headshot onto Diffuser. Lesion down. Wildcard find their first opening kill of Cafe. Are they starting to turn the tide? And with Spiker on the Monty inside a shop, he can maintain decent position. Gunner wants to run past him. Where are you going? Wanted to get into shop. Bay was top red. Gunner wanted to reposition, gets punished for it in the second kill foul for Wildcard.
Good comms from Spiker. Wildcard capitalize on that opportunity. Now a 2-player advantage, and they'll immediately be able to pressure this side.
Big kill from Kino. Starting to rise to the occasion. Limits the damage. Only the 1 player disadvantage. Frag grenade forces him back, but nowhere to go. Wildcard surround M80. 2 straight on the attack for Wildcard. Despite the strong start from M80, they have found their way here on Cafe. 1 round to go for this first half.
What a swarm from Wildcard in that prior round. I love that play over towards shop, getting value from the Monty. Gunner got trapped and steamrolled from that point onwards. Diffuser here initiated, he searched. Gunner under pressure, perhaps looking to escape or make a play. The Raw also caught. And a steamroll from that point onwards. The util dump as well towards the very end, very clean in towards
Clinical.
Kino's position. And yeah, clinical, the best way to describe that for Wildcard.
I'll tell you what, Wildcard just keep finding ways. They might not be statistically the best team remaining at the major, but they just keep finding ways. They play such chaotic and gritty siege that it's mesmerizing. Big round coming up. Wildcard already 1-0 up in the series after a very dominant Consulate. M80 started really well here on Cafe, but Wildcard now garnering a little bit of momentum. Back over to Bar Cocktail. Won successfully last time by M80. And Gunner will play the Legion over towards Red Stairs. So rather than the shop hold, they'll have Gunner roaming.
It'll be very difficult for him to have impact from down below, given double flank watch here for the attack. Both the Gridlock and the Nomad should be able to keep him at bay. So I'm intrigued to see how Gunner then looks to react to that through the mid-round. Early util dump from Skylight. Deployable shield dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big one now. You get rid of the shield, they have to fall back, play a bit more Freezer. Kino over towards washrooms, not playing Pixel. So less presenting for M80, allows maybe Wildcard to just creep forward into positions like Lounge, like Shot. Bay's droned it out, Spike is now dropped. Gunner's over towards Red Stairs. Waiting for the drop to follow. Patience pays off for Gunner. Free kill onto Bay gives M80 the slight advantage, but Spike has taken a good position over towards New Belt. Kansan can follow in from behind. Dash he'll play Cocktail side on the rappel.
Good start to the round for M80, but can they capitalize and take this opportunity with both hands? Spiker.
There's no one playing behind him though at the moment. No. Kansan on the rappel still finally vaults in towards Lounge.
Has relayed some good information, however, especially over towards Free Zone. Kansan can cut that. But actually clearing it out will be a real challenge for this attack.
Makino in washrooms, Gavin in freezer. Difficult positions to clear without utility. To force them out, you have to go and hunt them down. And don't forget, Gunner still roaming second floor in reading. To more avenues for M80.
Kansan does have double flash, but keep in mind it's also the Warden from Gav anchoring that position, the backbone of this defense.
Maybe Shark maybe thinking that there was going to be a run-out attempt with Dash putting pressure on the rappel. White Stairs side of the map. Gunner opted to not go for that play. On Cold, by the way, sitting deep in the balcony position as well. Trying to find the angle and maybe stop this rappel. That's the easiest kill you will find all weekend long for Hot and Cold. Baby Shark.
Niinku Heaveni on kyllä semmonen, että sinne ei vittu, jos sulla ei oo tietoa, että se on clear tai cocktail on clear. Niin se on vähän semmonen niinku huono paikka hypätä enää.
Dash now, he repels in, he meets the same fate as Baby Shark, and M80 find 4 on their defensive half here on Cafe.
Love that tuck position from Hot and Cold. It's a position in particular that isn't super popular at the moment, but when it pays dividends, it really does in denying that rappel position. Good work from M80 in that round. The anchors elsewhere, particularly over towards Freezer, and even washrooms to an extent, also offering value to that defense. M80 now with the platform to play off.
Well, I can imagine Fabian's probably a little bit more happier than the first map. No surprise there. 3 rounds away from sending us to a third map now going into the second half. But Wildcard's defense is their strong suit. That's going to be the task now for M80. Wildcard is a far better defensive team than they are attacking team. The bands, Mira and Valkyrie, along with Monty and IQ as we head into the second half. Of course, the coaches are allowed to offer a little bit of advice during the ban phase portion, so you could see Fabian talking to his team. Yeah, reading Fireplace first up.
It's an intriguing switch up in terms of bans for this second half. In particular, on the side of defense, it means that both Castle and Azami will be available, and Wildcard may lean into one or potentially both of those throughout the half to really force util clearance here from M80 and to bring explosives into the composition.
I mean, the big thing I'm going to be looking for here is the way that Wildcard played defense. So back on Consulate, they were aggressive. They put Bay onto operators like Vigil, for instance, and said, go roam the map, play the entry battles, we'll back you in. And he did a really good job at that. Kansan as well was able to just kind of run riot. will they play the same on Cafe, where it might be a little bit more limited compared to Consulate, where they play more structured, play a little bit more defaulty? If that is the case, that might help out M80. Because I think what really did well for Wildcard on Consulate was playing the map, playing aggressive, made it really tricky for M80 to get a proper strong read as to what Wildcard were doing.
M80 to bring the blitz in this opening attack can sometimes indicate a more aggressive and direct hit. And for this side specifically, typically headed over towards Pillar. Doesn't necessarily, though, need to be the case. Kino can find playmaking opportunities elsewhere. Baby Shark aggressing Lounge currently.
When the blitz is just doubly strong because you can use it on the top floor clear and then eventually the side execute as well. Baby Shark over towards Lounge. He plays a bit of an off aggressive position, considering reading fireplace. He's on the Azami, and those two guys certainly can protect him. Holds over towards Pixel.
Oh, there are 4 frag grenades available for the attack, so M80, of course, leaving the Azami app are prepared to deal with it.
And the other thing to note as well, I mean, we saw Fox and Laxon kind of talking before, after the opening map. They expected M80 to maybe play a little bit slower on Consulate. Well, I think on Cafe, that might then force them to play a little bit slower to their strength. So expecting them to spend more time out in the rappel, clearing utility, getting information, taking their time for the eventual push. And so far, no boots have actually gone inside of the building from M80, and there's a minute 40 remaining on the clock. So they have certainly slowed things right down on their attack.
Also not a single engagement just yet, but as I say, a Baby Shark to find the opener.
Well, I wasn't expecting that one, especially with Kino rushing through Lounge. Forces Baby Shark back after he found the opening kill onto Hot and Cold. Gavin has also taken a position in Lounge to play behind Kino, Diffuser as well, top red. Dash, by the way, is bottom red stairs, could push up the stairs position and have an impact on a back flank if they're not watching that position. Indeed, slowly making his way up. Diffuser's got to be careful, but Dash, well, now has continued all the way to the top. Is Diffuser ready? Gavin finds the kill onto Baby Shark. Dash is now top red position.
Tämä hyökkääminen tänne niinku jo ensimmäisellä kierroksella on paljon parempaa kuin mitä toi Wildcardilla oli.
Taken this position, just never got involved on the flank.
Trying to find a timing, but now spotted by Kino.
Not what you want to see is the blitz making his way down. Dash now forced away. And Mady have done so well in this mid-round.
Now they'll reposition back. Try to formulate this final push. Diffuser on the ground, likely to be collected. 30 seconds.
Vähän vaikutti siltä, että Falcons niinku struglas, mutta kyllä ne otti siitä sitten sen 2-1 voiton siitä VO3. Tää on toinen kartta tätä matchupia. Ja vitun moista saatanan dominointia toi Wildcardilta toi ensimmäinen konsulate. Se oli niinku semmonen, että mitä vittua täällä tapahtuu. Fabiankin huutaa kiroilee noille pelaajille, että mitä vittua te teette. Ja niin. Jumalauta Dokkapitchatissa yleisössä.
They take a 5-2 lead on Cafe, and we edge closer to a third map.
And that opening attack really highlighting that for M80. Playing patient, chipping at it can really work in their favor.
Oh, jumalauta, starting to appreciate the quality of siege that we are seeing from M80. Strong on their defense, coordinated on their attack. Looking far more like themselves here on Cafe.
Ja kyllä on aika mukaista, kun tuossa toi seppele edessä. Saatana nähdä mitään, kun pelaajalle ei välttämättä.
Yeah, really muscling their way forward on that top floor clear. I think Dash was perhaps somewhat unlucky throughout the mid to late round. We saw him tease the flank over towards red stairs, never found that window of opportunity. Equally though, M80 well prepared for it. Got information from Blitz, denied that opportunity, and then isolated those 2 remaining defenders really nicely at the conclusion of that round. A 3-round lead for M80.
Just the second multi-kill round in the series as well for M80. Gavin with a 3K. Back on Consulate, they only got it once. That was from Gunner. And almost all 5 players as well for M80, close to 100 plus EPS. It's been a team effort.
Mielenkiintoisesti kyllä joo, tää on menossa ihan M8 suuntaan. Alkuun siis toi niinku ekan kartan suhteen se vaikutti just siltä, että Wildcard haluu mennä faceen vastaan. Mikä on siis illan viimeinen peli tossa alkaneen. Tän jälkeen.
Get a little bit more aggressive, akin to what we saw on Consulate.
So a stack of utility from defense, Azami Castle combination, shield as well, and shop for Dash to play behind. M80 though with the tools to disrupt this. On 6, belt of utility, frag grenades as well, but guns as well will surpass all of that. Spiker to fall first. Good work from Gunner.
Mätkistä. Nyt vaan mätkimään sitä. Heveni oli oikkuna.
Wildcard are just not getting this game on their terms. They're just not getting the fights the way that they want them. They tried to set up Castle Barricade towards Shop to allow Baby Shark to play lounge aggressively as the Azami. And maybe like no contest, we'll go to the other side of the map. They finally pick onto Spiker. Now they got the numbers. Now they can rotate back over and take this battle with Baby Shark. So now Baby Shark on a bit of an island here by himself. Flash in and bolt in. Gavin and Diffuser at the same time.
Jesus, Baby Shark. Ottaa huomioon, Baby Shark oli vähän aikaa sitten 0 tappaa.
Job done from the Azami, but they lose Bay. M80 flip the script. They now go with a faster tempo. Again, at all times so far on Cafe, it's felt like it's been their game. They've been in control, doing as they please, with Wildcard having to react and cannot react quick enough. Down to Kansan, 2 left. Lots of time remaining, even into the post plant. Still winnable here for Kansan. The vault over.
Toi on paha, kun pelaajat pääs ulos.
Kansan has to go for the double kill. Can't just go for the long arm of the law. He's got 30 seconds. And he will just opt to try and stick it. Gets off. Doesn't matter.
Se, jos olisi saanut ton... oliko se Capital siinä sisäpuolella vielä? Jos olisi saanut sen... Se olisi ehkä kerännyt.
Doing to Wildcard what they did to M80 back on Consulate.
What a round from Gunner, finds the opening pick. Offers his team the opportunity to be a little more versatile, eventually go for that clear lounge side. Baby Shark did his best, found the 2K, but was traded out.
Mitäpä vietin lauantaihin?
The plant makes the correct decision to then jump back out. There's not really a whole lot Kansan can do in this position, especially with the vault out animation. Finding the double there is a Hail Mary at the best of times.
That's now 5 players, all 5 players for M80, 110 EPS plus, which is almost unheard of, guys.
Yeah.
Let alone at a lower bracket semi-final at a major. Oh, these transitions just get better and better. They've been absolutely magical. Production team at the back, thumbs up to you guys. Thumbs up right now to M80, 4 rounds plus over Wildcard. It was 7-2 on Consulate in favor of Wildcard. It may be 7-2 to M80 here on Cafe. Skyscraper feels like it's on the other side of this round. Wildcard now need to string 4 rounds straight. This was their opportunity to progress to a top 3 at a major. Knock out M80 in the process on their map pick. The back's against the wall. M80 have stood tall. Baby Shark goes onto the Oryx.
The Oryx with the ability to directly counter the shield play from Kino in this round.
Jossain reisun päällä vai oletko vaan kaverilla tai vastaavaa?
Dash around and try his best to find picks. Baby Shark has had a couple of good
moments
here.
Tietoinen puheliasioita. IT-supportti.
Lounge, the rappel game though already in play from M80 and they've shown strength from this position.
Se on se, kun on alalla ja tietää näistä asioista, niin sitten on vaan vittu saa perheen IT-supportti.
M80 can play like this, they'll find the result. Guess what? They play like this and 6-2 up. Baby Shark
Andelsilla ainakin tuttu tunne.
Gets at least out of a deep position. Kino's already in bar along with Diffuser. Baby Shark's going to get pressured here. Kino pushes towards Cocktail, but they actually ran straight past Baby Shark. He got the kill onto Diffuser, but then knocked it to the floor from Kino. Reloading. It's been a couple rounds like this where it's been so chaotic back and forth. Kino has really risen to the occasion on Cafe, now 9-5, commanding the map with this blitz play. Still 1 Candela available for hot and cold. A couple of smokes as well for M80, and with the sledge up, you can still play the Burt game. Bay, full white, running, but cannot run fast enough away from Kino. Trapped in the barbed wire, the only thing slowing him down at the moment. 2v2 as they did lose hot and cold. And Spiker finds the angle and shuts down the blitz. Didn't feel like this was the path we were on in this round, but now down to Gavin. 50 seconds to try and close this map out for M80 and be the hero.
Meillä on vähän se, että mun veli käy mun muoria ottaa, koska hän on lähempänä. Mun ei tarvi porukoiteta niin paljon hoitaa, koska Fajalla on kuitenkin vielä tietoa, koska hänkin on alalla.
The Grave can watch. 30 seconds.
We spotted one in mining. Did he spot them both? Kansan and Spiker are playing together. 28 seconds. Frag grenade thrown in. No movement. And Kansan from the bomb chassis has the better angle. Wildcard will offset one of those map points. 6-3. 3 more needed for Wildcard to force overtime.
Well, the pacing in that round, explosive from M80, trying their best to extract value from Blitz. But it was Baby Shark to find the first. And then Wildcard able to peel back to site and deal with that snowball over the white stairs.
Joo, siis ihan ymmärrettäviä asioita näin. Niinku ne jutut, välillä on sillä niinku, what the fuck?
The Izami, so some of that util extracted. Castle, of course, though, still up. And then the Blitz, which we saw in the last outing.
Lainausmerkeissä ärsyttävää on se, että jos siitä tulee sitä samaa kysymystä koko ajan, niin sitten on silleen, että niinku perkele.
The Blitz and the Blackbeard has been played every round so far from M80. They've really enjoyed their shield play. We'll have to now move forward without the Blitz, so Kino immediately back onto the Blackbeard. We saw that last time out, bar cocktail. Again, really solid shield play from Kino.
Blitzin ottaa Oruksin, koska se ei kerkeä reagoimaan.
Right here, you get this kill, but they lost hot and cold at the exact same moment. Never got the advantage. Left Gavin in a 1v2. Wildcard hold on.
Jotkut asiat kyllä ei tarvis muuttua digitaaliseksi, mutta
with every round that Wildcard can muster up, it puts all the pressure then slowly but surely onto M80. While they may have 6 points, while overtime is secured, if Wildcard can keep bringing that pressure, and this gets closer and closer, they are the ones at threat of elimination.
So the tuber out to remain hidden in this round. We'll see what Kansan looks to cook up here. Very intriguing selection here then from Wildcard strategically. How they look to intertwine the tuber route into this particular setup. M80 have looked really strong on Repel game so far. They've been patient, they've been rewarded.
Yeah, that's been their strength. 100% been their strength.
And with that, his army now taken off the board. That utility, which has been so strong over towards the lounge hold, surrendered by the defense, forces Wildcard to adapt here.
I mean, to the credit of Wildcard, I feel like they have slightly adapted as well. They know that M8 is going to play more of the Repel game, play a little bit slower tempo. So then at times what they've kind of done is played some more aggressive positions to see if they can catch M80, knowing that they're not taking that kind of space early on. And that's why we've seen in the last 3 rounds, 2 opening kills go the way of Wildcard. So they started to catch on.
Joku työajan seuranto taisi olla termiltään, niin se tehdään jo jotenkin Excelissä, niin se oli kyllä raiva. Ja se on vaan Excel on perseestä. Excel on mahtava työkalu, mutta perseestä.
Noted Kansan before in the prep phase. Still situated on that first floor. He's been a big impact player for the team here on Cafe.
Yeah, I mean, he's just sitting prep.
He'll wait for his moment in this round.
I mean, could he even think about maybe a bakery run out? He's that deep now that he could honestly go for it. But a double kill from M80 now forces Kansan, but there was an air jab. Kansan went for the run out. So he's done absolutely nothing in this round now to help out Wildcard as they have been slaughtered on the site, and now he's the only one left. Such clinical siege. Oh, it's flawless siege.
Toi BM vielä, mikä nähtiin tossa, oli vähän turhaa, mutta
M80 serves them up, and we go to a third map in this North American brawl. The lower bracket final will have to wait a little longer as Skyscraper is on the other side and Fabian is pumped up.
M80 turning it up there in map number 2. I cannot wait for the third. These two going toe to toe. It's going to be a banger.
7-2 on the first map to Wildcard. 7-3 bounce back to M80. All tied up. Skyscraper coming up shortly.
Nyt vaan 4 minuutin tää vain. Miau. Tää musiikki on kyllä vitun ekstra rauhallista, niin on vähän sellainen, että jumalauta. Pitäisikö olla loppulähetys tälle? Jumalauta, siellä on kissa. Ehkä kuitenkin ollaan ne. Terveys network error. Mitä sä selität? Mitä sä selität? What do you mean network error? Twitch bliss. You fucking pepega. Hetkinen, mutta ei näy tuolla aina, että mä co-streamaan tota. What the fuck? Eikö mulla oikeesti vittu netti alhaalla? The world. Mulla on vähän teknisiä ongelmia täällä, niin mä selvitän tässä mun selaa ja sanoo pipiikö. Osu moneihin unloadaan mun pari tabia. Hupsii. Otaisko mä nyt lensa takaisin? Ainakin tää nykii vähän sen vieläkin, mut nyt restartattaa ja toi go-stream tai refreshattaa sivun.
And then exploding against Wildcard. They weren't giving them the opportunity to get picks, a way to leg up, to have a man advantage, and to use Wildcard to slow themselves down and burn M80 out.
Yeah, I think that's something to really note here. When you looked at the aggression coming on the side of Consulate, and then you look at the aggression coming, the passiveness coming on the side of Cafe, it clearly speaks into Kino's playstyle of being able to use that shield at a slower pace, but then being able to explode, as you candidly put.
Yeah, we have to highlight Kino specifically because he is a player that makes or breaks M80's game plan every way through. I mean, him being on the shield specifically was so impactful in the winning of Cafe, and when we see Kino excel in his own comfortability on his role, M80 looks like a perfect team. There's no way going about it when the first spearhead in on the shield is doing all the hard work.
It's exactly why I've touched up on this, that Kino is quite literally the backbone of this roster because he amplifies so many of this team to be able to get those frags, force control, be that spearhead that he needs to be, and time again, Kino is delivering on that front.
And his mom and his brother are
in the crowd.
Yes. I spoke to him earlier.
Mä jotenkin se, että miksi toi ääni, striimiääni on jotenkin tosi hiljainen. No vittu, kun äänet uli hiljaisella.
Fast, and they were doing the complete opposite, and it's catching these wildcard players off guard. As we can see, it started so well for them in this match, but now they're fighting for survival. Just
joo,
we'll talk all
kartan päässä tänään kumpi jenkkitiimi lähtee kotia. Lähtee kohti lähintä lentokenttää. NA, a.k.a. Near Airport.
Le ciel clair, il existe une cité où séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres
Sä et saanut kaikki nää pro-pelaat näin aikaisen toi Pariisi. Auringon nousu. Vai onks tää se, että kukaan näistä ei vielä mennyt nukkumaan, niin menevät tän jälkeen nukkumaan? Tonne olisi kyllä kova päästä, et ei siinä. 2 minuuttia. Jippii! Perkele, karkasi tuolta kamerasta. Pistä mä niille maksuun.
Spike said we are making mistakes that we don't usually do. So you are the person that reads that. What did you tell them?
Yeah, we talk a little bit. Like it was a lot of learning from the first two maps, of course. But in the last map, like the shields were being very annoying against us. I think that was the main thing. So right now is be ready for the shields when they're attacking, adapt for that, and that's it. I think the rest is just having fun, enjoying the moment because all the preparation is done. So now it's just playing.
Ban the blitz. That's it.
The water is rising around our remaining NA teams as they're fighting to knock one another out of the competition. We'll be heading to Skyscraper as our final map, and I just want to know, who has the better cards going into this one?
Within the last year, these teams are both identical statistically when it comes to a map like Skyscraper. When you look at their experience throughout the tournament, you know, Wildcard has played it a lot more recently.
They've sent 3 teams home on
Jos
it.
Wildcard pääsee olemaan hyökkäyksessä riehumaan, niin voi hyvin mennä hyökkäyksessä menee ainakin Wildcardin puolella.
So if they do ban it, we're going to have to see how they manage the Ying, the Glass from Kino.
Absolutely. Then on the other side for M80, if they want to find comfort on their attacking half, they have to get rid of the comfort, the layering of the Azami or the Clash, because if you can do anything on a defender-sided map, remove that little bit of layer and comfort, and it's going to start with that Azami and Clash on the side of Wildcard.
Now, I don't know about you guys, but when we were listening in this map, it sounded in here like the M80 fans just got louder. Is that true? I hear some boos. Yeah, I hear some boos. What about Wildcard then? All right, it is just one more map that stands between elimination and continuation in this tournament. We'll take it to Skyscraper to find out who takes it.
So the third map of this lower bracket semi-final heads to Skyscraper, quite fitting, the map of which Wildcard has already knocked out both NIP and G2 in this lower bracket run. Can they do it for the third time? We'll have to wait and see. Munich, it is the third and final map of this lower bracket semi-final. Will this Skyscraper run continue for Wildcard? They begin defense where they will feel most comfortable. For M80, refound form from the prior map puts them in good stead. Fabian looks a little bit more controlled, comfortable behind his team now, heading into this third and final map. A record of 5-1 for both of these two teams throughout the given year. But they haven't really met each other here.
That's exactly the case, right? We mentioned before that these two have dueled it out 4 times in 2025, and whilst M80 won out on 3 of those occasions, in not one of those best of 1s or best of 3 series did they go head-to-head, toe-to-toe here on Skyscraper.
Kaid, Mira, Ace, Habana, the bands for this first half. Tea Room, Karaoke, the site choice of Wildcard as we get underway. 7-2, 7-3. What will we get here on Skyscraper as we head into what will now be the final map for one of these two teams? The winner to take on FaZe Clan directly after this. It's a short break, it's a short turnaround, but that's the reward for FaZe coming from the upper bracket. M80, Wildcard, one of them. Their Munich dreams come to an end.
Oh, there was talk about shield play heading into this first half and how Wildcard on defense will deal with it. Perhaps anticipating bans, but that will not be the case. Instead, they centralize on that hard breach. M80 now with the tools available, they'll have the Blackbeard, the Monty, and the
kartta meni 7-2. Joka kartta meni 7-3. Meneekö tää kartta sitten 7-4?
This is where it gets tense, and this is where for the players, it's just not their skill inside of the server, but even their mental skill that will be tested. Cannot err on the side of caution. Must move with conviction. Make the right choices. Could this be an aggressive start from M80? Their lineup does suggest that they could go quick. Diffuser on the blitz. could make the push in through Geisha. The repel is
Diffuser
in,
ei
and
ole.
Amy will
Eiku
set
niin,
the tone
diffuser.
early. It's aggression that they
Diffuser.
choose. Diffuser with the battle over towards Geisha, but it's Gunner getting the plant down, and it will be successful. We now enter a post-plant already. 2 minutes shaved off the clock, as the majority of Wildcard have been decimated, leaving only Bay and Kansan to remain in this post-plant.
Ei ainakaan lähtenyt
Such a
Wildcardilla
dynamic start from M80.
niinku
A kill back
läpäkästä
from Bay,
liikenteeseen.
but from a very difficult position.
Triple repel in play and hot and cold with flames available. Surely unwinnable.
Nitrocell from Bay. Kansan forced off. Nitrocell on the windowcell does catch out Gunner, but still 2 more on the exterior that need to be dealt with in Kino and hot and cold. Flames extinguished. Kit must now be stuck, but as they move together, hot and cold gets the double kill and M80 get the perfect start.
Hot and cold coming alive here. Great set play there from M80. Explosive, aggressive, well connected, well timed. Wildcard unable to deny plant, and then with triple repel in play and the Capital utility essentially impossible.
Well, Wildcard may have had some of the chance prior to that map starting, but it's now M80 garnering favor from the crowd. They take an attacking round on Skyscraper, on Tea Room Karaoke to open up this third and final map. A statement.
M80 vai?
Wildcard give up an attacking round to M80 already. They need to do well on their defense. That was the talking point back on Consulate, and they followed through on that map. Over to Office and Exhibition, need to respond quickly.
It will be difficult though to replicate that level of success with consistency here on Skyscraper. That being said, over towards Expo, and with the Rayora teased here from M80, are they again considering something direct here? Samurai window, try to gain space, get Kino active on that blitz. It is possible. Wildcard though should be anticipating it, especially if they are able to spot out that Rayora and start posturing for it. They do have, of course, the Warden available to counter.
Well, to kickstart the lower bracket, Wildcard beat NIP on Skyscraper, but it was 3-3 halves. They, of course, yesterday beat G2 on this very map, 3-3 halves. So both of those went to overtime, and it does showcase Wildcard themselves had the ability to win attacking rounds. But we end up with another similar situation here. Office exhibition, though, crucial. They need to win these main sites. It's one thing if you're losing Barbecue Kitchen, the tertiaries. Got to have control of the main sites here on Skyscraper. Spiker on the Vigil rather than Bay. Bay was a menace on the Vigil back on Consulate. Spiker will get his opportunity now. Over towards Geisha, hold by himself. Baby Shark over towards Drum. As Kino wants to make entry over towards VIP. But it's Kansan that found the opening pick. Kino has made his way in through VIP, wants to progress forward. Had dash close by, slips in towards Dragon. Pistol out from Kino, and it is going to be successful onto Kansan. But Kansan had found one earlier. And Baby Shark then shuts down Gunner. Hot and Cold and Kino, the last 2 remaining for M80. Again, they bring the early aggression. Bay will fall. Kino trying to slip into Exhibition, but the impact from Spiker will shut down the blitz. As Hot and Cold now finds himself in the 1v3. Spiker puts an end to it before he has any chance of doing something special. There's the response from Wildcard, 1-1.
Another direct attempt there from M80, trying to get pressure generated by that blitz. The layering of the smoke utility. But Wildcard up to the task. Wildcard already calling their attack.
Kansan, play the warden, the echo shotgun, okay? Let's use the yokais to spot like what they're doing. If they're doing like something direct and to count a little bit the shields, okay?
Kaksi roundia. Toinen voitto, toinen häviää.
Bomb site with you, Shaq. You can play the Valkyrie with the C4, okay? You can be the one playing the Valkyrie. Jake plays something top. You can play the Azami or Clash on Drum, okay? Other thing, when we come back to the T-bomb site, Dash, you can play the yokai. Just use the yokai to see if they're doing like this fast stuff, so we can have like early information about what they're doing, okay? Yeah, that's it, guys. And for holdications, we can use again.
Where do you want us to use the yokai? I don't understand.
To like outside the map, you guys can like run outside across the door, the delivery door to see, or outside the black balcony to see how many players are there. Count the stuff in holdications.
Right.
Again, another early tactical timeout from Wildcard. Lagonas just wanting to send a pretty early message, even though it is 1-1. The first half certainly will matter for them.
On kyllä hyvä just sillä, että
collecting those rounds,
ne vaan
and it just wasn't
adminit katkaisee sen.
with the way things had started.
toi mutattaa sen coachin just sillä, että se ei voi puhua enempää kuin tarpeeksi. Ja se oli Dash, kuka sai sen. Mä luulen, että se oli Spikeri, kuka sai sen siinä, mut no, Dash on paremmin.
Yeah, really good positioning from Dash especially. Able to extract value from that Warden, who was a key counter in the round to the kind of set play that M80 looked to establish. Very early tactical though from Wildcard. We'll see if it pays dividends. Tertiary in play for this defensive site.
10 seconds remaining.
Kitchen barbecue. The discussion incredibly tactical.
5 seconds remaining.
For Wildcard. We'll see if that translates into results. There was clearly a definitive message that taming some aggression, bringing the right level of aggression, is definitely something they're searching for.
The strength of Wildcard, sorry, the strength of M80 has actually been getting plants down so far at this tournament, and that has followed through as well against Wildcard across the 3 maps. So again, something to keep an eye on in this half. M80's ability to get plants down, force site execution. If Wildcard can go back to the way they played Consulate, where they were more able to get into the face of M80, disrupt the attack before it could kind of get in motion for those site executions, that will play back into the strength of Wildcard. Kansen on the Echo. Well, I mean, that's one way to deny plants later in the round with the Yokai. Barbecue Kitchen, tertiary site. Pivotal round.
Näkee, miten niin aggressiivisesti pro-pelaat pelaa niin Ekolla.
Both Yokais
ihan erilaista tää on.
You combine the Echo and the Valkyrie, a lot of information available, especially without the IQ counter. Dash though out of nowhere finds the opener.
I mean, just a tight angle found from Dash, sitting inside Karaoke, blocking that push off Black Door. Kino still holds on the glass. He may be tempted to try and take this peak, but probably not the best angle to fight. If you lose that one and you lose the glass, it's going to make the round a lot more difficult. Needs to keep the patience. That's what worked out well for M80 back on Cafe. Throw the smoke out, and Dash wants nothing to do with it. He moves off of his angle.
Threw a gas baby in response to stall out Kino.
Well, Diffuse has made the push into T-Room, so Kino can make his way in as well if he wants to, or at least hold that doorway. Wall opened up, Bay though. Well, you've just made it a lot easier for Diffuser. Kino pushes forward, top black stairs, shuts down the Valcam. Dash gets caught, still gets the kill, onto Diffuser and still alive. Kino surely will get shotgunned into the back. How has Dash managed to stay alive there, find the kill, and then close the round out? Wildcard find 2 straight. They win it out of the timeout. And they take the tertiary site of Barbecue Kitchen rather comfortably.
Yeah, somewhat of a stumble on the final hurdle there for M80 as they tried to garner control top staircase. The hold for Dash was good. Of course, found that initial pick, stalled out some of that util from Kino. And despite the eventual follow through and even the fight elsewhere, T-Room not going their way, able to make it work. Got a little bit awkward there, of course, for Dash, but got to his feet first. Rest of his team got in on the action as well. And as we enter round 4, it's the Valk and the Glaz extracted. Here is that key moment. Dash slammed down, finds that kill onto Diffuser simultaneously. Gonna dropped elsewhere. Kino low off the back of pushing through that smoke in a gunfight prior.
Just a pivotal moment, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
If he gets edge out and the Diffuser gets the kill, Kino also found a kill on the Kansen. Maybe that round plays out differently. T-Room Karaoke, we go now for the 4th round. We saw back in the opening when M80
jos mennyt niin alas portaissa, olisi ehkä saanut sen muuten siitä. Toisaalta, jos se ei olisi ollut siellä niin alhaalla, niin se olisi varmaan itsekin knockouttunut siitä herjämistä.
It's been far and away higher tempo to begin here on Skyscraper. 2 minutes 20, 2 minutes 04, and 1 minute 56. The opening times for the first kills of these rounds. You look back at Cafe, and a lot of them were a lot closer to that 1 minute mark, maybe a minute and a half.
Dinari.
Consulate as well, slower tempo. I'm surprised that the 3 maps at Skyscraper that's really seen that tempo rise up, but the attack obviously needs to find avenues early into the round. That's what M80 have tried to do. They will go double shield setup. Kino on the Blackbeard, hot and cold on the Monty. Maybe Shark will counter back with the Clash, which is available for selection.
As we saw in the prep phase, a stack of Denari, tripwire util on the opposing side of the map, so Wildcard accounting for the potential pivot from M80. rather unlikely they'll go direct once more, and so they're in anticipation of that map clear. They have the util established. That being said, Diffuser already posturing over towards his backstairs position. 2 death marks potentially available as well. M80 potentially looking to spearhead from this side of the map once more. Diffuser in the hands of Hot and Cold. He's progressing up the stairs. So expect immediate pressure here on Karaoke once more.
It's a rather horizontal extension though from Wildcard over towards Office Exhibition side of the map. Despite the fact that M80 play more so vert, they're playing around T Room Karaoke. No presence whatsoever from M80 on the other side of the map, which does make it a bit one-dimensional. At some point, Wildcard will clue onto that fact. They can cut the map in half, turn their focus back over towards the site. 20 seconds remaining. Slower tempo here from M80. It feels purposeful. They got the double shield set up top black stairs. This has been their focus. Dash has a yokai close by. That's just been yellow pinged out.
Minute 20. M80 trying to absorb some of this utility. Hot and Cold though pushes forward. Will he go for the plan?
Baby Shark in the corridor as well on the clash, trying to provide some kind of nuisance into Karaoke. Hot and Cold thinks about the plan. Wildcard now must edge closer towards the site to get into a position where they can deny. Spiker over towards Geisha is close by with a Nitro Cell that he could throw over if he does slip in towards Karaoke. It's a poke and prod sort of round. No one wants to make the first real move to make a mistake. Hot and Cold though continues to get peppered, low on health, so Kino's there for good measure, and now he too joins. They just cannot find a comfortable place to get the plant down.
Real lack of explosives though for Wildcard would have proved costly here with 40 seconds on the clock.
Desperately needed that kill. Dash needs to stay alive, but he falls. Oh, there was the team kill from Gavin, but doesn't matter. M80 have still got the numbers, and they dealt with the Echo. No yokai to deny late round, and no Nitro Cell remaining from Spiker. And with Baby Shark still up on that clash, he can be a nuisance, but is he going to be aggressive enough? At some point, he may have to put that shield down. As Hot and Cold looking to put the kit down onto the floor. Again, no real way to deny this. It will be post-plant territory. Gavin and Gunner will combine 3 in the round. And then with that elimination onto Bay, M80's patience will pay off. Slowly pieced that round together. Systematically. Didn't rush, didn't panic when the double shield players were getting quite low in Karaoke. A second attacking round, and this one's pretty even here on Skyscraper.
Yeah, the HP management there from M80, absolutely pristine. They were able to extract so much of that explosive utility out of the hands of Wildcard, making that Plantanel very challenging. Their last hope really was finding value from Clash, but M80 had that cross cut. They cover Hot and Cold, who made some really good calls in that round. 2-2, the scoreline.
And I know that Wildcard, of course, have not got into their attacking half yet, but across the series, it's 6 plants to none. The strength of M80, their ability to have such a high plant percentage, they were 35% plant rate. Second here in Munich, and a real big discrepancy to a lot of the other teams. Which does spell a little bit of disaster to Wildcard, considering that M80 are getting their game plan to come to fruition. 2 very crucial rounds were made in this first half. The Wildcard, though, I think a third round is really all they need, as they've shown against NIP and G2. They only need the 3 defensive rounds.
Of course, important to keep in mind, Wildcard as well, already expending their tactical timeout in this map. M80 still have theirs in pocket. We'll see how that's deployed, likely in the second half. If they find trouble on defense. Expo, the site of choice though for round 5. Shield play again for M80. Perhaps looking to center something around over Samurai once more. No radar though in play on this particular occasion.
Very nice drone.
Yeah, really good info. Dash played a very similar position last time out on this Warden. Was able to counter the smoke play and blitz that we saw last time out.
And it means that for Diffuser, he can get into a strong position down below, put pressure as the Buck. No one on the first floor from Wildcard to contest him. So he has all the space and time in the world with their skeleton key. Continues to force movement out of these wildcard defenders. Spiker will play the Vigil towards Geisha. So he's playing a deeper flank position, but all the pressure again from M80 is direct towards the site. They're not going for full map control as the attacking team. Kino slips in through display and into office and into the corner. He is now tucked in, has the kit, diffuser down below on the buck. Bay slips in towards the side as the Azami. But up close, he does have to be mindful of Kino on the Monty. But he's being peppered, surrounded, now takes the fight, but overwhelmed. M80 playing together as a team. Wildcard need to do the same.
Kino's so low, but stays alive, and they have so much information.
It's been here for the last minute and a half. This should be an easy clear. Spiker goes down as well on the Vigil, trying to come back towards site.
It'll slow them down.
M80 are searching for this third attacking round and have such a clear advantage now. There's nothing that Baby Shark can do. Wildcard are wiltering here. Kansan now takes the position, but loses the fight against Gunnar, who's got his 7th. Gavin comes in as well. It's flawless from M80. Clinical siege. M80 have risen to a new level. And the pressure of this lower bracket semi-final, they rise to the top at the moment. 1 round to go in the half. Wildcard now need to respond.
Yeah, really good display of some simple siege executed well there by M80. The value from the drone was immense. Dash under so much pressure with the vert below from Buck. Kino initially pushing forward, gaining information, drawing that defense in as the rest of the attacking closed. Able to stay alive as well towards the late round reposition. So many examples of good drone work in this particular round and actionable by M80.
Se on kyllä mielenkiintoista, kun Vigili kuolee Yellowpingille.
A 3-2 lead.
I mean, 5 opening kills, 5 conversions as well. That's been instrumental in these rounds, getting these early advantages. Second floors for M80 in the series. They closed, of course, Cafe out in the floors fashion. Another multi-kill from Gunnar, back-to-back for him. 7 kills in the last 2 rounds from Gunnar. And they take the lead, M80, for the first time since the opening round of this half. A 4th attacking round on Skyscraper would set them up beautifully going into the second half. Wildcard need to win this 6th round. And it's the tertiary side of Barbecue Kitchen, of which they won successfully last time out.
Gunnar playing amazing here on Skyscraper, but in terms of the series as a whole, it's been very well-rounded from M80. Kino trailing at 92. The rest of the team, however, above 100 EPS in this series. Wildcard, the same cannot be said. Kansan 128, Spiker 98, and then it tails off. M80 showing their depth in this best of 3.
Every round so critical though at this point, best of 3, but now down to a best of 1. Every round matters just that bit more. You win this round Wildcard and it's another 3-3 half Skyscraper. That might just be the best pathway for them. That's how they knocked out NIP. It's how they knocked out G2. They do thrive under the pressure, but they don't want to allow this lead to grow any larger. Gavin playing behind Kino. So both outside that black doorway position. Dash holds black stairs. Baby Shark in the corridor. So it's a 2v2 standoff over towards top black. Kino forced back by the gas bait of Dash. He's only got 1 left, by the way, and there's still over a minute remaining in the round.
M80 very eager to draw out this utility, sensing that once it's all been expended, then they can try to push forward. Some ground has been taken elsewhere as well, and eventually this attack can link up. Minute on the clock, however. Time management has not been amazing here from M80.
I mean, it's been pretty decent stall out from Wildcard.
Oh, they pushed in.
Kansan finds the kill onto Gunnar. The dog will be down, but Diffuser into Barbecue catches Kansan, who was not ready for the slip into sight. Hot and Cold was going for the plant, but he got pushed off it and eliminated Dash with the double. And then with Kino falling, no more Monty and Gavin by himself as Wildcard ready for M80. Much better from Wildcard. A 3-3 half on Skyscraper is exactly where Wildcard want to be. And we're in this very position against NIP and G2 and went on to win both of those in overtime. They couldn't do it for a third time straight in the lower bracket.
Certainly not off the cards.
I see what you did there, wild cards off the cards.
Let's see the bands play out then for this second half. It's Blackbeard and Kaid initially. Both coaches with an opportunity to briefly talk to their teams and evaluate what's gone wrong thus far and how they can prepare themselves for the second half. The second bands to be the Nomad.
Nyt on kyllä niinku satanan tasasta skyscraperia, joka on mielenkiintoista nähdä, että niinku hyökkäykset menee noinkin hyvin. Mutta toisaalta ollaan nähty wildcardin toimesta hyökkäyskö Sky.
Opening up the hard bridge here on Skyscraper, which inevitably gives them more opportunities to make plays. I'm very, very intrigued to see how this will play out.
Oh, so we head into the second half, all tied up 3-3 on a map 3. It doesn't get closer than this. The winner takes on FaZe Clan in the series to follow in the lower bracket final. Both teams feel deserving. I mean, Wildcard have had an exceptional run so far at the major. It would almost feel a little saddening for it to come to an end, but we know the quality and the strength and the power of M80. But only one can progress and represent the North American region in that lower bracket final. Hard to split right now between them. If you wanted to favor a team, maybe M80 on defense. Skyscraper Wildcard have shown they've got the ability to attack on this map. It is a strength of theirs that will be needed now in this second half. Full attacker repick for Wildcard.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it. I figured you Brits.
The hard breach of Ace in combination with Thatcher. Again, very, very intrigued to see how much influence the hard breach battle will have in this second half when you consider the bans from both sides.
I mean, even just intrigued how Wildcard's going to play this half. I mean, we saw from M80 on their attacks, they played a bit more direct, they played the vert, they didn't go for the full horizontal sweep across. Will Wildcard opt for that play? Back in their fragging ability to clear out those holds across the map. M80 have given up Tier and Karaoke and Geisha at the moment, although Gavin's still close by in Drum. Kino as well, so they will contest over towards Drum and Mezzanine. And it does seem like Wildcard will go for the more conventional sweep across.
Certainly some obstacles ahead of this attack for Wildcard. You mentioned Kino, especially on the clash through Drum, the double stack alongside Gav. Maybe challenging to dislodge. They have Baby Shark though below. Could play some potential vert off the back of this secondary hard breach from Kansan.
Slow and steady for Wildcard until Bay finds an opening. Outside on the exterior, he shuts down Gunner, but he does lose his life for it from Hot and Cold. Pressure down below from Baby Shark on Kino. Needs to position carefully on that clash. A little exchange leaves both teams wounded. But it also means that Drum has been evacuated from the defense. Wildcard taking map control.
M80 likely not too displeased. They've wasted quite a bit of time. Both Nitros intact. Triple Zoto available. And Wildcard only about 25% of the battle done. They've taken some ground, but now comes the real nitty-gritty of this attack.
Full side hold for M80 into the final minute. Kansan still outside Shrine. Could go for the vault in if they want to try and pressure towards Dragon against Kino, but may opt to go against and around him. 4 Candelas available for Dash, a couple of smokes as well. Get ready for this execute now from Wildcard.
40 seconds, Wildcard need to time their move. A lot of this centered around being able to clear this very clash posing problems.
Kansan is in, forget the barbed wire, go straight through it. Kino falls back, 30 seconds. They're going for a 2-2 split attack. Dash wins the battle against Gavin. Candela's thrown in from Dash. Hot and Cold will sit inside of sight towards Office, defending vigorously. Diffuser tried to play off of Kino. Kino towards Dragon, Diffuser low on health, stuck inside of VIP.
Tää lähti mennä aika kovin, mut sit se vähän hyytyi tohon noin.
Want to delay the time. Big Nitro from Diffuser. Kansan into red time, needs to deal with this clash. They've left him behind. Kino has stayed in Dragon. Kansan seeks out Hot and Cold, and Hot and Cold says, here I am. A tense round, back and forth, winnable for both, but M80 pull it out late. They get the 4th round and are 3 away from a lower bracket final.
Wildcard electing to pivot, taking the diffuser house stairs, the clear not quite on point, a phenomenal nitro sent their way. M80 doing a great job to center around that clash as well. Kino stayed up, did a really good job, and of course Hot and Cold, one of the best anchors in the game, doing his job nicely on site. Wildcard had a momentary advantage in the round, but the response was so sharp.
Yeah, I mean, it was only momentary though. It wasn't really.
Se kuoli ennen kuin se defu räjähti. Tai vittu sen kun räjähti. Voi, on tää taas. Hyvää peliä silleen.
This is where the pressure gets really applied.
5 seconds remaining.
4-3, M80 have taken the lead once again on Skyscraper. Tea Room Karaoke, the second main site here on Skyscraper for Wildcard to now have to deal with. This is where being on defense just feels that more comfortable. Especially this late into a lower bracket semi-final match at a major. Wildcard have to make all the right moves on the attack.
Wildcard will once again posture for the map clear here. Initially, double-ranged hard breach available and shouldn't be too fiercely contested. Initial drone work identifying this extension. Gav, Diffuser, and Kino in a potential position as well to pivot if required on the clash.
Itellä on vähän semmonen, kyllä, mä toivon vähän, että Wildcard voittaisi tän.
Yeah, M80 want to make it difficult for Wildcard to get early position. To even just get into the building safely.
Eikä se kun ne pudotti just G2 ja tälleen.
Close by to that keeper barrier. He was right. Didn't want to rush in dealing with it. Diffuser's close by as well. So Bang and Kenton will look to try and push together. Gavin defends vigorously. Diffuser though loses out. Baby Shark makes the move. Needs to win this battle against Gavin, but pop-up headshot. Gavin says goodbye to Baby Shark. And while there was a response from Wildcard, still now outnumbered. M80 always had the numbers in these exchanges, and Kenton needs to pull off the 1v2 clutch. He does have a lot of time to think about how he can maybe do this.
Not just a 1v2, but into the face of the clash. Diffuser a distance away as well. Kino and Gunnar just need to play off one another.
Needed that flash to maybe hit Kino. He has to scout out where Gunnar is located. Top black stairs. Kino has fallen back to the other end of the hallway. Can provide the information to Gunnar as to maybe when to swing out. Credit to Kenton though, he's not rushing this. Knows full well he's got the time. Knows full well the kit isn't really the safe haven. It's going to be getting these kills. But the clash still up. Kenton's never really going to be safe to grab kit and go for plant. Needs to find Gunnar. That's his win condition.
I think he's problem solved it. He has a read on backstairs, but trying
Gunnar's
to clear
gone below
it.
now. He went back down black stairs. Kenton will follow. Can't get the shot. Expecting Gunnar close by, but Gunnar swings from behind the clash. Well, Kino and Gunnar have played that perfectly to give M80 a 2-round advantage. And don't forget, Wildcard have already used their timeout. M80, 2 rounds away from booking their place in the lower bracket final against FaZe Clan. And I think they've stolen the crowd as well away from Wildcard.
Do things though get spicy on the tertiary side? It will be Kitchen Barbecue for the 9th round. Can M80 show brilliance on this particular site and earn that series point? We'll find out in a moment's time as we look back at that previous round. A fierce fight on the opposing side of the map. Going the way of M80 initially. Gav with a great little multi. Kino and Gunnar playing the 2 versus 1 absolutely perfectly. Kenton did his best to problem solve and eventually had the right read. But it was such a low percentage clutch for him at that point.
I'm reloading.
Well, it's looking a little bit sour now for Wildcard. They showed against G2 and NIP that they can win attacking rounds. Oh, I mean, Bay, that's one way to start the round. Gets rid of Gunner, gets rid of the Warden, gets rid of a big piece of utility for M80 on the defense. But they've got to follow this up, turn this into a round win. It's desperate times now for Wildcard. It may only be a one-player advantage, but they've got to go on. And Bay will push up through makeup, off the ping, takes the battle against the fuse up. A second from Bay, and Dash gets involved as well at the same time. Now forces Kino to get moving and Karaoke to take the battle at the window. But if Wildcard want, they can really reset this pace now. 5 versus 2. They have the numbers, but Kino has the swing and the double kill. Brings the round back into contention, but here comes Baby Shark and Dash combined. They shut down Kino before he can do more damage. Gavin by himself. But it feels like we haven't seen too many 1vx's so far at this tournament. And this one would be so difficult for Gavin with the blitz still up as well. Spotted and shot out towards Sushi. And the plant going down inside a barbecue. Needs to stop this plant.
Ei saa plania pois.
Gets Dash quite low. Still winnable for Gavin.
Ei saa plania pois. Ja juoksee suoraan blittiin yli.
Baby Shark. Dash again follows up on his blitz play. Better synergy from Wildcard. They stay afloat. They keep that tied at bay. 5-4 now.
But the question remains, is that a flash in the pan on the tertiary side, or can they find success on the primaries? They will need to do so. Additional bans to follow.
Get rid of the
double shield, blitz clash.
Well, do you see the ulti? It's timeout time from Fabian.
Every single fucking strat that they're doing is on that fucking paper. So Matt, read what they are doing because you can have it straight away from it. Composure, calm communication, and then we shut them down. Remember always the fucking lurk plays, he's gonna try to come up the fucking wave stairs. It's just a question of time, not if. He will do it. But everything that they are doing is on the paper. It's been exactly that every time. So be ready for pulls, and then we just communicate what we're seeing. Count the players. If there's a guy purple window, for example, that's not gonna be a fucking office take, because why the fuck would there be a guy purple if it's an office take? So count the players, composure. Fucking get this done. Everything we know all they do. We know.
We called 3 Geisha, we wouldn't help black set.
I was keeping a counter, by the way, in terms of a particular word. I think it was about like 7 or 8 times I heard it from Fabian, which is actually quite low for him. Certainly not as displeased as maybe what we heard from him back on the opening map of Consulate, but you know, clearly saying to his team, hey, we know what these guys are doing. You've got the information available to you. Just kind of lock in a little bit, follow what has been put in front of you preparation-wise for this match.
Yeah, exactly right. Fabian not looking to necessarily change up strategy, but reaffirm what they prepared going into this matchup, anticipating a couple of key operators and positions. Well, that's for the remainder of this particular half. I'm very intrigued to see how it translates now inside the server.
Well, could we get to
Aika wildcard
heading into the 11th round to really set this up as another nail-biter here at the Munich Major? We've been blessed with quite a few.
Olisi kyllä aika huutista, jos tänään lähtee molemmat Anaa-tiimit kotiin. Kova taisto tälleen niinku keskenään. Kumpi jatkaa ja sitten Face vaan läppittää 2-0.
To the 10th round offers exhibition. Wildcard won this 4 times against G2 just yesterday. They are proficient on this site. They know what to do.
But can they execute now when the pressure is mounting? Explosives in play here from Kansan in response to the mirrors from M80. Triple nitro from defense, so certainly keep that in mind towards not just the late round, but even in denying entry positions here for Wildcard.
It is a big switch up though to last time. So last time they went for the Geisha side across, down towards mezzanine, clear horizontally. Now they're going more direct with this early pressure. Now, of course, at some point they may pivot, go for a rotate, wrap back around the other side once the M80 defenders have been pulled back to site. But currently it's Baby Shark, you know, down below in bedroom on the buck. He'll put pressure down below. Everyone else is kind of exterior around the site, ready to just continue to put pressure on these defenders. So it's a change up in mentality here from Wildcard. for this site compared to last time.
Can they find information on site to act upon? Or pressure onto Gav. Canton finds the first.
I mean, that's pressure from Baby Shark. He won't get the assist, but a helping hand there, and Canton plays off it. So far, strong play from Wildcard, and they do have Spiker top black stairs, so he can flank late. That means for Diffuser and Gunner, if they draw all of their attention towards this site pressure, it's a free kill for Spiker. Someone's
mahdollisesti vielä 3 karttaa tulossa.
from mezzanine, and there's still a minute left in the round. Logic bomb, Candela's. Here comes the execute from Wildcard. Bay goes down on the hands of Gunner. Dash on 1 HP, collects the kit. They lose a couple though in Canton and Baby Shark. Spiker needs to step up, and he does. On the flank, got one, but they lose Dash, and Spiker now 3 left to deal with. Otherwise, M80 will find themselves 2 match points.
Mulla on se, että mä en vittu halua mennä näitä Pipin portaita ylös, kun mä pelaan Skyta. Niin varsinkin yhdessä. Mä en vittu halua mennä näitä ylös. Ellei mä tiedä 100% niinku free. Jos se saitti on tuossa offisessa, niin en vittu, mä en oo menossa näitä portaita. Just ton takia tossa yläpäässä on niinku 3 suuntaa, mihin sun pitää katsoa. Mahdollisesti vielä 4 kulma siinä, missä on se sinkkuseinä. Ei vittu, mä en oo menossa tossa.
They make light work of Wildcard's attack. Two opportunities to send them home.
And it's another primary site on offer for M80. Karaoke T-Room. Can they seal the deal here?
And the side of Wildcard now just looks flooded here on the arena. It's absolutely gorgeous, but it's not good news for Wildcard. It means they're sinking. 2 rounds required straight. And that was even off the back of Wildcard finding the opening kill. Goes back on Consulate. That was the detriment for M80. They had 3 rounds. They didn't convert. They lose the map. Well, so far, the only 2 rounds that have not been converted on Skyscraper have come from Wildcard. And that's the difference between maybe being 6-4 up and now being 4-6 down. 2 attacking rounds straight required. T-Room Karaoke. The site choice here for M80. Will they close this out and book their place in the lower bracket final against FaZe later tonight?
Wildcard with backs against the wall. They posture again for another map clear. They'll be playing into Gav and the keeper barriers from the Azami. Hot and cold as well with F-Not mines. So a lot of utility to deal with here for Wildcard to gain some semblance of map control. It looks like they've garnered good information with yellow pings peppered around. We'll see if they can action off that, however.
It's been a tremendous run from Wildcard. It's been a great year for them. Their performance back at
on kyllä vitun mielenkiintoista, että jos esimerkiksi kilvellä pystyy noin pitkältä saatana muraan noin vitun parvit vairittelee. What the fuck?
A strong quality team heading into the 6 Invitational, but they want more from this event. They're not satisfied. Baby Shark, can he find the opening pick? No, cold. Puts an end to the Shark. The Bay, a critical kill onto the smoke of Kino. Offsets the opening death for Wildcard, but then he too will lose his life. Oh, Diffuser! Massive headshot onto Dash. Falling apart now for Wildcard. On their knees here on Skyscraper at the hands of M80. It's all down to Canton and Spiker. Needing to pull off an all-time clutch as M80 retreat back to site, and they will give Canton and Spiker nothing.
A synchronized peel from the defense as M80 look to close out this round and series. Still information available for Wildcard, but 2 players down. Canton and Spiker, of course, incredible players. But this is a tall task.
60 seconds to determine your fate at the Major for Spiker and Canton. Needing to work together more than they ever have before. No logic bomb available for Spiker means garnering that information will be difficult. But they will know full well that M80 will plan to sit site. Hot and cold, half health. They need to make this push. They cannot leave it down to the final few seconds. Have to give themselves room to breathe. Time-wise, Hot and Cold gets the kill, and with that, it's surely the end of this fairy tale, as most fairy tales end. M80 will continue on in Munich. The sole representatives of the North American region lies in the hands of Fabian. FaZe Clan now in their sights for this lower bracket final to come. And really, M80 will give themselves the best opportunity to make the final tomorrow.
Tässä on vielä se, että M80 joutuu vielä hetken päästä palaamaan uudelleen. Uudet mahdolliset 3 kertaa.
To success on the international level.
Eli varmaan tästä tulee vähän pidempi tauko kuin 10 minuuttia.
Commiserations to Wildcard, certainly losing no fans from what was a tremendous run in Munich. In fact, probably gaining a large section of fans from their run, their performance. A team that certainly will be keeping an eye on heading into the 6 Invitational. They're not to be taken lightly. A deep run for them, more experience.
Käytäntö, että voittajatiimi menee tuonne niin sanotusti losereiden puolelle.
Against FaZe Clan. It's a short reset as well for them guys, but they'll be very much ready to go.
Exactly, they had to do it the hard way in this matchup as well.
Toisaalta kun nämä pelaajat tuntee toisensa, niin se saattaa olla just vähän läheisempää kuin vaan perus handshake tai fist bump.
For that matchup, it's going to be quite the grind for them.
The Green Tsunami crashing in and collecting a shark along the way, which has been washed up onto shore. He will no longer be flooding the waters. The Baby Shark, and for Wildcard, we bid them farewell. 4th place, pretty good for Wildcard. Maybe better than many expected. A run that has seen them have their SI chances qualifying absolutely skyrocket. The biggest benefactors, I think, from this tournament in that regard, from a difficult region. But for M80, it is the lower bracket final that their sights are now set on, led from Fabian, who I imagine is very, very happy with that win, considering that opening map really was disastrous. Let's see what he has to say after the win.
First things first, massive hats off to Wildcard. What a run they put together to make it to this stage. M80 progress and have another tough challenge on their hands. He's going to hate that I'm going to say this, but first, Munich, give it up for a living Siege legend right now.
Ei mitään reaktiota.
You are loving every single second of
Tossa
this.
siellä on joku kavera eli tässä.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing. They work their asses off every single day. And with a team that works this hard, sky's the limit. Like, they deserve all of this.
Why do you think it's clicking? What is it about them here as this unit at this moment here in Munich that is working?
Trust, family, that's the biggest thing for us. Like, genuinely, we believe in each other so much. It's love.
You don't have much time now. You literally just need to go and hit the reset button. You've got a really tough challenge on your hands. FaZe Clan up next. It's going to be rough.
We'll see. We're in good momentum now, right? They lost, we won. 2 best of 3s already played. We won 1, they won 1. Well, who knows what happens next.
We can't wait to see it. One more time for M80 and Fabian, everybody. You will see them again very shortly. Fab, you can go and join your team. I was expecting a few more swear words from him there. I'm a little bit disappointed, but we might get some more a little bit later on. I'll tell you what, things are heating up. It is hot here on the main stage. I think I'm going to have to go and take a dip in the water.
Like a proud father speaking about his family, we heard from Fabian. Congratulations to M80 for winning his matchup here. And as it turns out, like they did in the NEL, once again, M80 just have the upper hand here.
Yeah, it's nice to see their whole year progress of them just slowly adapting, not just being one-dimensional M80 that we've seen time and time again. Now they play slow, now they play shields. They have so much versatility.
I mean, like I said, you know, you look at Hot and Cold Stint, I mean, the grit that he has as an IGL to persevere, to keep pushing his team, furthering their limits, pushing that envelope, now finding themselves in top 3 to 1 step away from making a grand final. We'll see against FaZe. I definitely am.
We'll keep hoping for you, of course. Now, you mentioned the shields. I'm glad you did, because we'll talk more about that afterwards as well. We'll take a deeper dive in this matchup.
Tykkät siinä seisoo joku tyyppi siinä kameraheessa ja joku vaan kräpää sen. Nope. jo Kyno on kans toi Krasmi. Joo. Breikki aika hyvin tähän näin. Otetaan pieni PRB.
MAT are now the only remaining NA team as they knock out their fellow NA brethren in wildcard in this matchup we just had here. And we already spoke about it briefly, the shields being an absolute key for them here. Luckily, no blue stairs on Skyscraper. Kino is playing like a king, both on defense and attack.
Yeah, he absolutely has been. I mean, round 5 was a great showing of how well it was orchestrated with the shield being used. Kino feeding this information for Diffuser to force the player out, the Azami, and Hot and Cold then capitalizing on it. But then you just see how the round falls into MNA's favor. They have the information in Terrace, they get rid of the Vigil, they go to open up the bar wall. As you can see, Gunnar doing a great job being that mailbox that he can be from time to time, holding it down, then turning it into a triple kill where they just close out that round flawlessly. But again, it goes off of that shield play that initially started, forcing that Azami out of that uncomfortable situation.
And Kino did the unthinkable. He stayed alive the whole round. But Kino himself was having an amazing game. It was so impactful off of those shields, specifically everybody on M80 in that last matchup. The way that they've just played so slow, being able to use the double shields on attack, slow down. They didn't let the clash affect them. They'd go for the execute. And then vice versa on their defenses. Kino on the clash, slowing down wildcard.
And I think it's just something to keynote if we can highlight Kino once again. I mean, he's the only one that went negative on the team, but you have to look at the roles that he was playing and those shields. He was so impactful that he had the highest second in cost, so that clearly is showing he is the big contributor as to why they were finding success throughout this entire series and now pushing that envelope into a Series 3 of going against FaZe.
Yeah, and then the MVP on the side of MAT, the player that we spoke about before this game, Hot and Cold, who's been on a journey, as we can say, with this roster to get here, but definitely stepping it up. It's always a shame to see the MVP on the side of a losing team. Of course, great efforts being put in by Wildcard here. And, you know, when we think back about that first map, which feels like it was days ago, the momentum was so different. And I think the main thing we should talk about here is how the momentum shifted for Fabian as well. We think back about that timeout that he called for that first map, screaming at the team as if they were not here, to them seeing him almost cry on stage as he gets happy for his team.
Yeah, I mean, that goes without saying. That's Fabian's style of coaching. We talk about different ways to be able to coach. Some people give round by round breakdowns. Fabian is the energy behind the team, and we've seen it have success on a team like G2. It didn't work out on PSG. Now it comes to a team like M80 where this type of leadership works because everybody trusts each other. The hard, difficult, you know, school coach, high school coach, baseball coach that is very difficult on you, it works out because everybody's listening to it in a way that is coming from a place of love, to improve, to be better. It's not from a place of putting everybody down on the team.
I think that's the important key takeaway from that is it's not Fabian just belittling his players, not making them feel comfortable. He is saying it from a place of care and heart and passion that he knows what these players are capable of. And if there's going to be one coach that's going to know what a player is capable of, it's going to come from the 3-time world champ. And that says a lot, especially from this roster, to be able to listen to him in these moments, to be able to reel it back in. We would then immediately see that transition going into map 2, a completely different M80 that then carried it all the way into a map 3 and clearing out the series.
And it goes without saying, we talk about the shields, the double shields, the clash, the way that they're running their new utility. That didn't happen until Fabian joined the team and forced all of the players to expand their horizon and learn new ways to be able to play the game. Of course, it helps when you have Hot and Cold being able to IGL and players that are very flexible, but it came from Fabian and the team all uniting and trusting each other.
Yeah, there's potential for miracle here with this lower bracket run that we see MAT on currently, as we'll have a look at the brackets to see where they find themselves in regards to the tournament right now. And when we're looking at this, you know, unfortunately for Wildcard, it's been so good for them this tournament. They came here as the Wildcard, but their Cinderella story ends here.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate moment for Wildcard, specifically Kansan being the MVP, but they had a good showing. They made it farther than a lot of people
expected.
And also it puts them very close into
Huomenna taas
qualifying for SI, I believe, when it comes to points. So at the end of the day, you can't be too upset about that.
No, they had a fantastic showing. Let's not disregard any of the performance that they've had. I mean, I had them coming into this tournament as the underdog, that someone was going to make a dent, because we highlighted Reload time and time again throughout the stage, and they couldn't seem to rematch that same energy. But coming into this event, coming into Munich, we have seen an entirely brand new look at Wildcard, and everyone should give them the respect that they deserve.
And it's always great to see new faces on the main stage, being able to make it so far. And even though this team is comprised by mostly rookies, I mean, the experience is only growing, especially with Lagonis coaching, Kansan and Dash being able to lead the team. So hopefully, you know, sky's the limit for them as well.
We hope so, yeah. And for their opponents, though, it's not over just yet. For MAT, still a matchup is in the cards against FaZe later today. We'll send it to a break, but before that, we'll check in with Ian and Maria as well, as they saw some fans here earlier today in the venue for an Xbox Game Pass giveaway.
we're here in the BMW Arena, and if you are here with us, you have the chance to get one of this Xbox Game Pass codes. But first, Ian, you have to do what?
So you came up with this crazy idea where you're going to name an item and the fan has to go and find it as quickly as possible. If they bring it to us, they get a code, right? That's the deal.
Let's do it. So here, whoever finds a pen, now you, if you find a pen in less than 15 seconds, you get an Xbox Game Pass code. Yeah, let's do it.
So, yeah, sure.
Vai, go! A pen!
He's got to go get a pen. He's gone, he's long. Whoa!
You are so smart.
What's your name?
I'm Ike.
Ike, you got a code, bro.
Awesome, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
From our producer. Vem, come on.
Saatana tuottajalta kynävit.
Brazil! So, my Brazilian fellow guy, you need to find a sock. Can you do that?
A sock?
A sock.
Go!
Bro, you're wearing one.
Yeah! No.
Okay.
No. Wait.
Give it to her. You gotta give it to her. Take it. You gotta take it.
Can I smell it?
No, you better not.
No, it's nice. You get a code. Come on. Congratulations.
Vitun sukka.
Okay,
Vittu kelaakko kaverille ei jos ollut sukkaa, pyytää joltain randomilta. Saanko mä sun sukan?
You've got to go and find a Brazil shirt. No, don't take it in. You don't need to take it off. I'm kidding. Let's think of an easy one. Go and find something that says the word siege on it.
Ooh,
yeah. You like that?
Oh, I love that.
You can do that.
Yeah.
What do you think?
A little bit hard, but...
Is that hard? I'll tell you what, while you look...
I can rip off a poster if you want.
You can take us to the poster.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Take us. We're not going far. Here? You get it. There you go. All right. One more.
No, lukee se väärin, kun sielläkin X.
You, come here. You. Sorry, Minka, come here. You have to find someone with a yellow shirt.
Okay.
But not the Brazilian one, he's out.
Okay.
Yellow shirt, come on, go. This is yellow? Yeah, it's yellow.
Thank you.
Congratulations. That was fun, but one more.
This guy.
Okay, come in. Come here.
What should we do?
I think I have an idea. Someone who has colored hair.
Colored hair?
Yeah, dyed hair.
Oh, that's
Let's go.
Where's Ella?
Wait. Let's go. We're following him. Let's confirm. Can I ask you a personal question?
Si.
Is your hair dyed?
Yes.
Hey, we got a winner. We got a final winner.
Kyllä se saatana näkee, että ei sillä vittu sivut oo saatana ei toi on normaali, että sivut on tummat, mut päältä blondi vittu. Teknisesti kyllä pliitsat hiukset on värjätyt hiukset.
I hate to say it, but I needed it. An upgrade was in order, but I had a request. Make it more precise. Now, I'll show you what an old-timer can do.
Mä epäilen, että se on ainakaan AR-33, ei kyllä lähde Thatcherilta, kun puhuttu just sillä, että se saisi uuden aseen. Musta tuntuu, että se ei ole AR-33, koska minkä vitun takia ne näyttäisi tossa sen aseen. Jos ne ei, tai jos ne aikoo sit kohta ottaa sen pois siltä. Vähän pidempi breikki, 6 minuuttia. Holy fucking Jesus. Jösses. Ja se matsi alkoi, jos tähän menee 10 minuuttia, tai 5 minuuttia. Mä sanoisin, että se matsi alkaa niinku aikaisintaan tuli 10 vailla. Vittu tässä menee kyllä kauan. Täältä niitä troppeja taas tullut. You are eligible to get Oryx Year 10 Season 2 headgear. Yippee! Easy skin. Easy katka. On Twitch. Miksi Twitch teet asioita, mitä sä teet? Hyvä, multa ei loppunut toi co-streaming bullshit. Tai co-streaming bullshit, mutta toi siis feature, että mun pitäis käynnistää se uudelleen. Tässä kyllä nyt taas menee pieni tovi, niin päästään vittu mitään tekemään. Tällainen Steffen ja Magetin pelaa vähän unrankedsiäkin. Vade pelaamassa vähän CS, jumalauta. Joo, noi pelit on ollut kyllä niinku, on mielenkiintoista, on niinku kovaa pelaamista älleen. Tietenkin, no, ammattipelaajahan nämä on, mutta niinku kuitenkin. M8 vastaan Face Clan tulossa ihan kohta puoleen. On tää nyt, fair, on se joku 3 varttia kuitenkin aikataulusta eellä, koska tänne on merkattu, että se olisi 10:30 alkamassa. Alkanut vasta se peli. Vähän toivon, että ei mennä ihan kolmeen karttaan. Musta tuntuu, että me saataan kyllä mahdollisesti vaan sitten raidat tän toi Rainbow 6 sen kanavan ja pääsette sieltä jatkamaan. Tää kattomista. Mahdollisesti. Vihdoin ja viimein valen 500 special, tai 500 seuraan special. Mutta mitä sieltä on alkamassa taas? Tai päästään taas.
Hey guys, Alfama here for Mastercooks. Came here with Fabian, the biggest brain in the game. How are you doing?
I'm just alright.
Ford Emperor.
So we're trying to pick one of the bomb sites that are the least used, so you can then surprise everyone when you play with your rank stack. But one pivot is we only have 5 minutes to cook a strategy on it. But before that, we should get prepared. Looks like we're all geared up, ready to cook.
So we are.
So if you want, you can take off the cloche and we'll see on what bomb site we'll be cooking.
Border.
All right, so then we should probably start. I'm gonna start the countdown. I think maybe we want to start with reinforcement.
I don't believe you can play this bomb site without castle. We're going to be going very closely to something that I cook with PSG Talon here.
Mielenkiintoista toi
one goes to exit here.
Okay.
Or towards like main stairs. No, exit the small, no, down one to the right. There,
ah, that's
there.
the one. Okay,
that's the one. Yeah,
main stairs door, metal.
No, that's exit to main stairs. Okay. And then we have to actually put one into the little jail box. Yeah, but the reason for this is that in competitive play, and maybe in ranked, we see a lot of bandit and Cade bans.
Yeah.
So even trying to contest this wall ain't gonna do anything for you. However, on this area, you can play vertical. Again, it doesn't matter which color these are, but yeah, what happens with this is, now we can actually play vertical on these reinforcements from above, which we will do later from here. This strat relies very heavily on vertical gameplay, simply because, well, the entire bomb site is deniable vertically.
So then I'm adding this is line of sights.
Yeah, you can add it there. You can add it by the you can add it all around the little half moon or whatever you want to call it.
And there's
Banana.
well. And you can see here, if I remember well, you can see
Banana saatana.
Exactly. You can contest all of this area from above the map. What we're gonna do as well is we're gonna put the rotation by the castle door to the exit, as I called it, and make like line of sight there, so you can actually see the entire wall from main stairs and from the little box if you were to drop down.
Would you do that on all of the
the entire wall. Because now you can see everything from main stairs, so if they go inside for sight and they haven't cleared you out top, you kill them from both the stairs, and you kill them from
like feet level or head level.
Yeah, I would do it like a little bit lower, so that they can't look up, but you can still see deep enough. So
crouch level.
Kind of crouch level.
Okay, I think the fourth castle makes sense here, right?
It does make sense there. Most of other things will actually go top floor. Reinforcements wise, we're gonna be putting one in fountain towards like the triple wall.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Then maybe I'm assuming you're gonna want a rotation 90, right?
Yeah, I will want a rotation 90. The important one here is that we play mirror as well, because the mirror window on that of fountain wall is going to make wonders. Because if they try to attack from office now, what are they gonna do? Well, they're gonna run straight into a mirror window, and if they haven't brought the right operator, they're not gonna be able to deal it.
Okay.
What we're gonna do next is take operators. I like traps on this map.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Fenrir is my pick here.
Go-to,
Yeah, but just because it gives you so much control. We need a reinforcement over towards office. And then what I like to do as well, I think a DMR to play on the walk-in to Fabulous.
So do you want an Aruni?
Aruni is usually the easier
or
one.
Asami with the DMR that can then play and...
Asami doesn't have a DMR. Whether you like it or not, that gun doesn't exist.
Yeah, you don't...
No. And then we want to have one guy over
Ei
towards
oo,
break to
ei oo
12
enjoyer.
Could make sense if the guy drops down.
Fair. Nyt kun siinä on ne slugit, niin se on paljon parempi kuin se, että kun siinä oli haulit. Koska vittu se haulilla, se oli ihan trash. Se oli unplayable vittu. Oli meemiä se.
And then I'm assuming the
Oli
castle
meemi
will
kun...
Yeah, he usually plays around the box,
Pahempi kuin meemiä
I like
se.
to make a rotation hole between the small box downstairs and into customs, because it allows him to play all the shooting holes into the other bomb. I don't even remember what people call that bomb, so I think it's stock.
You want to put it here?
That's a great rotation hole. Because that allows him to stand whichever side of the box that he wants to and fight any single angle that he deems necessary. There can be a few barricades, for example, into workshop as well, just so that we can get some sound. Then you have sound if there's a normal barricade.
You could put it here, or you could put it in box.
No, I'm thinking normal barricades, like the wooden barricades, you know? So, for example, downstairs into workshop, both doors.
Yeah, that for sure, because you don't want to give it up. Aruni gates, I'm thinking
I would put break door. Yeah.
And CC window probably,
You know what?
right?
I think east, CC window would be good. We can take away the one from armory and put it the east door to catwalk. Fenrir traps might be able to be pushed somewhere around the catwalk as well. Yeah.
If there is no rush, what's the win condition?
It's literally just to delay them. They can't take CCTV because you have too much manpower around it already. Mira is close by to rotate. She also has a mirror window into office, so she has to deal with absolutely nothing here.
We have the perfect strategy here on one of the least viable bomb site in the rotation that now is kind of viable. I think we can be proud of ourselves, Fabian.
I agree.
Would you agree that we've cooked? We'll see. I expect you to try this in your rank stack. Now, probably just take notes. I think that I wanna...
Vigili oli viimeinen.
I love cooking, but this is one of my favorite ways to cook things up strategy-wise. It's taking an old strategy that you used to see way back in the day, adapting it with our new operators. I want to see more of that. Thank you very much, Alfama and Fabian, for taking the time to make this great content. For some reason, Fabian looks really good in a cook's outfit, doesn't he?
I mean
Cooks,
cook,
chef.
He did. Can he cook like me and you, though? Maybe in game. I'm talking out of the game.
Of course, it's two washed-up Siege players making strats from old maps, you know.
Fabian is not washed up, I'll tell you that. Three-time SI champion. And speaking of the Invitational, it is a whole takeover here at the Munich Major, because one more time, the Invitational 2026 is happening in Paris this February. Make sure that you pick up some of the last remaining ticket. It is the City of Love on February 14th. It is Valentine's Day. We'll all get to celebrate our love for Siege in this magical city, and we'll get to make history, as this is the 10th ever Invitational. I promise you, this will be a Siege event like you have never seen before. And I'm lucky here to stand by the side of two people who have not only been on the analyst desk at the Invitational multiple times, but they also have been there when it comes to playing. You've made it deep into the semifinals of SI19. That was a hell of a time.
Yeah, never won it, but unfortunately for us, but it's still, being there means everything as a player. You build up the whole year to get there, to have a chance. You play as best as you can. All the stakes are so high. The prize pool is amazing to look forward to. But at the end of the day, it's about the pride, being able to lift the hammer.
No, that is absolutely it. I mean, it's the pillar of Siege, the events as a whole, that you wrap up your entire year here to bring home the hammer, to bring home the World Championship title to your name, to your organization. It's the pillar of everything that you'd want to attend, and there's no better event that you'd want to miss out on. I mean, Siege is everything. SI is everything. And as we're talking about, us being players, the pressure that comes with SI, it's intense. I mean, even now as an analyst, when I'm still there, the pressure is still there. It's high octane from the second you get there until the second you end, until the second you crown the next world champion. It is the event to attend.
And the community too. I mean, every event is magical when it comes to Siege, but Invite is that much level higher when it comes to being special, because everyone shows up. They also know the stakes at hand. It's a lot more interactive when it comes to everybody there. And if you don't necessarily have any friends, the Siege community in person is so beautiful to be able to meet all the people that play the game that we all know and love.
And this is a good opportunity for you that have spent so much time playing with your friends over Discord, TeamSpeak, whatever it is. You can finally meet up together, because Siege, and especially the Invitational, is not just about the esports. It's just the catalyst. It is about the community that makes this game what it is. The cosplayers, the people that love the stories that are all around Siege and its lore, and those that want to see the future and the roadmap for our next year of Siege. And I cannot wait to see it all in Paris. Make sure to grab one of the last remaining tickets for the event and book it, because I'm going to tell you right now, Paris is the perfect spot to end things at for the year and begin anew for year 11 of Siege. Though, gentlemen, it has been incredible to talk all about this, and I can't wait to really get to the Invitational itself, where we dive into everything in detail and celebrate both players and community and developers that make all of this happen. But you just saw a bit of kind of pro tips, right? Not just when it comes to enjoying the Invitational, how it is from a player point of view, but also from Fabian and our own Alfama. Though there's a lot more for us to learn from so many of the best pros all around the world. That includes Player, that includes Joom, and I need to learn so much from them to take into my own game. Let's take a look at them.
You could also do a long as well, actually. I'm learning new stuff. Wow, I just made him on the spot, guys. Oh, it's just not even that good. Alright, damn, Jesus.
A pretty neat one you can do here. It goes in stock into the hallway towards the janitor door. You're gonna reinforce these two stock walls to stop you from being shot from the stock windows, right? You're gonna place your shield down because it stops anyone from square being able to peek you. And then on top of that, pretty much anyone that swings into this window is going to get hit by this trap.
For office, there's actually some
Oh,
annoying
itse
ones.
asiassa
You can put one in the hallway here.
Kova.
Kind of deep in office somewhere
Ai sä saat
around
tästä
here.
kulma.
And then if they want to push the hallway, they need to push like very deep. If you're holding armory, same thing. Put them also very deep so they can't shoot them from the door. So they actually have to most of the time hit it to actually destroy it.
For basement, I usually like to put my Denaris in blue. A lot of people push blue for their basement executes. And you can throw one under this electro box. You gotta remember that they have to be hidden from the hatch so they can't shoot them. One I also like to do is on the main stairs. One you can do is like under the stairs. They're hidden from the top, but if you walk down, you still get hit.
So CO window, this one is unnadeable. So the attackers will have to essentially get zapped by it first. This Denari trap's really good, especially in your ranked games. You cannot shoot this from the skylight, so obviously they'll have to twitch it or obviously get zapped in it. And attackers will obviously have to run through it.
My friends, we are back. We got some pro tips when it comes to Denari. We'll get to see if those get used up in our next matchup. It is the lower bracket final. Already one team is sitting and waiting tomorrow. That is Team Falcons, but there are two more challengers that can bump up to that upper bracket and see who plays in the final. For, of course, it'll be either M80 or their opponents of FaZe Clan. Welcome back, I'm Melch. By my side are Fox and Laxing. And my friends, let's dig deep into our two squads, starting off with FaZe Clan. Our SI25 Boston champions. They've been able to bring it back, but things felt a bit kind of loose on their game versus Falcons.
Yeah, it's definitely been a little loose from this FaZe Clan. Not as dominant as we saw back in last year when they would win the SI 2025 year. But the fact of the matter is, they're still here. They're still in contention to make another grand final appearance. It would honestly be uncandid if we don't see them in a grand final, but they are going against a formidable opponent of M80. But there's key things that you have to look at this FaZe Clan roster that they lost in that Falcons matchup, and it had to be those shields. It was one case, we saw the shields where they did work out. And then on the other side, we didn't see it. And then going into the map 3, Night Haven Labs, that's where we would see the shields absolutely fall apart and not be in contention to even make a dent inside an attacking round.
Because once you ban the shields away from FaZe, they have no X factor. And that's something that's very unfortunate because from the test of time, something that you always took away from FaZe is one specific character. It's Cyber on the lurk. He's that player that's always going to be able to go head-on, get those kills. And that's what we saw very few rounds against Falcons. Every one of these rounds where he was able to lurk, go get kills, he was able to find success. But when the shields were in play and Cyber had to be playing back, that's where we didn't see it come to fruition. And the whole year, FaZe has really been practicing on getting Cyber set up as more utility-based operators. And that's been the biggest downfall for FaZe, is taking him off these lurk roles. Even on Thermite, he's able to make amazing plays where he gets into rat positions, finds a pick or two, takes position, takes area, holds it, but he's doing it on Thermite, on Maverick, on Ace. That is not the Cyber that we know and love, and if it's a testament to anything, they won SI off the back of Cyber's play.
They absolutely did, and that was so many times we've highlighted Cyber time and time again, being the X factor, being able to open up a round, open up a site, being able to push the envelope for the rest of his team to find success. Yeah, sure, he might be on a more supportive role that, yes, Thermite, he can open those walls and play that lurk, but too much of the round is being wasted at that point for Cyber to make an impact. He needs to be let off the leash here if we want to see them make it into a grand final.
And there's a straight up comparison, the numbers themselves, Cyber at SI 2025 versus Cyber here at the Munich Major, Fox.
Yeah, the SI25, that is in just one game against Falcons, the best of 5, and Cyber here is in the total of the tournament And as you can see, the biggest takeaway is the fact that in 2025, he was playing Buck, he was playing Ashe, he was playing roles that would amplify the way he would be able to lurk and find those picks. Now, he's on more supportive roles when it comes to attack. So yes, FaZe is still finding success, but if the shield isn't on the board, there's no more X factor, and that's what we want to see, is Cyber be let off the leash one more time.
Yeah, when you even look at the opening kill discrepancy, I mean, he was like plus 20 at SI, and then here he's negative, what, 3, 4? I mean, it really goes to show, if he can be let off and just go off on his own and find that gap and expose it, that is where FaZe will absolutely thrive and be able to run away with a round.
Now, one thing is that both of our teams are warmed up. They both got to play matches earlier on today. And of course, FaZe's opponents in this case, M80, they just got off of playing a game. And the stats that we're going to show here are for specifically the matchup that they just had on NA against Wildcard.
Momentum is a very important thing. Being able to carry
Antaa ihan hyvät scoret kaikilta niinku tosta viime pelistä.
Being able to rectify rounds that should have went into your favor and being able to bring it back. We saw that interview with Fabian being able to yell at them, bring them back. That is going to be such a big factor for their success here to bring it into a map like FaZe, because they are going to be hot. They're going to understand where things went wrong in their maps, and they should be almost picture perfect getting into this match.
I mean, we all know the ups and downs when it comes to M80, but since bringing on Fabian, they have been so much more electric when it comes to the utility that they're bringing. And having Ha and Cole to be able to lead everything inside of the server, it just makes things that much better. And this is the M80 that has been building up all throughout the year to come to an event and show that utility.
Now, there's one person that we used to be quite harsh on when it comes to seeing him playing Shields. That has to be Kino. I think there's quite a few jokes that have been made at his expense, and he's part of it, really. He's part of the meme. But he's been incredible at shield play here in Munich.
Yeah, that's exactly what M80 needed to. They have so many shield players when it comes to Kino, when it comes to Hot and Cold, but Kino specifically has really been this spearhead when it came to that matchup against Wildcard. Taking position, being able to open up the site, and especially something that is a characteristic that I don't know Kino too well for, is staying alive. When it comes to the Monty or the Clash, some of these situations, he finds himself in a 1vx situation, and he just plays it so smart based off of his life, and that is the character growth since joining M80, since having Hot and Cold as a leader and having Fabian as the coach to be able to maybe hit you on the back of the head if you over-peak, because that's something that Kino loves to do. But his play on the shields has been phenomenal, but even better, when he's not on the shields, he's still one of those players that can make or break a round.
I mean, just seeing him on this M80 roster, you're really seeing him mature as a player. We teamed with him, we know what he's like, and watching his play on the shield, what it was back then, where we criticized him plenty, and where it is at now, he has evolved into a very, very strong shield player that understands taking the control, applying that pressure, forcing teams to feel uncomfortable is such a strong suit that then allows Hot and Cold to reel in an attack and go for the execute flawlessly time and time again.
Well, Shield play is incredibly important in the current state of Siege, of course, through many changes that Shields have had, but on every map you have to have some sort of just way to play around those shields and your teammates as well. Let's take a look at the maps that we're going to have for this series. Again, both of our teams are warmed up, and our first map that'll be picked, that'll be by FaZe. We'll go to Chalet.
Yeah, I mean, looking at FaZe picking Chalet, this is a comfortable map for them. Sure, they did lose it against Falcons, but fact of the matter is this is still a comfortable map for them. When you lose a map, you're going to take from it. You're going to be able to extrapolate all the things that were wrong in that Falcons map and be able to fix it here. So it's going to be very important for M80 to be able to when FaZe does make those changes on their attacks. But a key thing to take away here, if Cyber is able to be let off a leash here on this attack, there is a lot of gaps you can find on Chalet that then will only amplify the rest of FaZe's attack.
Yeah, we only saw 2 rounds at a Cyber in the previous Chalet match that they did lose 7-2 on. So going to Chalet is a little bit more confident pick for them, but at the end of the day, they still just lost it. That's the biggest downfall for them. Going into map 2, it's going to be Skyscraper, which we just saw M80 dominate on. And obviously, they had so much shield play on it, so I'm expecting that to be a big factor, which could work out for FaZe, because if they are banning out the Monty, banning out the Blackbeard, that puts FaZe in a situation where now you need an X factor. You need to let Cyber off the leash, so it's a perfect situation to limit test for FaZe.
Fair. Jos ei muutakaan halua tulla, niin hyppää vaan tuolla Syndicaatin omassa Discordissa, niin hyppää sinne, niin voidaan toi jäpätä tässä näin. Mä en oleta, että niinku mitään juontoa tai tämmöstä. Joo, paskaa tästä pelistä ja voidaan reagoida mulle.
We talk about looking like a flawless, exemplary team. Clubhouse only amplifies that sort of playstyle because it's a game off of who makes the least amount of mistakes and who's capitalizing off said mistake.
I can see both of these teams being able to win each other's map picks. Chalet right now is screaming to me that M80 is going to be able to play more aggressive in a way that they couldn't show against Wildcard. They played a lot more structurally, a lot more intelligently, but they can be let off the leash themselves when it comes to Chalet.
And you have to remember, even back in Swiss stage, M80 was the one who also beat FaZe Clan. So they already have that mental advantage knowing that they are the stronger team to go against them. Why it's going to be even more imperative for M80 to be able to adapt on the fly, because FaZe Clan is not going to roll over and die here.
Absolutely will not, and they have some great leadership on the other side of FaZe Clan, but do they have the mental now to recover? Because that loss against Falcons, it really does hit you hard.
Yeah, they don't have a Fabian behind them screaming, so to say, but at the end of the day, any team that is able to win an SI, make it this far, is going to have the grit, the gumption to be able to pull themselves back out of it, and I wouldn't expect one loss to be able to set FaZe Clan aside, but momentum is a hell of a thing, like you said, and M80 currently does have that momentum.
So given the context of this entire year, right, M80 with the way it's been formed, with Fabian coming in to coach the squad, and FaZe on the other side trying to cover that lost luster from the Invitational, what would making it to the final here the Munich Major mean to these two teams?
I mean, I think
Mä en tiedä, jotenkin mulla oli semmoinen, että tänään olisi päässyt tässä vaiheessa irti. Tää oli mennä taas 12 janalla.
And only amplify their team's success because they've had success for so long. They needed to make a change and just to prove that it is working.
No se on hyvä.
And then for the side of M80, I think it's just, you know, being that IGL constantly leading a team to a grand final, possibly a title shot here. It will only make that team feel so much better comparatively to what we saw in the old Beast Coast roster where they fell apart and disbanded time again and then coming back together.
I mean, both of these teams have had a year of development of being able to add new structure, add new strategy, and develop the amount of utility that they can bring to a server to become the more consistent team at winning tournaments. Obviously, FaZe has an SI under their belt. They would obviously want to be able to add to that arsenal of wins. M80's still looking for their first one. So at the end of the day, it would mean everything to have one more opportunity to make it to a finals and potentially beat Falcons, who is currently sitting in that position waiting for one of these teams.
Between shield play, rat play, we talked about the lurking, there's been a lot of it from Wildcard, and pretty much every single squad here. We've seen it from Likefak also with the way that he's abusing Solus. That's something that was difficult for FaZe to try to deal with. But in situations where you don't have much time to prepare for the next game, for you, from your experience as former professional players, how do you get back into that game and also draw on the experience of those people behind you in the support staff?
It's very difficult if you're FaZe because you had to sit out, watch a game. So yes, you got the understanding of being able to see what M80 did, but at the same time you're cooling off from already getting ready in the moment. Whereas M80, fresh off a hot win, they can get back right into it, but you can also face exhaustion. So at the end of the day, there's double-edged swords to both outcomes. It's really going to be the team that has the most amount of energy, that wants it the most, that is going to come out on top.
I mean, I think for me, when you're looking at FaZe's side, it's just taking it round by round, not focusing what happened in the last series, focusing on what you can change now, how you can picture perfect rounds into your favor, swinging any bit of momentum in the best way possible to close round after round after round. That's the important thing here when you're in these moments, is not focusing on the past, worrying about the future.
The past is done, the future is right there, and the future is now, as we say. Before we start off with our final matchup of the day, let's get all hyped up and ready for it, and we'll get back for our final predictions.
16 teams fought against the roaring currents of Munich. Chasing the trophy, they were swept aside one by one by the rising tide. Now, only 2 remain standing against the surge to take the last spot in our grand final. M80 versus FaZe.
They could probably have an extra 5 people on the team playing and they still wouldn't beat us.
Eles não têm nenhuma chance.
Who will emerge victorious and who will be washed ashore?
We still have so many more of those marine puns to go, don't you worry. But before we start off our game, our final predictions. Map 1 is Chalet between M80 and FaZe. Gabe?
M80, 7-3.
I think M80 is going to be able to get it, I'd say a 7-4. They're just going to dive right in.
I cannot wait to see how this goes. Ladies and gentlemen, Munich, our final matchup of the evening is about to begin. Let's welcome
Low-key mä oon vähän sillä, koska me nähtiin jo toi Falcons Face tänään. Sinällään en halua uutta latan voittaa.
More team
Sinällään mä toivon M8.
will drown.
Toisaalta mä olisin enemmän toivonut,
Who will the
että
occasion
Wildcard olisi
be
ottanut se.
too big for? Because these two teams that are about to make their way out here onto the stage are desperate to keep their head above water. You know what? I haven't spoken to you guys enough. Munich, how we feeling? There is nothing like a siege crowd. And yourselves watching at home, thank you so much for tuning in. It might be November, but Christmas has come early because we are closing out this Saturday with a crucial series where we find out which team will join Falcons, who have soared off into their spot in the grand final. They are watching and waiting in the wings to find out who their opponent
Sä et tainnut sulla aikaisemmin
is
mainita
going to
sitä, niin mä en
be. And it is
muistanut.
time to bring the teams out here on
Padella
the
ainakin
stage.
yksi mennyt vituralle ja itse asiassa sitä kautta myös mennyt tämäkin vituralle.
FaZe Clan!
Eli Hade sai vaan yhden oikein.
From defeat to Falcons, FaZe need to rediscover that World Championship winning form fast. The Brazilians know how it feels to lift trophies, that's for sure. But if they want a crack at this
Vaihtaako ne
one,
nyt Mikä vittu takia ne vaihtaa puoliin, kun M8:lla oli kaikki setapattuna tuolla vasemmalla puolella tänne mihin FaZe nyt menee. What the fuck? Eli sillä menee tääkin. No niin kuin ei. Silloin oli toi M80. Eikö hetkinen? Sillä oli FaZe, M80 ja Falcons. Oli ne, ketkä voittais.
Under the guidance of an absolute legend, they are chasing a moment that could define their era.
Ja siis se on ihan sama miten tää päättää, niin sillä menee väärin.
Two great players come and join us here on stage. One of them, like I said, for the last time. Before I talk to you guys, quick sound check with the crowd. Wait. Are you worried about that?
No. We are ready to play against them. They are a very good team, but we are strong too.
These guys are a humongous threat. World champions. We know what they're about, but you are off the back of a crazy win. Momentum on your side here.
Yeah, I mean, we're feeling confident in this game. They got us last time.
En tiedä miten tulee päättymään. Mä en
we're feeling better this
niin kuin mä en ite huomenna pysty edes katsomaan menoja, niin on vähän sellainen unlucker.
Good luck.
All right, good stuff. Just before we go to the crowd, who's taking it? FaZe Clan? Or is it gonna be M80? Let's get into this one. We find out who our second grand finalist will be with the amazing Devin Pengu.
Pengu äänes.
Thank you very much, Ian, and that's right. It is time that we
Pengu kyllä näyttää
send
nyt jo semmoiselta, että se ei ole tulos huomenna.
tomorrow in our grand final. And it's going to be one of two regions. It's a battle of the Americas here. Will it be Brazil, as it always tends to be, or North America?
What are you doing, man? Don't do
by
this.
the player and the coach who has won everything that there is to win.
Thank you for bringing that up. I was going to say it's North America and Fabian. The European coach has so much history
Ota se
behind
paita
him.
pois sieltä takin alta, bro.
Broidi,
älä laita.
Join the team and make them championship level kind of players. He joined G2. They got an SI. He went to Korea.
Viime kerralla Pengulla oli se tyyli mukaan. Nyt on Devillä.
Little for APAC. Now he comes here with M80 and breaking their bad streak of going out either in groups or at the very final top 8 position. This is the furthest they have ever gotten, and they want to go one more game further.
And that's one thing that Fabian said to us before, of course, chasing yet another trophy. He's had 8 so far, 6 as a player, once
he's greedy.
As a coach. Finally, a team I can win with again.
Yeah.
That's what he said about joining M80. Is it possible that North America could raise another trophy here in Munich Well, first, they will have to take down the world champions in FaZe Clan.
This is the thing, right? FaZe Clan, they played earlier, they came into from a loss. They're going to be so motivated, but they got to dig really deep here and go back to that championship level of play from inside, because the way they've been playing on average so far this event cannot take down MAT. But on the other side, MAT just played a very long, grueling BO3 match. That final map of Skyscraper, mentally taxing for all the players, and they had a small break and back to the action.
Now, one thing to keep in mind here for MAT, of course, this has been a long tournament so far. It was also a very long stage in North America prior to that. M80 went undefeated in the NAL. They came into Munich, and there's only one team that has taken them down so far. Guess who that team is?
FaZe Clan?
It's FaZe Clan. FaZe 2-0'd M80. Revenge for M80 actually winning in the Swiss stage. And now we come to the match that matters more than anything that have come before it, the lower bracket final. It is a glorified opportunity to send either the Brazilians or the Americans with Fabian into our grand final against the Falcons tomorrow. Either way, whichever team makes it there will be at odds with the crowd, more likely than not.
Yeah, Falcons, what can I say?
The Europeans, of course, in Europe are always going to have the advantage. But I wonder, at what point do the European crowd cling on to M80 with Fabian? What do you guys think of Fabian here in Munich? There is a bit of love for the Swede here.
So let's assume that Fabian and MAT, they go to the grand finals. What does the crowd feel about the Falcons? That's a 50-50,
that's surprisingly close. Well, it's going to be tough.
Vähän tutina on semmonen, että se on M80 Falcons finaali huomenna.
In known history, they have dominated Siege.
It is time for Brazil to take a back seat and watch the grand finals from the stands with the rest of us and not make it there as a team.
Well, the last time a team that wasn't Brazilian won the World Championship, it was actually Fabian coaching them with G2 back in Montreal a few years ago. Of course, you spent the longest time with him. At the time, back in the day, when you and Fabian were at your peaks, it was all about the NA versus EU rivalry. Surely it feels like a little bit of a betrayal to see him turn cloak and fly the flag for an American squad.
At first, it did feel like a stab in the heart, stab in the back, but I gotta say now, I'm just happy and really proud, on behalf of Fabian. He's gotten old, he's gotten softer, but he's gotten to be this, fatherhood kind of figure for these young players in North America, and he's doing EU proud by taking what we know and what we're good at from Europe into North America and making this specific team the best they can possibly be.
And Europe has, at this event, looked like the best region in the world, the most dominant, but of course, while Falcons are waiting the grand final, it could still be a Brazilian event, as it has been for so long, such a long time in Rainbow Six. Have the Brazilians had the advantage, but you guys at home, you're putting your hopes on M80. It's time to see which of these two behemoths will join Falcons in the grand final. And every banging series must start with a bloodbath of a map. Chalet is an attacker's paradise. Both of these aggressive teams will enjoy themselves here in this snowy haven. As we get into the ban phase,
molemmat tiimit on silleen, että lol, otetaan ensimmäinen toi kierros.
Miro actually start things off.
Maybe.
Not
Soul
is banned. Here we go. Okay, a cheeky target ban. Big fan of that. It goes to show the prep that goes into these kinds of games. And the further you go, the tournament also goes, we gotta get a bit more specific. These teams are so good at the defaults of Siege. They've been playing it so many times before. You have to get a little bit more deep into the upper ban phase. Then Twitch and Monty as well. Twitch/Brava, both excellent here on Chalet. No big surprise there. A stable ban coming out from M80.
Well, this is FaZe Clan's map choice here on Chalet, and they've, M80 rather, have elected to start on the defensive side. And for good reason, Pengu. M80 are at home on the defensive Chalet, despite a lot of teams preferring the attacking side. They win 72% of rounds on their defense of this map, compared to 59 for FaZe. M80, they've figured out how to hold down what is quite a fickle map to try and defend.
Oh, it really is. There are so many things about Chalet that makes it more favorable on paper towards the attackers. Whether it's the far angles from outside the building to, you know, cut the map in half on the rotations. The fact that so many flanks happen from staircases, which kind of suck to flank from. A lot of sound cues, gadgets, drones can just watch you. It makes it so much more difficult. FaZe, I think though they'll be happy with this, right? Because we say usually attack is pretty comfortable for them. The analysts that's going into this are NA boys. We're like, you know what, Cyber, want to see him unleashed. Off the more flex support operators, back to like SI level play where he's just in their faces, getting tricky with it. But to start things off, Cyber will slow it down and play the Brava and do the drone work. Hack the cameras, hack some gadgetry. And I think for FaZe, they're a Brazilian team. But I've always liked to say that they play a European kind of style from Brazil. They're more slow, more methodical, but when they will go for XU, that's when they get really explosive.
And that's what lends itself to FaZe's consistency, the fact that they play with a little bit less of a risk than, for example, a team like your Furious.
Yeah.
Well, we are in the era of EU in this slightly less risk-taking play style. As Cyber starts to drone up the situation, of course, Twitch banned out by M80. We see a lot of Twitch on this map, and so instead the Brava has been picked to replace it.
Right now, FaZe is just on the repels on Solarium, bathroom window, big window, office balcony. They're just kind of fishing and prodding and seeing if we poke a couple windows here, will they respond? He takes down hot and cold, overstepping.
Oh, and the gas might keep Souls away for a brief moment, and that will disconnect FaZe.
Treidejä
It will be
molemmilta
challenging for them
puolelta.
to capitalize on that early numbers
3-3.
advantage when Gavin has picked up his gunner as well. Gav now finds his second on the Denari, really chasing the trophy. As M80 hold on, restabilize, and gain the advantage.
Yeah, they're gonna run backwards deeper towards the bomb site and now play on that soft floor for no verticality. The big thing that someone like Fabian can teach the boys is discipline. In these 3v2 number advantage rounds, you need to give them a lot of space and only worry about the most important things. The verticality right above the bomb site of kitchen, and then have just one guy anchor it downstairs. It's gonna be Gunner in the basement and the two other players up above the site.
Meanwhile, FaZe, in the numbers disadvantage, have snuck in. M80 looking to play retake, looking to play Plantanar from above. Vidiking with the edge out. Might be a handy ingredient. The Souls, aware of the position on the hatch.
The flank is late.
They are going to have to worry about West Main in the post plant, but M80 steal their nerve. They look to play this slowly, patiently. Giving FaZe time to reposition, however, may be their undoing, as two come from the top floor, and Gunner up from the basement into West Main. Both of these FaZe players are separated. They are playing individually, and as such will must rely on their gun skill. Position revealed and a good cross. Behind the smoke, Vidiking misses too, but it means that he's gone undetected, and he might be able to stab them in the back. M80 will claim both kills and safely hit that diffuser with plenty of time to get that round.
Plant hold ei oikein toiminut.
Being shown from the side of FaZe Clan, the lack of trigger discipline. You're saying, okay, do I go for this shot immediately? Do I wait? Oh no, panic, shoot the wall. He whiffs every single bullet. And with that M80, they hear the shots, they turn around, they take him down. At first, it was a surprising plan. I thought M80 took a flank
Stepin veikkaus, miten tää päättyy tää 7-4 niinku mitä tossa paneeli veikkasi.
Miscalculation from M80 meant it came down to a post plant 3v2.
Ironic though, that was very back and forth, of course.
Started off with 2 kills for FaZe.
FaZe looked good. M80 looked good. Took the numbers advantage. FaZe got the plan.
Oh no.
Funnily enough, the shooting of the fire extinguisher to have that smoke effect.
Oh yeah.
It's funny because at first I thought, oh wow, that's going to let them pass, that's great. And then I thought, oh, but it means they don't know about the guy behind them, they're going to lose it, and then they killed two anyway. So, very chaotic back and forth round.
A game of centimeters, all those small, tiny details. And this is the thing, when you get to this level of play, again, there's no time for hesitation. And it's why we always say confidence is oh so important, and it's also why with the insight we've had at this event into the tactical timeouts from the coaches, we can really sit there and go, which coaches are very strat-oriented, and which ones are very emotional about, like, guys, you know, we know our stuff, focus on this, you know, play them all together, communication has to slow down. And obviously we don't speak Portuguese, unfortunately. But we have heard Fabian was here, that's really relevant. He's very much about the emotional side. Every time we hear from him, it's about guys, you know, slow it down, work together. I want to hear that communication, or we did all the prep work. We have to, all the strats they're doing, we have on paper. You should be knowing this. It's about just kind of fortifying what the players already know and making them believe in themselves more.
Yeah, it's been a great showing from the M80 support staff. Clearly, if they are able to map out every single thing that Wildcard in that previous match brought to the table, FaZe, a team known to have quite a lot of strategic depth.
For sure.
Right? They're hard to chase. They're often perfecting the meta. And so let's see if M80 are ready for everything that they've got. Ooh, a missed opportunity there for Souls as the Grimm's Bees actually land on the windowsill and disperse down below. Kino's still pretty chill in his position on the stairs. Well, the Diffuser is tempted.
This could work.
Tempted to make a little play.
I mean, this should be called, right? Should the jump out comes now.
Yeah, you would have thought so, but instead, it seems like FaZe looking to take matters into their own hands as Handy gets inside the building.
Hyppää suoraan kaverivaloihin. Okay.
Gunner has seemingly fallen on back. I'm not sure he's aware that the player has gone inside. If not, he might overstay his welcome in this hallway. I cannot believe that Andy's not in there, but for M80, it's going to be an easy way to regain that numbers, as they won't really be aware. FaZe 3v5, and they haven't taken the ground that they wanted.
It's ridiculous. And maybe they give them all the bomb site control, they run back, they win the gunfights, they sneak past all the angles, and all of a sudden FaZe kind of all outside the building. Gunner finally goes down. Again, no knowledge on that big with the repel player. Gunner thought it was clear because he crossed earlier.
Yeah, FaZe's patience is rewarded there, but for Gunner, you got to wonder, what was the play there? Sprinting past, unaware. In the numbers advantage, you really have to focus on staying alive, consolidating those advantages, establishing those crossfires.
But look at M80's point of view, right? They don't know what's happening. There's a FaZe player on Library Balcony with Diffuser, mind you. They thought they were on the bomb side. They're actually very far from it. FaZe have completely reset this round, but there's only 40 seconds to go. And M80 with maybe a good read here, with a potential flank on blue stairs. Timing is everything.
If FaZe aren't aware of Gavin, they could get backstabbed at the most critical moment.
They do not know.
I mean, they're seriously considering it, though. Souls just spraying it down. Now they have to turn their attention forwards, however. As Souls has that diffuser, he can open an avenue onto site with his bailiff, or you can just vault on straight in through.
They have a
Makes a little bit less sound. Good cover from Cyber. Denies that flank, but the Nitro Cell comes forward. An interruption of kills for FaZe confirms the round for the Brazilians.
FaZe with a great read. They had a drone in the bar hallway downstairs. They didn't know Gavin was right around the corner, but the second he tries to go for the flank on the staircase, the drone sees him, the yellow ping came through, and Cyber locked it down. C4 maybe in the wrong position there from M80, couldn't quite get the angle, also gets shot by the swing rather from FaZe. So again, FaZe Clan, very calculated, very step-by-step, and just is so impressive how they can lose the early stage of that round and be completely okay with, let's just reset it, guys, and try again, and then come out with a round-winning plan. I mean, look at this early stage. There's nobody on the bomb side. I would argue that if FaZe had more information, they could just walk in for free, but they didn't.
FaZe showing a lot of patience in those late rounds. Oh, that was what happened.
It was a one-tap reload.
One tap for Cyber. He almost...
Jumalauta, vittu one-tapilla.
He's having a bit of a chuckle about that. So we do have some Brazilian fans in the audience after all. I think I met someone who described themselves to me as the lone Brazilian fan here in
with
Munich.
the yellow shirt?
Yes, the yellow shirt.
I met the same fella.
They were doing the giveaways as well with Ian before. But I'm glad to see that there's more than one.
It's a long way to go.
It is a long way to come all the way from Brazil, but I think one Brazilian cheers for about 50 Europeans.
There is certainly some passion there. Gunner tries for the spawn peek, but FaZe are too good for that. Come on, they're not. That's the thing. They're gonna sprint towards the building, right? Gonna check with a gun or a drone. So that's the thing. FaZe might be a little bit slow sometimes, but it's because they're trying to play that perfect style of siege as often as possible. And I feel like a lot of these, well, the first two rounds so far has been FaZe kind of setting up and waiting for M80 to make the first move. And again, M80 they move, they peek a door, they run.
Ei kyllä hot and coldilla mene ihan putkeen 0-3.
Where did hot and cold run out just then? Was that the balcony or was that down outside of lobby?
I think it was the lobby. It had to be almost.
Very risky. Very risky. I feel like FaZe are always ultra aware of those.
Lost the balcony.
Yeah. Oh, very ill-advised for hot and cold. But M80, I mean, they feel like they do need to play aggressively on this defensive side.
And I get it, because again, if you follow this on paper, the expectations that you don't want to let the attackers get to an execute, like a 5v5 by the bombs, because on paper, you lose it as a defender. So the plan for M80 is disrupt them early on, but it hasn't really worked. FaZe gonna strike in first blood or a trade every round so far.
And they're so slow. I mean, even the way that we see vtuber checking all of these drones, it's not just for flank watch, it's also just to double check. Okay, is anybody from M80 in library looking for a rat play, looking to get aggressive? So FaZe are really well reading into that playstyle that M80 have gifted them so far.
And again, you see this double, triple, quadruple check, and Souls playing the demos. Could go for a track, but right now it's just about, we're expecting an aggressive play somewhere. We can see from outside, they're very far away. KDS finds the angle.
Yeah.
Bro.
Likely going to get swung here as well from Gunner, who is inside of Master Bedroom. Speed, he does. It's Diffuser who actually assists with that one. KDS goes down, so retake and is upstairs for M80. However, FaZe still retain the numbers advantage, and they are much closer to the bomb site. However, Diffuser finding that kill might actually turn the tide. Souls inside the bomb.
No one's on site from M80.
He needs to try and support his teammate.
So far away.
We need to get this Diffuser over. vtuber now looking for a plan opportunity.
It's going down.
Is anyone from M80 going to be here for the retake? Diffuser's found a second, but it might not be enough. It certainly isn't enough to stop the plan from going down.
He's got two fires.
The retake. vtuber can cover it with the fire from the Capitao, and Kino himself will burn in amongst the fire. Both of these defenders are low HP. 1 or 2 seconds in that flame, and it will be round over for either of these players. He spots the first one, and vtuber should surely have the rounds. Dead to rights for vtuber. M80 stand no chance in the post play. And FaZe take the lead.
And this time, FaZe, they have full information. They knew the bombs was completely clear. I was watching the top-down view that we have here as the commentators. There was no one by the bomb site at any point there from M80. They completely abandoned it, playing on the roam, going for the retake, and that has cost them that round.
It's a rough round to lose there, especially for a player like Diffuser.
He was hitting every shot, every single shot.
As soon as I realized that there were 2 players over in Master Bedroom when KDS died, FaZe, no, it's a 4v3. Wait, 2 players are in Master? Means there's maximum 1 guy on site.
Let's take it.
We can 3v1 that dude, even if not everyone's here. It was a great idea from FaZe. They pounced on it, and yet M80's still got the numbers advantage back because Diffuser is just a gunner. Unfortunately, he's not a Diffuser.
That he is not. I could really see a shift happening right now. One, during this second operator ban phase, when you're going through the a half, the coach can speak to their players. I'm pretty sure we can expect from M80 right now a big switch up in their stylistic choices. Probably be a little more either utility or information operators, and not gonna give up that bomb site going forward. This is the first half. Both teams have shown their starting cards.
Yeah, and of course, next up we get the operator veto as a third operator gets banned on out. And I think that telegraphs a bit what kind of a playstyle they're going to go for. We can see it's been Fenrir Grim.
I like this. I mean, if you want to just top-down analyze this, right? Fenrir ban, FaZe want to speed things up. They want to kind of aggress and be able to take more gunfights on the entry. When it comes to M80 banning the Grim, that might be them saying we want to plant down our roots right now and get solid in the ground and not be moved away by that constant red pinging, for example. That, or they're expecting a mute ban.
Yeah, perhaps. Concern for me for M80 is that Capitao is still going to be in play. And I mean, we saw it used by vtuber here. The Capitao fulfills a similar role to the Grim, except you're actually doing damage to that player. You just have fewer of your charges.
That's it.
It's a compromise. What did I tell you? 1 Brazilian. Cheers for 50 Europeans. It's just a fact, guys.
Can't argue with that one.
It's a fact that we really had solidified at the Berlin Major. The last time we were in Germany for an event, that was 3 years ago now. Not sure if you recall. You were on the analyst desk for the finals,
for that one.
if I recall correctly. But obviously, that was a smaller theater than this, and it was so loud. Every single person in that arena was cheering for
They were standing up.
Rogue.
There were seats, but they were standing.
Yeah, but in that grand final, it was Rogue versus FaZe. Of course, FaZe lost that the last time we were in Germany. They lost their grand final. But there were about 12 Brazilians. It was the teams that had been knocked out beforehand, and they were up in the rafters on the concourse, and they were just as loud as the rest of the theater, despite being outnumbered 10-1.
Well, they were fighting back, high ground versus low ground, with both of their chants going back and forth. It's beautiful to watch. Gotta watch FaZe now. Is it gonna be that same pace on their repels, locking down angles, or should we expect an aggressive play somewhere? They got the game. Got the glass. If I know anything about Siege, this means 3-1 all of a sudden, and they're going to be in the building by the bomb site and taking names.
That's right, and no dread mines to worry about from the Fenrir as they do erupt onto the site.
And that opens up everything, right? There is going to be the Ella. This is a substitute 1-1 operator with those most important areas of the map, because the sound cue them jump against everything.
I mean, M80 saw that the Fenrir bang came through. They're like, let's go Malusi, let's go Ella, let's go Legion. But can you stop when the Candelas start marching on through?
Trophy.
Here is the eruption from FaZe, as you say, directly in the trophy, and it's Handy, who's the tip of the spear. He's the Glaz. He doesn't find any targets as of yet. Amongst the smoke, he looks to march on forward. There is one player that needs to be targeted by FaZe. With on the side. However, M80 on Overwatch from up above. As FaZe look bloodied after this attempt and executes.
No more smokes, only one Ying spare from Riddicky. This means FaZe, they got some ground here only in trophy, and on the exterior, a plant attempt should be almost impossible. They need to go fishing for one more kill or get a player up above for a bit of pressure. They've been in this spot before, but the difference is maybe they have 4 defenders alive, and they're just gonna push them.
Diffuser, he might be able to find it. It's Gav actually from the other direction. M80 times their aggression together and retakes trophy just as Souls abandoned his teammates. Beautiful. Now he's left to 1v3. This isn't gonna happen. M80 have played this to perfection.
They got the case. They said, you want to execute? Well, we're gonna lash out first and take down your most important players, the Ying and the Glass. So, support player, great clutcher, great planter, great at very many things, but this one is gonna be a lockout. The crossfire, the great positioning. M80 have discipline.
Oh, good read though on the gunner. Swipes him on down. 1v2, very winnable. The Diffuser is held by Diffuser and Gavin inside a trophy, and so that means Souls will need to take every single fight. Very small magazine, 9 bullets left in the 8RX. He switches to the pistol, and Gav, cool, calm, and collected, claims his life.
The most impressive thing about that round for the side of M80, they're not playing your Valkyrie, your Echo, your Maestro. They're not playing off information. They're playing off sound of player positions. They go, guys, we only hear people in trophy. They're nowhere else on the map. Let's hit them before they hit us. 3-2-1 push together. We almost never see teams on defense make these really aggressive plays because they had the verticality, they had numbers advantage. On paper, that was a bad play, but they played it so well that it became the best play they could have gone for.
I like the reads from M80
right here. Great push.
Yeah. I think the thing that really I noticed for the American roster in that round was the fact that FaZe clearly telegraphed, we're coming for you. Candelas are in, Smoke Babes are in. There wasn't even a Warden on the board for the defense.
Nope.
There wasn't even a Solus, of course. It's been banned on out. How do you know where the plan's going down? Well, they're chill. We've got Hot and Cold on the side. Even if he falls, we're not going to be jumping at the gun to try and get back onto the side. We've got these angles from above. We can figure out where the plan's going down. Even if we can't, we can probably retake it like we did 2 rounds ago.
Yeah.
And so that confidence and the ability to just chill out, slow the round down, it's benefiting M80 a lot.
Also, mind you, if you go back to the first 3 rounds that happened, and maybe we're so far away from the bomb site, really extending around, roaming, they were all by the bomb site when the Candelas came out. They were not holding library and holding bar. No, they were actually locking down, almost expecting a rush and a push. I think the Fenrir band just kind of gave it away. That is like, guys, they're going to be stupid not to go for a direct attack, because that's why you ban the Fenrir.
And that's why M80 replaced Fenrir with every other trap operator in the game last round. Now they're a little bit more diverse in their operator lineup because, of course, they've changed up bomb sites. They're going for a much more of a fortification onto this top floor. You know, let's get that Tuberal, let's get that Kaid, get that synergy going.
It's a bit of a trade-off, right? You get the Kai Tuberal, and then FaZe Clan, they have to pick up the Maverick. There's no question about it.
Oh, Diffuser!
Just like that.
I mean, forget about the Tuberal. His gadget is nullified for the rest of the rounds.
Yeah, they got Deimos trackers, no nuke jammers, so those freezes might not stop the wall from being opened up, but they will stop the Deimos trackers.
The confidence to dry peek this from Cyber is admirable. It's dangerous, but I mean, can't blame him when he's landing shots like he did against Diffuser. Great pre-fires. Gavin forced on back after a good nade. Forced back further. He can make his own cover with the Azami, but he's instead using those positions to try and cut off lines of sight. A nade forces him back, and the eruption from Cyber, who's gone big for 3. Kino in the bomb site, tucked behind the half wall. Very difficult to hunt down, but Handy will do so handily.
Hirveän paljon tehtävissä.
Vamos FaZe. They've taken the lead again.
beautiful once more. Again, the thing they're worrying about right now on the entry is gonna be the Ela. So what we see from Cyber, he's just jiggle peeking all the doors very quickly. Boop, boop. If the Ela mine doesn't pop, he knows it's clear. If it does pop, he will also know that it's clear. So they know they don't have many tools from M80 that can stop the aggression. Again, Fenrir ban and then playing around it to perfection.
There's so many ways you can counter those traps if they wish to. We saw the grenades used very well to counter the Azami. Oh, that was the kill from Cyber. I mean, look at that. The shots here from the AK. It's not everybody's favorite weapon. Shoots about 1 bullet every 3 years. If you're used to a much
Well, you got tons of bullets.
It does have plenty. And Cyber says, oh, mate, I've been farming on the Deimos.
Yeah.
Give me my Ash license back again.
I'm feeling Ash.
Let's start back the clock. It's 2018 again.
I mean, I gotta say, the analysts called it the best, right? We want to see Cyber on these kinds of operators, whether it's the Shields, or the Deimos, or the Ash, or the Bot getting active in the server. A last-minute switch here onto Sledge instead, but it's all the same. Vidiking, the IGL, more captain role of the team, will take the Brava, give Handy the Blitz, give Cyber the Sledge, and just give them that full freedom in the server to just kind of throw their bodies at the problem. M80 again falls onto traps, right? They gotta play the Melusi, they gotta play the Ela. This is where the Brava comes into effect. Yes, the default cameras are great to hack, but the Banshee in main lobby, that's a big one. And if you can find the most important Ela mines, deployable or bulletproof cameras as well, that's gonna mean in the later stage of this round, when FaZe wants to go aggressive, nothing can stop them.
Bulletproof on the lobby stairs, a high-value target. I believe it was successfully hacked before the drone was destroyed.
I think so. Yeah, they got it.
Hacked by FaZe.
Oh, or not? I thought it was blue.
Did have a blue. Huh? That's confusing.
I think he's
just as confused as we
Hold
are.
up.
Did he shoot? I think he must have shot. Oh, he EMP'd the Brava drone before the hack managed to complete. And as we saw just then, it still has an orange light, which means it is owned by M80. And he's actually keen to push, get a little bit cheeky inside a games room. Looks to try and toy with the player in stock. A retreat now from the Diffuser, but he's not too careful. He might be shot. In fact, Gunner comes to support. And the Blitz will fall. FaZe do not have a follow-up.
Ei täällä ole muuten tietoa tuosta Saipenäristä. Oikein ne saa sen ylös kuitenkin sieltä. Ihan täysin on mennyt.
And M80 very smart again. No one is playing solo. There's a buddy system. Hey, you come with me. We're gonna play in this area together. That was Gunner.
Oh, missed opportunity for Vita as well. That will go begging as he needs to get back onto these clutch drones, hack some more of these bulletproofs. At the end of the day, though, it's not utility that is winning these rounds for M80. It is the fact that they are so together, they are so in sync.
Saisinko mä vittu vihdoin sen saatanan kameran siitä?
So they have info on Gavin, and that will enable Souls to go for a very aggressive wallbang onto him.
It's fallback time. Again, M80 played the numbers advantage. Or perhaps, as I said, it's time for a flank instead. I mean, these guys are just not playing the most logical rounds, and it's probably good because FaZe are expecting to play smart
puolustus ja siellä on puolustaja Gunnari täällä kellarissa.
This might just be the solution.
Of course, M80 are 4/5 of the North American Championship roster that raised the trophy in Manchester a year and a half ago. They have that team chemistry. He's through. And now KDS, he's passed, but however, we have Gunner all the way down below. He's supported the team, everyone joins the fray. M80 are not worried at all about what FaZe are throwing at them because they can hang with even the greats from Brazil.
A 3-3 half. It's perfect, isn't it?
It is, and M80, I mean, this is a far cry from their, what did I say, 80% win rate on this on this map, 72%. 50-50 is a far cry from that.
This is FaZe Clan, to be fair. You know, those numbers goes across all their enemies, right? FaZe Clan, no slouch. They're pretty darn good.
I wonder at what point can the players and the coach hear or feel the crowd?
Well, Fabian's talking right now, so at the minute, not at all. When he talks, there's a bit of power in that voice.
That there is. And look, FaZe are no strangers to having crowds cheer against them. It's happened many times before. Happened 3.5 years ago in Berlin. M80 still have what it takes. They've shown it throughout the tournament so far. And like we said previously, the only team who has held a candle to them thus far is FaZe. M80 are off the momentum of a win, whereas FaZe, they got up bright and early for their match against Falcons this morning, and they lost it.
That's true.
In fact, they lost Chalet 7-2 to Falcons.
Kind of surprised they went back for it, right?
Yeah, and is their map pick. But M80 as well have been undefeated on Chalet for a very long time. However, that's only in North America. This is their first time playing it against an international team.
It's also a good point.
5 seconds left.
Now, there is one thing that's kind of eluded us here. Hot and Cold is 0-5. The reason why I say this is because this is only 4 players actively getting kills on the server right now, stopping FaZe when they're defending. Hot and Cold on the attacker side, as the IGL is more likely to
Tepikö sinne meni pelaamaan?
gunfights in the executes. FaZe Clan, though, I gotta say this as well, they understand the tactical aspect of this game. They will have those crossfires unlocked, just like M80. They're not gonna make it easy for them. But look at the operator bans. Double trap ban from M80 starting the attack, the Ella and the Fenrir. They wanna open up all the entries and all the gunfighting and really just play to the strength of Chalet as a map. Where FaZe took away the Monty, which M80 was so good at earlier against Wildcard.
Oh, that's an unfortunate miss from Gunner. Right on the money though for M80. It's going to be an aggressive, explosive execute when they're ready for it. Kino has to repel straight into the gas. He will march past it. Push. No Ella to worry about, no Fenrir either. And so they can afford to just make their entries, make their presence known. Vita King, battling Kino. Brazilian on Brazilian
niinku prot tekee, että klikkaa ylös ADS, klikkaa alas.
To get back into the action though. He's so far from the rest of his squad.
Not yet. Let him cook. Give him 20 more seconds on that angle. If anyone walks forward, that's a freebie. A track from beneath diffuser. Look at the angle. Nobody can throw help. There it is. They confirm. The Novomize up on the board. They can't go for a second track. The Repel finds a Hot and Cold. It's on the board. He's 1-5.
And it's read like a book for M80. KDS
Totta
is on
Gold
the
sai sen ensimmäisen tapponsa.
And M80 are looking for a feast. 3v1. He spots the first and takes down the fight. Well played onto Gunner.
Tosi lovi, tosi.
M80 recollect that diffuser, and guess who's planting it? Hot and Cold must cover. Looking for his second kill off the map. The KDS denies diffuser. Hot and Cold must take matters into his own hands with a whole minute to figure out how to clutch.
Save his way in, not the Repel. Jumps into a window. They know now KDS no C4 in pocket and very low on health. He just needs one bullet through this floor. He has the sound cue. He knows he's in this sort of area, but not exactly where. KDS allows him up the stairs.
No util for either player. It's pure talents. And Hot and Cold! He is still that guy! Year after year, he returns to the stage. 27 years of age, and he's still got what it takes.
He's on this roster as the old man, as the captain, as the IGL, and he took this responsibility upon himself, saying, okay, I'm gonna have a lot more on my shoulders, not in terms of kills, not in terms of performance individually, but I have to lead my team. He starts a little bit slow here, goes down 0-5, but guess what? First round on the attack, it's 2 kills. One of them literally wins you the round. Matthew Stevens is here to play. 1 round lead now for M80.
FaZe, for the most part, they've been ahead this game. They've taken the lead more times than M80 have done so.
What a lead.
And they had every right to hold on to that round.
Oh, we see that? Calm down, boys.
Fabian is a proud dad to these young gunners.
So is Celine, a proud mom,
5 seconds
could
left
say.
before insertion.
Celine, of course, worked with Fabian and myself in both PSG. Celine also was working with G2. Yep, exactly. So they go way, way, way back, and I know she's proud to watch him on the big screen right now in the arena.
For the longest time, Siege always felt to me like a young esport. Compared to a lot of other games that have been around for a long time, built up these legacies and histories, but those times have gone. We're heading into the double digits.
We are.
Kicking it off next year with 6 Invitational in Paris, celebrating 10 years of this amazing esport. And we see that history in people like Fabian.
We have a lot of legacy nowadays.
We do.
Some players, they're building it still. Some have left, you know, for a different job or a different kind of environment to be in.
Players have come and gone.
Players have come and gone.
Dynasties have risen and fallen.
Some players coach now. Some players cast.
Some cast.
We're everywhere.
Oh, how the mighty falls.
This in, though. He's going to lead the charge now on the blitz. But FaZe not really that close to respond.
Look at that, though. On the other side, C4 will await hot and cold. He baits it out, takes no damage. FaZe, fully aware that M80 wants to get up close and personal. Ooh. Grenade goes on through, and Andy actually tanks it to try and keep his position unknown. Wow, a swing from Cyber. Can't believe he managed to get the angle on the hot and cold's head. But the Blitz will sit out the rest of this round.
Now, where can they find the pick? They lost the main push, but there's a glass with those smoke grenades. They gotta find Handy first. Handy. He gets injured and confirmed by Gunner on the window.
And so FaZe will look to fall back. Cyber will be caught on his rotation out there. He's surely gonna die. I don't think Vidiking's gonna be able to revive him. Yeah, the drone spotted him as well. They're gonna have to leave him for dead.
They're not gonna come for him. They actually could have gone in theory, but no, it's too risky.
I mean, they're still gonna be able to confirm this kill sooner or later. There it is. The fires come out from Gunner, who's copped 10 kills, by the way. He was the MVP way back in Manchester when he raised the trophy. And he's hungry for a second one.
Gunner is everywhere. I mean, he's on the roof 2 rounds in a row, and it's kind of, you know, it's kind of nice up here. Holding your angles, playing it nice and safe. He is the Capital with so much utility in pocket. It's very important he does not die early. It was hot and cold again. And the benefit here is the IGL is dead. You can now watch the cams, watch player perspectives, and call the shots right now. Souls with a great shot, though. Great flick takes down Gavin. We're back to even numbers.
The fact that Gav landed the first bullet and Soul still won the fight speaks volumes to the mechanics of this player. Vidiking waiting below blue stairs. Gunner is marching towards him, inching closer and closer.
It's a tough plant, it's a tough denial. 20 seconds, fire and smoke goes south. That's the last piece of user that MAD has.
Oh, this is risky. The glass will be able to peer through the smoke. It's on Kino to go deep as Gunner will fall. Kino is the man that must cover, but Diffuser has fallen. And Kino needs to clutch. There's no time to get it done.
Surely not.
Don't be doing this to me. You can't keep
Toi oli kyllä menossa niihin vitun FaZelle tossa kun puukostakin tuli.
It's back and forth. They've once again tied 4 rounds apiece on Chalet. Neither team can edge their way forward.
That would have been a great clutch if that came through. The melee, the timing, the reaction, 2 seconds left that could have gotten you just 1 round closer to victory on the first map, but instead FaZe says no, it's too soon. That would have been too easy. Let's tie it back up. Let's bounce back and forth and see what you really got. Pull, like, take you to the distance.
And again, it was fighting for every inch of that map. FaZe losing most of their bodies all the way over on the other side of the map, up in master bedroom and bathroom, on the retreat from the office flank. M80 are ready. Doesn't matter if FaZe are playing all over the map, M80 are ready to receive. And realistically, FaZe feel the need to get up in their face because of these trap bans.
Yeah.
Right, the LFN. You get rid of those, and it's open season on entries into the bomb site. You can rush at a moment's notice.
Yeah.
There's very few pieces of utility you can put there. We've seen a Legion teased out earlier. We saw a Malusi for 1 round. This round, we'll see something even more infamous than all of the rest.
And a peek.
And a spawn peek. I mean, it helps. Maybe they can't.
Musta tuntuu, että Cyber suuttu viime roundilta. Cyber taas vähän suutahtaa.
And Cyber waiting for it, shutting it down. You flip that, and all of a sudden Gunner sprints on in. Not really too cautious.
Cyber says, you've hit 10 kills. I might do the same. Why don't you sit down for the rest of this round?
And the Clash. I mean, the thing is, this is a FaZe staple. They are a great Munchie, a great Clash team. They love slowing down the game, you know, forcing your opponent to just change their playstyle. But they're gonna speed things up.
Gunnari putoo 10-7 otteella. Toi Gadget.
Actually takes a hell of a lot of damage, but that is both of the nades gone.
Yeah, what now?
On this roster, and I mean, Gunner, he died. So none of his nades will assist. Looks like Kino's tempted to actually rush the site. It's not gonna work. Surely not. Kino's a risk taker, but even this seems ballsy for him. The Souls has now taken down his teammate. FaZe are in control.
MAT lacking bodies. It's 1v1 right now, but there are many more players on the side of FaZe Clan. 5v3. Souls playing by the side. Goes down to Gavin with a bit of swing. The Clash goes for a flank. Has a bit of shield on their back. And you won't get stunned any longer.
Another player in the bomb side though, and Cyber retaking that position means it's a very swift exit for M80. 2 rounds in a row for FaZe.
Ban the Clash. I hate to be that guy. It was 1 round, it was 1 instance, but I don't know, man. What do you do against the Clash? They toss nades at it, flashbangs, nothing works, right? If they want to simplify these engagements and they banned the Fenrir Ella already, you can talk about Mira, you can talk about Melusi, but like, come on. You know they're going to play the Clash, they can go basement.
And it's the last ban of the map. There's no second chances now.
There it is.
Watch the replays first before we dive too much into the bans. Because we know. You know, we used to do at events. We used to get the crowd. They started this out of nowhere. Oh, I missed that.
Well, we're showing
Maybe
replays.
we'll get it for map 2.
That's it. They're showing replays. How would they know?
I mean, I want to see Cyber's beautiful little sly grin after he's won that round. I want to see this as well. FaZe Clan jerseys in the arena here in Munich, and the reveal has come through. It's not just the Clash ban for M80, but FaZe actually getting rid of the glass.
Big fan of that as well, gotta say. You could have maybe argued like maybe a Ying or whatever, but that hasn't been the thing MAT have been wanting to play for. Because the issue with the Ying is kind of that you're blinding everyone around you, and if they play Warden, well, Warden can see all of your teammates. So only the Ying and Warden can fight 1 versus 1. And Glass, while it is kind of similar, nobody really gets disrupted by the smoke grenades. You can just walk around them, go somewhere else, whatever.
10 seconds left before
So I really like this. I think both teams understanding the win conditions from their opponents and playing into it so well. Now it comes down to a game of adaptations. Can you adapt to these new operative bands, this new environment, and this second half on this side?
An operator that I keep seeing making an appearance here on Chalet is the Azami. Both teams been really loving it. It's created a lot of fortified positions. KDS is now playing on the mezzanine, and this is one of the most powerful spots on Chalet, but you need to land your shots.
It's one of those, you gotta be a gunner. Another Bravo on the board, like camera hacked. And you know, the funny thing is with the Bravo, you know, you hack a camera and it's like, okay, now defenders have to shoot their own utility because you've lost it, and I like the Twitch that just gets rid of it outright.
I mean, why not both?
Exactly. Either they don't shoot the camera and you can see them, or they do shoot it and they can't see you. It's a win-win, really. I like the Denauri here. It's obviously going to be a counter to the
Ai niin, unohdin
Lurk. Also, it's a great counter play, which Hottencold was on earlier. Now Dokkaebi instead. And the Mady have gone a lot slower than before in this one.
But they have. I mean, they've got 2 special drone squads, so they can bide their time, peel away at the util, and then erupt with the Lion and Dokkaebi, this universal utility. Every player from FaZe at once. The drone work as well. Plenty of info before they make their incision.
Mady still just holding those angles. They want 1 more pick before they advance aggressively. But this is meaning every second they don't get that pick is 1 less second to execute later on. And FaZe, they're playing very passive. Souls in the bathtub, Vidiking in master bedroom, KDS in piano. Missed opportunity, no. Gavin gets that kill to Cyber.
Cyber falling means that it's free real estate for Hottencold to take control of the library. KDS! What? Surely! How on earth does he win that fight against Gavin while detected outside? FaZe start to run away, but M80 restabilize. The pick on side for Hottencold. What are you doing, Vidiking? He's fallen off his throne and left Souls with everything to do for FaZe Clan as M80 look to tie the score once again. All they must do is lock in on this 1 player.
Planting.
As the diffuser is being planted by Kino. Souls has absolutely no idea about it, and he's been caught in 4K. With the plant down, M80 can assume safe positions, and Souls needs to take fights 1 by 1. Straight up onto the bed, he puts Kino to bed. There's 2 players on this rappel. 1 impact grenade is not going to help him here. He's not the Azami that would be able to plug up these angles.
Insane post plan. I mean, this should be unwinnable for Souls.
And so Hottencold and Gunner peek together. It's a perfect
Tuplapiikki, kun ensimmäinen pienikin äänähdys kuuluu sitä diffuserista.
And with that,
Jesus.
We are tied again at the scoreline.
5-5. And it looks like FaZe will call a tactical timeout.
pô, vamos fazer agora cozinha e bar, tá? Bar, na verdade, primeiro, depois cozinha. Não dá. Só que o bar, eu queria que a gente fizesse com as duas
Mä tiedän minkä takia mä kuulen, että ne huutelee SSG.
É, só que eu
do
saio
MAD.
com solis e o range tenta ficar peitando o sabe. Então a gente vai ficar começando agressivo daquela parte do piano e tal, pensando fazendo uma caçada. E a gente vai, tipo, só jogar naquela área.
Mas tu quer que eu passe pra lá?
E o da cozinha, a gente pode fazer a mesma coisa, só que se a Clash e o Cyber jogando embaixo também, pra poder segurar um pouco lá a parte dos Souls. Aí no caso o Souls não fica jogando aquele roll de novo, pode jogar mais pela J mesmo e pegando o boneco de ID na parede.
Quer que eu pego mira do bar? Pra colocar mira bomba?
Pega a mira, por causa do... Tipo,
bora, guys, bora. Eu passo pato.
I don't speak Portuguese, and I'm really sad that I don't, but I will say, very calm tactical timeout. And I saw a lot of hand waving from up and down, like Fabian saying, guys, calm down, relax. I feel like it comes down to communication. You need to have really clear comms to understand what is going on when the rounds are these fast-paced. FaZe, they are a championship winning roster. They can adapt to this environment, they can figure out the problem, and then just come out swinging and winning in short notice.
For FaZe, it's even more imperative that they win Chalet because next map up is Skyscraper, which M80 have chosen. FaZe haven't actually beaten an international team on Skyscraper in a very long time. So they really need to make their mark here. Now Snowy Haven. I love every tactical timeout that we get to hear the fans make a little bit of noise. We're actually seeing a little bit of light in the arena
coming out
as Munich is lighting up for M80. Of course, in the tactical timeouts, we and our lovely viewers at home get to hear the coaches' communications. In the arena, we've had to dull that down a little bit.
Yeah.
It's great to see the teams get involved, or the audience get involved regardless.
So keep those lights shining for M80. Show them the support that you want to give them for this very important upcoming round. One team with one round away from taking this map and the other oh so far away.
Sanoks toi Pengu tos just, että M8 ei oo voittanut
One thing I know for certain is
Kaissa.
that as the players try to focus on their screens, they can't help but to notice the lights up in the arena.
Hetken mitään international tiimiä, omalaistiimiä.
Kino in the building.
Ja M80 valitsi Skyscraperin.
Struggled to find an impact.
But it's been hot and cold in the past. Now it's Kino, the shield player. Ones we memed upon saying, you know what? He's not cut for the Monty. He's not good enough. Kino has had a massive glow up from his personal side of things, performance-wise, operators, consistency. Right now he has to be the mini IGL for his team, saying, guys, this area is clear, cover this angle, okay? I need a drone here to check my left. The Blitz cannot expose himself to two separate angles because that crossfire will take him to the grave. So they're being very careful. But when you're being careful, you're being slow, and half the timer is gone.
I like this, the usage of the smoke to try and lock out these players inside of office. And so the attention is given, but there's an ability to push through the smoke for Handy. After the battle phase, weather the storm. M80 now must just rely on Gavin and Hot and Cold to pick up the pieces of this tattered round.
That was everything though. No more Deimos trackers, no more Blitz shield on the entry, just a Candela in the pocket of Hot and Cold and have some flashes and grenades. They have limited tools in their pockets. It's gonna come down to gunplay once more. If they can isolate and find one player of FaZe Clan, this becomes very winnable.
And Cyber's in an off angle. So if M80 are diligent, they should be able to get a freebie here. But if they are not, Cyber will put this round to bed. Gavin just looking for opportunities to peek these players on site. He needs to be careful because waiting inside of Fireplace, Cyber is there and he's on a heater today.
He has not moved yet. Verticality, FaZe actually fighting back. There's that off angle that you mentioned. Last Candela, he has to drop the hatch.
It's Hot and Cold or bust now. As he drops down onto Vidic King, sees that mirror, but going up against the shotgun.
15.
Somehow wins the battle. He's got that diffuser, but he's going up against Cyber, who can see him at a distance.
They know where he is. They have a Valcam.
With the Solus, with the information from the Valcam, the impact grenade, surely damage done. It's a bait and switch for the king from Brazil. Cyber ushers in silence from the audience as FaZe propel themselves on a match point on Chalet.
That right there is the experience from FaZe Clan, and M80, they say, stop it right now. Let's call our tech timeout as well.
Just meant to
Yeah, they could pull out basement. I think the important part here is we need to get an IQ in because their information is what's fucking with us a lot as well. I think the Blitz play was fine, but we need to get rid of their information because right now they're kind of like giving it, they're extending out and then they're coming back, right? And they have information that we're running past without clearing it. So then they know exactly where we're coming at which time.
Let's take the extra step too. Like, how are these people hiding K9? Let's open up K9. Yeah. Let's spread around the map. Then we execute. We're literally going one way again. Exactly what I said not to do.
Like a wave instead of fucking coming from multiple angles. Yep. So relax, reset that, and then get that information gone, and then we execute together on a 3-1.
I did open the window. I don't know if they rebarricaded it.
It was open. It was barricaded. Oh, was it? I thought it was barricaded. It doesn't matter. But let's get this fucking done, guys. Relax.
Come on, come on.
Alright, so first of all, Fabian very, very calm. There's two types of Fabian in this world. There's the disappointed father. What are you doing? You know how to do better. Come on! And there is the guys. Okay, listen, what you're doing is really great. What I want to see, this is what he said. I want to see us to take away their information. We gotta bring the IQ. I know it sucks, but we gotta do it. Secondly, we gotta push together from the same side. Be one big wave pushing together, not coming from all these different directions. Gunnar tuned in. He said, guys, let's take the extra step. Open up all the windows, the phantom pressure, and let's just take it a little bit slower. Because right now we're losing to people hiding in corners.
Saman tien, jos olisi vaan kipittänyt tonne niinku ikkunalle, niin ois ehkä saanut, koska sillä ei ole mitään tietoa, missä se solis on. Se olisi saattaa olla ylhäällä, se olisi saattaa olla fireplaces, se olisi saattaa olla baarissa. Tämä on se niinku ongelma tuossa tommosessa tilanteessa. Me nähdään se info, me tiedetään missä solis on. Mutta pelaaja ei tiedä sitä. Niin se on just, että mihin johonkin pitää mennä, mutta mihin? Aika loppuu. Pitää tehdä se päätös. Yrittääkö plänää vai meneekö fragille? Jos ei, vaikka fragille on vaikea mennä, jos ei edes tiedä missä se on. Ja mihin mennä.
So that's why you gotta use those couple of drones very early. But by losing drones early on, you have less drones for later. And if Imate wants to slow the game down and check all those corners, it's gonna come down to the drone counter. And that's where Cyber on the Solus can change everything right now. His scanner is drained the entirety of the first 50 seconds here. He's looking for drones. He's looking for intel. He wants to make M80 walk through this map blinded.
Oh, that's awkward. Barely exposing himself. Diffuser still will die. On that balcony.
Missä toi Soulsi on
has Gavin intends to do as well. He's just waiting for an opportunity to be gifted to him. Handy will not. However, from down below, Cyber is so tempted. It was a two-timing play from FaZe as they figured out the way to play this safe aggression on defense.
FaZe will aggress if the statistics back it up. They're not gonna take anything worse than a 50-50. Handy just peeking for information. They know Gavin is probably on that balcony or on the roof. Here comes the backstab from Hot and Cold down in the bar hallway. He's got the right read.
Hot and Cold. As cold as ever. Into the 4v4 M80. Have a lifeline. What do they do with it?
Breathe, boys. Both teams right now. Don't get too hectic, start screaming your colors. Keep it cool, calm, and collected. KDS got the mirror window, but no camera. Twitch cleared that earlier on, so this is FaZe Clan. Lack of information and a blind spot. But he can abuse, but he pulls forward.
This is aggressive, but Gavin might be able to march forward and take down KDS inside a mezzanine. KDS is repositioned,
knows.
And the game sense, it's perfect. Gunnar and Kino now. In a desperate situation, KDS trades back to force one. And it is a monumental round from the individual as FaZe push M80 into the depths. The first round is in the books. Chalet is won by the Brazilians.
Vidiking, Cyber, KDS, goddamn FaZe, all of them. They were so ready individually and they got the job done on map 1.
And if there's a way for M80 to survive, it must happen on Skyscraper after this.
Ei, M80 halunnutkaan tota. halunnutkaan tuota palettia. Toisaalta se oli Facein map-pikki, niin sitä voi ottaa. Viiden minuutin breikki tähän oli holy shit. Kyllä se vademies on mennyt nukkumaan vai onko se lauleskelemassa karaokea? On se vielä lives, mutta aika vitu seipäät. Seipäät vaikuttaa. Vittu tää vaden skini tässä. Bro, vittu. What is this? Pari minuuttia tässä. Tässä milloin meidän mainokset pyörähti 9 yli. Eli ihan justiinsa. Mä pyörätän mainokset tässä vaiheessa meilläkin, niin tai ei tuu tohon seuraavaan peliin taaskaan. Bro, Tuvade vaikuttaa olevan ihan vitu seipäät. Mä voin sanoa tätä nyt kahdesta syystä. A, koska se kuuntelee most likely copyrightattua musiikkia. Mä en halua mitään dealaa sen kanssa, koska noi äänet menis sitten Tuben puolelle kanssa. Ja taas sen verran kringeä, että mä en välttämättä kehtaa. Oh my lord, lordy lord. Mitä vittu nää jotkut gifit täällä on? Oh no.
Neck and neck until
Tää
what happens.
kaveri on vähän
Regain
seipää.
that confidence and lock it in.
Yeah, it was a very good game plan from the get-go. I mean, especially when you look at round 2, this was such a good fight.
Kaverilla ei huomannut mitään, niin ei kai siinä.
Get over grass, and then they would lose out on the round. Then we fast forward into round 3, where again, this is a scenario where FaZe just take complete control of the round, shutting out all of the side of M80 from even getting a grasp into the site, into the round. And this round in particular, it was such a good read from Vidiking, using the drone to realize nobody was on site, to go for that execute, play with the and he does it beautifully.
Tossa kun se sai vielä niinku flikattua tohon meluusin, mä en huomannut kuinka pelaajassa oli, mutta se melusi ja sai sen pois siitä Defulta, niin se oli vaan se GG.
More proactive operators that can amplify the way that he wants to hunt. Specifically in the 1v1, the Solus, which was causing a little bit of problems to the Falcons, we now saw him bring it back out on Chalet against M80, and he was consistently just shutting down the drone information, shutting down in the 1v1s, and he really looked like the Cyber from SI that we wanted to see in this final match.
Yeah, and this is what we were saying, you know, playing those operators that is only going to amplify that sort of rat play style, get those opening engagements going in your favor, and clearly, when you're looking at those opening engagements going 4-0 in this series, this is what we need from this type of phase, let alone this type of Cyber.
Because on paper, M80 were doing everything perfectly to counter FaZe, and yet that confidence really went out at the end of the day. But that is still only map number 1 in this series. We'll take a quick break. When we get back, we'll set you up for our second one. M80 on the back foot. Can they bring it back and take it into map 3? We'll find out after this.
Taking it minute by minute, becoming the hero I came to become. Knowing I do what I do and I do it, I ain't gonna stop till it's done. Can never fool me, I got all it takes. I'm gonna stick to my guns, never be losing.
Tää 1v1 turnaus on kyllä peka. Ai voi, seuraavaksi kartta 2. Saa nähdä miten vittu se menee. Hämeitin kartta kuitenkin, niin voi mennä vielä kumpaan tahansa suuntaan. Saa nähdä mitä se Skyssa sitten tulee päätymään. En kyllä osaa yhtä sanoa. En kyllä osaa itse yhtä sanoa. Ja ihmetä, että Pad ei joo silleen se ei päätä GN fiilistä. GN menoa kuitenkaan. Park.
It's been a couple hours since you had the last game. How do you manage to keep the energy high among the team for this moment?
Eu não precisei de fazer muita coisa porque o time está muito hypado, então é a emoção que a gente está vivendo aqui agora e é isso. O time já tá empolgado o time.
I didn't do much. I didn't need to because they are very hyped. They are really happy just to be here, so didn't do much. 2 best of 3s in one day. How do you prep your team to not be mentally tired and commit like silly
mistakes? Tuntuu jotenkin, että nää on niinku pre-recordattu. Just silleen, kun meillä on ollut breakki, niin täällä ei oo ollut breakki, vaan yli täällä tapahtumassa just silleen, kun noin pelaajat se tappaa.
In the end, it's me and Pedro and another guy that we're not going to use a name for. We're prepping all night. I mean, I was up to 5:30 this morning preparing because either we're playing FaZe or we're playing Falcons after wildcards. So it's just a normal day at the office. It's just the way it is.
Preparation is key for victory to make it into the grand final and face off against Team Falcons, but Amady are on the back foot. Skyscrapers map 2, back in the day. This
se on varma, että jos tää nyt vittu menee, Amady vetää se tästä Skyscraperista voiton. Mä sinällään en toivo ja samaan aikaan toivon, niin mä menen laittaa saunan päälle.
What won them the game against Wildcard can win it for them here.
And on the opposite side for FaZe, if they want to continue their dominance here, close it out in 2-0 series, they need to look exactly where those shields were oppressive on their attacking side and get rid of them so they can have comfortable defense.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Munich one more time. Let's see if Amady can bring this one back. We'll send it to our casters to kick off Skyscraper.
Of course, thank you very much to everyone here in Munich, because it just wouldn't be the same.
No, it would not.
Watching M80 and FaZe go head to head without a hero and a villain. And we know when we come to Europe that Brazil will always fill the shoes of the villain. Once upon a time, Fabian held that role. Now, he is M80's hero in front of the European crowd.
And the thing about Fabian now is that he makes it about not himself. He doesn't walk out with the players, he barely does interviews. It's always about making the players shine and they own that stage and give them that spotlight. And when you're a veteran, I mean, all eyes, the stories, it's gonna be about Fabian. I think it's very important and valuable that he gives these players that kind of pressure, because one day it will happen and you gotta be used to it. You cannot crumble when it matters the most.
That's right. And he did say, of course, yes, it's been a long day by official match day terms, playing back-to-back best of 3 series. After taking down Wildcard earlier today, they are resurged with a new vengeance to get revenge on the only team that has actually beaten them here in Munich, being FaZe Clan. However, they're gonna have to do it from one map in deficit. So how do M80 step up on Skyscraper?
That's the big question. I kind of like what the Death spoke about, get the shields together on the attacking side, because the Blitz was massively unsuccessful when it came to the attacking side of Chalet. So getting that onto the board, that's going to be great, but they will start on the attacking side of Skyscraper. Statistically, you never want to be there.
That's right, and FaZe, look, they're a good team on Skyscraper here. They have played it already at the tournament against CAG. They won, and then they've also played plenty against other teams at previous events. They even beat Virtus Pro back at the last international event at Reload. But of course, M80, they picked this map for a very good reason. They are undefeated in the last 6 months right here. They played it plenty during the North American League, and guess what? 3 of those results were 7-0 dominations.
Okay.
2 of them when M80 started on the attacking side and won 6 attacks in a row, only to clean sweep with capping it off with a defensive round.
So there is a chance, is what you're saying.
I'm telling you, there's not just a chance. I'm telling you right now that if I had any stake in this, I'd be selling you that we're going to Clubhouse.
And that's where I gotta say, Clubhouse is my personal favorite map, and I think between 2 strategical and adaptive teams like M80 and FaZe Clan, it's a map we deserve. We need to watch it. I want to see what happens there, but when Maria asked Fabian, you know, playing 2 BO3s here on stage back to back. He was being very modest, very humble, saying, oh, another day in the office. Of course, it's harder, but let me tell you, it is exhausting to play on stage. The adrenaline, playing at 110%.
Se ottaa kuitenkin huomioon, että M8 on pelasi just tossa ei ollut pitää tunnin breikkiikään tai mitään, näin kerran oikeastaan niinku mitään kovin kummosempaa breikkiä pitämään. Ja nyt ne on pelannut jo 4 karttaa. Mahdollisesti vielä 2 karttaa. Tulee pelaamaan vielä 1 kartan. Vähintään. Mutta jos ne haluaa tästä jatkaa, jos ne haluaa mennä huomenna Falconsia vastaan, niiden pitää ottaa 2 karttaa. Joka tarkoittaa sitä, että ne tulee pelaamaan se 5 karttaa siinä vaiheessa.
FaZe in contrast, I mean, they've been to 22 S-tier events. 22 between 6 invitationals, Pro League finals back in the day, and of course majors like we are at today. And it really is literally another day in the office for the Brazilians. Even Rafadel's decided it's time to cross his legs and sit down, because Cyber is ready to deliver a sermon. 7-5 on the first map.
Toi kyllä on vähän semmonen, että tuolla pitäisi olla joku vaarijakkara tai joku korotettu jakkara tai joku muu vastaava.
Still ready, prepared, but a little bit of a headset situation happening right now. Switching a cable perhaps. We're back in the server in no time, I'm sure. Right now for Media, what they've been talking about likely, you know, in that small break was just reset communication, follow the paper, do what we know, because they have such good prep work going into these kinds of games. I saw Fabian earlier after a week against Wildcard, and I could not have been prouder watching from afar, wishing I was by his side, but still his biggest fan from afar.
So, we're actually going to play a little bit of a game while we get ready for you guys. We've got some player stats here.
Okay.
Because these players on both these teams, they're gunners, right? But
sure.
Some of them have had quiet tournaments. We want to see how much that we've been paying attention. So our production team are going to be testing us. Say stop when we're watching the player that this stat is for.
From FaZe Clan, yeah?
Yeah, so we're looking at the FaZe Clan stats. So 11 kills to 10 deaths. Is it Cyber?
I'm taking Cyber.
We're taking Cyber. Oh. Is it Vita? Is it Vita King? We're saying stop on Cyber?
I said stop on Cyber.
All right, so can we go back, production? Can we look at Cyber? Is this the stats?
I'm locking it in.
For Cyber, we're locking this one in. 10 out of 10 times I'm trusting you on this pick.
Oh, I tagged. I didn't see the operators, actually. I trolled.
You trolled?
I think I trolled.
Who do you think this is?
No, it's fine. I'm sticking it.
All right, we're committing Cyber. Are we right? No, we are wrong.
Yeah, I was gonna say the operators troll.
Played the Brava and the Denari.
I just looked at the 11-10 scoreline. I was like, that's Cyber.
Damn. I love the way that Cyber is staring into my soul right now.
Ready.
All right, we'll say stop for Striker and Warden, 67% KOST. Is this Souls, I'm wondering?
I'm thinking Vita King.
Well, we're looking at Vita King now. Are we locking that in?
I'm so bad at this.
I think this is not Vita King. There's no way. Oh, we already passed KDS, so...
Yes?
Well, let's
I should have paid more attention.
Let's go through the full rotation. Let's get a look at every one of these FaZe players' faces before we decide. Okay. I'm feeling Souls at the moment.
Who plays the recruit? Wait, look over there real quick. He's spinning the operator.
It could be someone that we've passed, apparently.
You say stop, I'm out of this.
Oh no, what?
Yeah, I'll take
you can't abandon me?
No, what do you think?
All right, can we go back to KDS, please?
No, you're now taking my turn.
I'm taking your guess.
Okay,
all right, we're locking in KDS. I am saying stop, formally. And yeah, well done.
Yeah, okay.
Big dog me, Pengu. Big dog me. Ready?
No, I don't.
No? That was a very disappointed big dog from you.
Disappointing myself with that one.
Well, you should know better.
Yes, that's the point.
You're here. You're the one that's meant to know what we're talking about. I'm just a pretty face. And even at that, sometimes...
Sometimes? Nah, you're a pretty face.
I love watching what the players do when we just have to sit back and wait for the game to be ready. You can really kind of read into
different
the
ways
person.
to go about it.
Yeah, I mean, Cyber, he just leans back and relaxes. I think Hot and Cold is counting how many hairs are on his knuckles at the moment. He's actually got some sick tats. I love that.
I think it's Gavin who's just spinning his operator in the operator screen. He's literally just sitting there, just spinning.
Can we see that?
Look behind you. You can see it from where he's sitting. Like, look, he's just
oh my
spinning
God.
the operator. That's all he's doing.
I don't know if our cam can look at this poor lad, but he is literally just hard spinning the operator in the operator menu right now.
Oh, he's stopped.
He stopped. We have the whole admin team out there as well. Here's Gavin. Innocent face, but you wouldn't believe what's going on that screen right now.
He's still spinning. Oh. Well, now when you're sitting here, you can't talk to your teammates. All you see all the players kind of sitting there silently, but you can think ahead. And it gives you arguably almost more prep time for both teams evenly. The things you just spoke about, the things that you want to do, any final reminders that came to mind. Fabian's headset on is a good sign, though.
It's a good sign. I think we're getting close. Now, Nick, how good would you say you are at Rainbow Six Siege? Do you think you know the game pretty well?
No.
Do you think you know these players pretty well?
No, clearly not.
Clearly not. Well, maybe you want a chance at redemption. Let's have a look at M80. We've got the stats. We're not showing you EPS. 7 and 9 for the KD. 0 and 3 on entry.
Hot and
Nomad
cold.
and Mute.
Hot and cold.
Hot and cold.
Hot and cold.
Here we have.
I'm saying stop.
Are we saying stop?
I'm saying stop.
We're locking in a stop on hot and cold.
Yeah.
Oh, hot
There
and
it is.
cold. Well
Back.
done.
I'm so back, baby. Let's go.
Ladies and gents, he is back.
He was 0-3 on entry and playing Nomad. I was like, that's my guy. That's hot and cold.
I know people like to call you Pengu. Some people call you Nick. Some people call you Nicholas. I think like you need a more kind of name, like the something like KZ. He's the lion, right? Because he's got that huge lion.
I'm the penguin.
No, that's not.
That's not it.
Pengu. I feel like we can shorten that. I think we can give you a new nickname.
Goo?
How about the Goo?
The Goo.
The big Goo.
I am the big Goo.
He's the big Goo. He's in the house. Okay. He's ready to
my
goo
name
it
used to
up.
be longer. It was Blue Penguin.
Yes.
Penta-Blue Penguin. It was so long, in fact, that the Ubisoft Connect launcher could not contain that many letters, so I literally had to shorten it, and it was going to be Penta Blue or Penta Pengu. That's how it came to be, because Penta Pengu just kind of rolled off the tongue.
Can you imagine the ultimate reality where you were called Blue?
The color.
Would have been far too confusing, but thankfully, guys, we're getting straight into the game, and it's all blue on the social prediction. M80 has won the hearts and minds of the Rainbow Six community today, but FaZe have won the first map, and so it's the chance now for the North Americans, helmed by Fabian, to make a comeback here on Sky. They've dipped their toes in the water. Now it's time to find out if M80 can swim up against FaZe Clan. They take them to Skyscraper. On the attacking side, we test their mettle as the Brazilians are poised to set themselves up for a rematch against Falcons in the grand final if they can get it done in 2 maps.
So swim or drown is all it comes down to. The Monty, the Kaid move from action, of course. Getting past those reinforced walls, it can be very difficult on this map, so I think Kaid Bandit Ban makes a ton of sense here to me to ensure that M80 can get their first step done and not be locked down from entering the building, because that can be quite difficult here. And it's going to be another pocket ban from the side of FaZe Clan, the Monty and then the Glass, because they saw how effective that was on Chalet.
I like it from FaZe. And what else I like is that straight up, round 1, Vita King has locked in the clash. Now, we know Fabian. We know him too well. And we heard what he said against Wildcard in the tactical timeout for M80. He said, guys, every single strat that they are doing is on that piece of paper.
Yeah.
So trust us. Trust the analyst team. Trust your coaches. And go and get the job done. How much research have they done into FaZe's Skyscraper? We're about to find out.
Surely enough. I mean, I said it on Chalet, Vita King is known to be that kind of clash player, and they played a 1 round on Chalet, then it was target ban. So the fact they've left it open just goes to show they don't think it's a big
Lassi
problem.
pois, Monti pois, sähköt
Maybe
sitten
perhaps they're fearing a
puolustajalta.
Maverick
Oh
ban,
shit.
because then they would be in deep waters. So now that they need to go up against the clash, they know it. They got Nomad, they got Capital, they got Gridlock, which can do a bit of damage. You toss it behind her as she walks through those Gridlock stingers. But at the end of the day, it's gonna come down to execution together. Can they force good gunfights? Can they clear utility? And can they take this map and pick it apart step by step?
M80 have already played Skyscraper earlier today. If you cast your mind back to that wildcard matchup, it was tough. It was challenging.
Nyt ei kyllä tullut M80ltä samanlaista toi
It was back and forth. And
nopeata fastplanttia tohon
they
näin.
gritted their teeth with white knuckles. They got it across the line. Now they must do the same as they form up outside on this attacking side. Gav looking to open up this wall from Geisha, but Handy will swiftly deny that with the impacts.
Looking for that rappel angle, a tiny gap above the keyback. This looks almost like when FaZe were attacking on Chalet, where they're just outside the building, holding passive angles, wanting the defenders to make the first move, but this is M80's playstyle right now themselves. FaZe Time will sit back, use the mirror, use the Asame, and use the clash to get information before they start moving into bad positions. M80, again, they had to work so hard for every small area of this map.
Oh, but Kino starts things off, almost loses his life in response as FaZe quickly spring back into action. Souls is clean one and Cyber's going for a run out, misses his opportunity, but gets away with his life. Equalized for FaZe as M80 have not gained the ground that they were looking for.
I feel like this is still good for FaZe. Gonna find another though, and that's gonna make it a little bit better for M80. The reason why I said it's good for FaZe Clans, they have, you know, a lot of bodies inside the building. M80 mostly on the exterior still, and they only have 70 seconds to work with, and that clash is gonna come into a play in not too long.
FaZe still have that clash, but it's a double-edged sword. How much does she want to hold on to that shield and remove one gun from FaZe? Gunner's Nomad is one of the perfect operators to counter it. Diffuser makes his way forward, he spots the clash.
Now they know. The jig is up, the backstab has been exposed, the Dokkaebi call has to come through soon, and a 3-2-1 execute. M80 has to try and overwhelm the bomb site and try and circumvent the clash and almost ignoring the operator.
Good mirror window for FaZe. Inside a T room, King is trying to enable this peek from KDS, who still has that mirror window. What a shot from KDS! Gav falls, and now the response from Gunner as he marches into T room. KDS will be backstabbed. Diffuser has entered the building, and he's looking to give FaZe a very quick exit. It's 3
Mulla menee aina sekaisin, että on yhden pelaajan nimi lausutaan Diffuser.
And a perfect counterplay towards the clash. They ran around the operator, ignoring that shield, ignoring the fact that they can't take the operator down at all. Fire out from camera down, Clash walks away. Okay guys, what do I do? Let's kill everyone else but the Clash and leave them up as the last remaining operator on the board. It's thanks to Kino getting that opening kill. FaZe, I'm not sure if they got impatient, but 2 players died, running from one area to the other, just caught in the crossfire. Great push and Diffuser, the aggression, the confidence. I mean, look at that. I mean, that's beautiful.
Diffuser, it is personal, as it is for most of this M80 roster. Back at the 6th Invitational in Boston, on the unwanted team, 4 of these players were knocked from the tournament by FaZe Clan, the eventual champions. M80 have their shot at revenge. Starting Skyscraper with an attacking side win is a very favorable omen.
10 seconds left. Every single round matters so much. And I mean, if you go 2 and 4,
job done.
You can start smiling.
Take a bow.
Yeah, whoop. We got 2 attacking rounds. Way. No surprise though, King once again on the clash, gonna be a stable because it is that good. Cyber though unleashed on the Vigil, not BuzzG. He ain't no Mr. Bay from Wildcard. He was owning every single gunfight with that BuzzG, ACOG in hand. Cyber instead wants to get active, KDS on the Yella. This feels like FaZe was to take the fight to M80, whereas in that previous round, they were a bit more patient.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's a good way to play. But with M80's blitz, M80 do have the opportunity to dictate the pace, and if they want to go fast, there's nothing stopping them from doing so. Perhaps an Elamine inside of the site. I like that Kino is being diligent. He's checking on all these windows. KDS still has an Elamine pocket if he wants to use that late round. That could nullify Kino.
Mut mä katon enää meitä, eli mä katon hyökkäjiä. No vittu jännä juttu, että hyökkäjillä ei ole vittun Ela, joka on puolustaja.
I want to see right here the bot getting into the action first, destroy the floor, try and just apply a bit of pressure, and then you can do a 3-2-1 countdown and double jump in the window.
Default is up, dude.
But you gotta give the Diffuser a little bit of time to work with right now. Try and drone for him, give him that information that he needs. Clash gonna walk out single one, get spotted. This could be the sign though for M80. Now they know where Clash is. They could go for an execute if they really want to.
That's what Gunner's looking to do. Puts down that air jab. It will be shot though. King can go and recollect that shield. In for a brief moment. Kino immediately jumps straight back out again. Oh, that's a bait and a half. That's not good news if you're a Brazilian fan. Cyber's been team killed. M80, numbers advantage thanks to a blunder from their opponents. Their backstab will fall. Not enough information with no drones left on the board. Diffuser goes down early, and Kino has to take matters into his own hands. He's up in their face, but Andy stands tall. Gunner has to live up to the name, but he is quickly put down. Awaiting a fist bump. Handy has owned M80.
A good try from M80, but a perfect response from FaZe, not moving too much, holding down those angles and denying the push in. They're just kind of playing their corners and establishing those crossfires. FaZe, they need to take the gunfight, just hold your angle, M80 will show up, press left click, they'll get those kills right here, like a turret on the side. Not sure what Andy was down there. He's trolling.
Yeah, oh well. He was trolling and then he decided to make up for it by killing everybody on the opposing team. So, we'll go easy on him this time around.
Pieni troll.
I mean, he just shoots what moves, right? That's what it is.
Well, we know the answer now. Will M80 get 4 7-0s on Skyscraper? No, they won't do that. That would have been a little silly.
Wishful thinking.
Very wishful. Still, there's no cause for concern yet. If you're a fan of M80, one round in the first two, that's a pretty damn good ratio on your attacking side. It's all about momentum now. It's all about making sure they don't let FaZe build it and run away with it.
Yeah. I feel like FaZe, they have so much depth here. Like they're forcing the clash. This was like they're over forcing it. They want it to get banned away.
Exactly.
To enable their quote unquote real strategy. And right now, with the way the rounds are going, I feel like M80 have no choice but to ban the clash unless this round varies from the previous two. But then the question comes to me, FaZe Clan, what are they gonna be doing differently? We'll find out later. For now, it's gonna be that kitchen and barbecue tertiary bomb site. Heavy focus on playing above the side, use the verticality, get the castle barricades, so close up some angles of information, and then try and hold the other ones.
Between the castle, the clash, and the Azami, I really feel like FaZe are safe as houses on what is otherwise a very exposed bomb site. This kitchen barbecue bomb site, very awkward sometimes because you have to contest so much map control.
Yeah.
Bit easy to do that when you can put up these bulletproof panels around the place, telegraphs the attacker's push, when you can have Clash waiting to receive. Kino and the Blackbeard, bit of a pivot from the Blitz.
2 of the 3 air jabs placed outside to just ensure this balcony is safe. 1 on the window jump up by Dragon, 1 here on the door that Clash is looking at. Now, I mean, no, what are you gonna do here? Naded, she's gonna pick up the shield and walk away. Air jab's gonna pick up the shield and walk away. They don't have any direct counters, no Kali, no Sophia, instant explosion. And as long as Vidiking is here, it might not seem like a lot of value. But he's saying, guys, Black Balcony is completely clear, by the way. Don't worry about this area at all.
Uh-oh. Cyber's been very quiet today.
Pick it up
on Skyscraper.
Walk away.
Very nice from the Wamai. At least Cyber from the Grave can assist his team. Vidiking's trying to suss out a little bit more information, but there is an air jab. He will not be baited into it. Not just yet. KDS is not far from him as well. It's been quite a standoff upstairs.
I mean, he's taken 2 players full attention, but the back's a distraction game, actually, with a red ping as well. If they find this kill, chaos in the server.
Oh, well. Hold the phone, because Hot and Cold is breaching his way into the bomb site. Gunner up for a backstab. Might just find KDS. The castle will fall. 1 tower at a time. It dissipates, and what was a fortress for FaZe is now M80's domain. 1v5 for Handy. Certainly not going to happen. The plant is down. The North Americans have their second attack round on Skyscraper, despite Handy's best efforts. He cannot stand up to the might of M80.
FaZe Clan did not know where the entry was coming from, where that pressure was applied. There's a good little rats play from M80. I mean, perfect gap finding. Just big distraction upstairs. 2 people looking at the clash, and yet they still get people in the bomb site. Entry successful. Plant goes down. Flawless at that. And now I am curious, will it be, the clash ban? Will they leave it open? Because I feel like you have to respect it. There it goes. And same as Chalet. Grim ban, clash ban.
Yeah. A lot of respect for the Grim ban as they take their tactical timeout.
Só que sabe, você pegar lá...
Toi Clash ban ei kyllä yllätä yhtään.
E sabe, pega uma Valk, tenta só reforçar a gauge pra ficar escondidinho ali e depois tá com umas câmeras embaixo pra precisar de retake.
O cara ele fica parado lá no sushi olhando
a câmera. No bombo da cozinha, eu acho que vale a pena a gente sim ainda continuar rodando a madeira. Só que a gente pode pegar os bonecos um pouco melhor pra rodar lá. Então, tipo, pega um... Agora pode ser uma Ing lá variando, tá ligado? Então pega um Ward lá pra rodar a madeira.
Eu acho que eu posso fazer o Amai lá, velho.
E não coloca aquele reforço, Souls, lá da cozinha, porque esse cara embalar, o cara que tomate ele. Da cozinha
Coloca
não,
madeira?
do sushi, isso.
Exato,
Prioriza o PC4 pra poder fazer
I don't care who
KD.
wins. I don't care if face lose.
Vou pegar multi aqui, Cyber, pra botar pra nós lá.
Aqui vai dar madeira.
Yeah, sadly I don't have a clue, but I have no idea.
I thought you were on your phone learning Portuguese.
Yeah, I was taking a quick little lesson, you know? Little 60-second crash course.
Little Duolingo. One thing I did notice in the crowd there was one of my favorite signs I've seen so far.
No.
I don't care who wins, I just want FaZe to lose. I think we might have a little bit of support for that here in Munich. Of course, a European home crowd team will await the winner of this in our grand final. But if M80 makes their way there, it feels fitting to have Fabian vying to give a title to North America.
Maybe it's gonna feel pity for Europe and say, you know what guys, we're gonna start
Toisaalta
this one.
hyvin
We'll
hyvä
give it up
meitillä.
for the homeboys, you know?
2 hyökkäystä, vaikka se Flash on ollut siellä, mutta nyt ei tarvii niinku miettiä sitä.
Well, that's not true anymore.
No, it's not true anymore. Now he's become NA.
Yeah, yes, become what you hate. They'll devour you.
What do they say? Something you die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain?
That's it. That's exactly it. Right on it. Now for Falcons, I mean, how many grand finals have they been in both at BDS and Falcons and lost? You know, surely they don't lose that 5th, 6th time or whatever, right? One of those.
There's been a few grand finals. Of course, like we said earlier, the last time we came to Germany for Rainbow Six event,
Sitten Piko on sitä mieltä, että M8 ottaa tänään ja huomenna voitot tästä näin ja ottaa koko turnauksen.
Bar bomb side. That's the spiciest thing.
Iconic.
They could pick almost any side of their choosing and they go bar, the least played, the least liked on the overtime match point.
An 18-year-old Spoit winning his first ever major just months after playing his first Pro League game. Oh, how times have changed. Kino, well, talk about champions. He's the only one in the server who has not played in a grand final nor raised a major trophy.
He'll get that first kill and put him in a great spot. This is twice now that Handy has died inside of Geisha, going for an aggro swing, or Handy rather, sorry. Doesn't need to. It's one of those choices though. FaZe Clan, they want to bring the fire to M80. Let's see.
We have a translation of the FaZe tactical timeout courtesy of Maria. Maria, what do the Brazilians have to say?
Hello. So he said, Cyber, take Volk and try to reinforce Geisha and put some cameras below. If we need to do retake, let's bring water.
Just sanomassa Cyberilla Donit.
Bring wing and
reinforce
sushi. That was all.
Thank you very much, Maria. Well, I think you said it in perfect timing as it played out before our very eyes. Cyber tried to contest office, as was dictated by Raffadel, their coach. However, he does fall, and M80 win the roaming exchange.
That they do, but the fight doesn't stop here. James Hunko goes down. Kino low HP, and the shocker from far away does not find the kill. Kino with 2 kills so far on this one. 45 seconds is anybody's round, but M80 now start for information. No real drones left in pocket. Gotta check every corner, every area. Mind you, on Chalet, they lost to players hiding in those corners. Sound cue, perfect. Gunner now also on low HP.
Good read from KDS.
Device planted.
The Warden and the Smoke, 2 perfect operators, assisted by some information, courtesy of the Valkyrie. It spelled success for FaZe on Chalet, and M80 know it. Do they have the info? A spray through the smoke, and the second kill! Do my eyes deceive me? Have M80 just won a 3rd attacking round on Skyscraper?
3-1, and looking confident as ever. And it all boils down again to the opening kills. They get that 5v4 time and time again and can brute force those fights late into the round. And I'm not gonna lie, with the clash being banned away, I thought the tag timeout would be heavily centered around, okay guys, they did ban the clash. This is gonna be the game plan, let's play this way. But from what Maria was saying, it seemed very kind of like surface level. And I don't mean that in a negative way. Just, obviously there's a ton of trust here from the coaching staff of FaZe. The players know what to do. But it was very specific. Don't reinforce this wall, reinforce that wall, play the Valkyrie, retake whatever aggression. they must have a deeper plan that all the players are aware of before this match started.
And yet it still cause for concern if FaZe 1-2 down very early on, by the way, to take a tactical timeout. They use it. You only get one. That's done for the map. No more Raffadel aside from in the operator bans.
5 seconds to go.
They call the strat and they lose the round. Yeah, well, in theory, but at this rate, I'm not sure M80 will need their tactical timeout. They are looking locked in. They have the read on FaZe. They've exceeded par for the course, attacking Skyscraper. Even if they don't win another round on this half, they should be comfortable to take it in regulation come the second.
Big change up though. Kino on the blitz. Again, they tried that on Chalet. Not the most successful, but they had a good idea with a jump out aggression again. This time, no swing in the window, jump straight outside, take down Gunner, a very valuable attacking operator on the Capital. And M80 now on the back foot, have to play the round 4v5. It might be time for plan B. This might get funky. Take that risk, because right now, if you play out this round in a normal fashion, losing that Capital, losing Gunner, I don't know if M80 have the manpower to actually get this one done.
And this is where M80 really are tested. Like you say, they can't do the ordinary. We have to do something risky. We have to do something crazy, something unexpected, unpredictable. But now the Clash is removed from play, it's easy to do that, right? Kino has fewer obstacles that impede him. It's just going to be things like the Warden, the Ella. I think those are his biggest obstacles. Potentially a mute if he's unlucky with the placement. That will jam his shield from activating the flashes. But hot and cold, he's got to call the shots here. And briefly, he sees the head of Handy inside a T room. Is M80 to shore up this map control.
A lot of potential angle here to watch for hot and cold. If he finds the right one, the right time, he might get a freebie. The C4 tossed out, takes Kino and Blitz down to less than half, and he's now inside a gauge instantly injured. And C4 gets the inside player and the outside. Bye-bye M80, hot and cold on the window rappel. He might be good for a single kill maybe, but that's all he can get.
5v1 for FaZe, hot and cold watering on the window. It's about to be lights out.
Yep, not even.
Tässä nyt ei ollut hirveän paljon tehtävää tuossa yhden seinäluukun jälkeen.
The first round after the tactical pause. But FaZe are back up again. A second round of defense. Time to close the half at an even scoreline. If the Brazilians have anything to say about it.
Such good aggression as well, right? They basically say, okay, M80 want to get in the building, let's just stop them from doing that. Jump out gauge to get the first pick, fall back and just hold the jump-ins. Again, force them into a very bad position. And it was beautiful right here. C4, pre-rip, goes out, the crossfire with Vidiking, double kill on the C4, and then the final 5v1, let's just swing that player as well.
No fear. Stalwart in the face of an entry, in the face of the smokes and the blitz. No fear for FaZe. They could be down 0-6 and they would still fight like hell for a chance to return to a major grand final.
This right here is a FaZe/Brazil classic. One of the only regions and only teams in the world to play the master bedroom bomb site. So many teams from Europe and North America, they've tried it and it never seems to work. Somehow FaZe just has this more figured out than anybody else. And on the final round of defense here in the first half at least, they were gonna go for it. On paper, it's risky, but if you're FaZe Clan, it's the perfect play to opt for because M80 are gonna have way less practice going into this.
And it's so scary because there's a window that jumps straight into the closet, which is right, pardon me, on the verge of the bomb site. You have a door on the other side, which is just meters away from the bomb site. So FaZe have to be careful. They have to make sure that they have control of the top floor so they don't have vertical against them. They also have to make sure that they're close enough on site that they're not vulnerable to a rush. But instead, M80 do quite the opposite. With two shields and a Finker in their lineup, they look for map control.
How do you counter aggression? With more aggression, double shield, Finger stim in the building. They can do the roam clear, they can do the entry, but once again, they have to just do it and work together. If FaZe want to go for these kind of jump outs and aggro swings, have two guns faced in one direction, make that gunfight a 2v1, you're guaranteed to win it, and you can keep progressing the map. For M80, it's important to just make continuous small progress right now and don't stop stalling out in any particular area. FaZe are playing relatively passive on only one half of the map. The line is right here by Drum and Dragon. When they go past this area, they're going to be met by FaZe, but look at this IQ, finding both Val camps and tons of information.
It's what Fabian talked about in map 1. FaZe were farming with that info from the Valkyrie. And so the IQ comes out and counters it perfectly. Diffuser's already found at least 2 of those 3 Valkyrie cameras. And M80 themselves have plenty of info. The shields can relatively safely march their way on forward, and the guns will come to life. It's a wave of orange in the kill feed as FaZe desperately look for a way to hold on. Handy.
Vähän näyttää siltä, että mä noissa 4-2.
Swipes him down. Eliminated from the server, leaving Souls and KDS in desperate measures. Knocked onto his backside. Eliminated by Hot and Cold. KDS 1v4. There's no way in hell this is happening. M80's about to win the half outright. A 4-2 split is on the horizon. All they have to do is keep sailing onwards. KDS has been spotted. He has been swept overboard. M80 are well on their path to a 3rd map.
Conviction in that one. Gavin behind the shield finds kill after kill after kill with the perfect timing and communication. Maybe they locked in the hardest they possibly could to get the 4-2. The job on the first half is certainly done because they beat expectations. 4-2 on the attacking side. So few teams will pick Skyscraper knowing that they're gonna be going down in round count on the attacking side, and then when it mattered the most important matchup so far, they said, you know what, screw it. Second map, we'll pick the Sky, because even if we fall on Chalet, we know we can trust in our attacks.
The reason why Skyscraper tends to be the least played map in Rainbow Six is because of our map ban format, right?
Yeah.
You pick a map, the opponent gets to pick the side, and Skyscraper is by far the most defender-sided map in the pool.
Attack.
So it takes guts to pick it.
Yeah.
But M80 say, guys, attacking on Skyscraper,
it's easy.
Easy as houses. We eat that for breakfast. M80 are ready to move on to lunch up next. Clubhouse would be on the menu. 3 more rounds is all it takes.
Located by attackers.
Albert bands all look familiar on one side. The Kite and the Bandit from FaZe again breaching those walls. The first party has to happen, so you gotta respect that and ban out the Electro Bros, as we like to say. M80, target bans, Capital, tons of utility clearing corners, dealing with so many different operators and demos. Because those trackers, they suck for the roam clear. This also enables them to play aggressive in 2 separate ways. They can play in their really sheltered corner positions, and it's harder to clear without the nades and tracking of demos and the capital fire. They can also play much more extensively on the roam and not fear the tracking from demos. So what's the options here for FaZe to supplement? It's gonna be Dokkaebi for information together with Grim, and it's gonna be the shields. That's the 2 ways they can supplement these operators and get in the building. And there is maybe one mistake here from M80 that FaZe can utilize. Munti has been left up. Vidiking is a phenomenal Munti player. FaZe is a great Munti team. For this first round, they're not gonna need it. They gotta feel out the server first, and if it becomes a problem, then they can...
Mä tiedän, että ei tuu niin pitkä striimi, 9 tuntia jo. Hello!
A little bit more than he can chew, trying to peek from that common run-out spot. Outside of office, and well, FaZe are going to pay dearly for it. I mean, Cyber has gone down 1-6 at the moment, completely absent. This is the guy who was more or less the MVP in Boston earlier this year when he raised the hammer.
More importantly, he had the spare EMPs in pocket. This mute jammer on the wall, they got it cleared from below with verticality. They can pop the top, nade over, destroy the jammer, but still, that nade, it's a very expensive piece of utility. And now, they still freeze it if they want to stall it out, that's their choice, but this wall will get opened up eventually. But you're playing a 4v5, you lost your kill, you lost EMPs, and now you only have 1 frag grenade to your name.
It's a very...
Works both ways.
Yeah, it does. It's a very dear price to pay if you're FaZe, losing that early pick. Already on the back foot. And it slows down their attack so much, as you said, the lack of
EMPs. Diffuser, kun se oli siinä portaissa, minkä takia se tuli ylös takas siihen, että se voi heittää sen kään. Se olisi vaan voinut heittää sen seinään, se olisi yltänyt koko paskan.
M80 solidly in control of the round.
Varsinkin se lähetys heittää puoleen väliin.
Bullets down to a sliver of HP. As he tries to stay standing, FaZe are just baiting, just waiting for a chance. But M80, they will give them nothing.
Discipline, understanding where the line is in the sand, where to cross and where to hold. With a flash player of Gavin swings and dies. He sees the toes.
He might be able to land a shot here. Who is that? Inside of Terrace, Gunner may be exposed. If Handy is able to get that ACOG out, taps one at a time. Gunner takes a lot of damage. This is the way that FaZe claw back into the unwinnable round.
Surely not. That would be a way to win it. 30 seconds though. Kino by minibar has an important spot to play. Can go for a run out, swing from the left or the right hand side. Hunting calls the anchor in the middle. Confused by stairs. Look at FaZe. You're triple stacking and dragging.
The DMR strikes true. And M80 stay composed on the bomb site as Handy looks to make his entry. Where is Kino? That's the question he asks. And Kino is happy to reveal it with a spray of bullets.
Jätätsin portailla joku.
The first one not found in the timer.
Ei sinänsä aika riitä.
Well, it will be the death of FaZe Clan. Skyscraper is an M80 map from start to finish. 2 more rounds. That's all it takes as the water starts to lap at the door for FaZe.
To make matters worse, FaZe Clan called a very early tag timeout while on the defensive side, the easier side if you will, so there is no parachute. They need M80 Fabian to call a tag timeout if they want to speak amongst themselves in a more calm environment with their coach. And this is the thing, it's not going to get any easier. The reason why so many teams on the attack with Bandit Kaid and the Bandit is, as I said, to get through that first layer, the reinforced walls, FaZe they were not successful at it. They failed that first step because the person with the EMPs got into a gunfight and he died first. They gotta go back to step 1. Okay, now we can do step 2. Understand who's gonna be the aggressor in our roster and who has to absolutely stay alive because their utility is way too important to go down. It was Cyber who took the fight. It was by his choice that he died. And had he gotten the kill, it's good. Okay, if he gets the kill, it's okay. But dying is really bad if you're the only EMPs.
It's the risk versus reward fallacy, isn't it?
Exactly that.
And Cyber, he's the longest running member of this team. He's the captain, he is the leader. He has to lead by example. And he's a player who is unafraid to lead from the front lines. Not afraid to take a risk. And I think that does speak volumes. It gives the rest of the team confidence because he's not someone sitting at the back line, IGLing, playing the hard break, saying, guys, why aren't you pushing? I'm telling you to push. Yeah. No, he says, guys, form up behind me, and I will be the tip of this phalanx.
And that's exactly it. I don't want Cyber to not take the risks. I want him to play operators that have more freedom in the server for the other players of FaZe to take that responsibility upon themselves. It's kind of happened here. They gotta deal with a lot of things, right? If there's a mirror, you gotta bring the Ash. If you want verticality, if you reach him, you gotta bring in Sophia, for example. There's so many different things that FaZe have to worry about when it comes to problem solving. They will be stretched out quite thin. They'll be the jack of all trades, master of none. That's what they've opted for. They're down 2-5. They need this round.
So whittle away at the utility, piece by piece. Souls. He's decided to take matters into his own hands. He's deep inside the building, and with 2 kills, FaZe steal an early advantage. Hot and cold forced to peel back towards the bomb site, but Gunner, he escapes with another kill, and now he's hungry for more.
You're down numbers here. You gotta expect the aggression. I think for Gunner, you gotta stand your ground, but down goes Handy back to a 3-3, but a good trade there from Vidiking.
And if it continues to be trades back and forth, FaZe will win the round. But that doesn't stop Gunner.
Oh, yellow ping.
They know exactly where he is as he tries to retreat. By the skin of his teeth, he survives. Pulls back further, revealed by the Grimm's bees. And Minkino have to hold the line.
This round is going to be hard to attack FaZe Clan. Yes, they have one more player alive, but the angles definitely favor MAT. The question is, do they know where FaZe are attacking from? They're outside the balcony, but they're also inside the building. Cyber to wait that fire to subside. It has now. They got 60 full seconds to work with. All they gotta do for FaZe is work together and try and 2v1 the players of MAT.
1 gas in pocket for Kino. It's all about when he uses it and where he places it.
Got the Goya fire as well, so they can choose their angles. It's popped now by the drum door, but there's a gap in Geisha.
Can Cyber sneak in?
Possibly.
He's gonna make a lot of noise here on the Zafir. Covers a few bullets. And Gunner lands the first slug. He's got an angle to watch, but he might not realize that a second player has already snuck on through. Kino clearing the air jab.
Winnable.
With his face. Now must face up to these 2 players from FaZe. Spots Cyber for a brief moment, but deep inside the sights.
Aika paljon hyökkääjiä voittaa tänään.
And a round of attack as they look to breathe again.
Mitä vittua?
Can never count either of these teams out on Skyscraper. They certainly have things figured out. Almost seems like when you lose a couple of bodies early in the attack, it's gonna go better for you because there's less angles to worry about come the bomb side. I mean, it came down to FaZe just kind of being like, okay, there's only 2 defenders. There's gonna be Geisha, 2 staircases, and the terrace on the back portion of back stairs. They can only cover 2 or 3 of them, right? That's it. They can smoke off 1, cover 2. The 4th will have a gap. That was Geisha. And more importantly, it was not just Cyber solo pushing. He had backup right behind him, Vidiking, covering the angle and taking down the player that was gonna pressure Cyber back.
Of course, it doesn't hurt when you find an early numbers advantage, but FaZe have shown that they're happy to play scrappy Sky. They're actually not determined to end up in these 5v5s. M80 are the ones who are having a heavy roam presence and fighting to the death, rather than fighting to shoot drones and fall back like many other teams decide to. FaZe, they're perfectly happy for a late round 3v3, 2v2.
Yeah.
They know how to play those.
I mean, look at how that round started. It's Souls on the Hibana, middle of the building. Somehow just finds his way in there. He gets the opening kill with his team. That's a risky play, and that's what he said. They're happy to play scrappy.
Kyllä toi Soulsin pelaaminen tohon näin, että mitä
se
hiippailevaa sisällä sillä.
Calculated.
What are you doing there? Miten sä oot?
Now, they did find success, but what this will do is change up the pace of these rounds and give MHC a new problem to solve. So I like the switch up. Good teams can play fast or slow or whatever. The greatest teams, like FaZe, they can switch the tempo every single round. Fast, slow. And MHC will have to adapt and just kind of re-look at the situation every single round now.
And maybe you have to also make sure to keep their cool once they do see Vidiking on the Monty. You can't tunnel vision it because we've seen what Souls and Cyber do in the building at a moment's notice, ready for a backstab. And FaZe have plenty of info. We actually saw earlier a drone placed in prep phase inside of Drum. Now we've just seen one placed inside of Dragon. FaZe are creating this 3D imaged map of Skyscraper and are ready to make their incisions, but Handy will fall. Vidiking does not confirm that kill as he looks to get close, but he is scared off by Diffuser, who continually looks to threaten a melee battle with the Monty. Meanwhile, Gunner's gone for a jog outside. Didn't realize it was time to set a PR in the 5K.
C4 in pocket.
Oh, here we go. It's decent! But never mind for FaZe, because Gunner has just saved his teammate of Diffuser. Now hot and cold.
Tässä kutsi tarjolla, ei kelpaa.
Position, it is another flawless for an 80. Skyscraper has been theirs since day dot. They took us to this battleground knowing full well that FaZe could not float.
What a teammate though from Gunner. A jog outside, jumps in bathroom and goes, you know what?
I
got this
can't
C4.
believe
When my
that.
teammate got bashed down to the ground, I can save him right now with the perfect moment. It wasn't even a team kill and kill confirm on the Monty. It was just the Monty that went down, saving his teammates, staying true to the numbers in advantage. The crowd wants a third map. They want M80 to win.
For too long, Brazil has held North America and Europe hostage. For such a long time,
FaZe Up. Mä oon kattonut, että tossa on niinku VP.
Will these world champions
toi VP-taulu on näkynyt aikaisemmin toisesta mennessä on selvä. Siinä näkee, että siinä lukee FaZe Up.
And just to, really send those on home. Operator ban phase, you guys will see it in just a second. Perfect read as well, and it goes to show how much foresight M80 is putting into this one. Because FaZe Clan, they want information, they want things to work with. So I'll just tell you now, there's a mute ban by FaZe, a Grim ban by M80. Complete hard counter, prediction as you ban at the same time.
That is the face of a man that knows exactly what's going to happen before it transpires.
There it is.
The God Emperor of Siege, the mastermind behind the scenes. Fabian, he's played this veto to perfection. And as you say, he just got a chance to talk to his team as the third ban's rolled out. I like the mute from FaZe. I think that's clever.
It's a great ban.
They're great with their drones for one, and also, of course, like you said, the Grim's bees.
Don't got a piece anymore for the hard destruction.
True.
Any wall breaching now will go through. You can 2-round freeze it for 12 seconds, but it will go through eventually.
But M80 clearly ready for such a ban. Happy to pivot. They banned out the Grim, like you said.
I do think it favors M80 because they lose nothing and they gain so much. FaZe can breach the walls, but let's be honest, they should always be open. You got Bandic height banned already, but the new jammer shouldn't stop you.
You don't commit 3 operator bans to getting rid of 1 roll.
Right? It's all eggs in one basket.
And Tuber stops it. Never mind.
They can mirror window trick it if there's a spare. There's okay. Hot and cold. If he had a spare mirror pocket, could run up now, place it down, and counter it still.
Just whittle away the timer, doesn't it?
It does. It does, and it applies more pressure to FaZe because right now
you're waiting for that wall to be opened up. Just sitting. You need that first step to happen. This applies more pressure to FaZe in their mind. The timer's ticking down. We gotta stop moving. After that, you got smokes to worry about, elements, mirror windows. So pressure is upon FaZe now to make all the first moves, and they're all outside the building. They can't find the gap for this one. Flashbang goes in. They have to follow up.
A good follow-up from Souls, long angle. Diffuser should be favored in that fight with the DMR, but he runs out of bullets and into the action for FaZe. Restabilized for M80.
2v2.
Handy has traded himself back. As Vidiking and him need to put 2 and 2 together. Another massive kill with the DMR for the Lion. Kino against his countryman as he waits with the shotgun, telegraphs his position. No visibility through the mirror, but he commits to the fight. His damage on both sides, lit to the high heavens. Kino again commits to the shotgun. Vidiking is full HP, and so Kino will not be able to fight him at range. Handy on the other hand, well, it doesn't matter if he's low because he is so committed. And FaZe refuse to go down, refuse to fall on Skyscraper. Round by round, they look to push M80.
Just look how they played that, right? They knew the last defender was gonna be the smoke operator. So instead of walking forward for a gunfight, let's walk back. SMG-11 and shotgun is lethal in close proximity, and they had DMRs. And I really think that made the difference. Handy survived with 1 HP because he walked far enough away for the damage distance drop-off to really kick in and just give him essentially a bigger health bar. And FaZe, you know, they really just said 3, 2, 1, let's push on in. We gotta risk it all because there's no going down without trying to swing first.
Still match point for M80. Still 2 chances to finish Skyscraper before we hit overtime. As that threat of a 3rd map looms over FaZe's head.
But 1 more round for M80. 1 more, it's the clutch. A good opening pick, a C4 double kill, anything like that.
On defense, for goodness sake.
On defense.
5 seconds to go.
They're playing the Clash as well. I mean, they tried to slow down the game last round. Let's slow down even further.
No time like match point to bring out a Clash for the first time in the half.
That's right.
Like you said, FaZe, I mean, a huge gamble. All 3 of their bans about the wall denial. The mute somewhat about the drone game.
Spare mirror in pocket of hot and cold. If there was time to go for a mirror window trick on the exterior wall, it would be this one. But the thing is, what we know is that FaZe Clan are not bringing that thermite. In fact, they're not bringing any hard destruction at all. Even KDS on the recruiter striker does not have the can opener.
Is that a mistake?
If I had to honestly assume it, I think it would be a mistake. I mean, you have no hard destruction.
It's not how they've played for the whole map so far.
They played Ibana so many rounds. They're trying to force it. I mean, I guess the upside here is that there are these open soft walls from the exterior.
Eikö se Stefani ole lähtenyt nukkumaan?
Close them right up, but all of a sudden, well, now you have no ways in. It's what this means is that FaZe will have more utility in primary gadgets, more ways to get kills perhaps, but they have less angles to get those kills from.
And time continues ticking away. FaZe haven't telegraphed a clear plan. They don't show like a Ying,
no,
or a Glaz, or a Shield. Something that tells you, okay, they've got teeth in this round.
Just no win condition.
There's no clear win condition aside from find a few big kills.
Get kills.
Get kills, I guess.
Have any make mistakes? I mean, but the thing is, they're playing Mirror and Clash, and they're against no hot destruction. It means, again, you can just look at where the enemy is coming from and not worry about your flank ever. So it's going to be very frontal push, very one-dimensional from FaZe. They have to be perfect in the engagements. They have to find the opening pick. Cyber's on the breach, on the Ash, looking for it. And back staring at him is Gunner, waiting for a fight.
Doesn't matter if the flash comes through, he will still be ready for the fight, but he will fall. Oh, a good re-peek! A spark of aggression for Hot and Cold, and straight into the side for FaZe. Both teams bloodied. Behind the Clash's shield, Kino gives a lifeline to M80.
Oi. Nyt on Soulsilla iso rooli.
Has a chance, but can he capture it? As the water has risen for M80, they pull FaZe back below the surface.
Holy shit.
Demanding a third map in our lower final.
Just the way it should be. We get to see even
Holy
more from these two teams.
shit.
You have to wonder maybe how much more energy do they have? How much more do they have to give? They're fighting so hard all these rounds. FaZe are testing them to their very limits, and it will all be decided in not too long on Clubhouse.
Chalet was a battle, but Skyscraper, M80 have edged ahead. Who wins on the third map? Find out after this.
Sieltä breikki tähän väliin sitten ja jatketaan ja lopetellaan ja kotiin nukkumaan. Katsotaan kumpi lähtee. NA vai Lapa me lähtee kotiin. EU siellä on vastassa huomenna anyway. Jotenkin silleen, miten vittu sä kompastut tohon noin? Mutta niin kuin Pengu tuossa aikaisemmin sanoikin, niin just se, että nää on tiimit, mitkä sä haluat nähdä Clubhousessa. Ja tosiaan Pekki on se, että kyllä mä ton klubin haluan nähdä. Myöskin se, että mahdollistaa meitille, koska itellä on vähän se, että niinku, en mä halua, että FaZe pääsee jatkoon. Se on vähän liian nähti juttu. Kyllä alkaa itsekin vähän jo silmiä painattaa nää pelit. Tää musiikki on vaan jotenkin vitulia hidasta. Holy shit. Tää helvetti. Tästä jotenkin tulee sellainen, että tää pitää niinku awkwardisesti selittää jotain päälle. Oh no. Oh nei. Tää mainoskatko niin on hyvä ottaa PRB. Anyway, niin palataan ihan haasteella ihan hetken päästä.
lesson was learned. Don't be afraid, pull your pins up. Don't be afraid of FaZe Clan now. And we could really see that by the way you performed.
Yeah, I mean, we just have to play aggro in their face. They play so slow that if you play fast, they can't do anything about it.
Too much going on for FaZe Clan. Do you think, looking back now, that the timeout was too early?
I don't think so. The timeout was in the right time for us. And what I talking to my coach is we are changing a lot of things, and we don't play our game. You know, we are changing the operators, and some areas in the map is terrible because they change of the operators. I think this is the problem. This map.
My friends, there is no better way to spike up your heart rate like a match like that. And that was, of course, Skyscraper map number 2. M80 able to claw it back from the jaws of near defeat against reigning world champions of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, they absolutely were. I mean, really, again, off the backing of Kino, off of those shields, being very oppressive, but not even just off the shields. It was off the style of play that even KDS was talking about, is that M80, they're good to be able to switch it up, whether they're playing passive, whether they're playing aggressive. Givini even touched up on it. The aggressive playstyle, FaZe didn't know what to do.
And adaptability is the name of the game, especially on LAN. Fox, is there a way to really visualize it in one of these rounds?
I mean, absolutely. Round 3 is a prime example on why flexibility is key. M80 was based on playing a default and then finding the opening inside of FaZe's defenses where they could exploit it. A default is what pro players' terms use in a way to set up the start of a strat, and then when you see the opening, you make a play off the call. First, let's break down the default. Hot and Cold is going to be locking down bottom black stairs for any type of rotate. Gunner's going to be all the way by pantry, and if he sees it open, sees it available, he's going to make a play, a little bit of a rat play. Diffuser is outside main lobby in assistance to Gunner to make sure that nobody's just rotating freely, and if there's somebody there that catches Gunner off guard, there for the trade. The final 2 players are going to be top black, making sure that if FaZe give up top floor control, instantly reacting off of it with the Blackbeard shield. And we're going to see that exactly happen. Hot and Cold's going to see the site open, jumps in, gets the pick, and immediately looks to rotate to open up the soft wall for a position to plant. The reason why this place is so good to plant is because under this barbecue, there's only one position upstairs that can stop it. Hot and Cold's thinking forward. But remember the rat player that we were talking about? Gunner notices that all of pantry is completely open, so he sneaks all the way through, up brown stairs, and gets a free pick. Why is it such an important pick though? Because if you look at FaZe and the way that they're locked down upstairs, and that one hole that we were talking about, where you could stop the plant from Hot and Cold, is actually being covered by the black stairs from Vita King and the brown stairs from KDS. Gunner shuts it down, alleviating the pressure and letting Handy in a position where he knows he can't play the holes, he can't stop Hot and Cold. So he has to go for trades, they have to go for fights. Vita King swings onto top black, and then Handy finds nobody brown stairs because Gunner went all the way back down, and it works perfectly for M80. Got them the map, and we'll have to see if they can get map 3, and if we can light the crowd up after the break.
Typerää mun mielestä.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai 2 amours. Mon pays est Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Käydään katsoa nopea tästä, mitä tuolla mahdollisesti varalla tapahtuu. Onko se vielä ihan seipät? Onhan se. Jesus fucking Christ. Ohto lopetteli jo streamit. Alright, en kerännyt käymään lurkkaamassa Unlockerissa. Tove vielä pieni PRV tähän väliin.
I saw you in the player booth talking a lot with your team. Now, spoil, what you can tell me?
Tá começando basicamente organizando o que a gente vai fazer durante o jogo. E é isso, durante o mapa.
Okay, we're just organizing how we're gonna do this map. That's it. The crowd just asked you, send them home. Are you doing that?
I guess we're about to find out. In the end, I think the better team will win. It's two great teams up here, otherwise we wouldn't be top 3 of teams in the world, right? So whichever team wins, they deserve it, because I think there's two good teams against each other.
Fabian said it himself, the two of the best teams in the world. They've proven it this major. Yeah. M80 was certainly not on my favorites to make the grand final, but Fabian has proved me wrong. And here in Munich, there's no question who is favored in this lower bracket final by the crowd.
How could you doubt it?
Because there's teams like Furia and G2.
Out.
And, well, FaZe.
Okay, in. Say Secret again. Come on.
I mean, I'll say Team Secret.
Out as well, yeah. So, I feel like M80 was a big question mark for a long time. Before Fabian joined with the different roster iterations, back when Spot was on the roster, they never quite made that far international tournaments. I feel like there was something about them though, going, practically undefeated in NAL, doing great domestically. That was my dark horse for this one.
And yet it comes down to this. On the third map, FaZe and M80 waded from the shallows into the wide open sea. It ends here on Clubhouse. Both of these teams have played a match before today. FaZe took the first on Chalet. M80 claimed Skyscraper. And of course, there's nowhere but Clubhouse that we will go to settle it and send a second team into our grand final to challenge the Europeans of Falcons tomorrow.
I really think that Clubhouse is the perfect map to send this one home to one of these two teams to the grand finals. It comes down to everything. Clubhouse tests the team to its fullest in the early game, the mid game, and the executes. It's about adaptation, the depth of strategy, how to pick apart one bomb site in as many ways as possible. In a map that is one of the most
mielenkiintoisempaa tulee kyllä tuolta niinku puolustajalta hyökkäyspännejä. Eli Montia Capital. Ihan loogiset, mutta ihan yleisiä.
Match after there, should I say, M80 wildcard. But for M80, it was straight back-to-back games. At this point, you have to question how much is left in the tank. Can they give 110% every single round? And what happens if we have to go the distance of overtime?
We have not yet seen M80 play Clubhouse at this tournament. Back in the day on G2, Fabian wasn't the biggest fan of this map.
But it came out when it had to be done. There was a good old Pro League final, you know, early on, year 2, season 2. There it is.
Wow,
where we
that's
played
an
in the
old one.
grand finals at Gamescom.
Was that in Germany by any
That
chance?
was actually in Germany, in Cologne. Yeah, exactly. And the way that Fabian back then would go about this is just cook up some strats in the break in between maps, right? All right, guys, we're gonna go basement, we're gonna pick castle and do this, and then Pink, you play here, etc. And it worked. Now, many years later, it's not that simple anymore. Siege is a very complicated game at this level of play, but I know for a fact that Fabian has some strats that he wants these guys to run, and with great confidence, they can get that done.
Well, M80 and FaZe have their own history, as does Fabian. If we open up the annals of history for Rainbow Six, the first time Fabian played FaZe, you were there. It was in Rio de Janeiro in, I believe, year 2, I don't know, many moons ago.
Many moons ago.
It was a grand final.
Bomb located by attackers.
And of course, Fabian at the time took down FaZe.
He didn't just take them down. He destroyed them and their fan base, because in the player interview beforehand, he said, I only have one thing to say to FaZe Clan. I feel sorry for them because they had all these fans attend this just to watch them lose in front of their home crowd, and you're thinking, that's cold, right? Fast forward 2 hours, all of a sudden, FaZe lose 3-0 in the grand final, the stadium half empty, the fans exit the doors before the final round was played. That's how big the disappointment was back then.
Oh, it's been a very long time. That was 7 years ago. These days, FaZe, well, they have a major trophy to boast from Sweden. They have, of course, the hammer that they raised in Boston earlier this year. They're always here, never out early, always ready to make a splash, but can FaZe make waves in Munich?
Läsi saman tien.
Operator bands, got a touch on there real quick, right? It's not random. We've seen this exact operator band selection from both teams.
Kyllä toivottavasti kaarta tulisi jollekin toiselle operaattorille.
Nobody likes Kaid and Bandit, apparently.
It's just, it sucks, man. The worst way to lose a round is somebody just triggering that wall, you mistime it, you mess it up, and you can no longer play the game. Clubhouse is so hard destruction oriented that you play the Thatcher, you play multiple hard breachers, because there are so many walls that are vital to get opened up. And that's why FaZe for this one, they're playing secondary MPs, they're playing double hard breach, and then when it comes to the battle, they got the Grim and they got the Blackbeard.
Look at this little lurky player, bottom of red stairs. Cyber's looking to make his way forward. But M80 have already gifted up the map control. This mute jammer will protect the connector wall briefly. EMPs remain, but a grenade will handily take down that mute jammer.
It's intentional. They're basically saying, okay, FaZe, to get these first steps done, you have to spend
Mä
a lot of utility. They spent half their frag grenades, they spent more than half their hard destruction, and they're still not really by the bomb site walls. And they got Goyo Fire, they got the Clash, they got the Mirror. They want FaZe to be exhausted from utility by the time they get to the site. Right now, this round is playing out perfectly according to M80.
One thing I really like for FaZe, though, is right at the start of the round, they went and breached the jacuzzi wall. So it's not going to be a late round pivot to the hard breach. No, it's going to be very much already done. Something they don't have to worry about. Grenade opens up the Logi hatch. Hot and Cold will cover it with the Clash. Activated. As Wiedeking turns his attention to the position. He himself cannot fight the Clash. As the Blackbeard, he will be stunned. As FaZe are looking for something here, and it is Wiedeking making his entry into Logistic Office. There's plenty of action going down inside of GM. How he falls back to Gunner. It's out for a second. Souls will finally put him down. FaZe look to try and recompose with the numbers advantage. But Gunner has this position on the mirror window. He's got the perfect play against Cyber. After finding the first, this is a dangerous gamble. But Gunner goes nuclear for M80. Hot and Cold, desperately trying to toy with Wiedeking. Here it comes.
Ja Moralla. Oh no.
So much happening on all the sides of the bomb site. On the windows, in office, by the mattress. The battling back and forth. Blackbeard and the Clash, they had a handshake deal inside of office. They just held each other's stock in their respective positions, and they were gonna see which team would win the bomb site battle. And it was an even battle for a very long time until Gunner pushed forward with a great flick. got one, got two players, and got the numbers advantage.
That was risky, though.
Very risky, and it wins or lose you the round instantaneously.
What a call, though. You're playing behind a mirror window. You see everything that's going down in Master Bedroom. You've got one player on the floor. In theory, you're in the advantage. Yeah. Do you take the chance? Do you take the risk? Do you go for that play? That's classic Gunner for you. It's classic M80.
This is literally a throwback to Gunner at the Manchester Major. They get away with those kinds of plays all the time, and you really gotta look at just how many fights M80 were trying to force. 2v1 by the breach, they actually lose it. And then you see another swing come out from Gavin, they also lose that one. They tried to make hero play after hero play, just knowing if one of them works, that will be enough. And that was Gunner. Of all the players, it was him who got that play.
And it harks back to the roots of this roster. Once upon a time, they were the All-American rejects. They were this roster that was every single NA team that had dropped a formidable player here, a well-respected player there, in favor of imports, in favor of would-be up-and-comers. And these rejected players said, hang on a second, I think if we banded together, we could be even more than the sum of our parts. They proved that as Beast Coast. They proved it again in Boston as Unwanted. And then, again, that Augler's team went their separate ways. M80, the organization said, hang on a second. We're not going to let these players dissipate and go to Tier 2, get lapped up by our competitors. No, we will take them and we will make them a championship-winning roster again.
And it took a little bit of time, but here they are in peak form with the best result on international grounds they've ever had. Under the banner of M80. Here comes the push of a face. Aggression.
KDS has a chance to open up the bomb site. Gavin's fallen. Cyber has gone big. It's him and KDS together, farming inside a gym. However, surely Kino can't lap up enough in order to make this salvageable for M80. Absolutely not. Cyber, 3 massive kills, hot and cold. Forced onto his SMG as the Deimos sets his sights on the clash while Blindy finds one, but is no match for the might of FaZe.
Blindeissa saa yhden, mutta ei ollut tarpeeksi.
Round on the board for both teams. Clubhouse is set to be yet another heavy contest.
That's a ridiculous attack there from FaZe Clan. I mean, they simplify all those problems. Sprint in, take the fights together. Cyber lethal on the entry, 2 big kills in quick succession. And when you have the Clash be the last aliving operator on the defense, it's like, you're in the wrong spot, obviously. Or your opponent is playing so fast, you cannot keep up.
Tulen täältä varjoista takaisin. Welcome back.
I mean, look at this. Even if Cyber doesn't find those kills, his teammate to his left or right would. And then it doesn't just stop there. They keep on pushing and pressuring M80 until they win the round.
What can I say? FaZe got hands.
They got hands,
they
got
showed
feet,
it on
they got brains.
Yeah, we didn't see as much of it on Sky.
No, but I think they wanted to. It just couldn't quite get there.
And yeah,
Illan viimeistä viedään. Holy
shit.
shit.
A formidable result for FaZe. It's not a map that they play internationally very much.
Perkeleen pitkä päivä jälleen kerran.
And Clubhouse, we kind of always knew that we would make it here.
I mean, we said this, we saw maybe, it's gotta go to Club, it's gotta be.
Your personal favorite, Matt.
My personal favorite.
And I just love to see you happy, Nicholas.
That's it, right? Happy co-caster, happy life.
That's the phrase,
and you just want good siege, and we got FaZe M80, so we're both winning right now. And the biggest winners of all, the fans of the game.
Yeah.
A great series, a long one, a 3-mapper to send the second team to the grand finals, where Team Falcons are just waiting, thinking, FaZe M80, we don't care, we'll win regardless. That's what they're thinking, because they have been such a stable team this event.
I wouldn't be so sure of that.
I don't know.
I think there are plenty of people here in the arena that would like to see Fabian chase another major trophy.
Ootko ehtinyt vielä miettiä, koska pidät seuraava striimi, jos ei haittaa kysyä etukäteen? Ehkä maanantaina illasta tai sitten ehkä tiistaina. Mä vähän mietin, että tiistai ja torstai saattaa olla mun striimipäivät ensi viikolla. Ja sit sunnuntai mahdollinen tämä SCP-pelit. Vihdoinkin pääsis niille. Taas jälleen kerran. Nyt on ollut taas muutama viikko kerennyt sunnuntailla. Perjantai ja lauantaina mä oon reissussa, niin mä en sitten lauantai-illalla jaksaa enää sit Tai mulla on semmoinen tunne, että nää 6 tunnin junamatkan jälkeen ei jaksa laittaa liveä päälle, plus kello taitaa olla 10, kun mä pääsisin koneelle.
I mean, this is a play and a half from Handy, sneaking down all the way into the basement to find one on site and one flanking him. Thankfully for M80, Gunner's able to recompose.
Ja mä vähän huomasin, että kävin kurkkimassa, että on siellä muutama, mutta itse olin niin silleen, niinku koomassa, että mä en jaksanut paikkaa. Mä pelailin siinä, mutta mä olin niin niinku semmosessa koomassa, että mä en oo saanut siitä pelistä mitään. Että tempo ois ollut semmoista niinku...
Face hunt him down, the exterminators are in clubhouse. A second round for the Brazilians. Their attacks are looking deadlier than ever.
They're everywhere. They're doing a top floor roam clear while being in the bottom main stairs, while breaching the hatches. And you see they're trying to just figure out where all the leaks are in their boat, right? They're sinking right now. Okay,
vähän tässä pohdin, että mahdollisesti mä koittaisin ensi viikon loppuna, eli just perjantai, lauantai, sunnuntaina julkaista kuvaa vlogin, kun mä käyn työkeikalla. Pitää tyyliin että mä voisin kysästä sieltä toi... Ei se työ... No, teknisesti se on työkeikka, mutta teknisesti se ei ole työkeikka. Mut niin kysyis sieltä, onko se fine ja tällä, että... Fine. Et kun pitää tehdä vähän somekontsaa siellä, mä mietin, että mä voisin vaan tehdä sen vlogin samalla. Ideaalisesti just silleen, että tyyliin mä editoin sen siinä lauantaina junamatkassa sen niin periaatteessa koko videon ja sit vaan sunnuntaina lisään sen lauantai-illan kotiin matkan siitä junalta.
So Fabian with some good
varsinkaan jos on tuolla vittu junahan täynnä, niin en mä nyt vittu kehtaa alkaa siinä kuvailemaan niinku sillä, että mä puhun kameralle mahdollisesti, että jos mä laitan standille ja kuvaan joku timelapsen.
The only real concern there is lack of energy from the players, and I don't fault them for that because it's been such a long day. Fabian's behind them, he's got the right words, but the energy, I mean, look at how FaZe are playing.
Mikäli semmonen tulee, niin se tulee sinne YouTubessa Life of Krasmi -kanavalle.
Fabian has been saying to the team, guys, calm down, chill out, let's not get ahead of ourselves. If anything right now, the opposite needs to be said. M80 are a force to be reckoned with when they fire up. Some of the best fraggers from North America help, some of the best fraggers in the world.
Right now, yeah.
They just need the energy back. FaZe look rejuvenated here on map 3. They're daring to go for plays like we saw from Handy last round.
Yes.
Well, like the stern but fair father, Fabian sits behind the players. He's used his tactical timeout. That's it for the map.
He was being very fair.
And I heard a little sound as the tactical timeout started to roll on through. The M80 fans in the audience want their team to be aware that they have not gone home.
Aina yhtä huvittavaa katsoa.
It's approaching midnight here in Munich.
Oh boy.
And yet everyone in the arena cheering for M80 has stayed in the hopes that they can upset the world champions.
So M80, what they gotta look for now is communicate ahead of time and be proactive. When they think they have the correct read on what sort of execute FaZe will go for, they need to have the right answers. If they go for catwalk route,
maanantaina taas se uuden
scheduling. What's going to be the response? Fabian directed towards Leo. Kino saying, when you're the side anchor playing by the bomb site, communicate to the roamers when you need that help to come back and when they can stay for a bit longer. FaZe have now done what they do so well. They're changing the pace. Fast round there, slow round here. It makes it gonna be a little bit antsy. Guys, they're pushing. No, wait. Oh, they're pushing. Oh, wait, no. It's gonna be hard to read this correctly because, again, FaZe are everywhere, applying pressure across the entire building and all the floors it has to offer.
Diffuser's just around the corner from Handy. Will he expose himself?
Oh, the beat.
Cyber takes a little bit of damage.
Swing.
Great play from Diffuser. Loading mag. We needed someone from M80 to step up. An opening kill is a valuable gift that they can present to Fabian, that they can present to their fans here in Munich. And the seconds! It seems like Christmas has come early.
Heisikellä on nyt ottanut pari kovaa hyökkäystä, mutta Tämä roundi näyttää menee M80. Nähdään kumpi näistä oikeesti nyt lähtee kotiin, koska tää on viimeinen kartta.
One player swinging, Cyber swinging. Finally takes down Diffuser. Cyber on low health, but the thing is, Catwalk Rafters looks impenetrable. How are you gonna clear this now? Floor stones, maybe, but can you actually get them inside the building? I'm not entirely certain because maybe you'll be watching for it. And with 45 seconds left to go, you gotta start working that self-destruction. Right now, it's too late.
So Handy scouts ahead, but it's drone taken out. Well played from M80. They are still in the numbers advantage, but it is very narrow. FaZe are absolutely capable of bringing this back, but what's the choice? Clearing barbed wire, now that helps. Clearing the smoke as well.
Pick your window, pick your door, 3, 2, 1, jump on in, because that's all you can do right now with 20 seconds to go.
There's a bulletproof camera on site, plenty of info for M80. This will need to be some insane frags from KDS and the boys, but FaZe are shut out of it. M80 rejuvenated after their timeout, and Handy, well, absolutely nothing for him to do. He won't even push forward. An exit frag onto Gunner means absolutely nothing, because M80, they want to hear you roaring for them.
Kyllä se Fabian saa tuon yleisön.
Not deserve to hear the European crowd.
Fabian understands the situation, the players need that energy, and Diffuser was the one to push forward and get that opening pick, buy a lot of space for M80 inside the garage, lock FaZe outside the building. They tie things up 2-2, but I feel like we're gonna need a few more of those individual hero plays. The first round that they got that gym defense, it was Gunner with a huge 2-piece to save that round. Then it was Diffuser. And this is the thing, the closer we get to the end of this BO3, the more and more I feel like I'm seeing from that Manchester roster when it comes down to individual heroics, whether it's a rat play hiding in a corner, an aggressive push on in, or just saying, guys, we gotta go for broke, swing with me. We need to take this gunfight together. And as long as they keep their energy high and their communication in sync, and stay ahead of the problem, they'll be just fine on the defensive half. Right now they're fighting round by round, they cannot start looking too far ahead.
For electronic devices.
And if we are to see M80 take down FaZe, they will need to tap into that Manchester winning Beast Coast roster where Gunner, Gavin, Hot and Cold, and Diffuser. Remember, a year and a half ago, the last time a trophy came home for Rene, they took down FaZe in the quarterfinals. They 2-0'd them. And then they went on to take down Team Liquid. That was the last time we had an international grand final in the SI circuit without a Brazilian team in it. They are the Brazilian bogeymen. This M80 roster, these players, they know how to best them. They've got their number. They know exactly what they need to do.
Got a C4 ready. All needs the correct timing. But Cyber's on the IQ, currently on drone duty, doesn't know this is happening, but if he checks that scanner, you'll see a blink above him, and then it goes out to kill the bar on the staircase, and this army, Handy takes down
mennään pelaamaan D&D:tä tossa huomenna, niin ei oikein kerkeä myöskään näitä kattoakaan.
As the Brazilians silence the crowd and look for a little bit more. Map control has been taken. Kino, be careful. Dodging his way back into sight. Hot and Cold desperate to make a play in front of his mirror window. FaZe, they're right into this.
Mä saatan tehdä muita prokkiksi nyt, kun mä en oo tällä viikolla kerännyt yhtään tehdä, koska mä ainoa vapaapäivä, mikä mullekin oli torstaina, mä vaan nukkuin. Mä en nukkunut, mutta mä vaan niin. Mä pystyn tekemään mitään. Se on semmonen vapaapäivänä. Sitten keskiviikkona me käydään toi varmaan asioilla ne. Eli tiistai torstai. Kiitos.
Souls and Handy need to rotate their way back over. The diffuser has been lost.
They had two choices, hit the bomb site and take the fight 2v2 and try and restabilize and try and pick up the case again, but the issue is, even with that diffuser in pocket, they still gotta get inside that building, inside the bomb site.
Oh,
he dropped the hatch.
Kino with the shotgun, but no! It's not just enough! FaZe! The round was always meant to be theirs. M80 made it look clutchable. But FaZe Clan now, with 1 round remaining in the half, clinch a 3rd round of attack.
And I gotta say, I think the only reason why FaZe win like this because that was the least logical play if you're a member of M80. The defender mine on the office heads, that's gonna nearsight anyone who drops. It's a 2v2, they're outside the building. They're not gonna just drop solo on the bomb site. Well, they did. They completely catch M80 off guard by surprise. Such a good effort of a Codgerton, hot and cold, 2 big kills. But then FaZe says, you know what, we can also just turn full Brazilian. We're gonna just trust our gun instincts, the 1v1. This right here, that's a crazy drop to make. And he's down to 1 HP as well from the shotgun shell. 1 HP. Beautiful. Aggression, not worrying about the outcome, trusting the process.
As always, they've got the guts to stick with it. Even falling down to a 2v2, even losing that diffuser. FaZe aren't too worried.
5 seconds to go.
1 more round and we go back to the basement. This was a catastrophe for M80 last time. They had a nice idea. They wanted to go for the roam. They had the Scopus to fall back to sight. And yet, early picks from Handy. And there was no way M80 could withstand that execute on sight.
It's a bit awkward because this bomb site, if you just all play downstairs with no roam game at all, well, the attacker is going to take full map control, do all the hard destruction, and they're going to have so much time to work with. If you roam a lot and want to cover all these various areas, the problem becomes you don't have the trades. You're playing 1v1s across the various areas of the map. For example, right here, Diffuser, that's a 1v1. If he dies, that means there's no help to be had. Then Gunner is alone behind him. So it's really hard to find those covers together. And FaZe, they got the Deimos, they got the Dokkaebi, they got so many good tools to clear this room apart.
That devilish
duo
is very difficult to contend with, but Hot and Cold will put Handy down.
Gonna stall things out for a bit.
Saatana.
Hope the toxic paper. Cyber shows up again. Good on the entry. They no smoke with the diffusers inside a bathroom. He's stuck in a corner.
Can't afford to lose the smoke early.
Oh, they're baiting it though. Look at this, the punch hole from Strip.
This is what we needed. But Diffuser has fallen on that smoke. Low HP, he dies without getting maximum value out of his utility. Gunner, you
Toi
can't
on vaan
afford to lose
Gunnarilla
those
toi
shots. Now
SMG-11, niin se ei oo hyvä tohon pitkään matkaan.
They still have the Dokkaebi. They still have that Deimos. Gunner is surely raw meat, ready to be minced up by FaZe. Inside of bar, Cyber surely can hear that phone ringing. Gunner has a nitro cell and this trusty SMG-11. He needs to make a splash. Out comes the shotgun. Good luck, I don't think he's got it. But
he's stopping!
Slipping through their fingers. He finds his way back to Sweden in the desperation phase. A grasp by M80 and thrust back below. Vita King now making his way in from Dirt Tunnel, yet to find a kill. This round was FaZe's, and now it's even again.
FaZe are split. One by bottom main, one Dirt Tunnel, one blue stairs. The attackers cannot help each other. It comes down to individual gunfights where M80 has been thriving so far.
Third round of defense, Sloons, but FaZe might just be able to keep their heads above the water. Souls. Now 1v2, surely he knows. Gunner with the shotgun at the ready!
Big.
Such a critical round for the American roster. Even at the end of the half, as M80 now look for an attack.
Ridiculous ways that these rounds being played out. I mean, the disappearing act. Inside a bathroom, just sprint straight through bar, drops the heads. I mean, such a huge risk to take. If you're caught sprinting, you die without a fighting chance. If you make it back towards that bomb site, you're playing a 3v4, down a player, but then you swing, you bait the position, you get even numbers again. No advantage to FaZe Clan. You win your 1v1s, you tie it up 3-3. And I don't know. I don't know what's better, defense or attack. I don't think it matters right now. Screw the sides. The better team, the one that can play consistently, just a little bit better, they will be the winner.
That's all that matters. The team that could build momentum by stringing down consecutive rounds. It's something that FaZe managed to do early on in this series. M80 are actually yet to win 2 rounds in a row here on Club. Can they break that streak now that they're switched onto the attacking side? One thing I know for certain is that every one of these rounds has been a dogfight, a brawl. And whoever finds the opening kill, well, there's no guarantee that they will win the rounds. So much of last round came down to that off-site scavenge, trying to desperately look for Gunner, and yet he slipped through and managed to drop back down to sight.
FaZe almost giving too much respect for Hams. Being like, oh guys, we cannot risk losing a player to the roamer. Let's just kind of drone him, play passive angles. He just starts sprinting. He's a madman. Arbiter bans, double shield ban from FaZe, the Monty and the Black, or the Blitz rather, should I say. M80 with the Kaid and the Mirror. So Banted, for the first time in a while, has escaped the Arbiter ban phase and could come out as a pocket pick later on. Not for basement, but for CCTV or gym bedroom, it is absolutely a possibility.
But isn't it telling that FaZe have gone for a double shield ban? They want to dictate which shield operators are available to M80.
That's the issue, which they can still play Fuse, they can still play the Blackbeard that we see right now. Are you really winning if you're spending both of your operator bans and they can still pick a third shield?
I mean, it comes down to the micro at that point, doesn't it? Obviously, Monty is the immovable object that can march on forward. Blitz is the close-range specialist, and Blackbeard is the compromise. If you want a bit of shield, but you also want to be able to take long-range rifle gunfights. So that's what Kino will pick this time around, early on into Dirt Tunnel.
Very quickly, in 40 seconds, and he's already broken down that door and the Goyo canister. And what this is doing is applying pressure to that sole player by the bomb side of Souls. KDS doing strict plop. Angle on the wall, takes down Gunner.
Oh.
Vidiking takes down Diffuser, a very aggressive play here from FaZe Clan.
Yeah, and it's going to be met with an aggressive response as well. M80 feel like they need to erupt onto the bomb side, but I mean, KDS is just TP'd back into Church. Hot and Cold very close. He's snuck his way deep inside of Blue, but FaZe, they've read this aggression. It's easy, it's pretty straightforward, and the Cyber to flank and finish things off. It ends in a flawless for FaZe.
I can already hear Fabian saying, guys, we need to be one big wave pushing together, not these small waves doing our own things. He's been saying it every single match when they start losing. That was M80 being spread all around the building, right? Kino, solo in Dirt, a player solo in Blue, and then dying to individual roamers of FaZe. If you push together from one side, you're always going to have numbers advantage and more tools to work with these various problems. But that's the base and bomb side. Arguably, the most difficult one to attack is there is so much going on. The other one, CCTV and Gym, is going to come down to step 1, step 2, step 3, a bit slower pace.
FaZe are more than happy to play slow. We haven't seen that much on Clubhouse. No. It's been go, go, go. But they are happy to play that slower playstyle. That's what is more typical.
They'll have to, for sure. I mean, CCTV, it's kind of a hard... I mean, you can, of course, aggressive, but...
On the one hand, you've gotten rid of 2 shields, which are very handy for taking control of rafters, which tends to be a lot of the battle on the CCTV bomb side.
Often is.
On the flip side, Capita.
Yeah.
That one operator.
That's it.
Tässä on vähän huonopuoli, kun sitä mennä näin pitkään tuolla. Ollut tässä nyt tovin hereillä, niin uptimingin on 10 tuntia.
It makes you a little bit safer playing that rafters position as KDS is residing on at the moment. On the other hand, if the
paljon sanottavaa. Eikä mä sinällään halua puhua itekään tuohon niinku kästreitten päälle, mikä tällä hetkellä. Kuitenkin niin.
So KDS is going to be completely on an island, no support of any kind. And M80, the step 1 for them right now, of course, reach the external walls, but that's easy, there's nothing to stop them. Second choice here, are we going for a full garage catwalk rafters clear, or will we go for a back take at master bedroom? Because what FaZe are doing right now is, as you said, they double reinforce catwalk rafters and putting KDS on an island. He doesn't need any help. That means he can support more bodies and resources in towards master bedroom with an active roam game to try and stop them. This feels like FaZe wants to bait M80 into a Garrett attack. They want them to do it, and right now, that's what they're trying to do. This could be a trap set by FaZe Clan.
Will M80 take the bait? Right now, they're playing slowly. They're wary of early aggression as FaZe have teased out so far in this best of 3, especially in Clubhouse. Now it's time to drone up this as Army perched upon rafters. I think you're right. It is going to be a clear inside of the top of garage. KDS happy to sit revealed by the Grimsbees. The fire comes on through, and yet he still survives.
Second fire,
and he sprints across.
Goes down.
Diffuser will claim him.
Jesus. KDS on kyllä selvisi aika pitkään tuolla noin. Minuutti 20 jäljellä.
Came at a cost, but I think it's valuable enough. 2 fires and all the frag grenades. The issue here is there's no secondary hard destruction for the attacker, so this double reinforced wall means no entry from Catwalk Rafters, no line of sight to be established because they're playing in peace on the capital. But Kino gets another. Now they can overwhelm the bomb site, force the gunfights, 5v3, a default plant not possible. They have to get creative.
How has FaZe let this happen?
They've
been caught with no plant denial in a 3v5. Plenty of time on the clock for M80 to execute straight into the bomb site, and Kino can be cover while Hot and Cold forces down that plant just side of the breach. Cyber is the last one remaining. He will not see the summits. M80 dominating on their attacker CCTV. They take a deep breath and come back to life.
Ei saa otettu yhtä, niin flawlessihan sieltä.
You are that guy. M80 is that team. The team that can eliminate the Brazilians. They've done it before. Under another name, another title. FaZe Clan. Again, it's 4 rounds apiece. We are at an impasse.
Koko ajan sanoo SSG.
Start off their defensive half on a flawless. How about another one? But for M80 on CCTV, domination in the server,
vähän silleen,
back and
kummallakaan
forth.
puolella ei tuo
These
niinku
two
oo
teams are
tulossa se
so evenly matched
desitaso
on Chalet,
stadionilla.
a little bit on Skyscape, but not as much, and then very evenly matched here on Clubhouse. Again, M80, no hesitation. They have definitely synced up their communication. Tech out Raptors, beautifully done. All 5 players work together. 1 guy on drone, Grim Beast, Capital, Blackbeard grenades being tossed on in, and 1 guy by the beach. That is all 5 players taking down KDS that was on that solo island. After that, guys, we have no hard destruction. What can we do? Let's plant by the breach, push in, and just force the chaos. FaZe won't know what's happening. Either we get the kills or we get the plant. We'll be happy either way. FaZe have pulled their parachute. The clash.
Yeah, well, that'll counter the shields, but guess what? You've banned 2 of them.
Yeah, and it's again, they're pushing so much value into this one kind of playstyle from M80. And if we go back on the Skyscraper, we saw them play double ridiculousness entry. We saw them play utility. We saw them play glass all the way back on Chalet, which was then banned by FaZe on Skyscraper. Now the glass makes a return.
It's coming full circle for M80. Kino on that glass. Maybe instrumental on the execute. As we go to gym and bedroom. And a breach has been opened nice and early. M80 met with no resistance, no bandit, no tuber out.
Hey, come on, mute gives a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
that tiny fraction.
Not when you've got the thermite on the board, as we can see. Placed above the mute jammer's radius. Gavin will now open up connector. My question,
oikein, että se ei vedä semmonen silinteri, vaan se on kupla, niin.
That's the thing, the beauty of the glass capital is that it can be anywhere. You can just smoke off the window of CCTV, jump into your master bedroom, you can drop down off his hatch with a guy pushing main stairs. M80 can pretty much go at any moment, whenever they want to. What they have to ensure first, though, is that all 5 players are in the right position. So when you get that countdown, 3, 2, 1, everyone is doing what they need to be doing. There goes the fire, just to clear that shield position. There goes the smoke for a bit of intel. Now, that's a bait. They're gonna start droning up the bomb site. The next time they start smoking, that's gonna be the real push.
Sol still has 2 keepers left to fortify further positions on the side. Like you say, there's redundancy for M80 as well. In terms of the smokes, the fire will not find a target. Gunner, oh, he might just be able to take down Handy. And that's not right. Good night to the clash. A brief moment. Vita King is spotted. And he finds one regardless. Isolated on the bomb sites.
Beautiful.
One by one they fall. Kino wants to hear you, Munich. M80 are just 2 rounds away from knocking the Brazilians off the perch.
What an execute. Everyone playing their position, everyone playing their role. No one is sitting by watching your teammates winning that round. You're all doing it together. incredible amount of value. And I think for FaZe right now, there's too many things happening at the same time in the server. They're not sure if it's gonna be a push or a glance in the smoke or a guy dropping off his hatch. This could be FaZe needs to default back to more Valkyrie, for example. But first, they're gonna call a tech timeout to talk with their coach how they can fix this.
Feita dos caras lá. Mas o do dinheiro, vamos fazer agora com o dinheiro aberto. A gente mantém a mesma cópia com o dinheiro aberto. O KD ele pode. Só.
Garagem aberta, no caso.
Garagem aberta. Só o Souza ele pode trazer a Azami pro KD e o Amai.
Mas com mira também, pra gente queimar o taco, né?
Mira tá bom, mira tá bom.
Não tem como.
Tá.
E aí, tipo, como você tá de tubarão, você fica marcando a subida do cara lá da garagem, tá ligado? Tipo, vamos ficar peitando mais um pouco depois que o KD tá morto.
Tá, e ganha academia.
Mas é garagem que avançada, hein?
O da academia, o dá pra 7 padrão.
Mais avançada ainda, Rafa, não, na academia.
A academia pode fazer avançado.
Bora aí, guys, bora aí, mano.
Bora.
Não desanima não.
Bora que tá tranquilo, bora.
Well, that energy there at the end. I'm hoping that we'll get a decision to Maria eventually. For now, let's just check the media, I suppose.
Maria could dial in right now. We wouldn't be able to hear her.
I did hear a lot of different operators though being mentioned. And I was very curious into this. Is there gonna be more of a utility FaZe clan playing, Valkyrie, utility in general? Or is it gonna be more, again, front forward aggression, roaming around, taking the fights? We'll have to see what they're up for, but this air jab, it hits one player, the second one swings to try and cover. Diffuser, 2 easy kills, and then hot and cold, Gunner. I mean, it's everyone. Everyone is doing something that round.
Diffuser doesn't turn to his teammate to say let's go, but rather he turns to the audience. He knows that there is a 6th player for his team right now.
And that is gonna be the crowd.
FaZe has stared down crowds like this before.
They're not too phased by, but let's be honest, it is slipping a little bit.
They did lose in Berlin, and that was one of the loudest crowds we've ever had. They lost in Sao Paulo to one of the loudest crowds we've ever had. FaZe won in Sweden to no crowd.
It's the crowd diff.
Maybe, just maybe, the crowd does play a role for FaZe.
Something that I find quite interesting is actually the operative benefits that happened off screen. Maverick and Bandit, both teams again in complete sync against each other. It was Mute Grim on Skyscraper countering each other. Maverick Bandit here again countering each other. I was expecting a Capital Mute Bandit perhaps, but he's gonna go for a push again like last time.
Oh, this exchange could mean everything.
But they're out. Oh, they're back in.
Confirms it. But FaZe managed to detonate that fire just in time.
They pushed the fire.
He's been lit up, he's been taken down. MAT step by step march their way into the bomb site. Now there's advantage. Double up for Gav. Gunner and Kino need to join the fray. As Cyber makes his way back, he's held at bay.
He has case
by the fire, but he can hold on to that diffuser.
He knows it, he sees it. The issue is Vidiking is so far away, they can't quite help each other.
It's a flank. Does Cyber have what it takes when M80 are circling? He hides inside of Oil Pit, but he will surely be put to the sword. M80, grab that diffuser. Nothing to worry about. It's an open sea. It's all theirs.
Pitkä matka takas Saitelle ja Diffuserille.
In the post plant, there is no universe
ja 3 operaattoria, joista 1 on BB.
They're on the verge. The
Nyt on tieto, missä se on.
Of claiming series points as Cyber looks to try and duel, sees the first one. A dark sky looms above for FaZe. Nothing but the abyss below. Grab the match by the neck and prepare to send FaZe home.
And the way they got that round victory, they do the same push 2 times, and this time around, 0 hesitation. The gas pipe on the wall, bottom blue stairs was popped early by FaZe, and guess what? Imeji, they suffered the damage, they sprinted on through, and they caught FaZe by surprise. That's where they're straight in the bomb site. FaZe up, FaZe down. One round away from sending FaZe home and advancing to the grand finals are M80. One more round and they will be victorious, beating their own expectations, I would argue, for this event, coming out of nowhere seemingly. And they get that round victory in the most M80 way possible. It didn't look like that would be a round victory, but it was, and it was a decisive one at that.
M80 have only lost to one team at this tournament, and they're on the verge of sending them back to Brazil.
Niin, ne taisi voit hävitä FaZella aikaisemmin ottamassa voiton niistä.
May lie on the other side of this 2.5 minute round. Would be Kino's first, who will face Falcons tomorrow for the trophy at the Munich Major. FaZe need to make a case that they are still in the running.
They're gonna choose the gym bomb site, they're gonna play utility, play behind the shields, and play the warden because they're expecting the unknown right now. It could be the grass, it could be something else. They gotta prepare for the worst, and they're playing for the first time heavy util, doubling down Jaeger and deployable shield and the warden. M80, they have two options here. Either take down the warden early so glass can shine later, or simply circumvent the warden by attacking where he is not. They got Jacuzzi breach. This is phantom pressure. They're saying, hey guys, be careful of the bomb site rush. You need to come back towards the bomb site and you can't play that aggressively on the roam. Then they breach the bathroom wall, limiting where they can play by that bomb site. We saw what they did last time. With the capital and the glass on these windows, with the smoke grenades, no one can really fight back against it. So they're limiting where FaZe can play.
It's been 3 in a row for M80 as the fire starts to burn. It just lights one beneath Cyber. He will be traded. FaZe are gasping for air as they fail to keep their heads above the surface. M80.
Tulee vielä syysmisloginnat tähän iltaan. Porasta. Se kuuluu tervetuloa lohikermaluulla.
Smoke grenade by the gym window while watching this CC window at the same time. KDS went for a swing but did not suffer any damage. They know he's inside CCTV. They got the yellow ping. And if they can take down the warden, these smoke grenades can literally just single-handedly win you the round with the glass. There comes a smoke. Bit of a bait. It's jumping in the swing from two players. Warden is down. The glass, the capital in full effect. Can now take care of the bomb site. FaZe cannot let M80 go for execute. They have to fight back before they get there.
Syyselle kuuluu. On humalassa huomenna illalla pitäisi mennä työhön. Onneksi ilta vasta iltaisen. No. Aina kuitenkin koko päivä toeta. Nyt näyttää kyllä tosi pahalta FaZelle.
As they bide their time, but there's not much of it left. 20 seconds remain.
Candy saa kyllä vähän sen vähän vahinkoa siinä.
On the edge of your seats, M80.
10 seconds.
They just need to find feet to King and Handy.
Se hotakoldi putos.
Together the guns come to life.
Saiko ne se oikein mitään vittua. Sai pidettyä jo. Terve.
Unbelievable players. It's a 2v4. And it's one that never should be lost by M80. Yet it slips again through their grasp. FaZe have one chance to send us into overtime.
It comes down to a moment where maybe a bit of pressure is felt there by M80. The win was so close, all they had to do was push in and take the fights together, but they hesitate, they slow down, the time almost runs out entirely.
Jos mä nyt oikein ymmärsin, ne on tämän vuoden tai viime Six Invitationalin championit.
You're right by that, the finish line. It can be really hard to push on through. Your mind starts wandering. You dream about the reality of winning. But then you realize it was just a dream. You lose that round, and now you're only one round away from overtime.
Firearms beyond this point. Sieltä tulee kaveri Nestun kanssa nurkan takaa, jumalauta.
All the way to OT. It should be, it has to be on the third map.
It feels befitting. But it has been a long time between drinks for these M80 players. Manchester was a year and a half ago.
Meikäläisellä on sauna tuolla valmis. Voisikohan meitä yrittää voittaa tän? Enää se vielä ole valmis, mutta kohta puoleen. M80 vois kohta puoleen voittaa tän, niin pääsee saunaan ja sitten nukkumaan. Huomenna pelaat D&D:tä.
Third hammer in Montreal 2 years ago.
Tuossa on jo tuntemaan. Lopullisesti jos kuulee, niin syyt miksi sä terveiset.
How does he have the wherewithal to look for a spawn peek?
I mean, look at the player cams. His eyes cold. Wasn't even phased by that. No reaction, no cause of celebration. It's just business as usual. Cyber leading the charge for his team.
Defuserilla vähän huono, kun
Everyone
putos
putting in
tästä,
such
mutta
good numbers as well. Everyone fighting together. And maybe now time for plan B. They lose another. Gunner goes down.
nyt ei oo enää meitä aikaa. Teillä ei oo varaa tämmöseen.
And yeah, it is slipping. There's a leak in this ship.
There's a leak in this ship.
Are swinging like they mean it.
Kaveri
One's found two. Could it just be a consolation, or could it be a glimmer of hope?
Tää siis on tosi lähellä. Tää on viimeinen kartta. 7-4. Tää on mennyt Max OT:lle kohta puolella. Aivan varmasti tää menee Max OT:lle, jos mennään nyt overtimelle. Se menee Max OT:lle. Mä oon niin varma.
Up against the Valkyrie Hammers information, up against the C4 pre-placed in the second for the King by the main stairs, up against the fires from the Goyo, so much against them, and all they have to work with is gonna be their guns. Dirt reinforced, hatches mostly closed, they have almost no avenues in towards that bomb site.
How on earth do you bring this one back?
Gotta go for blue, or you gotta walk down bottom main stairs. Both are terrible options under normal circumstances, but these are not normal circumstances.
Oh wow, C4. Frank, maybe you're lucky to be in this position, but Gavin finds a third one.
Gavinilla ace klutsi, oisko mitään?
Just barely staying alive. Kino needs to get massive. Oh, Soul shuts it
Jos toi
out.
ois saanut tosta.
Gavin the clutch for the championship, but no! Hope lies on the horizon for FaZe.
Tästä lähtee Lattami vai NA EUta vastaan, koska Falconsin EU-tiimi on päässyt jo Grand Finaaliin, joka pelataan huomenna. Tää on hyvä, kun yleisesti kuuluu M8. Mä kuulen koko ajan, että ne sanoo SSG.
So the crowd chants the team's name one more time, perhaps. The final time for Mayday. They are 2 rounds away now. Effectively a best of 3 in round count. The first to get 8 rounds will be the victor.
And it's going to be M80 continuing this attack. It's been even on both halves, but when M80 found their momentum, they won 3 in a row. There's no question they're capable.
This is riding emotional roller coaster of epic plays, fierce terrorist, say hi to Santos.
How do you lose a 4v2?
Then an embarrassing basement attack where they almost brought it back, let's be honest, but the way it started, that's where you start losing hope. It's falling apart way too early. I mean, you gotta just hit the brakes, take a slow start to these rounds. Then you just see the bombs out with 4 or 5 attackers alive to have a fighting chance. The issue with OT is the bomb site rotation opens up again. Basement is unlocked. They can go straight back to business. And the Mayday, look at this, he's going for the spawn.
Wow.
Stop, Cyber.
If their Mayday struggle here, they're going to be haunted by the ghost of that lost 4 versus 2 and what could have been. FaZe have been major champions before. Only one team has ever won 2 major championships, and that was, of course, Furia back as W7M. FaZe, with this World Championship winning roster, could join them. They have to get there first, and they've already staved off 2 match points.
They got the momentum. They got the confidence on their side. Gavin, though, on the demos, can, of course, try and track down Cyber, who's actively on the roam game, but falling back towards the basement bomb site again to just avoid any early deaths. And it's actually FaZe. Everybody is down back towards the side or playing by the staircase, so the full map has been surrendered by the defenders. And to be honest, I don't know if they have the best operator lineup for a hard turtle. When you're playing 5 guys downstairs, you have...
Tuossa on KDS:llä on Denari. Tässä kartassa Denari alakerta. Portaikat on täynnä niitä ansoja.
It does feel to me a little bit scary to give them maybe all its freedom. They've been struggling with FaZe aggression, with the spawn, with the fighting.
Onko se C-nelkku mulle yhtään? On 1 C-nelkku. Vitakingille.
Gunner on the bark has opened plenty of verticality. FaZe will have to be careful
Impact
on
ei
the
kyllä
bot side
löytyy.
where they play. They don't look to contest, like you said.
Oli jo se, että onks Gunnar niinku vedessä Wahablandilla.
Looking to contest the vertical that's being opened up by Gunner. No, they are playing this slowly. They're waiting for M80 to make their move.
do think Vidigan has to hold that C4 as a means for plant denial.
Oh, wait, look, KDS is snuck back upstairs.
He is in lounge, but there's a flank drone inside a lounge right here. If they check at the right time, the flank will get snuffed out.
Diffuser's not on that cam.
It comes down to timing. Okay, so Gunner's checking it. But timing can still happen, of course. If Gunner's needed elsewhere, it has to start doing the bug verticality in KD's flanks. That's going to be an easy kill. And then chaos will erupt.
Oh, he's spotted.
They see him. Do they go for kill?
What do M80 do? They have to make the choice.
Exactly. 40 seconds. They gotta go really quick. Door's barricaded.
They're committing to the kill.
Door bang?
Will it be a wall bang? It's the kill that M80 needed.
Just leave him, honestly.
A lifeline has been thrown.
Kun ei tiedä, että on downis. Okei, sinne meni C-nelkku. Mut siellä on kuitenkin Cyberrada. Niillä on tarkka tieto, missä Cyberrada mennään, koska kaveri on Denar. No, sinne meni C-info. 3-3 tilanteesta.
Another fumbled numbers advantage for M80.
No plant denial, they have to go for swings.
Yeah, but FaZe, they're ready to swing it. Look at them
go. Mutautuneelle sieltä, niin saadaan plantti alas. Hänti vaan nyt karkuun.
Takes matters into his own hands. And he must deny the plan once again. Hot and cold to cover. Oh no, but Handy's found both. Oh, a third one is all that's needed. Diffuser, hold your nerve. You're about to
oh my fucking god, mitä vittua. Vittu mikä klutsi.
Sit back down, Diffuser. Job is not done yet. One more round.
Se ajoitus siinä, että jos siinä planissa olisi joutunut menee hieman enempää. Se olisi nähnyt sen perseen ja sitä kautta selän ja sit pääsi tappanut sen. Mut kun se oli just oikeaan aikaan. Osa tää vitun trofi on ihan vitun sick.
0 seconds on the clock.
Osa, mut se näyttää vitun kriipeltä, kun noi silmät tommoset.
And still somehow comes out the victor in the 1v1 gunfight. Very many small
oli mielenkiintoinen päätös laittaa Guno veneet plantille. Mun mielestä on outo päätös laittaa Guno plantille. Koska muilla kilvillä, kun sä menet plänäämään, niin se heittää kilven selkään. Se suojaa isosti. BB:llä se on semmonen pieni slice siinä, joka ei suojaa oikeastaan mitään. Ei ole mitään järkeä niin BB:n olla se plänttääjä. Mieluummin silleen, että vaikka 2 droppaa, BP istuu siinä pläntin edessä. Monty Blitz Fusen suojaa yhtä paljon. Monty taitaa olla hitusen enemmän isompi kilpi. Blitzillä. Mut joo, siis BB:n kilpi ei suojaa yhtään, kun se on sellaista. Ei suojaa missään tilanteessa muuta kuin se on, että sä katot siitä läpi. Kun se on sulla kädessä, kun sä lataat, se ei suojaa. Heität sen selkään, se ei suojaa. Plänttää, se ei suojaa. No sitä kautta joo, sillä on hitusen enemmän HP:tä, niin sitä kautta se on niinku sillä tavalla. Et joo, siinä vaiheessa jos on just Blitzi Monty, niin ehkä se Monty plänää, kun Blitzi on aggressiivinen, koska se voi valottaa ja olla härnääjä. Allegit vaan vituu niin jännittyneet tässä. Mä oon vittu slaavikyyvystä tässä mut paljon.
They have just heard it. Good info, but they still don't know about who's lurking in the shadows for M80. And they will find both of them. Drop shot for souls.
Miten se Holdan Golden oli noinkin? Hänti on yksin oh! Mitä vittu tossa tapahtuu? Ja sieltä niin voittaa. Oli just sanomassa silleen, että niinku, ne on hyvin saamassa niinku kymipuolta haltuun ja sit kun avit holdas. Niinku, siis face foldas tossa yhtä kova kuin Sysmis, kun joku God Girl sanoo silleen good boy.
by some people's standards, a dark horse, by others counted out, by very few expected to make it to the grand finals. And despite things were slipping away for a short moment there on Clubhouse,
Valami lähti kotiin, mikä tarkoittaa, että toi pystylämä lähtee joko Jenkkeihin tai Eurooppaan. Mut siellä on Falcons vastassa. NA:ta vastaan.
And another grand final for the greatest of all time.
They lost the face earlier. And then they took him down.
They did. When it matters more.
Ottaa huomioon, että Amity hävisi Faceille aikaisemmin. Tänään aikaisemmin Falcons lähetti Facein tänne alakertaan lower brackettiin.
Major grand final. M80 have toppled the world champions.
Holy.
Can they topple the best that Europe has
Mitä helvet.
as well?
Joo, huomenna EU pelaa EUn kotona niinku Saksassa, Munichissa. Munich, miten se sanotaan? Holy shit. Tää on lower bracket finaali oli tässä just. Huomenna on grand finaali ja kai jotain spesiaalimpaa. Mä en tiedä mitä huomenna on, koska mä en pysty huomenna katsomaan.
Just give me 1 second, guys. Any M80 fans in the building? You guys have won this crowd over. Gonna face
Holy
you
shit.
and your team hell, but you just showed tremendous heart.
Pitääkö M80 voittaa?
I just don't think
huomenna
anyone in
ei.
this tournament has the mental resilience that we do right now. It's all we train.
Tänään itse asiassa M80 piti voittaa 2 peliä, niin ne on pelannut 2 peliä ja ne pelas 2 peliä putkeen. Ne pelas eka wildcardia ja nyt pelas Facea. Eli ne pelas 6 karttaa.
Well, we go OT, we win a crazy round, we win another crazy round. That's just what we do. We just keep going.
It's just what you do, and
Holy
Fabian,
shit.
Your heart at times there must have been absolutely racing.
Yeah, I mean, I got an official warning for my hand signs, so I'm trying to keep myself as calm as I can, but Jesus Christ, what a game. I mean, guys, give them an applaud. They were fucking amazing. Without them, this wasn't a game.
Toi on kyllä mahtava nähdä, että niinku voittajatiimi, okei, coachi, mut silti on silleen niinku häviäjätiimille se, että hei, niinku antakaa iso käsi.
I mean, you are led by a born winner in Siege. You know yourself what it takes to win a major title. You did it in Manchester. Have you got it in the tank up against a team like Falcons that are waiting for you?
I mean, I hold the record against these guys for the most kills in a BO5. I'm just gonna break it again.
Final message, Fab.
I beat that team with Koreans twice. I think I can do it with these guys too.
You gotta love it. You two go and join the rest of your teammates. What a lower bracket final that was for everybody here in the building and you watching at home. And do not forget, this is just the beginning. The grand final all culminates tomorrow. But for now, it's back to the desk.
Yhdestä poikki, kun yleensä tossa, jos on loser bracketti, niin teknisesti pitää voittaa 2 settifinaalissa, saatan näissä resetin. Ei, se on siis, se on EO5 huomenna. Tää ei oo silleen niinku just loser, vaan lower. Mä tiedän, että on noit, missä on loser bracket, on myös niitä, missä on lower bracket, ja se ei oo vaan niinku eri termi. Me voimme pelata 5 karttaa korkeintaan. Mä en oo ihan varma, että saaks ne ton ilmaisen kartan. Mun tietääkseni ne saa valita niinku yhden kartan niinku silleen suoraan, että tää pelataan. Koska ne tulee apperista. Siinä on jotain niinku extra.
He's able to just shut it down. He gets that first advantage, but that carries the momentum. And even though it's a matter of resilience, in overtime with everything against you, you get that first step in. The rest of the round, I mean, trade after trade in this final round, that's exactly what M80 needed to be, and Fabian couldn't have said it best. They have the resilience. They've been practicing up for this moment. Now they get to test it all tomorrow.
Ja siis ton chaletin jälkeen se näytti hyvinkin siltä, että tää on menossa Faceille. Nyt Skyscraperi vaan kääntyi ympäri ja tää klubi oli vitun tasainen.
to finish. And I'm wondering, from your own competitive experience, what is that little edge that you need when you come down to overtimes on a game 3?
It's that momentum.
Yeah,
it's
big
absolutely that momentum. It's big players having big moments that everyone can rally behind, and that's what we saw Diffuser. If Diffuser lost that round, I guarantee that's where we see that coin flip happen. But that's the fact of the matter is Diffuser didn't let up. He showed his resilience. He persevered, carried into the last round, and again, that is exactly where the momentum shaped everything for this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair to say
to follow that contract, or else Matt Mercer will sneak into your house and throw frozen noodles at you from the corner of your living room.
So at the end of the day, both of these teams deserve to be here. They both put on a hell of a performance. At the end of the day, that huge play from Diffuser in overtime took the momentum back from FaZe, bringing it to overtime. In my opinion, that was the final nail in the coffin.
So let's recap that bracket all together here and show you the trajectory into this grand final for Falcons and M80. Nobody had an easy way, but Falcons went up. They took down G2. They took down FaZe in 2 incredible 2-1 series. And M80, the gauntlet of that lower bracket. How many times has it happened in history where a lower bracket run nets you the win at a major event?
It's the momentum from being down there. I mean, you get
Sitten
set
oli toi
off with
Walker
a 2-0 loss for
M80
M80. You get put
ja
all the way
sitten oli
down.
toi tämä FaZe M80-peli, eli molemmat tiimit oli pelannut aikaisemmin tänään, mutta FaZella oli tauko. M80:llä ei ollut oikeastaan varttia pidempää taukoa. Ne pelasi 3 karttaa.
I mean, just even overcoming adversity, losing to the only team that you lost to in the
Kaikki
entire
pelit tänään oli 3
series
karttaa.
was FaZe. Then to be able to knock them out, send them home,
Se on
just
aika
gives you
underdog.
that momentum that you need to carry into a grand final to go against the heavy hitters of the
Toisaalta
side
ne
of
on
Falcons.
And gentlemen, all this past
vetänyt
week
aika
plus
hyvin. Ei
of
nyt super
preparation
underdogia,
and
mutta
months of it during the stage 2 has led up to this.
nyt
Tomorrow
mun
is
tietääkseni
our
toi
grand
lineup
final
oli
and
semmonen
best of
niinku
5 locked in
niin sanottu
between Team Falcons and
misfits.
of course their opponents
Eli ne on
of
niinku
M80. A
5
classic EU versus North
hylkiö
America
teki
as
oman
we've grown
tiimin.
used to in
M80
the
Orga
olden
pikkas
days.
ne
That is at 7
ja
p.m. local time
heitti
here
niille
in Munich. However,
yhden
every
kovimmista
siege event
coachista
has
ikinä.
that extra bit, that cherry on top, which is of course our next
Ei oo
operation. All of that and
tiiminä
more will be
joo.
happening at 6:15
Orga ei,
local
pelaajat
time
ei.
here in Munich as well. 45 minutes of just pure preparation and showing you what the
tiimi
future
kyllä,
is going to be
niinku
like
tämä
very,
line-up.
very soon. There's been a few teasers
Niinku
here
tämä
and
5
there,
henkilön
but I can
kombo.
tell you it's
Se on
absolutely
vähän semmonen niinku
worth it. I want to thank you all, you 2-0s over
uusi
there,
tiimi.
and you all
Mut
over
Orga on
the
ollut
place.
jonkun
You were
aikaa.
incredible here in Munich.
Ja
Thank you for this incredible
pelaajat
2
ollut jo
days.
pitkään.
And tomorrow we crown one champions, EU, NA, Falcons, M80. See you tomorrow for the Munich final.
Joo, huomenna Rainbow 6 Siäke-kanavalla, Twitch-kanavalla voi kattoo ne pelit. Ja mä en muista yhtään monet ne alkaa, mutta mä en huomenna niitä pysty niitä toi striimailemaan. Mut joo, toi Dokeskin jo aikanaan. Osso tää vitun 1v1 turnaus vittu mikä on tulossa. Officially sponsored tai niinku founded by, tai funded, ei founded, funded by Xbox Game Pass. Siitä niin syys pelaamaan vaan ja ilmaiset. Jos oot EUn paras, niin saat ilmaiset matkat ja kaikki kulut kustannetaan. Ja helmikuussa Pariisiin. Eli jokaisen niinku regionin paras pelaaja niin pääsee inveihin. Mun mielestä tietääkseni noi on niinku tässä joulukuussa. 1v1 now. Joo, huomenna varttia vaille 6 on toi joku homma ja sitten 8 Suomen aikaa niin alkaa toi grand finaalipeli. Jep, samoin. Joo, itekin tähän näin vähän pidätä teitä yhtään enempää. Iso kiitos ja hyvää yötä ja mä lähden koisimaan tästä oikeastaan suoraan. Niin. Jos mä lähden tästä saunaan, niin iso kiitos ja tälle. If you know, you know. Katsellaan mahdollisesti ensi tiistaina lisää striimiä ja ensi viikolla striimit varmaan tiistaina, torstaina. Huutomerkki DC, niin pääsee Discordiin. Sinne mä ilmoitan maanantaina sen ensi viikon schedulin. Sen mä tiedän, että varmaan tiistai, torstai, sunnuntai on ensi viikon striimipäivät. Maanantaina mä käyn varmaan porukoilla tai jotain muuta. Keskiviikkona mulla on muuta menoa ja perjantai, lauantai mä oon reissun päällä. Niin näyttää sauna vielä. En välttämättä tiedä, kannattaako laittaa sauna, mutta jos sulla on niin sauna lämmin, niin mä ainakin lähden omaani. Mutta joo, hyvää yötä ja pysykää mahtavina ja bye. Peace.